Adaptation value, 64 qualified. The officer, clad in camouflage uniform and large sunglasses, recited the results of the test with a cold and calm tone. Upon hearing the word qualified, the boy being tested displayed an expression of excitement on his face. In the long queue behind him, countless youths exhibited looks of envy. Adaptation value, 51, unqualified. Adaptation value, 73, qualified. Adaptation value, 86, oh my qualified, with the exclamation of one officer. The gazes of hundreds of youths in the square converged upon the boy in the fourth testing area, standing beside the testing apparatus. The boy surveyed his surroundings with a sense of pride, his expression eliciting envy and jealousy from others. Is it possible that in our town, there exists a talent with an adaptation value of 86? An esteemed officer, seated in a military vehicle nearby, curiously leaned out of the window to scrutinize the boy. Truly a genius, Shen Zheng mused, sharing the sentiments of the other youths. Gazing longingly at the boy by the apparatus, his eyes betraying envy. If only I could. No, I must not entertain unrealistic fantasies, Shen Zheng thought, shaking his head discreetly. As long as my adaptation value reaches 60, I can enlist in the army and become a soldier. I will strive to achieve numerous military merits, and then Xiao and will lead a good life. As he contemplated, he clenched his fists tightly, the determination in his gaze betraying that he was not merely a 19-year-old boy. The line of testers continued to advance, and finally, it was Shen Zheng's turn. When this black-haired, black-eyed youth of average height and slightly slender build stood upon the testing apparatus, allowing the testing needle to pierce his wrist, the values on the holographic display beside the apparatus surged rapidly, starting from 00, ascending swiftly until it halted at 98. 98? The crowd erupted into a frenzy, disregarding military discipline, unable to contain their astonished exclamations. How can this be possible? Is the testing apparatus malfunctioning? No one has ever achieved such a value. Not even the greatest heroes in history. The people clamored in disbelief. A miracle. The senior officer in the vehicle stood up abruptly, his complexion shifting from red to pale, excitement causing him to gasp for breath. Surely, I cannot be dreaming? The officer in charge of the testing was momentarily stunned, staring at the holographic screen, unsure of what to say. Shen Zheng turned his head, and upon seeing the value on the screen, was equally taken aback, instinctively thinking, surely this apparatus is broken? Apologies. After a long pause, the testing officer waved his hand at him. This situation has never occurred before. May I ask you to try another testing apparatus? Very well. Shen Zheng felt somewhat awkward. He feared that in the subsequent testing, his value might plummet below 60, which would shatter all his dreams. He approached another testing platform, allowing the testing needle to pierce his other wrist. 98. Still 98. The crowd once again erupted in screams, and the testing officer's face flushed with excitement. A genius, an unparalleled genius. The senior officer in the vehicle, overwhelmed with enthusiasm, gripped his pen too tightly, snapping it in two, and rushed out of the vehicle to stand beside Shen Zheng at the testing apparatus. Youth, he exclaimed excitedly, you are qualified. Welcome to join the combat regiment of the White Wolf Star. Wolf Fang Town. If all goes well, in 3 days, you shall become my new comrade in arms. Congratulations. Thank you, Shen Zheng replied in a daze. The abruptness of this fortune was overwhelming, leaving him in a state of disbelief, as if he were lost in a dream. As he stepped down from the apparatus, amidst the admiring and envious glances of others, at a military base on White Wolf Star, an armed force was assembling. Quickly, quickly, the commanding officer shouted in the rain. This mission is of utmost importance and urgency. You are all the finest special forces of our unit. Do not disgrace me. Commander, his adjutant stood beside him, shielding him with an umbrella, and quietly inquired, what exactly is it that we are to transport? Why employ our elite special forces for this? I do not know, the officer shook his head. To my knowledge, even the corps commander is unaware, which is why it must be delivered to the military district headquarters for final evaluation. So, you mean to say, it may not be something of great importance? The adjutant asked. No, the officer shook his head again. It must be something significant. It was discovered in the most crucial sealed chamber of a starship wreck that fell within our defense zone. If it were not important, what planet would send a starship to transport it? I am truly curious. What could it possibly be? The adjutant's face reflected curiosity. "Some things are not meant to be known," the officer replied. "The duty of a soldier is to flawlessly execute the orders of superiors." At this moment, outside the testing grounds in Wolf Fang town on White Wolf Star, Shen Zheng was running out with exhilaration. 98! The highest adaptation value ever recorded on White Wolf Star. He could hardly believe it was real. Yet the new recruit registration card, personally handed to him by the senior testing officer, felt undeniably tangible in his hand. Its exquisite seam shimmering with glimmers of light. Carefully stowing the registration card away, Shen Zheng eagerly dashed towards home. Home! In that small apartment, in the modest room with a monthly rent of 80, lived his only family, his dearest sister Shen. It was her presence that transformed that simple room into a home filled with warmth. At this moment, he wished to share this good news with his sister, to let her know that they would no longer worry about failing to pay rent and being evicted by their landlord. He longed to share this joy and happiness with her. Of course, there was a kind of happiness that he could not share with his sister. It was a secret known only to him, one that allowed him to protect his sister, and it was also the primary reason for his enlistment. Wolf Fang town was not large, but it was not small either. Towering buildings housed the wealthy with vast fortunes. Their luxurious vehicles parked below, while the commercial district boasted bustling shopping malls, luxury boutiques, and entertainment venues. This was a world Shen Zheng dared not even dream of. The apartment buildings, densely packed like anthills in the impoverished district, and the general stores selling everything from work gloves to small carts, were the world he was familiar with. His greatest desire was simply to possess a real home within such an apartment building. He envisioned a simple life for himself and his sister, occasionally having some spare change to buy her beautiful dresses, and in the future, finding her an honest boyfriend to hold her hand and lead her into another happy home. What a wonderful life that would be! In the past, it had been a distant dream, but now that life seemed within reach. In his excitement, Shen Zheng could not help but recall the history he had studied in the past. The civilization of White Wolf Star had existed for over 1,000 years. Over a millennium ago, the pioneers of White Wolf Star, fleeing from a calamity on distant Earth, arrived here aboard ancient spacecraft to embark on their entrepreneurial journey. Over the course of 1,000 years, they expanded upon the insect technology brought from Earth, culminating in the resplendent civilization of White Wolf Star. Today, the technological civilization born from insects had grown to a considerable scale, producing everything from daily necessities to large spacecraft capable of interstellar travel, all propelled by insect technology. To this day, no one knows where insects originated or why they are so widespread in the universe. People only know that history books recount that over 1,000 years ago, on a fateful day, countless insects invaded their ancient homeland Earth, annihilating the civilization of their ancestors. Yet, resilient humanity fought relentlessly against the insects amidst the calamity, ultimately securing a glimmer of hope and developing a new civilization, the insect civilization, over a century of struggle. Insects come in myriad forms, not merely the tiny, powerless creatures known to humanity, but rather monsters ranging in size from that of an ant to as large as a starship, each possessing different abilities, appearances, and characteristics. They are bizarre and diverse. And after initial unexpected failures, the clever humans finally devised methods to defeat them, utilizing emerging insect biomimicry to create tools based on insect capabilities, bolstering their own strength and gaining the power to resist the insects, thereby reconstructing human civilization. However, perhaps due to the late start and lower rank of Earth's humanity in the insect civilization, they ultimately fell short. Thus, over 1,000 years ago, countless humans were forced to flee their homeland, drifting through the cosmos until they found another place to reside. Yet it seemed that no planet in the universe was free from insects. The creators of the White Wolf Star civilization soon discovered that this planet was also inhabited by countless types of insects, and so they fought against the insects while simultaneously growing stronger, ultimately establishing the immortal civilization of White Wolf Star. Even to this day, the struggle against the insects continues. The expansion of the Wolf Fang Town Regiment is in preparation for the impending insect tidea surge of countless giant insects crashing towards the world of humanity. Known as the insect tide, warriors are esteemed, for they possess the extraordinary ability to undergo insect grafting. Merging the formidable powers of resilient insects with their own bodies, they are the valiant protectors of the dignity of ordinary human lives. Thus, their remuneration is correspondingly high, with even the most commonplace soldier earning a monthly income surpassing that of white-collar workers in major corporations. For those who have not had the opportunity to attend university or secure positions in large companies, enlisting in the military undoubtedly presents a path to ascendancy. At the tender age of 16, Shen Zheng dropped out of high school. He had toiled as a cleaner, a laborer, a server. He had engaged in nearly every endeavor that could yield a livelihood to support his family. Yet, fate would not alter its course merely due to his industriousness. However, this time was different. Destiny would shift because of his innate brilliance. He soared with joy, akin to a jubilant bird, as he dashed up to the 6th floor of the old apartment building and swung open the rust-stained iron door. "Xiaoying," he exclaimed excitedly, "guess what I brought back?" "What is it?" A beautiful girl with long hair emerged from a room, her hands busy with embroidery. Her hair was as dark as the enigmatic night, and her complexion was as pale as the snowflakes of winter. "Why are you embroidering those things again?" Shen Zheng queried, his discontent evident. "They're too straining on the eyes. What if you ruin your vision?" "It's nothing." The girl playfully stuck out her tongue, exuding an irresistible charm. "It's just the holidays. I have nothing better to do. If I finish these and sell them, I can help with household expenses so you don't have to bear so much burden. There's no need to worry about that anymore." Shen Zheng chuckled as he produced the enlistment card, placing it into his sister Shen Ying's hands. "What is this?" Shen Ying examined the luminous card in astonishment. "A military enlistment card? Brother, you signed up for the army?" "Indeed," Shen Zheng replied proudly, thumping his chest. "You wouldn't believe it, but I am the most." "Brother," Shen Ying interrupted, her eyes brimming with tears. "What's wrong?" Shen Zheng panicked, rushing to comfort his sister. "Xiaoying, this is a good thing. The salary of a soldier is substantial. It will allow you to study in peace without the fear of the landlord demanding rent. Once we save enough money, we can even purchase our own home. Isn't that wonderful? But soldiers risk their lives." Shen Ying cried. "I would rather not attend school, even sleep on the streets, than receive compensation from the military." "Brother, don't go. He'll quit school and find a job. We can work together to support this family." Shen Zheng gazed at his sister in silence. What could he possibly say? At this moment, words eluded him. He did not wish to divulge to her that his motivation for risking his life was not solely for a home of their own or a life of mundane happiness. A month ago, after his sister inexplicably collapsed, he had received a devastating prognosis from the doctor cancer. The physician informed him that Shen Ying had approximately 2 years left to live. Since then, Shen Zheng had contemplated various means, even considering finding a black market dealer to sell some of his organs. Yet, fortune smiled upon him with this military expansion. If he could join the army and diligently achieve military merits, he could access the Soldiers' Fund for assistance and secure loans from the military to treat his sister's illness. In this era, cancer was not deemed a serious ailment. With certain advanced medical technologies, it could be eradicated in about 6 months, and with the best equipment, it could even be cured within a month. However, the prerequisite was substantial medical expenses. Aside from enlisting and striving for military accolades to obtain assistance from the Soldiers' Fund, Shen Zheng found himself devoid of alternatives. But could he share this burden with Shen Ying? "Foolish girl," Shen Zheng said, smiling as he wiped the tears from her face. "Becoming a soldier is a dream of mine. You should support me. Besides, I am a fortunate person no matter how perilous the battlefield may be. You won't claim my life. Don't be childish. How can you not study? Attending a good university is essential for securing a good job. I don't want you to end up like me, covered in dirt and sweat every day. I know you are doing this for me," Shen Ying said through her tears. "Brother, I'm such a burden to you. Enough of such nonsense." Shen Zheng rushed into the kitchen. "What do you want for dinner?" "I'll make it for you. I'll handle it." Shen Ying hurried to catch up, and after a brief tussle over kitchen utensils, Shen Zheng ultimately triumphed, earning the right to prepare dinner. As she watched her brother busying himself in the kitchen, Shen Ying quietly wiped away her tears. Memories flooded back to when she was 5, entering this family through her mother's marriage. Back then, she had felt timid and frightened, resisting her stepfather and his older son, who was 2 years her senior. At that time, the brother had merely observed her from the corner without uttering much, retreating to his room to gather all his toys and treats, laying them before her. "Don't be afraid," he had said. "I will take care of you. I will take care of you." Those words, spoken by a 7-year-old, transformed into a lifelong promise. When their parents tragically perished in a car accident while Shen Zheng was in his first year of high school, he demonstrated through his actions just how steadfast his childhood vow truly was. Brother, how can I ever repay you? Shen pondered. No matter the cost, one day, I will ensure you live the best life. I will not perish on the battlefield. Shen Zheng mused amidst his busyness. Otherwise, what would you do? I will survive with resilience, witnessing you find happiness. He couldn't help but recollect a day from his childhood when his father held him closely, earnestly telling him about a woman who had devoted all her affection and care to him after losing her husband, promising to treat Shen Zheng as her own son. Hence, he intended to marry her. From tomorrow onward, Shen Zheng would have a sister, a fragile little girl. You are the older brother, you must take good care of her, his father had said. Rest assured, Shen Zheng had nodded, I will. Reflecting on this, he turned around and found himself gazing into his sister's gentle eyes. The siblings exchanged smiles. In that moment, poverty transformed into a trivial circumstance. They were indifferent to it. In each other's hearts, their mutual care and love sufficed. Time swiftly passed, and soon the day of enlistment arrived, coinciding with Shen Ying's first day of school. Shen Zheng escorted Shen Ying to the school gate, waved goodbye, and departed while Shen Ying watched his silhouette until it faded from sight. God, please bless my brother, she silently prayed in her heart. With his sister's unspoken blessings, Shen Zheng entered the Wolf Fang town military base. Presenting the enlistment card, he surveyed the youthful soldiers around him. Recalling the highest adaptability rating he had received, his heart swelling with excitement, for he believed his legendary journey was about to unfold. Chapter 002, Insect Implantation. In front of the barracks of the Wolf Fang Guardian Army, the Wolf Fang Legion, a veteran stood wide-eyed upon receiving the registration card of Shen Zheng, the prodigy whose adaptability score had reached an astonishing 98. He promptly rose to his feet and saluted, leaving Shen Zheng momentarily flustered. A genius, indeed, the very genius. Among the several hundred young recruits reporting for duty, some nearby overheard the conversation and quickly gathered around. Good heavens, is that truly you? Cried one of the recruits, eagerly attempting to forge a connection with Shen Zheng. Do you remember me? We were in the same line during the assessment that day. Genius, could you please give me your autograph? Another recruit shouted excitedly, presenting a piece of paper and a pen. May I have one as well? Instantly, a multitude of recruits surged forward, including several young women whose gazes toward Shen Zheng were rife with subtle admiration. Shen Zheng felt a surge of excitement. He had previously been an inconspicuous laborer, and now, he suddenly felt akin to a superstar. The stark contrast left him somewhat dizzy. Humph, what's so remarkable about that? In stark contrast to the enthusiasm of the crowd was a tall youth who snorted derisively. And no matter how high your adaptability score, it ultimately depends on the type of insect you're compatible with. If it isn't a combat insect, then you're still worthless. Oh, isn't this the genius with an adaptability score of 86? The recruits turned to scrutinize the speaker, and laughter erupted among them. Your jealousy is so blatant. Indeed, even a fool knows that a higher adaptability score makes it easier to integrate with combat insects. He's clearly envious, no. I would say he's cursing instead. Genius, you might as well go cool off on the side. Jealous of a true genius with an adaptability score of 98? Pa! The tall youth, his face flushed with anger, shot Shen Zheng a venomous glare before handing his registration card to a veteran at the sign-up desk and storming into the base without a backward glance. Shen Zheng watched his retreating figure, a twinge of unease creeping into his heart. He knew the youth spoke the truth. Merely possessing a high adaptability score was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the type of insect one could adapt to. Human strength could not compare to that of insects, yet human wisdom compensated for this shortcoming. More than 2,000 years ago, on Earth, humanity had already harnessed the formidable power of combat insects to enhance themselves. The method involved implanting the eggs of a specific type of insect into one's body, merging them with one's own cells through advanced technological means, ultimately bestowing the individual with the powers of that insect. A process known as insect implantation. Not everyone could undergo this procedure. Only those with exceptional physiques had any chance of success, and the better the physique, the more perfect the implantation could be. This degree of perfection was quantified as the adaptability score. A higher score indicated an easier integration with combat insects. There were many types of combat insects, but they generally fell into two categories, melee and ranged. Melee insects granted the implanting individual immense physical strength and powerful close combat weaponry, while ranged insects endowed them with the ability to create and launch spikes, corrosive liquids, flames, ice, and light. Only those capable of implanting these two types of insects could be considered truly formidable warriors, superhumans upon whom ordinary people could rely. Could I truly be that unparalleled genius? Shen Zheng couldn't help but feel anxious. With this trepidation, he signed autographs for others before entering the base alongside the crowd. In a corner of the base's playground, 300 young recruits assembled into a formation. Do not be nervous. An officer stood before them, smiling. Although you are merely theoretically qualified, historically, there has never been a qualified individual with a satisfactory adaptability score who failed to complete the insect implantation. Therefore, you are practically qualified as well. We will now proceed with the implantation. I hope you can approach this with a light heart. Yes, the recruits chorused in unison. Soon, they were divided into 10 groups and led into the laboratories within the base. There, military doctors clad in white coats busily prepared the implantation devices and insect egg containers. Genius, look over there. That is the container for combat insect eggs, a recruit whispered to Shen Zheng, pointing at the rows of hexagonal boxes on a metal shelf against the wall. Please don't call me that, Shen Zheng replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Do not be modest. An adaptability score of 98 is unprecedented. Yes, you are indeed a true genius. It is a tremendous honor for us to implant alongside you. The surrounding recruits chattered excitedly. Just then, the first recruit undergoing implantation let out a piercing scream of agony, startling everyone. Bound tightly to the implantation chair, he struggled desperately, yet could not free himself. The military doctor in the white coat observed him expressionlessly, lightly pressing a few buttons on the control panel, adjusting various parameters. The injection needle, connected to a large transparent tube, was firmly embedded in the recruit's wrist, which had been secured tightly enough to prevent the needle from being dislodged by the recruit's struggles. The other end of the tube connected to a fully enclosed device, towering over 2 meters, resembling a colossal cocoon. A hexagonal insect egg container was placed within that device, and a round insect egg was extracted, compressed and softened before flowing out like liquid through the tube, gradually being injected into the recruit's body. An individual with an adaptability score of only 64 is truly troublesome, the doctor muttered with displeasure while adjusting the computer. Before long, the egg was completely injected into the recruit's body, and his muscles immediately tensed. Activate the energy field, commanded a senior medical officer, directing the other doctors to spring into action. Quickly, a circular light shield materialized around the implantation chair, enveloping the recruit. The recruit's convulsions and struggles gradually slowed, eventually coming to a complete stillness. Success. One of the doctors nodded at the holographic screen on the computer. We have gained another melee warrior. Show us your strength, another doctor said with a smile, deactivating the circular light shield and releasing the restraints on the chair. The recruit stood up in confusion, his body trembling momentarily before he swung his arm. Something sharp burst forth from his sleeve. It was a blade-like appendage, possessing the hardness of steel and the texture of insect exoskeleton. I can feel the immense power, the recruit exclaimed with excitement. In the days to come, you will undergo training under the examiner to learn how to harness this power, a doctor explained. After your training, if your insect power value increases significantly, you will become a truly superhuman warrior. All right, next. Just then, the door to the laboratory swung open, and a tall, formidable senior officer in his 50s entered, flanked by 2 bodyguards. The military doctors immediately stood at attention and saluted him. Where is the genius? The imposing senior officer scanned the crowd. Here. A recruit pointed at Shen Zheng, his face brimming with excitement. Excellent, the officer nodded at Shen Zheng. Our 3rd squad is in need of individuals like you. Young man, you have the honor of being enrolled in the elite 3rd squad of the Wolf Fang Legion. Commander Carter's talent acquisition skills are truly exceptional. The door opened again, and another senior officer entered, accompanied by guards. This officer had a head of black hair, a tall and slender build, and a somewhat sullen expression. Not bad. Following this officer were 2 other senior officers, also escorted by guards. Point 1, with long golden hair and nearing 40. Nodded upon entering. The allocation of recruits is to be coordinated by the commander. It seems this newcomer is quite eye-catching, remarked another senior officer, nodding at Shen Zheng. This individual appeared to be just over 30. with black hair and a handsome visage, exuding a calm and serene demeanor. "Sir." The medical staff stood at attention, saluting the group of officers. "Exceptional talents ought to be commanded by exceptional leaders," Commander Carter stated. Glancing at his colleagues with a snort. "So, Shen Zheng should belong to our first squad?" The sullen officer posited. "It should be mine." The golden-haired officer interjected. "I am also quite interested in him," the calm officer added. "Truly a genius." The recruits began to murmur among themselves. Even before the implantation, the 4 squad leaders had already commenced vying for him. How enviable! There's nothing to be done. He is indeed a genius. The whispers of admiration swirled around, the recruits gazing at Shen Zheng with expressions of envy and reverence. "Carter, hand him over to me. I don't want any of the new recruits this time," said the golden-haired officer to Commander Carter. "I will return that statement verbatim to you." Carter retorted with a cold laugh. "I am determined to have him. I do not wish to relinquish him to anyone else," the calm officer asserted. Thus commenced the dispute, stemming from past grievances over recruitment, with accusations flying regarding the imbalance of talent across the 4 squads. In short, for Shen Zheng, the 4 squad leaders argued heatedly, their faces flushed with excitement. This left Shen Zheng feeling exhilarated, thrilled, and somewhat bewildered. Just then, the door swung open once more, and a dignified elder in his 60s entered, clad in a distinctive military uniform. The recruits immediately stood straight upon noticing the insignia on his shoulders. The insignia of the commander. It was evident that this venerable officer was none other than the supreme commander of the Wolf Fang Legion, Commander Liang Long. The 4 team leaders ceased their quarrel upon the arrival of Liang Long, standing at attention and saluting with precision. Intrigued by the commotion, I approached to observe. Liang Long regarded the 4 with a measured tone, expressing surprise at their discord. "It is not a quarrel," the composed, dark-haired officer smiled. "We are merely individuals who appreciate talent." Liang Long returned the smile, shifting his gaze to the new recruit, Shen Zheng, which evoked a mix of astonishment and envy among the other recruits. "You must be Shen Zheng?" Liang Long inquired. "Indeed." Shen Zheng promptly emulated the officer's salute, albeit imperfectly. Liang Long nodded approvingly. "Work diligently, and a bright future awaits you." "Yes," Shen Zheng replied emphatically. "You 4 should cease your squabbles." Liang Long addressed the team leaders, suggesting they allow Shen Zheng to undergo the implantation process first. He gestured towards the senior military doctor overseeing the procedure. "Shen Zheng, you shall go first." The senior doctor understood immediately, and the team leaders fell silent. Shen Zheng, feeling a mix of apprehension and excitement, approached and seated himself in the implantation chair. The doctor controlling the computer pressed several keys, and sturdy restraining straps secured Shen Zheng firmly in place. "Shall we begin with the remote combat insect?" the overseeing doctor asked Liang Long, who nodded in agreement. A doctor promptly retrieved a hexagonal box from a shelf and carefully inserted it into the large pupil apparatus. Soon, a component of the device extracted an insect egg from the box, obtaining a minute sample of its bodily fluid, which was then mixed with a transparent liquid and channeled through a clear tube into the newly affixed injection needle. "Before implantation, we must determine if the subject is compatible with this species of insect," one of the doctors explained to Shen Zheng in a friendly manner, recognizing the potential in this prodigious talent. Shen Zheng nodded in understanding. The doctor took the injection needle and gently pierced Shen Zheng's left wrist. To his relief, Shen Zheng felt no pain. Meanwhile, another doctor anxiously adjusted values on the computer's holographic display, with Liang Long and the 4 team leaders intently observing the screen. "Incompatible," the tense doctor announced after a prolonged silence, shaking his head. The readings indicated that Shen Zheng could not bond with the remote combat insect. "Incompatible?" The crowd expressed surprise, while Shen Zheng felt a surge of anxiety. It appeared he was destined to be a melee warrior. Liang Long's eyes sparkled with hope as he gestured for the doctor to switch to a different type of combat insect. The previous egg box was removed, and another containing melee insect eggs was inserted. A sample of the fluid was extracted and injected into Shen Zheng's wrist. The doctor again focused intently on the holographic display. "What is happening?" the doctor exclaimed, his mouth agape. The senior doctor approached, scrutinizing the screen, his expression darkening. "Could there be an issue with the insect eggs or the apparatus?" he queried. "Unlikely," the doctor at the computer replied, shaking his head. "Everything appears normal, but this?" The senior doctor furrowed his brow. "What is the matter?" Liang Long hurried over to scrutinize the display. He observed, but did not comprehend the significance of the myriad red and green bars and numbers. The melee combat insect was also incompatible. The doctor hesitated before speaking. Shen Zheng's heart sank. What is happening? The remote combat insect is incompatible, and now the melee one as well. What does this 98 compatibility score signify? Has all hope been a mere illusion? What a farce! Carter, who had initially rushed to claim Shen Zheng, muttered under his breath. Could it be that the testing apparatus malfunctioned? The captain of the first team inquired of the second team captain, who frowned but remained silent. Perhaps he is a genius in control? Liang Long speculated. Yes, quickly procure the control-type insect eggs, the senior doctor urged. Having a powerful warrior alone is insufficient. One must also possess formidable tools. From personal battle vehicles to interstellar warships, all require skilled operators. The driving technology afforded by insect technology is unparalleled, allowing a single individual to command a colossal vessel, directing it with precision. Should Shen Zheng prove to be a genius in control, able to synergize with a massive interstellar warship, he could still emerge as an elite among soldiers, albeit not on par with true super soldiers. After a flurry of activity, the control-type insect egg box was inserted into the pupil device, and everything resumed as before. The values on the holographic display fluctuated, with the doctor anxiously monitoring the screen, his emotions rising and falling with the numbers. This remains incompatible. Ultimately, he could only shake his head in resignation. Still incompatible? The new recruits were taken aback. The strongest individual with a compatibility score of 98 was suddenly rendered useless. Indeed, he was deemed a waste, an unfortunate reality in an army that sought soldiers capable of confronting the insect menace on the battlefield. If one could not meet this requirement, they were regarded as expendable, unworthy of attention. Wasn't he hailed as a genius? The recruits were incredulous. Could it be that he is merely a fraud? Indeed, he must have employed some illicit means to fabricate those impressive numbers. A charlatan, utterly disgraceful. How despicable, to have sought my autograph just moments ago. Shen Zheng's complexion paled as he could not suppress the urge to gaze at these individuals. Just moments prior, they had encircled him, reverently requesting his signature, only to transform into mockers in an instant. When have I ever deceived you? Was it I who sought your admiration? The precipitous fall from grace left him reeling, yet it imparted a poignant lesson. He observed the contemptuous expressions directed at him, etching their pain into his memory. Silence! Liang Long bellowed at the recruits, causing them to flinch. Regardless of the circumstances, he is your comrade, a member of my Wolf Fang Legion. Unity and camaraderie are paramount amongst comrades. What is this behavior? He glared at the recruits. Shen Zheng looked at Liang Long, his heart swelling with gratitude. What a disappointment! Yet 3 of the 4 team leaders shook their heads in disbelief. How absurd that we argued over such a useless individual for so long. Only the second team leader, the composed, dark-haired man, gazed at Shen Zheng with a quiet sigh, his eyes reflecting sympathy for the lost potential. Could it be that the compatibility score of 98 was an error? Liang Long murmured to himself, brow furrowed. Should we continue? The doctor asked. Proceed, Liang Long replied, shaking his head as he turned to leave. The departure of the commander signaled that this once bright star had been entirely forsaken by the military, destined to fade into obscurity, relegated to a status inferior even to that of an ordinary soldier, a true waste. Amidst the sighs, the 4 team leaders departed. Stop wasting our time. Waste? A recruit shouted. Doctor, send him to the infantry ranks. Another chimed in. Besides the extraordinary implanting warriors, the military was primarily composed of infantry. Soldiers in this unit were ordinary individuals, equipped with powerful rifles, serving as support for the implanting warriors, effectively cannon fodder. Those youths who failed the compatibility test were relegated to this unit, destined to serve as expendable troops. Naturally, their treatment was dismal. I still have a chance. Shen Zheng gritted his teeth, casting a cold glare at those who mocked him. Is there not a medical insect? Indeed, the senior doctor nodded, retrieving a box of medical insect eggs. Let us not waste time. Yes, wasting precious energy on this waste is hardly worthwhile. Another recruit chimed in. Enough. Suddenly, a previously silent recruit shouted, furrowing his brow. Just moments ago, it was you who surrounded him with flattery, and now you hurl insults. Did he ever ask for your admiration? He hasn't uttered a single word. He stood tall, exuding an air of righteousness that quelled the small-minded. The recruits fell silent. "Continue with the testing," the senior doctor ordered. Glancing at the outspoken recruit, Shen Zheng looked at the recruit, noting his round face and youthful appearance, perhaps even younger than himself, yet his gaze radiated determination and integrity. He cast a grateful glance, which the recruit shyly returned with a smile, as if the imposing figure from moments ago was not himself. Finally, a match. The doctor at the holographic display suddenly exclaimed, "The compatibility is exceedingly high. It appears this lad may be a genius in medicine." "Ha, it seems we have a formidable competitor." The senior doctor chuckled. "What a relief." Shen Zheng exhaled in relief, as long as he could become an implanting warrior. It would equate to becoming an advanced soldier, affording him a relatively high status. More importantly, he could apply for aid from the Soldier's Fund, enabling him to save his sister. Proceed to the next phase of testing to determine the type of medical insect he is compatible with, the senior doctor commanded, prompting the doctors to resume their busy work. After a thorough analysis, the doctor at the computer frowned once more, announcing, "It is a foundational insect. Zhuji bug." Even the senior military doctor was taken aback. How could it be? Such a creature. So it turns out to be a health practitioner. A new recruit chuckled derisively. "Zhuji bug? Such trash?" Another new recruit shook his head in disdain. Truly a worthless individual. The Zhuji bug is a peculiar creature. Its ability does not lie in aiding the injured to regain their health, but rather in gradually enhancing the well-being of those who are already healthy. Of course, this enhancement is rather mundane, essentially equivalent to consuming nutritional supplements and engaging in regular exercise. Military officers also require health maintenance. The senior military doctor sighed and began the procedure for implanting the bug. The round-faced recruit who had spoken for Shen Zheng cast a sympathetic glance at him before lowering his head in pity. As long as one can become a bug cultivator, that is all that matters. Shen Zheng, who had experienced the tumult of heaven and hell, thought to himself, "That is sufficient. My purpose in enlisting is the soldier fund, to save my sister, as long as I am a bug cultivator, and have achieved military merit even once or twice. I can apply for the necessary funds to treat Xiao Ying's cancer. That is enough. Is it truly enough?" He gazed at the other recruits, recalling their previous taunts, and a sense of humiliation began to spread within him. The military doctor sighed and pressed a key on the computer. A wave of excruciating pain surged from the injection needle, and Shen Zheng felt as though a colossal entity had suddenly invaded his body, desperately vying for space with his muscles, bones, and organs. As if threatening to burst them apart, he felt as though he were being torn asunder. At that moment, he finally comprehended why the earlier recruit had struggled so violently. "Is it painful? Is it painful?" He opened his eyes, observing the faces before him filled with disdain. Witnessing the military doctors, who had been animated moments ago, now rendered cold and disheartened by disappointment. Gazing at the door that had once opened to grant him elevated attention, now firmly shut, as if sealing off his promising future. Is it painful? Is it painful? Compared to the humiliation in his heart, what is this? His body trembled, yet he uttered not a sound. Nor did he attempt to struggle. He endured the sensation of every inch of his skin being shredded. It felt as if 100 individuals, wielding 100 dull knives, were forcefully slicing into him at 100 different spots. He bore it. His internal organs felt as if they had been pulverized, twisting into a chaotic mass, blood threatening to burst from his veins, gushing forth in torrents. The blood vessels, under immense pressure, produced a searing ache. He continued to endure. Then, all at once, the pain ceased. An unprecedented sense of euphoria surged through him, filling his entire being with an overwhelming intensity. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if he had undergone a rebirth through fire. His body felt lighter yet heavier than ever before, soft yet remarkably solid. "It is complete," the military doctor controlling the computer exclaimed. "A perfect match at 100%. No energy field adjustment required." "Excellent, yet regrettable, indeed. Such a flawless match, yet it corresponds to a Zhuji bug with only health maintenance capabilities. A bug cultivator so perfectly aligned, yet relegated to the role of a mere health practitioner." Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away on the road from Wolf Fang town, an armed convoy sped forward. Inside the heavy armored vehicles sat silent soldiers, each an exceptional bug cultivator. 20 vehicles shielded a heavily armored truck as they advanced. Suddenly, an array of insect cries erupted from the surrounding mountains and forests, merging into a horrifying symphony of death. Shortly thereafter, thousands of massive eight-legged insects, clad in jet-black shells with claw-like appendages stretching 2 meters long, surged forth from the woods like a tidal wave. The insect tide has arrived. The insect tide has arrived. Alarms blared through the communication devices of the 20 armored vehicles, which immediately halted to protect the armored truck. The heavy doors swung open, and 10 expressionless soldiers leapt from each vehicle. Their gazes were as sharp as blades, their postures as unyielding as ancient mountains. The insect tide descended in an instant, and the 200 soldiers regarded the swarm of giant insects as if they were mere livestock awaiting slaughter. Engage! The command from the highest-ranking officer resonated through the communicator, and the 200 soldiers unleashed their might in unison. Some manifested blades from their palms, others extended spear-like protrusions from their arms, while some raised their hands to unleash beams of light. The air was filled with piercing shrieks, the sounds of blades scraping against shells, and the ominous crunch of insect bodies being shattered. After the cacophony subsided, tranquility enveloped the scene. The 200 soldiers stood proudly, their uniforms stained with varying degrees of purple insect blood, yet not a single drop of human blood was shed. The tide of giant insects, once formidable, crumbled before the human soldiers like clay before a mountain, leaving no survivors. Continue advancing. The highest-ranking officer's voice, laced with mockery, echoed through the communicator. The convoy pressed onward, at that moment. The ground trembled violently as hundreds of massive beetles erupted from the earth, encircling the convoy. The 200 soldiers once again leapt from their vehicles to engage in battle with the beetles. However, this time, crimson blood finally splattered forth. Chapter 004. Urgent Mission. Hey, genius, could you give my back a massage? I've been training hard these past few days, and my shoulders are quite sore. Shen Zheng passed by the barracks of the bug cultivators. A recruit looked at him and said coolly. He turned his head to glance at the speaker, recognizing him. Isn't he the so-called genius with an adaptability score of 86? I believe his name is Ping Lei. At that moment, this genius sat in the small playground of the first squad of the Wolf Fang Legion, surrounded by a throng of recruits eager to be his underlings. Indeed, genius, isn't health maintenance your forte? A recruit mocked. Come on, serve Brother Ping. Exactly. Another chimed in. We're not like you, who leisurely trails behind the squad leader, doing nothing and still getting paid. We have to train every day. It's exhausting. Shen Zheng regarded them coldly, not uttering a word. He did not come here to quarrel. He needed to endure for the sake of his sister's illness. Thus, he silently walked past. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Brother Ping, with an adaptability score of 86, spoke icily. The task assigned to me by the higher-ups is to serve the squad leader of the second team. Shen Zheng halted, facing Ping Lei. Maintaining his composure, is this how you speak to a true genius? Ping Lei's eyes glinted with malice. Brother Ping, it seems we need to teach him the rules of the barracks, a recruit said. Eager to help, that would be too bullying. Ping Lei furrowed his brow. That would be spreading the word that a combat-type bug cultivator is bullying a health practitioner. The recruit looked puzzled, not quite grasping Ping Lei's intent. Let us all go at once. Ping Lei sneered. A group of bug cultivators against a health practitioner wouldn't raise any eyebrows. Exactly. 7 or 8 recruits laughed heartily, rising en masse to close in on Shen Zheng. Shen Zheng stood his ground, slowly clenching his fists. He knew that if he retreated now, it would only invite further humiliation. He resolved in his heart that this time, he would make them pay dearly, even if it meant breaking a few bones. This was a choice that favored no one. If he succumbed to weakness, this bullying would only persist. He must grit his teeth and fight fiercely, leaving them with an indelible fear, so they would think twice before provoking him again. Just as even the mightiest lions and tigers would avoid needlessly antagonizing the smallest of venomous snakes. Yet, this confrontation was destined not to occur. Just as Shen Zheng prepared to strike first, the urgent assembly alarm blared. Both recruits and veterans hurriedly donned their uniforms, racing toward their respective training grounds. You lucky? Ping Lei shot Shen Zheng a fierce glare before hastily departing. Shen Zheng took a deep breath and shook his head in resignation. How much longer must he endure such days? It has been half a month since the bug cultivation ended. During this time, other bug cultivators had entered various teams for training, while he had been assigned as the health practitioner to the squad leader of the second team. This position, in essence, was that of a menial assistant, often dispatched by the squad leader to run errands around the barracks. Each time he passed the recruit barracks, those who had once envied and resented him would seize the opportunity to ridicule him. This existence felt akin to hell. With a sigh, Shen Zheng hastened toward the training ground of the second team. An urgent assembly alarm is the highest level of call to arms within the regiment, and all soldiers hearing it must arrive at the main training ground promptly. What could it be? He pondered. Soon, he arrived at the training ground. The 1,000 soldiers of the second team stood in formation. Some already lined up, while others were just arriving. Squad leaders shouted anxiously, urging their subordinates to fall in line. The commander of the second team, a calm and composed man in his 30s with black hair, stood on the high platform, observing the assembly point. 3 minutes later, all personnel were accounted for. The commander surveyed his subordinates and stated calmly, "We have a mission. Our team and the third team are to be stationed in the valley west of Wolf Fang town, escorting a convoy to the 12th Military District Command. Everyone, prepare within 3 minutes and assemble here." Few words, yet everything was made clear. The squad leaders promptly commanded their subordinates to return to the barracks and gather their equipment. "Captain, is there a swarm of insects?" Shen Zheng inquired, grasping the third squad leader's arm. "I am uncertain," the captain replied, shaking his head. "However, our Wolf Fang Legion consists of only 4 divisions, and this time we have dispatched 2, indicating that it is no trivial matter. Yet, this does not concern you. You are merely a medic. Stay in the barracks and mind your business." "No," Shen Zheng asserted emphatically, his eyes glistening with determination, for he had already caught the scent of military merit. This was a splendid opportunity to earn accolades, and he could not let it slip away. "What?" The captain looked puzzled. "Do you wish to? Give me a gun. I will perform better than anyone else." Shen Zheng urgently exclaimed. "What nonsense!" The captain frowned and shook his head. "Medics should not meddle in affairs beyond their scope. Please believe me." Shen Zheng's gaze conveyed a sense of urgency. "Do not jest." The captain's tone dripped with sarcasm. "While you may also be an insect planter, you are, in essence, nothing but a useless wretch. This mission may entail brutal combat. You would do well to remain at the Legion headquarters and not burden me." The words useless wretch pierced Shen Zheng's heart deeply, igniting a flicker of anger in his eyes. "What is the matter?" a calm voice inquired. Feng Yu approached upon noticing a dispute between the third squad leader and his subordinates. "Commander!" The two hastily saluted, and Shen Zheng seized the opportunity to voice his plea before the squad leader could speak. "Commander, please grant me a chance to participate in this operation. I will prove through my actions that I am no less capable than others." Feng Yu regarded Shen Zheng quietly, then slowly nodded. "Very well, go and collect your firearm." "Yes," Shen Zheng exclaimed, thrilled, as he saluted and dashed away. "Commander, this?" The third squad leader expressed confusion at allowing a medic to join the fray. "I wish to ascertain whether this extraordinary individual with a compatibility value of 98 is merely a facade of a useless wretch, or if he indeed harbors hidden potential," Feng Yu replied calmly. Moments later, the troops regrouped, and Shen Zheng had acquired 2 firearms, one a compact, live ammo pistol, and the other an automatic rifle capable of firing explosive rounds. Both were formidable weapons, distinct from the civilian firearms available on the market, as they were specifically designed to combat insects. However, even such powerful weapons could not compare to the strength of an insect planter. Yet, he possessed a robust physique, agile speed, and doubled strength, attributes bestowed upon him by the foundational insect. Although these traits paled in comparison to true warrior-like insect planters, they rendered him significantly stronger than an average soldier. He felt confident. Armed with these 2 guns, he believed he could vanquish countless loathsome insects. After the assembly, there were no further briefings. A truck arrived, soldiers boarded, and the convoy set off. "Oh, even the genius is joining the operation?" A new recruit in the same vehicle noticed Shen Zheng and immediately began to mock him. "Are you off to meet your doom?" Another new recruit laughed uproariously. "What is that you are carrying?" "A gun. Quite impressive," he said, raising his hand as numerous sharp spikes erupted from his palm, coalescing into a hardened thorn the size of a thumb. "Let the genius critique my spike projectile," the boastful recruit declared. "It can penetrate 2 millimeters of steel. I wonder if your gun possesses such power?" 0.8 millimeter hunter dispersal rounds can pierce 1 centimeter of steel. 20mm explosive rounds can blast a 2 cm thick steel plate wide open. An excited voice chimed in from a corner of the truck as a round-faced recruit adjusted his helmet, addressing the boastful recruit. "How do you think you compare to these two firearms?" "You?" The boastful recruit glared at him, his face reddening, but he had no choice but to fall silent in the face of the facts. You. The round-faced recruit pointed at several people. "All of you, including me, are carrying such weapons, yet you do not even grasp their power. How absurd. We are all new recruits. Although we have gained strength, we are still unskilled in its application. Currently, our abilities are inferior to those of ordinary infantry. Do you not understand? Mocking others is foolish. Complacency on the battlefield may lead to your demise." "Excuse me." With that, the round-faced recruit stood, crouching down to signal for Shen Zheng to switch positions with him. The other recruit readily obliged. Shen Zheng scrutinized the round face, recognizing him as the one who had defended him during his implantation. "Thank you," he murmured. "It is nothing." The round-faced recruit smiled shyly, extending his hand. "Do not mind those people. They are insufferable, deriving pleasure from belittling others as if their lives hold such trivial significance. My name is Fang He." "Shen Zheng," he replied, shaking hands firmly. This name would forever remain etched in his memory. A reminder of the warmth and strength he received from the one who had reached out to him in his darkest hour. "I wonder if there will be combat during this mission." Fang He mused, adjusting the rifle slung across his back. "I am eager to witness how the veterans with insect power values exceeding 40 engage in battle." Those who had undergone insect implantation were referred to as insect planters. And once one became an insect planter, their strength was quantified by a specific value known as the insect power value. The higher the value, the greater the strength, yet the fewer the numbers. As Shen Zheng understood, within the second division of 1,000 men, fewer than 10 possessed an insect power value of 60, and the highest value among the new recruits barely reached 30. What if, one day, my insect power value reaches 60? What surprises might the foundational insect bring me? Shen Zheng pondered. Chapter 005. The charred insects. The second division of the Wolf Fang Legion advanced along the highway. Flanked by rushing mountains and forests, the wind howling outside. Amidst this cacophony, a faint screech could be discerned. Activate the insect sound differentiator. Feng Yu, the commander of the second division, sitting in the command vehicle, heard the faint anomaly through the partially open window and immediately instructed the soldiers to activate the vehicle's insect sound differentiator. NO signals detected. The soldier listened for a moment and shook his head. Something is amiss. Feng Yu furrowed his brow. Listen closely to the sounds outside. We hear nothing. Several subordinates peered out of the vehicle, also finding nothing. Change the frequency. Feng Yu commanded. Adjust it to the 60 to 70 frequency band. 60 to 70? The soldiers were taken aback. You mean there could be insects with a power value in that range nearby? That is impossible. Follow orders. Feng Yu shot the soldier a piercing glance, prompting him to hurriedly adjust the settings. Dear heavens! The soldier exclaimed, pointing at the holographic screen of the instrument. In the southeast direction. There is an insect sound response. Contact the 3rd Division and inform them of the anomaly in the southeast. Feng Yu commanded, and the soldiers immediately sprang into action, swiftly reaching out to the 3rd Division. Before long, a response came from the 3rd Division. They too had detected insect sounds in the southeast after adjusting their differentiator to the 60 to 70 frequency band. They made a prudent decision to halt their advance, as that location was precisely the mountain path they were tasked with defending. What shall we do? A soldier inquired of Feng Yu. We proceed. Feng Yu's expression was calm. We are soldiers. Our duty is to execute orders. Our directive is to guard that location. But the soldier hesitated. Let us not forget that we are the guardians of Wolf Tooth Town. Feng Yu stated. We are less than 50 kilometers from Wolf Tooth Town. Given the emergence of insects with such power levels, should we not scout the area? Notify all vehicles to activate their insect sound differentiators and advance cautiously. The order was swiftly disseminated, and the convoy sped toward their designated destination, leaving the halted 3rd Division far behind. As they drew nearer, the soldiers monitoring the insect sound differentiator grew increasingly serious. Their anxiety palpable. The distance closed in kilometer by kilometer, and in a clearing among the trees, Feng Yu ordered the convoy to conceal itself within the forest. I need a suicide squad, he instructed his adjutant. To be led by me, along with 100 soldiers. Understood. The adjutant nodded and quickly relayed the command. 10 squad leaders promptly gathered their subordinates, commencing the selection process. What is the purpose of this? The ordinary soldiers were bewildered, questioning the situation. Those lacking strength or courage, step back. The third squad leader whispered to his over 100 subordinates. This is an opportunity, a chance to act alongside the commander in combat. I need brave warriors. This notion of opportunity echoed in Shen Zheng's ears, and he envisioned military glory beckoning him from not far away. Resolutely, he stepped forward. Genius, why are you making a fuss? A new recruit immediately jeered. Silence! The squad leader shot a fierce glare at the new recruit, causing the others to halt their impending mockery. The squad leader regarded Shen Zheng, recalling Feng Yu's words. Curiosity stirred within him. Indeed? Why had this recruit with a compatibility value of 98 only received such a mediocre foundational insect? Is he merely a hollow shell, a useless being? Or does he conceal some extraordinary potential? I still require 9 more individuals. The squad leader nodded slightly at Shen Zheng, which sent waves of joy coursing through him. His greatest fear was not the impending swarm of insects awaiting him, but rather the squad leader denying him this opportunity. Count me in. The round-faced Fang he strode forward, joining Shen Zheng's side. Well done. The squad leader acknowledged, but I do not require any new recruits. Why? Fang he was taken aback. This operation is under the direct command of the team leader, and the number of personnel is limited. Having an additional rookie by his side increases the risk. The squad leader's reasoning was irrefutable, and with a sigh, Fang he retreated. Be careful. As he stepped back, he whispered to Shen Zheng, in truth, I wanted to suggest that you withdraw and I will be cautious. Shen Zheng nodded gratefully, refusing to retreat alongside him. Soon, the other 9 warriors were selected, all seasoned veterans. Unlike the rookies, these veterans, each possessing formidable combat prowess and experience, did not exhibit disdain for firearms as some of the newcomers did. They bore 2 rifles of varying lengths on their backs, and at their waists hung a large and a small handgun on either side. The death squad quickly assembled and was led before Feng Yu. Feng Yu did not say much. He merely removed his officer's long coat and donned a sturdy, well-fitted combat uniform. Ahead lies extreme danger. He scanned the soldiers' faces and spoke in a low voice. I need brave warriors, but I require silent warriors even more. Everyone must exercise utmost caution. Otherwise, they will become mere fodder for the insects. Understood. A chorus of voices, all in hushed tones, responded in unison. Feng Yu cast one last glance at the squad. In a corner, he spotted Shen Zheng, and his eyes brightened as he silently nodded. Let us move out. Indeed, this was a silent squad. Under Feng Yu's direct leadership, all the soldiers advanced with stoic faces and sealed lips. Their movements were swift, and aside from the sounds of feet striking the earth and brushing against branches, no other noise could be heard. Feng Yu, while monitoring the handheld insect sound detector, led the 100-member death squad steadily forward until they reached the stretch of road. They stealthily emerged from the forest, peering through the dense foliage at the devastated road below, revealing a shocking scene. The road had been utterly destroyed. Some trees by the mountainside were ablaze, weather-shattered. Charred, overturned, or intact armored vehicles, they lay scattered across the roadway. Thousands of black giant insect corpses blanketed the ground, and amongst these black carcasses were hundreds of armored insects, some torn asunder, others weakly writhing their antennae and limbs. Human corpses were intermingled with the insect remains. It was clear that each of them had fought desperately against dozens of giant insects and had slain them. Yet ultimately, they succumbed to the insect tide. Feng Yu's heart trembled as he finally pinpointed the source of the insect sounds. It emanated from those dying steel-armored insects. The number 12 marked on the armored vehicles indicated the 12th Military District. Their purpose for being here was to escort a unit from the 12th Military District through, but now, that unit was no more. Everyone, be cautious. Conduct a thorough examination of the battlefield. If there are any queen insects, collect them promptly with the egg collector. If there are any survivors among the humans, assist them immediately. Feng Yu issued the orders and was the first to charge out of the forest, descending the slope into this realm steeped in death. Aside from Shen Zheng, the other members of the death squad were veterans, accustomed to the acrid stench of insect corpses and the metallic scent of human blood. Even the charred odor of burnt bodies did not provoke any discomfort in their nostrils. But Shen Zheng was different. At first, He fought to contain himself, but within minutes, he could no longer suppress the urge and began to vomit. "Rookie!" An old soldier chuckled softly, patting his back before moving off to fulfill his own duties. The rest of the death squad members, including Feng Yu, dispersed, maintaining heightened vigilance against any surviving insects while inspecting their surroundings. Only Shen Zheng remained, holding onto a tree at the edge of the battlefield, retching. Unbeknownst to anyone, amidst the charred forest nearby lay the blackened wreckage of a half-destroyed armored truck. Inside that wreckage, a dark mass was writhing. Its movements were slight, making only faint sounds as it gradually pushed aside the twisted, trapped remnants of steel. A piece of metal clinked softly, too distant for those far away to hear. But clear to Shen Zheng, who, despite his queasy stomach, remained alert, leveling his rifle at the source and cautiously approaching. The dark mass continued to move, seemingly unaware of his approach. "What is this?" Shen Zheng gazed in astonishment. Spotting a creature the size of a small kitten struggling within the charred metal, he immediately raised his weapon, aiming at the dark insect. Suddenly, a burst of light shot forth from the black shell. Dazzling him momentarily, before he could react, the shell of the insect shattered into ash, and a glowing creature darted toward him like lightning, its 6 sharp legs piercing into his forehead. An intense pain surged through him, followed by a numbing sensation, and Shen Zheng realized with horror that he had lost control over his body, standing there like a statue at a sound, inaudible to the ears but deeply penetrating his mind, resonated in his forehead. He felt the tingling and numbness evolve into an insatiable itch, one that compelled him to wish for a bullet to end this agony far worse than pain. But Shen Zheng could not act. His body was no longer his own. He sensed something invading his forehead, numbing his nerves and beginning to take over. He felt himself ensnared by an invisible web, a tremendous force pulling at this net, compelling him to act according to its will. "I cannot die like this. What will happen to Xiao Ying if I perish?" Beads of sweat the size of beans surfaced all over Shen Zheng's body as his sister's image flashed in his mind. "I cannot die. I must not die," he screamed internally, summoning every ounce of strength to battle against this overwhelming force, not for his own life, but for the sake of his beloved sister. Yet all of this seemed futile. Moments later, the small insect perched on his forehead burrowed into his flesh like a loach, penetrating his skull. He could feel a terrifying force enveloping his brain, and his consciousness began to fade. No. Chapter 006. Hunger. Each paralyzed nerve returned to normal, and the brain, once surrounded by overwhelming power, regained clarity of thought. The force that had surged into him was entirely enveloped, digested, and absorbed by the foundational powers of the insect. Shen Zheng perceived a painful insect sound echoing in his mind, though he could not discern whether it had been a real sound or merely a figment of his imagination. Listening should have involved his ears. Yet he felt as though his brain was directly processing the sound. Irrelevant. The crucial matter was that his body functioned normally once more. Instinctively, he stumbled back a few steps, his left hand anxiously touching his forehead. Nothing. The small insect had indeed entered, yet there was not a single mark on his head. Was what just transpired merely an illusion? He couldn't help but wonder. "Rookie, finished vomiting?" An old soldier called out from a distance, turning his head back. "Once you're done, come over to help." Shen Zheng glanced once more at the scorched remnants of the vehicle, hesitated while surveying his surroundings, then turned and sprinted toward the veteran. "Should I tell them everything that just happened?" He pondered internally, still unable to decide. If it were true, how would they respond? Would they dissect me for research? Would they, fearing that the insect had taken control of me, eliminate me on the spot? If it were merely a figment of my imagination, wouldn't they have more reason to mock me if I spoke of it? Weighing the pros and cons, Shen Zheng ultimately resolved to remain silent. The search continued for half an hour. The insect sound signals on the detector vanished as those powerful giant insects, still clinging to life, were either slain by Feng Yu and the death squad or gradually lost their vitality. Feng Yu relayed this information to the other members of the second team via the communicator, instructing them to remain on standby and be vigilant of their surroundings. "Our responsibility is to protect this group of individuals." Feng Yu gazed at the insignia on the military uniforms of the deceased, sighing heavily. "Alas, we arrived too late. Even had we been timely, it would likely have only resulted in an additional heap of corpses." An old soldier, visibly shaken, remarked. "Team leader, look, There are nearly 400 armored insects with a power level exceeding 60. Even if our team joins forces with the third team, it's unlikely we could. Why are there so many formidable armored insects? Feng Yu furrowed his brow. He found it difficult to comprehend, nor was it necessary for him to dwell on it. He simply reported the results to the commander of the Wolf Fang Legion. Liang Long, without delay. Gather the troops, Liang Long instructed, conduct a thorough search and see if we can uncover any useful clues or items. There is nothing, Feng Yu replied. Shen Zheng couldn't resist glancing over at the wreckage of the armored truck. An old soldier noticed it, conducted a search, and reported that he found nothing. Hesitating, Shen Zheng ultimately decided against mentioning the small bug. Retreat, Feng Yu ordered. Clear the site and repair the road. That is not the Legion's task. The mission of the soldiers is singular, to protect humanity and eliminate the insect threat. The retreat was swift, as there was no need to worry about being discovered by the formidable insects. Soon, the suicide squad returned to the convoy without any casualties, and the convoy quickly made its way back. Upon arriving at the location where the third squad had been ordered to wait, the soldiers of the second squad displayed a mixture of pride and disdain. The soldiers of the third squad hung their heads, feeling ashamed in the face of danger. Others had chosen to charge forward, while they had opted to remain behind out of disgrace. The two squads returned to the headquarters of the Wolf Fang Legion, where the soldiers dispersed to their barracks for rest, while the two squad leaders reported to Commander Liang Long. I have no authority to speak, said Caters, the leader of the third squad, with a somewhat grim expression. Let Feng Yu speak, he continued. No survivors, Feng Yu sighed. They died quite tragically. Judging by their ranks, the soldiers of this unit were all top-notch. With combat capabilities likely averaging around 70, their leader is probably on par with you. I didn't expect that, Liang Long sighed. They were a special forces unit assigned to an escort mission. Over half a month ago, they were suddenly besieged by powerful insect attacks, leading to continuous assaults. This prompted them to issue a distress call and adopt a more cautious approach in their advance. Remarkably, a mere few dozen kilometers took them half a month to traverse. One can only imagine the insect tide they faced. Why is this happening? Feng Yu furrowed his brow. Did they truly find nothing? Liang Long inquired, unwilling to accept the situation. Nothing, Feng Yu shook his head. What were they transporting? Indeed, I am curious as well. Liang Long fell into silence. As they discussed this mysterious incident, Shen Zheng had already returned to his squad. It had been a fortunate operation. Feng He approached Shen Zheng after the dispersal. Walking alongside him, there was no danger, yet it provided you with an opportunity to shine. I see that your squad leader seems to hold you in high regard. I suppose I am fortunate. Shen Zheng replied with a smile. I have researched the foundational insect, Feng He said, and have been meaning to discuss it with you. But the training has been grueling and time has been tight. Your adaptability is so high that even the foundational insect could unleash tremendous power within you. Historically, among those implanted with foundational insects, the strongest lived to be over 140 years old, with his physical attributes enhanced fourfold. With your adaptability, I believe you could achieve even greater improvements. Shen Zheng gazed at Feng He, feeling an unspoken gratitude. This individual did not seek to curry favor when he was regarded as a genius. Yet he was the first to offer comfort and assistance during Shen Zheng's trials. Rest assured, I will put forth my utmost effort. Shen Zheng refrained from excessive expressions of gratitude, believing that actions speak louder than words. No more chatter. I must report back to my squad. Feng He smiled shyly. Watching Feng He depart, Shen Zheng felt a mixture of emotion and amusement. Feng He exuded an aura of righteousness when standing up for others, yet often appeared shy when conversing with him, a true embodiment of contradictions. After returning the firearms at the armory, Shen Zheng pondered over the bizarre encounter of the day, questioning whether that scene had truly existed or if it were merely a figment of his imagination. As he made his way towards the barracks of the third squad, upon passing the military headquarters building, an unexpected wave of hunger surged through him, though he paid it no mind. With over half an hour until mealtime, he initially suppressed his hunger and returned to his quarters. However, the sensation of hunger only intensified, causing him to feel as though he had not eaten for over 10 days, driving him nearly to madness. A wave of fear washed over him. Could this be a consequence of that bug burrowing into his body? At this thought, he shivered. Regardless, he needed to satiate his hunger. This feeling was utterly unbearable. Thus, he was the first to arrive at the cafeteria, quickly claiming his meal, finding a table, and diving into his food without hesitation. Is he a starving ghost reincarnated? The cafeteria staff glared at him from afar. Muttering, "It's the second squad just back from a mission," another staff member remarked, "Understandable." Shen Zheng did not hear their words. His mind was solely focused on consuming his meal swiftly to alleviate the unbearable hunger. A pound of rice and 2 large boxes of dishes vanished in an instant, yet the hunger remained unrelieved. His anxiety grew, prompting him to retrieve another serving. Under the astonished gazes of the staff, he quickly devoured it. "As well as he going to burst?" some staff whispered, filled with concern. "I can't eat anymore," Shen Zheng told himself through gritted teeth as he set down the empty bowl. He felt as though his stomach was bloating painfully. If he continued eating, he might risk rupturing that small organ. Yet, the hunger only grew more intense. At last, he understood that this hunger did not originate from his digestive system but rather from his mind. The brain sensed hunger, and this hunger could not be satisfied by mere stomach fulfillment. Food was ineffective against this hunger. It was unbearable, overwhelmingly so. That feeling of emptiness and weakness made him want to devour the entire world whole. "What is happening to me?" Shen Zheng repeatedly asked himself internally, yet found no answer. He staggered out of the cafeteria. By now, darkness had fallen, marking dinner time as soldiers from various barracks made their way to the cafeteria. While he pushed against the tide toward the barracks, Shen Zheng, Fang He, coming from the opposite direction, spotted him and hurried over. "Have you finished eating?" "I was a bit hungry, so I finished early. I'm heading back to rest." Shen Zheng forced a smile, not wishing for Fang He or anyone else to know about his peculiar condition. After bidding Fang He farewell, he walked along the path, suppressing the overwhelming hunger, gradually finding himself alone as other soldiers faded from sight. He walked unsteadily through the barracks area when suddenly, a wave of intense temptation halted him in his tracks. His eyes gleamed with hunger as he turned to face the source of the alluring scent, the military headquarters building. "What is this scent?" he wondered, surprised yet unable to resist. Fixated on the building, it appeared to him like a delectable cake that could quell his insatiable hunger. 2 sentries stood at the entrance, their expressions stoic. Shen Zheng knew they were merely decorative. Anyone within the camp could enter the headquarters freely, though wandering within was an entirely different matter. While they served a purpose, he hesitated to act recklessly. Resisting the temptation, he strode away, displaying no signs of abnormality. Only upon returning to his quarters did he collapse onto his bed, curling up in agony. The hunger persisted, and his thoughts fixated on the military headquarters building, which exuded that cake-like aroma. Should he go? Should he go? He was seduced by his own thoughts. Quietly sneaking around to the back, he pried open a window in an unguarded area and slipped into the building, seeking the source of that temptation. The longer he lay there, the more uncomfortable he became, teetering on the brink of madness in the silence. Thus, he sprang up, racing out of the barracks and toward the training grounds. Perhaps a frenzied bout with the sandbags would alleviate this pain, he mused. Suddenly, he stopped, distinctly sensing a faint yet enticing aura. It was akin to the allure radiating from the military headquarters, impossibly alluring and impossible to resist. Chapter 007. Inherited Memories. Shen Zheng dashed toward the source of that aura without hesitation. Like a wolf catching the scent of prey, his eyes sparkled with hunger as he followed the trail, swiftly crossing the training ground and arriving at another military barracks. This was the dormitory building of the 4th Squad, and from somewhere within, that irresistible scent wafted outward, intensifying Shen Zheng's ravenous state of mind. What could it be? He wondered, surveying the barracks. There were no sentries on duty. Only an old soldier sat in the guard room, engrossed in a book, occasionally breaking into a foolish grin, evidently captivated by the story. A perfect opportunity. Shen Zheng's eyes lit up as he surveyed his surroundings, stealthily crouching and making his way past the guard room, slipping into the barracks. All barracks of the Wolf Fang Legion were identical in layout. So to Shen Zheng, this place bore no distinction from his own. He could navigate it with his eyes closed. Furthermore, the lingering scent guided him on his path. Before long, he found himself standing before a sturdy door on the 5th floor. The door was a reinforced steel security door, and the sign read, "Emergency Armory." The atmosphere emanating from the armory grew increasingly intense with Shen Zheng's approach, driving him to the brink of madness. However, He understood that the emergency armory housed weapons and military apparatus meant for urgent situations, serving as a reserve when soldiers lacked the time to retrieve arms from the main arsenal. Typically, it was under stringent lock and key. The robust steel door was impervious even to a 20mm explosive round. Without a key, entry was impossible. Yet, there existed exceptions, perhaps due to negligence, or perhaps a belief that no threats could infiltrate the ranks of the Wolf Fang Legion. This emergency armory, located within the barracks of Squad 4, remained unlocked, the door slightly ajar, revealing a narrow slit. Driven by an insatiable hunger, Shen Zheng could no longer restrain himself. He forcefully flung the door open and rushed inside. As he entered, motion-activated lights flickered to life, illuminating the emergency armory. Fortunately, this room was heavily secured, devoid of windows. Otherwise, someone outside might have noticed the sudden illumination and realized a trespasser had entered. Without pausing to survey his surroundings, his gaze fixated on an object resembling a military backpack. Recently, it had been slung across the back of a member of a death squad, but now it lay abandoned in the emergency armory. It was a larva collector, previously utilized on that deadly battlefield. Evidently, a member of the death squad had inadvertently left behind a collected larva within it. Overwhelmed by hunger, Shen Zheng lost his rationality and lunged for it, opening the collector to reveal a solitary black larva. A potent allure radiated from this fist-sized object. As it escaped the confines of the collector, it began to emit an even more intense aroma. To Shen Zheng, it appeared as an exquisite delicacy. He fixated on the larva, gripping it tightly with both hands. Reason whispered that it was inedible, yet his instincts urged him, consume it. As his will clashed with his primal urges, a surge of energy coursed from his fingertips, penetrating the solid shell of the larva. In an instant, the shell shattered, and the liquid within transformed into a violet mist, shooting forth toward Shen Zheng's forehead. A refreshing and soothing sensation enveloped him, and the gnawing hunger dissipated entirely. What had just transpired? He stared at the remnants of the larva's shell in his hand, momentarily bewildered. Just then, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his body, akin to a monstrous entity burrowing inside him, stretching him to the brink of explosion. This sensation was not unfamiliar. He had experienced it clearly on the day of his larval implantation. What was happening? He doubled over in agony, collapsing to the ground, curling into a fetal position like a pupa, trembling uncontrollably. In the midst of this quaking, he felt his body being torn apart inch by inch. As if he were being shattered into minuscule fragments, his very essence disassembling into discrete particles. Am I to perish? Am I dying? He pondered, an overwhelming will to survive igniting within him. The foundational power of the implanted larva surged violently, coursing through his entire being, gradually quelling the disintegrating pain. The physical torment vanished, replaced by an overwhelming comfort that compelled Shen Zheng to lie still. Reveling in this newfound bliss, he felt akin to sipping a chilled orange juice in summer, or a warm glass of milk in winter, or inhaling the fresh air of a forest when on the verge of asphyxiation. He became lost in this euphoric sensation, momentarily forgetting his surroundings. He knew not how long he lingered in this state until the sounds of footsteps and laughter jolted him awake. Suddenly, he realized he was in another squad's barracks, having trespassed into the strictly controlled emergency armory. If discovered, it would spell serious consequences. This realization snapped him into alertness, and he sprang to his feet. As he steadied himself, a surge of potent energy flowed rapidly within him, breaking through the confines of his flesh and bursting forth. He felt something solid forming on his exterior, a protective shell enveloping him. What is this? He marveled, lifting his hands to see that his palms, now exposed beyond his uniform, had transformed entirely, encased in a layer of armor-like hardness, resembling a knight's gauntlet. This is... Shen Zheng was momentarily stunned. The power of the larva. Indeed, it could not be mistaken. In that instant, the thought illuminated his mind. What he had just experienced was an extraordinary larval implantation process, and the transformation of his body signified the successful implantation. He had acquired the strength belonging to the yet-formed creature within the larva. How could this be? Could a mere human, through sheer physical prowess, achieve larval implantation? It was utterly inconceivable. There was no time for further contemplation. The footsteps and laughter drew ever closer, and he had no desire to be caught and sent to a military prison awaiting judgment and punishment. Gathering the remnants of the larva's shell, he dashed out of the emergency armory, racing down the corridor toward the washroom, throwing the door open and slipping inside. Almost simultaneously, soldiers ascended the staircase to the 5th-floor corridor. Had he delayed even a moment longer, they would have caught sight of him. This washroom's window faced the rear of the barracks, overlooking a patch of grass and a high wall, devoid of sentries. Shen Zheng stood before the window, gazing down from the 5th floor with a wry smile. Jumping down would be tantamount to seeking death. How foolish of me to think this led to an uninhabited back area when I had forgotten it was the 5th floor. It's over. I can only await capture now. Just then, the potent energy that had surged within him began to stir once more, coalescing along his nerves and permeating his mind. A seemingly instinctual knowledge materialized in his consciousness, startling him as it revealed skills accessible through his newfound steel-like shell. The genetic memory of the larva. Instantly, he recalled the lessons learned during training. True strength lay not in ordinary larval implanters, but in those capable of implanting multiple types. Among these superhumans, the most formidable were those who could access the genetic memories contained within the larva. This meant that such implanters could absorb the combat, survival, and inherent abilities of the larval species without the need for extensive training. What flooded Shen Zheng's mind now were the self-preservation skills of the steel beetle, demonstrating how it safely descended from heights. Excellent. He could hardly contain his excitement, trembling with anticipation. The peculiar circumstances of his self-initiated implantation seemed trivial. What mattered was that he had not only become a superhuman capable of implanting 2 types of larvae, but had also acquired the ability to access their genetic memories. He envisioned the hellish torment surrounding him plummeting away. Distancing itself as a realm of light appeared above, awaiting his entrance. As the footsteps approached, he had no time for further reflection. He flung open the window, ensuring the area below was clear, and leapt down. The descent brought the rush of wind to his ears. Amidst its howling, he instinctively curled into a protective ball, allowing his robust shell to absorb the impact as he fell. When his back met the ground, a gentle jolt coursed through him, akin to landing on a spring mattress. Overjoyed, he sprang to his feet, glancing at the small crater left by his fall. He pressed the remnants of the larva's shell into the depression and covered them with earth before hastily darting along the wall. He consciously retracted the shell back into his body. As he did, he distinctly felt a soft tissue, akin to a spring, connecting to his flesh beneath the hardened shell, dispersing the impact evenly and minimizing the force transmitted to his core. Incredible, utterly incredible. This is the power of the steel beetle? This is my strength. Upon returning to his own squad's barracks, entering the dormitory, he found the other 3 new recruits already back, each engaged in their own activities. Upon seeing him, they wore expressions of disdain tinged with jealousy. Oh, genius, you finished your meal so early yet returned so late. Did you sneak off to meet a lover? One new recruit jested. Shen Zheng had no intention of responding. He had grown accustomed to such jests. Some just have all the luck, another remarked. I thought you'd be a goner joining the death squad, leaving us with an extra bed for our things. Who knew you'd end up on a battlefield where everyone was dead, and even managed to show off alongside the squad leader? Pa, what did you say? Shen Zheng could endure teasing, yet this overt curse pushed him beyond the limits of his patience. He approached the foot of the adversary's bed, his gaze fixed intently upon him. It seemed that the new recruit harbored intentions of provoking a confrontation with Shen Zheng. As he merely sat up. Their eyes met, and the recruit was instantly struck by the chilling terror emanating from Shen Zheng's gaze. In that fleeting moment, he found himself collapsing back onto the bed, trembling in fear. Oh, not provoke me. Shen Zheng's eyes swept over the other 2, eliciting the same response. I am no longer an inconsequential waste. He silently vowed within. Chapter 008. The insect-tied Shen Zheng resolved never to disclose the luminous insect incident from the day of the mission to anyone. He was now certain that his transformation was intrinsically linked to that peculiar creature, and the Special Forces task was undoubtedly connected to it as well. The gravity of the situation made it clear that entangling himself with this matter would yield no advantages. Furthermore, the ability to implant insects should remain concealed. Who could predict the reaction of others upon discovering this? Shen Zheng believed he ought to seek an opportunity to utilize the insect implantation device, thus providing a plausible explanation for his possession of a second insect power. After a rejuvenating night's rest, he awoke to a radiant morning. As the first to rise, he gazed at the brilliant sunlight streaming through the window. A faint smile gracing his lips. Surely, this clear sky and bright sun heralded a promising future? He mused. The thought of enhanced treatment due to his newfound strength and the hope of Shen Ying's recovery filled his heart with increasing joy. Upon reflection, he considered himself quite fortunate. If his adaptability had not been an astonishing 98, he would not have been able to fully integrate the foundational insect power. Had he not initially acquired this foundational strength, he would have been unable to withstand the assault of that monstrous insect during the operation, and if a member of the suicide squad had not carelessly left an insect egg in the collector, he could not have so easily undergone this life-altering transformation. Just as he was lost in these contemplations, the alarm suddenly blared throughout the military base. It was the highest level of combat alert, only triggered in the face of dire danger, compelling everyone to prepare for battle and assemble swiftly. 3 drowsy soldiers were jolted awake, scrambling to don their uniforms with haste. Shen Zheng cast a glance at them before calmly exiting the dormitory, being the first to leave the 3rd Squad's barracks and rushing to the armory to collect his weapon. Soon, the entire Wolf Fang Legion was gearing up for action. The soldiers stood in solemn formation, awaiting the final command. The time to protect their homeland had arrived. Liang Long stood upon the reviewing platform, surveying the nearly 6,000 soldiers of the Wolf Fang Legion arrayed before him. His words were brief yet clear. The insect tide is upon us. The insect tide is upon us. These phrases were more stirring than any mobilization order, invoking both tension and fervor. Behind him lay his hometown of Wolf Fang Town, while ahead loomed the terrifying tide of death. The soldiers bore the heavy burden of life and death upon their shoulders. We vow to defend our homeland. The squad leaders roared, their indomitable spirit igniting in that moment. Thousands of men raised their voices in unison, the sound reverberating through the air. The new recruits, having never experienced the horrors of the insect tide, were swept up in the fervor of the seasoned veterans, joining in the fervent declaration, "We vow to defend our homeland." For the first time, Shen Zheng felt the unique passion of these iron-willed soldiers, his own spirits soaring as he raised his fist and shouted alongside them. Liang Long observed his courageous, fearless subordinates with satisfaction, raising his fist high. "Let us depart." The battlefield was established 5 kilometers from Wolf Fang Town, within a fortress built specifically to defend against the insect tide from the northwest. This stronghold stood as a bulwark against the valley teeming with monstrous insects, safeguarding Wolf Fang Town. 4,000 seasoned veterans, along with over 1,000 new recruits and secondary infantry, entered the fortress. The insect sound detectors were activated, and the holographic screens displayed a cascade of overlapping light points, revealing countless insects advancing from the northwest jungle towards the valley. At their current pace, the insect tide would reach the valley within a day. All personnel on alert, divide into duty teams, remain armed 24 hours a day, prepared for immediate combat. Each squad leader relayed this directive to their troops. Shen Zheng, weapon slung across his back, stood guard within the fortress alongside the insect implanters. The new recruits were fraught with both anxiety and fear, their spirits too consumed to jest about Shen Zheng, the prodigy. Yet there was always an exception. "Isn't that the genius?" a loathsome voice rang out. Shen Zheng turned to see Ping Lei's contemptuous face. Between them stood a dozen new recruits, all visibly tense, fixated on the shooting port they were tasked to defend, hardly sparing a thought for the identity of those beside them. Following Ping Lei's taunt, they turned to realize they were sharing the high platform with the so-called genius. Shen Zheng shot him a frosty glance before turning away, choosing to ignore him. However, Ping Lei was undeterred. Sneering at Shen Zheng in times like these, "Even a waste has its worth. You can serve as a long-range fire support. But what if the insect tide draws near? You'll make a perfect bait, drawing their attention while we gather our strength to annihilate them. Quite a plan, wouldn't you agree? What did you just say?" Shen Zheng's eyes glinted with menace. He could tolerate Ping Lei's mockery, but he would not stand for such remarks. "Am I mistaken?" Ping Lei retorted fiercely. "What use are you, other than to serve that purpose? Do not let me hear such words again." A calm yet authoritative voice interjected, instilling a sense of dread. "Do not speak like that." Ping Lei turned in surprise to find Feng Yu, the captain of the 2nd Squad, standing behind him. "Sir." He immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Regardless of how weak your comrade may be, He is still your kin, your brother. Feng Yu's expression was stern. Your duty is to protect your kin, your brother. I will not tolerate such rhetoric. Otherwise, I will consider you no different from those insects that slaughter our kind. In that case, your existence becomes redundant. Do not think I cannot eliminate you. Though I am not your squad leader, executing a soldier with a malevolent heart is hardly a challenge. I understand my mistake. Ping Lei stammered, lowering his head, trembling slightly. Do your best. Feng Yu smiled faintly at Shen Zheng, who had also turned to salute. His smile bore a hint of regret and sympathy, yet he was advocating for Shen Zheng. A gesture Shen Zheng would not forget. He gratefully straightened up, declaring, I will prove myself through my actions. Feng Yu chuckled softly, turning away, but not before sighing lightly as he glanced back. Ping Lei, his face flushed with anger, shot Shen Zheng a furious glare before saying nothing more, turning his attention to the shooting port outside. Silence enveloped the defensive fortress like a heavy lid, as everyone either gazed outside or monitored the insect sound detectors. Awaiting the inevitable moment, the anticipated arrival finally came. Around 9 o'clock the following morning, as the emergency alarm blared throughout the fortress, thousands of various insects surged forth from the valley, flooding towards the stronghold that stood at the valley's mouth. All personnel prepare. Liang Long's voice resonated. Fire the long-range artillery. The thunderous roar erupted as the artillery on the fortress's upper levels unleashed a barrage, shells soaring over several kilometers to plunge into the dense swarm of insects. Amidst the explosions, some insects were obliterated instantly, while others were shattered into pieces. Many more were left grievously wounded, either perishing or writhing on the ground. Yet the wave of insects quickly swarmed over their fallen comrades. Just as water can swiftly smooth over a muddy pit, Shen Zheng gazed at the overwhelming mass of insects, feeling a chill run down his spine. The term tide was indeed the most fitting descriptor for this swarm. Tens of thousands of insects surged forward, undaunted by death, forming a tide akin to crashing waves, which was enough to pale any observer's complexion. As the artillery raged on, clusters of insects fell, yet even more continued to flood in, filling the craters left by the bombardment, eagerly charging towards the defensive fortress. At last, they managed to breach the artillery's defenses, closing into within a kilometer of the stronghold. Activate the machine guns. Following the command, hundreds of machine guns on the defensive platform roared to life, unleashing a torrential downpour of rapid-fire rounds, sending countless fragments soaring amidst the swarm. Those fragments consisted of the insect shells, limbs, and antennae. Over 10,000 insects were slain by the long-range artillery, yet another 10,000 met their demise on the ground outside the fortress in that brief stretch of 1 kilometer. Yet, more insects continued to advance, treading upon the corpses of their fallen comrades. The terrifying tide of creatures, undeterred by any obstacles, moved slowly yet relentlessly forward, ultimately reaching within mere hundreds of meters of the defensive fortress. At this moment, the number of insects still numbered in the tens of thousands, appearing as a dense, horrifying mass. Fire! Commanded the leaders of each squadron in unison, and from the various firing ports atop the fortress's outer walls. An endless torrent of flames erupted. Scattershot, explosive rounds, armor-piercing shells, countless bullets cascaded outward, raining down upon the insects, causing them to screech in agony as their exoskeletons shattered. Nevertheless, they surged closer, climbing atop the fortress, intent on breaching its defenses. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, they were struck down one by one, their limbs torn asunder, shrieking as they fell in this siege. They suffered the loss of thousands of their kin, after paying the grievous price of nearly 20,000 insect lives. The remaining swarm of over 8,000 finally breached the defensive fortress. Soldiers atop the battlements found themselves face to face with these fearsome creatures. Sharp claws, scythe-like mandibles, and sturdy exoskeletons transformed the very weapons of offense and defense into sources of dread for the inexperienced recruits. In this moment, the veterans displayed their prowess. Discarding their cumbersome long rifles, they unleashed their capabilities upon the oncoming insects. The battle erupted in the outer layer of the fortress. Chapter 009. The third insect egg killed them all. On the defensive battlement where Shen Zheng stood, there were a total of 300 soldiers, 200 of whom were veterans and 100 were recruits. Among these recruits, aside from Shen Zheng, all were combat-type insect cultivators, yet at this moment, their performance resembled that of ordinary infantry, as they continuously retreated, pale-faced, firing wildly at the advancing insects. "Aim before you shoot," the veterans bellowed in anger, instilling fear in the recruits who dared not fire another shot. True to their veteran status, they rolled up their sleeves and charged forward. Some transformed their hands into razor-sharp blades, others launched multiple spiked projectiles with a single hand, some unleashed jets of corrosive acid, while others swung their fists like massive hammers. One by one, the insects were struck, maimed, or killed, yet countless others continued to swarm forward, engaging fiercely with humanity. The recruits, finally inspired, mustered their courage and shouted as they too charged into the fray. Shen Zheng, gun in hand, recalled the combat training he had endured during his military training, striving to remain calm as he aimed meticulously, firing round after round of lethal bullets, each shot bringing an insect down in a struggle of agony. Suddenly, his movements slowed, ultimately halting, as an unbearable sensation of hunger surged from the depths of his mind. Why now? This gnawing hunger caused his steps to falter, rendering him unable to wield his weapon. He felt his head spinning, as if he might collapse without any external assault. Just then, a familiar scent wafted toward him, invigorating his spirit. He widened his eyes and gazed forward. There, a slender giant insect had just ascended the battlement. Its long tongue extending outward, drooling profusely, its powerful forelegs gripping the ground, puncturing the concrete as if it were mere tofu. It was a stabbing claw insect. The alluring scent emanated from this creature, igniting Shen Zheng's hunger. In his tormented state, he perceived the giant insect as the most delectable feast. In an instant, the words insect egg flashed through his mind, and his eyes gleamed with fervor, his body brimming with newfound strength. Yet, he had to survey his surroundings first. Upon realizing that no one had the leisure to notice him, he gritted his teeth and raised his gun, charging toward the stabbing claw insect. "I cannot fire. Otherwise, the explosive rounds will obliterate the mother insect, and all the eggs will be lost. I had previously acquired the power of the steel shell insect," he thought. The steel shell insect is a formidable creature with a power level exceeding 60. I should be able to slay this stabbing claw insect with sheer physical strength. The stabbing claw insect had also detected him. A chilling insect roar erupted from its gaping maw, and with powerful forelegs anchoring itself. Its colossal body coiled like a spring before launching itself at Shen Zheng, its forelegs, each adorned with 3 sharp claws, striking fiercely toward him. Steel shell, the ability from his inherited memory, activated instantly. In a split second, a layer of black exoskeleton enveloped Shen Zheng, resembling a finely crafted armor protecting his form. The stabbing claw insect's claws, capable of easily piercing concrete, collided with the armor yet failed to breach it. However, the force of the impact still sent Shen Zheng hurtling backward. He soared through the air, crashing against the rear wall before bouncing forward and landing on the ground. Throughout this tumultuous process, he curled his body tightly, allowing the exoskeleton to absorb the impact against the wall and ground. After hitting the ground, he swiftly rolled over and sprang back to his feet, feeling as if he had merely tumbled on a springboard. The stabbing claw insect, having anticipated this strike would shred Shen Zheng to pieces, was taken aback to see the diminutive human rise and scathe. It seemed enraged, letting out a roar as it lunged at Shen Zheng once more. Its insect-like speed rendering escape impossible. "Come, I shall no longer evade." Shen Zheng, gazing at the rapidly approaching stabbing claw insect, exuded an aura of unwavering confidence. He slowly raised his hand, his eyes fixated on the insect's head. With an insect roar, the stabbing claw insect thrust its forelegs forward again. A unique light, characteristic of insect vision, shone in Shen Zheng's eyes. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended the insect's every movement and discerned its attack trajectory. Thus, he relinquished his gun, allowing it to fall to the ground, and raised both arms to intercept the incoming forelegs of the stabbing claw insect. Regrettably, he miscalculated his timing. Though he had seen through the insect's movements, his own actions did not synchronize with his vision, and this defense fell short. He was struck backward once more, landing on the ground and rolling before leaping back up, this time, without waiting for the stabbing claw insect to strike again. He charged forward, bellowing as he closed the distance. When the stabbing claw insect raised its forelegs to strike again, he leaped upward, his fist, encased in the steel shell, swung through the air with a whistling sound. The claws of the insect grazed his neck, producing a screeching sound as they scraped against the armor. His fist connected squarely with the stabbing claw insect's head, the solid, unyielding force of his blow, infused with the impact strength of the steel shell insect, shattered the relatively weak exoskeleton of the insect's head. The delicate carapace exploded outward like a walnut struck by a heavy hammer. Scattering fragments in all directions, the internal structures of the stabbing claw insect, under the tremendous force, erupted backward like shrapnel, not a single piece landing upon Shen Zheng. He landed, stood tall, and steadied himself. Shen Zheng remained steadfast like a statue, while the towering giant insect before him trembled and collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Success. I have slain a stabbing claw insect with my physical strength. Shen Zheng's heart surged with exhilaration. Although he had previously absorbed the power of the steel shell insect, he had yet to test that strength in battle. Now, having truly killed a formidable creature with this power, he felt his capabilities affirmed. Suppressing his excitement, Shen Zheng approached the insect's abdomen, where the potent, alluring scent emanated, undoubtedly concealing the insect's eggs. The torment of hunger compelled him to disregard all else. He raised his fist, encased in armor, and smashed through the stabbing claw insect's abdominal exoskeleton, retrieving 3 of its eggs. Grasping one egg in his hand, he eagerly crushed it. The shell shattered, spilling its contents onto the ground, while the liquid transformed into a mist. Soaring upward and merging with his forehead, an overwhelming sensation of fulfillment enveloped him, bathing him in comfort. Yet reason reminded him that this was a battlefield, and he could not afford to succumb to indulgence as he had before. Lest he invite death, he forced himself to break free from that sensation, and everything before him sharpened into clarity. The chaotic battlefield, the carcass of the stabbing claw insect, and, raising his hand, he concentrated, summoning a spiked projectile. Its sharp tip aimed at Ping Lei. Hand it over. Ping Lei spoke with a voice laced with jealousy. Otherwise, I shall reward you with a spiked projectile. Do you comprehend what you are doing? Shen Zheng's gaze was icy as he regarded Ping Lei. During the absorption of the insect egg, his steel shell had subconsciously receded, leaving him appearing merely as an ordinary soldier. It was precisely for this reason that Ping Lei dared to harbor ulterior motives against him. Enough of your prattle, Ping Lei snapped impatiently. Hand over the insect egg in your possession, you fortunate fool. The spoil should rightfully belong to the true victors, not to scavengers of opportunity. This is the battlefield of humanity defending humanity. Shen Zheng regarded him, his voice calm. Yet you aim your spiked projectile at your own kind? Stop the nonsense. Ping Lei's gaze was fierce. Everything in this world is prepared for those with extraordinary strength. You once basked in borrowed glory by pretending to be a genius, but true brilliance will always belong to the genuine prodigy. I am the true genius. As he spoke, a colossal black insect, measuring 2 meters in length, suddenly screeched and lunged forward. Without turning his head, Ping Lei raised one hand, and a razor-sharp projectile was launched from his palm, swiftly penetrating the vital area of the creature's head. The giant insect wobbled for a moment before crashing to the ground, effectively obstructing the view of others. Hand over the insect egg, Ping Lei stated coldly. A level 50 stinger bug should not be the spoils of a worthless creature like you. Shen Zheng remained silent, relying on the lingering genetic memory of the insect race within him to sense the shifts occurring on the battlefield around him. Once I hand over the insect egg, you will immediately attempt to kill me, won't you? Shen Zheng said. You were merely concerned that shooting me directly might damage the egg, which is why you refrained from ambushing me earlier, correct? You are quite astute. Ping Lei chuckled, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Accept your fate. This world is one of the survival of the fittest, and you must abide by the rules. Is that so? Shen Zheng replied with a smirk. At that moment, another stinger bug crawled up from behind him, its elongated body poised, its tongue dripping with viscous saliva, and its forelimbs dancing in the air as it descended upon him. Ping Lei merely sneered at the sight. Taking no action, to him, it seemed advantageous for Shen Zheng to be directly killed by the insect. Shen Zheng did not turn around in that instant. His perception of the surrounding world was remarkably acute. Despite not looking back, he felt as if an invisible eye was imparting all the changes around him. He was aware of what lurked behind him and its intentions, and he understood precisely how to respond. As the pincers descended, he deftly sidestepped, then bent slightly before launching himself into the air with the force of a spring, soaring upward. His movement mirrored the pounce of the stinger bug. Chapter 010. The claw tanked the two forelimbs of the stinger bug missed their target, while Shen Zheng executed an aerial flip, landing squarely on the creature's back. In that fleeting moment, a series of combat memories surged through his mind, prompting him to extend his hand instinctively. Countless minute spikes erupted from his palm, coalescing into an incredibly hardened form. His 5 fingers became enveloped in these sharpened protrusions, transforming into 5 razor-sharp claws that plunged forcefully into the stinger bug's head, tearing open its armored shell to reveal the neural tissue within. His other hand was encased in steel armor, morphing into a formidable gauntlet. With a powerful punch, he shattered the exposed cranium of the stinger bug, sending its remnants scattering. The corpse lurched forward before Shen Zheng nimbly crouched and leaped again, landing with precision on the ground. "What is happening?" Ping Lei was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that Shen Zheng possessed such formidable combat prowess. He observed clearly, Shen Zheng's hands had undergone 2 distinct transformations. The right hand exhibited the stinger bug's piercing power, while the left hand, although he could not immediately discern its nature, he recognized it as a formidable insect power. How is this possible? How can this be? He screamed internally, grappling with the realization that Shen Zheng had transformed into a combat-oriented insect wielder. This was inconceivable. At that moment, dread gripped his heart. Was Shen Zheng about to rise above him, trampling him underfoot? He recalled the mockery he had endured from those new recruits and his own derision toward Shen Zheng previously. Gritting his teeth, he resolved that as soon as Shen Zheng steadied himself upon landing, he would raise his hand and launch the gathered projectile with ferocity. The sharp, 4-bladed projectile whistled through the air and struck Shen Zheng's chest in an instant. Ping Lei, a genius with an adaptation value of 86, executed the shot with remarkable precision amidst the chaos of battle, directly targeting Shen Zheng's heart. With a resounding impact, the armor of Shen Zheng's combat suit was shattered, creating a sizable hole. "Die," Ping Lei sneered, believing that one genius was sufficient for this world. Indeed, the voice was icy, and the gaze even colder. Shen Zheng merely swayed slightly before standing upright, as if the gaping wound in his chest had no bearing on him whatsoever. "How is this possible?" Ping Lei stared in disbelief at Shen Zheng, his hands trembling. Suddenly, he extended his arm, unleashing a volley of projectiles that struck Shen Zheng's body in rapid succession. Almost all the armor on Shen Zheng's upper body was obliterated, exposing the formidable physique beneath. What a sight it was! His black, steel-like carapace enveloped his robust form like a suit of armor, and every projectile that struck him was flattened under the immense force. Falling harmlessly to the ground. Is this the strength of the steel armor bug? Ping Lei exclaimed in shock. The power of the projectiles stemmed from the black, 2-meter-long stinger bug. Although this commonly encountered insect possessed formidable ranged capabilities, its power was relatively modest, with an insect strength ranging from 20 to 30. In contrast, the steel armor bug boasted a strength of 60 to 70. They were not even in the same league. "I can forgive your previous mockery and your instigation of others to attack me," Shen Zheng said coldly. "However, in this battlefield where humans and insects clash, your attempt to kill a fellow human leaves me no reason to forgive you any longer." With a slight bow, he accelerated and charged toward Ping Lei like a war machine. "I will kill you!" Ping Lei shrieked in terror, retreating as he conjured more projectiles to rain down upon Shen Zheng. The black carapace erupted from his skin, perfectly shielding him as the seemingly powerful projectiles struck him, only to be deflected away like pebbles against a tank. Like a heavy armored vehicle, he barreled through the battlefield. A testament to the steel armor bug's greatest technique. Shen Zheng charged through the hail of projectiles and swiftly closed the distance to Ping Lei, thrusting his hand forward with fierce intent. The motion mirrored the stabbing strike of the stinger bug's forelimbs, and at that moment, his fingers had transformed into razor-sharp claws akin to those of the stinger bug. The steel armor bug's immense impact power combined seamlessly with the piercing force of the stinger bug, converging in a singular, devastating strike. Ping Lei's heavily armored combat suit was pierced in an instant, Shen Zheng's hand penetrating his chest. Then, in his eyes filled with horror, Shen Zheng slowly withdrew his hand, showering the ground with a torrent of blood. "How is this possible?" Ping Lei's eyes rolled back as his body trembled and collapsed onto the flat surface of the defensive platform, Scoundrel! A furious roar echoed as a figure leapt forward, landing beside Ping Lei's lifeless body, glaring at Shen Zheng. What are you doing? Which team are you from? The newcomer was Feng Yu, the captain of the second squad and Shen Zheng's superior. Shen Zheng held a favorable impression of him. He was the one who had intervened to rescue Shen Zheng earlier, reprimanding Ping Lei. Reporting, Captain, I was merely defending myself. Shen Zheng saluted, retracting the protective armor from his face to reveal himself, then gestured at his combat suit. Ping Lei fired upon me in an attempt to seize the insect egg, and I had no choice but to retaliate. Feng Yu surveyed the scene and noted the scattered projectiles on the ground, many of which had been flattened, alongside the 2 stinger bugs whose heads had been obliterated. Upon recognizing Shen Zheng's face, Feng Yu was genuinely taken aback. Shen Zheng? Yes, Captain. Shen Zheng nodded. Why now? The cacophony of battle had diminished. Soon after, the terrifying insect tide was entirely vanquished under the full resistance of the Wolf Fang Legion. A few straggling insects, unable to scale the fortress in time, fled back to the insect valley, shrieking in terror as they retreated. On the defensive platform of the fortress, beneath the walls, lay heaps of enormous insect carcasses, exuding a foul stench. The veterans had grown accustomed to this odor, finding it tolerable, while the new recruits struggled, gasping for breath and holding their noses in discomfort. How did you acquire combat-oriented insect abilities? Feng Yu looked at Shen Zheng, astonished. He could hardly comprehend how Shen Zheng, who had originally implanted only the foundation bug, could suddenly possess such formidable strength. Shen Zheng's mind raced. He understood that he had to conceal the truth about the anomalous insect integration and his ability to absorb insect eggs with his bare hands. For revealing such information would lead to dire consequences. I believe it may be attributed to luck. Shen Zheng quickly devised an explanation. Although I have become an insect wielder, as you know, possessing the ability of the foundation bug has not garnered me recognition from others. Unwilling to settle for merely having an adaptation value of 98 while being limited to the foundation bug, I secretly procured a micro-insect implant device from the black market. A micro-insect implant device? Feng Yu's expression darkened. And I understand that this violates military protocol, Shen Zheng explained, but please comprehend my desire to become stronger. Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? Feng Yu inquired sternly. Such devices are products of underground organizations that cater to ordinary citizens' desires for enhanced strength, and their use is highly perilous, I am aware. Shen Zheng nodded, feeling an increased sense of respect for Feng Yu, who criticized him for his reckless actions without condemning him for breaking military discipline. Whether out of sympathy or some other reason, Feng Yu had previously treated himself rather well, granting himself opportunities for merit while also criticizing the oppressive Ping Lei. Thus, I had refrained from acting recklessly until just now. Shen Zheng said, I must beg your pardon. I discovered a steel beetle's egg during the last mission, but I kept it to myself and did not report it. I had long wished to test whether I could implant it into my body. During the recent battle, not only was I attacked by the creature, but I also faced threats from Ping Lei, compelling me to take the risk of implanting the bug. Fortunately, I succeeded. How reckless! Feng Yu sighed and shook his head. Yet, I must say this is nothing short of a miracle. Tio achieved success with such a counterfeit specimen. Is this the fortune of a genius? Perhaps, Shen Zheng replied. Wait. Feng Yu suddenly recalled something, and his expression shifted. What you exhibited earlier was not only the power of the steel beetle, but also that of the spiny claw bug. How is that possible? Did you? Yes, Shen Zheng nodded. I feared that the power from a single egg would not suffice for my survival, so I took the gamble. Thankfully, it paid off. 3 types of bugs. Feng Yu gazed at Shen Zheng, first in astonishment, then in excitement, finally breaking into an uncharacteristic smile. A genius, indeed. Ha ha ha, this is a tremendous fortune for our Wolf Fang Legion. Shen Zheng looked at Feng Yu, revealing a faint smile. As anticipated, whether it be for retaining spoils of war, purchasing black market goods, or clandestinely implanting bugs, all these could be serious offenses. However, if the perpetrator is a formidable soldier endowed with the powers of 3 types of bugs, then these transgressions become trivial matters. Well done. You truly are a genius with an adaptability score of 98. Feng Yu approached and clapped Shen Zheng's shoulder with force. Under the protection of the steel armor, it felt to Shen Zheng as if a gentle breeze had brushed against his face. Yet, it is curious why the combat bugs I implanted initially did not match you, Feng Yu pondered aloud, then shook his head with a smile. But that is no longer important. Come, follow me. Where to? Shen Zheng asked, taken aback. Where else? Feng Yu replied with a grin. To report to the Legion commander. With that, he took Shen Zheng by the hand and hurried toward the fortress's interior. Oh, and conceal your armor. Let us surprise the commander, Feng Yu instructed. Also, hand me your implant device. The implant device was shattered by Ping Lei and has fallen below, Shen Zheng explained, retracting the bug's power completely, leaving his upper body bared and a flush crept across his face. Am I really going to meet the commander like this? Perfectly so. Feng Yu laughed, shedding his officer's coat and draping it over Shen Zheng. Look at you, now a squadron leader. Shen Zheng chuckled in return. The others on the platform were busy clearing the battlefield, some noticing the two and staring in astonishment, mouths agape, while many were preoccupied with tending to wounds. Scavenging for spoils or resting in the command center of the defensive fortress, Liang Long frowned as he listened to his subordinates report on the battle situation. This was a successful defense, his aide stated calmly. So far, I have received only 32 reports of casualties, all new recruits. They should not have been deployed, Liang Long sighed. However, given the magnitude of this bug tide, we had no choice but to make such sacrifices for the sake of the 300,000 citizens of Wolf Fang town. Alas, these poor children. These wretched bugs. Overall, the outlook remains optimistic, the aide continued. Based on our assessments, there should be 3 more waves of bugs, comparable in scale to this one, and we can hold our ground. Bestow the highest honors upon the fallen soldiers, Liang Long commanded. Compensations should be at the highest standard. Understood, the aide nodded, then sighed, if possible. No one wishes to witness these green recruits bleed and sacrifice themselves here. Yet, the battlefield is the best forge. It is here that these novices can truly hone their skills into that of qualified soldiers. A contradictory choice, Liang Long said with a wry smile. Just then, a voice called from outside, and Liang Long recognized it as Feng Yu's. He promptly ordered him to enter. Feng Yu straightened his posture at the door, gesturing for Shen Zheng to follow him, then pushed the door open and strode directly to Liang Long. Commander, I come bearing congratulations. Indeed, it was a significant victory, Liang Long replied, suppressing his earlier expression of regret and adopting the stern demeanor of a soldier. However, be cautious of the next wave of bugs. We cannot be blindly optimistic. Also, we must ensure the protection of the new recruits, but without being overly protective to the point of depriving them of training opportunities. You must find the right balance. Yes, sir. Feng Yu stood at attention and saluted. However, I did not come to congratulate you on this matter. Oh? Liang Long glanced at Shen Zheng behind Feng Yu, a hint of surprise crossing his face. Is that not Shen Zheng? Upon further examination of the squadron leader's coat adorning Shen Zheng, he was momentarily taken aback. Yes, Commander. Shen Zheng stepped forward, saluting Liang Long. His commanding presence elicited a slight nod from Liang Long, who inwardly lamented the loss of such a talent. Commander, it is precisely because of him that I come to congratulate you. Feng Yu smiled. What do you mean? Liang Long's body tensed. He was no fool. If Feng Yu was congratulating him on account of Shen Zheng, there could only be one implication. Yet, he found it hard to believe, for Shen Zheng had not matched with any combat bugs during his initial implantation. Come, show the commander your prowess, Feng Yu said, brimming with pride and excitement, waving to Shen Zheng. His expression resembled that of a child eager to showcase a perfect score to his parents rather than that of a seasoned officer. Very well, Shen Zheng nodded, removing the coat and handing it to Feng Yu. He then flexed his muscular physique, slightly clenching his fists and spreading his arms. The power of the steel beetle surged forth, enveloping him in a shell as formidable as iron, shielding him from head to toe. The steel beetle? Liang Long's eyes widened. Equally astonished was his aide standing beside him. How could this be? A powerhouse among bugs with a power value exceeding 60. The aide exclaimed. And there is more, Feng Yu said with a triumphant smile, nodding at Shen Zheng. As Shen Zheng slowly opened his hands, he fully released the power of the spiny claw bug, causing countless spikes to coalesce in his palms, transforming his fingers into sharp claws, each resembling a miniature spear. The spiny claw bug? The aide gasped again. How could it be a dual bug fusion? Dual bugs? Feng Yu chuckled. Do not forget he had previously implanted the foundation bug .3 bugs. The aide inhaled sharply. Is he moving towards multi-bug fusion? In that case, among the warriors who are implanters, the strongest can inherit the genetic memories of the bug race. But such individuals are exceedingly rare, 1 in 10,000. The next tier consists of those capable of multi-bug fusion, possessing multiple bug powers. Only such individuals have the potential to progress further and become even stronger. Indeed, this is joyous news. Liang Long suddenly laughed heartily, his excitement palpable as he stood up and strode toward Shen Zheng, striking his solid chest armor with a fist. Shen Zheng remained unmoved. Well done. Liang Long exclaimed, I never anticipated that our Wolf Fang Legion would produce another true powerhouse. However, we are still a step away. Feng Yu interjected calmly. Although it is a 3-bug fusion, both combat bugs are melee types, lacking ranged capabilities. You must understand that only the combination of both ranged and melee combat bugs can yield the strongest warriors. True, Liang Long nodded. Yet this is not an insurmountable obstacle, once this conflict concludes. No, you must take him back immediately and personally arrange for his next implantation, experimenting with ranged combat bugs. Understood. Feng Yu nodded vigorously. Wait. The aide interjected with a question. Previously, he clearly did not match with any type of bug. How is it that he can suddenly do so? Moreover, who performed his implantation? This, I must beg your pardon for, Feng Yu said with a smile. I have always believed him to be a person of great potential, and it would have been a pity to abandon him. Therefore, I secretly conducted an implantation experiment on him. At the time, there seemed to be no result, but I never anticipated that today it would suddenly succeed. Shen Zheng looked gratefully at Feng Yu, who had taken all the responsibility upon himself, and his admiration for him grew once more. I must not do this again, he thought. Liang Long, though pleased, still adopted a stern expression. This time, given that you successfully salvaged a talent, I shall overlook it in the future. If anyone inquires, simply tell them that it was I who secretly arranged for his implantation. If anyone dares to question it, let them come to me. Thank you, Commander, Feng Yu replied with a smile. However, there is one more matter I must clarify. Speak. Liang Long nodded. Shen Zheng killed 2 spiny claw bugs, which is certainly commendable, Feng Yu stated. However, he also killed a comrade. What? Liang Long's expression shifted. It was in self-defense, Shen Zheng quickly emphasized. Indeed. Feng Yu nodded, observing that the prodigious rookie, Ping Lei, who had an adaptability score of 86, had consistently harbored disdain for Shen Zheng, often bullying him within the ranks. Initially, I attributed this to youthful impetuosity, merely offering a reprimand. However, to my astonishment, today, witnessing Shen Zheng's remarkable performance, Ping Lei, fearing the loss of his title as a genius, resorted to a treacherous ambush on the battlefield. Is such a thing possible? Liang Long exclaimed, his eyes wide with concern as he questioned Shen Zheng. Are you unharmed? I am fine, Shen Zheng replied, shaking his head. The armor of the steel-armored bug rendered him impervious to the assault from Ping Lei's sharp spear. Yet, the act of ambushing a comrade on the battlefield, coupled with his murderous intent towards me, left me with no choice but to eliminate him for my own safety. Liang Long glanced at Feng Yu, slowly nodding in agreement. Genius is undoubtedly a precious asset, but if such genius possesses a corrupt heart, the greater the talent, the more devastating the destruction it can wreak, if he must perish. So be it, however, we must not publicize this. We shall simply state that he fell in battle. Such internal strife could have dire repercussions. What we need now is stability in our ranks. Understood, Feng Yu replied with a nod. Liang Long then turned to Shen Zheng, smiling gently. I fear this decision may cause you some distress. Not at all, Shen Zheng shook his head, feeling no sense of grievance, only exhilaration. The commander of the formidable Wolf Fang Legion, in making the right decision, was considerate of his feelings. What did this signify? It indicated that he had succeeded, emerging as a figure of prominence within the Wolf Fang Legion, a true star of tomorrow. He had once ascended to the heights of glory, experiencing the pride and honor of standing atop the world. He had also plummeted into despair, feeling the coldness of human nature and the harshness of society. Now, he stood once again on the precipice of hope, ready to realize all his previous dreams. Xiao Ying, I've done it. Our future is bright. He fervently proclaimed within his heart, though outwardly, he maintained a serene demeanor. A soldier's duty is to obey. During wartime, one must prioritize the greater good. I understand. Well said. Liang Long regarded Shen Zheng with a look of esteem, nodding affirmatively. Let us set forth at once, Feng Yu declared. Liang Long nodded in agreement. Let us move swiftly before the next wave of insects arrives. Ah, I can hardly wait to see what miraculous feats this young genius will unveil. Indeed. Feng Yu responded joyfully, saluting before ushering Shen Zheng outside. Feng Yu swiftly procured a motorcycle, mounting it with Shen Zheng, and they sped out of the northwestern fortress, heading towards the direction of the Wolf Fang Legion. The 5-kilometer distance was not great, and soon they returned to the military camp, making their way directly to the laboratory. Captain Feng Yu, the chief medical officer of the medical team, was taken aback upon seeing Feng Yu escorting Shen Zheng into the lab. Has the battle concluded? Select the finest long-range attack insect? Feng Yu commanded with a wave of his hand, indicating his desire to dispense with unnecessary chatter. I need to commence the implantation immediately. Do you still require further implantation? The chief medical officer inquired. Puzzled. Not for me. For him, Feng Yu replied, pointing at Shen Zheng. Ah? The chief medical officer's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Shen Zheng had previously undergone implantation in his laboratory, a memory that remained vivid. Prepare at once, Feng Yu ordered. Yes, sir. The chief medical officer, filled with questions, hurriedly organized his subordinates to commence their tasks. Chapter 012. Still the strongest Shen Zheng felt a twinge of anxiety within. Previously, it was in this very laboratory that he had transformed from a genius into a liability. Plummeting from heaven to hell, now, he found himself back in that same laboratory, under the gaze of those same medical officers, but he was no longer the same individual. The catalyst for his transformation had been that peculiar task devoid of combat and the strange insect. That opportunity had forged him into a true warrior, enabling his adaptability score of 98 to manifest its true potential. From this moment forth, he would embark on a different path, the path of the strong. All right, we can begin, the controlling medical officer said, glancing at Shen Zheng with a hint of nervousness. He perceived Feng Yu's high regard for Shen Zheng and feared that if the results turned out to be as dismal as before, Feng Yu would be incensed. Brace yourselves, the medical officer thought to himself. Shen Zheng removed the captain's coat and handed it back to Feng Yu, then walked steadily to the implantation chair. As the medical officer controlled the apparatus, the restraining straps swiftly secured him in place. The best long-range attack insect within the Legion is the explosive bug, the chief medical officer informed Feng Yu, noting that its power value ranged between 30 and 40, which was exceedingly high for a rookie. Is this truly necessary? Let us proceed with it, Feng Yu affirmed. But the power value is excessively high. One of the medical officers protested. Isn't it merely between 30 and 40? Feng Yu replied with a smile, shaking his head. Our genius can perfectly implant even the steel-armored bugs, whose power values lie between 60 and 70. What does this minor power value signify? Ah? The medical officers were left speechless, staring incredulously at Shen Zheng. How could this be? Previously, he was incompatible with all combat insects. How is he now capable of perfect implantation with the steel-armored bug? Quit dawdling, commence at once. Under Feng Yu's urging, the chief medical officer hastily directed his team to begin with caution. He personally retrieved the egg case of the explosive bug from the incubation rack and placed it into the implantation device. The familiar process unfolded. Some bodily fluids from the eggs were extracted and mixed with the solution. The medical officer approached, inserting the injection needle into Shen Zheng's wrist. The controlling medical officer anxiously monitored the values, and after a moment, shook his head. I apologize, sir, but the displayed compatibility value remains at 0.0. Feng Yu frowned. No matter. Let us proceed as planned, Shen Zheng asserted. This is unacceptable, the chief medical officer decisively shook his head. If you wish to end your life, there are other methods. I cannot assist you in such an endeavor. In my life? Shen Zheng chuckled that a promising future awaits me, and I have a beloved sister to care for. Why would I contemplate such an option? Captain, please trust me. Previously, wasn't my compatibility value also 0? Continue with the implantation, Feng Yu commanded. But, the chief medical officer hesitated, his expression troubled. Should any issues arise, I will take full responsibility, Feng Yu assured him. Very well, the chief medical officer acquiesced, knowing that as long as someone could shoulder the blame, he could comply with any order. Prepare to begin immediately. With trepidation, the medical officers commenced the implantation process. Soon, the fluid from the insect eggs was entirely extracted, flowing through a long transparent tube, merging with the solution before gradually being injected into Shen Zheng's body. Shen Zheng too felt a surge of tension, uncertainty gnawing at his insides. He could not ascertain whether this endeavor would succeed, yet he could not shy away from this crucial attempt. After all, he was a soldier, bound by military regulations. If he continually relied on his own methods for implantation, he would inevitably find himself in a predicament when it came to explaining fluctuations in his abilities. At that juncture, the members of the Legion would begin to doubt him, leading to the very situation he most dreaded. If the troops discovered that he could implant without the device, they might confine him as a subject for scientific research. The allure of discovering the method for generating a genius far outweighed the possession of one. As the egg fluid entered Shen Zheng's body, an overwhelming force surged through him instantaneously, radiating throughout every part of his being before converging at his wrist. The liquid injected into his body transformed into a gaseous mist, traveling along his nerves to his brain. The comforting sensation washed over him once more, prompting Shen Zheng to close his eyes, lost in pure enjoyment. Here, he felt secure, free from the fear of discovery or the threat of being slain by an insect. He could wholly indulge in the exquisite euphoria of implantation, completely relaxing his body and mind. Have there been any changes in the values? Feng Yu anxiously fixated on the holographic screen, struggling to comprehend the displayed numbers and graphs. How peculiar! The medical officer exclaimed, wide-eyed. The compatibility value was 0 prior to the implantation. How could it suddenly jump to 100 upon injection? A perfect match? Feng Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, gradually revealing a look of delight. Good heavens! It appears that the previous incompatibility was merely— what could it be attributed to? He turned to the chief medical officer, who also stared in disbelief, his mouth agape. After a moment, he murmured, "It must be that the genius possesses an extraordinarily unique physique, one so exceptional that it influenced our computer's analysis and judgment. Indeed, that is the only explanation." Feng Yu chuckled. Thanks to this young man's perseverance, a great genius has not been lost to obscurity. How utterly bizarre, the chief medical officer mused, still grappling with disbelief as he gazed at the holographic screen, shaking his head in a "why this time?" All the insect egg fluid had been injected, and Shen Zheng remained blissfully immersed in that wonderful sensation, unwilling to awaken. Feng Yu and the others waited patiently, and after a duration of over 20 minutes, Shen Zheng slowly opened his eyes, grinning sheepishly at the attentive gazes upon him. "I apologize for the delay. How did it go?" Feng Yu inquired anxiously. Should he disclose the fact that he could access the genetic memories of the insect race? Shen Zheng hesitated, ultimately deciding against overwhelming them with too much shocked. It went splendidly. Shen Zheng felt the newfound power of the explosion bug surging within him, and memories of its genetic heritage regarding the utilization of power and combat strategies emerged in his mind. As if he were recalling knowledge he had meticulously studied in the past. "Let us test your skills on the training ground," Feng Yu suggested. "Sounds good," Shen Zheng replied with a nod. "Should we first measure the bug power level?" the military doctor asked. "Yes, let's do that," Feng Yu agreed, urging the preparations for the instruments. "You personally conduct the test on him," he instructed. "Rest assured, there won't be any mistakes," the military doctor promptly nodded, directing the setup for the bug power tester. He then led Shen Zheng to a machine that towered over a person, adorned with various circular stickers and fine wires, resembling an airport security scanner. Shen Zheng positioned himself at the center, while a number of the circular stickers with fine wires were affixed to his body. After a flurry of intense activity, the military doctor gazed at the holographic display on the computer, his mouth agape in astonishment. How could a recruit possibly reach this level? "My goodness, I can hardly believe it," he exclaimed. "What is the result?" Feng Yu hurried over. 62. The military doctor shouted in excitement. Even among seasoned veterans, the strongest elite had only achieved a score of 60. Shen Zheng had yet to undergo real combat training or bug power utilization training, and he had already reached this level. Truly, a genius. 62, you say? Shen Zheng stood there, feeling a spark of elation within him. Yet, he believed that his strength was likely greater than this, as he had not yet fully unleashed the power of the bug within him. "Let us conduct an experiment," he thought internally, gradually activating a portion of his strength. "What is happening?" The values and graphs on the holographic display shifted instantly, prompting Feng Yu to ask anxiously. "Incredible!" the military doctor exclaimed again. "The value is actually rising. It has reached 66, bug power level 66. Feng Yu paused for a moment before breaking into laughter. A genius, indeed. Shen Zheng felt even more exhilarated than the two men. As he recognized the extent of his power, estimating roughly, he surmised that his bug power level might lie between 70 and 80. However, this estimate could be uncertain, for as the power level increased, the growth rate slowed, and a mere digit could denote a vast difference in strength. Without precise testing, one could not obtain an accurate value. Should I exert my full strength and see just how powerful I truly am? He pondered, ultimately deciding against it. Had it not been for the incident involving that strange bug burrowing into his forehead, he would have displayed his abilities without hesitation. Now, however, he felt hesitant, fearing that others might connect his extraordinary display to that prior mission. Is it sufficient? He tentatively inquired. More than sufficient? Feng Yu exclaimed excitedly. Quickly, let us go. I can hardly wait to see how you perform on the training ground. Tearing off the circular stickers adorned with fine wires, Shen Zheng and the eager Feng Yu left the military headquarters, sprinting to the training ground. Their swift movement startled several soldiers stationed at the headquarters. Upon reaching the training ground, Feng Yu could hardly contain his excitement, leading Shen Zheng to the testing area and pointing at a concrete wall. Come on, unleash an explosive projectile at it. All right, Shen Zheng responded, slowly stepping back 2 paces. He raised his hand, feeling the surge of the explosion bug's power within him, contemplating how best to channel this force. Feng Yu did not rush him. Feng Yu. It seemed that Shen Zheng was carefully attuning himself to the use of the explosion bug's power, which was not unusual. Aside from super geniuses capable of acquiring genetic memories from the bug race, any newcomer to bug power would require time to comprehend and sense it before effectively wielding it. Initially, Shen Zheng considered how much power to exert, but soon he contemplated the matter further, feigning a thoughtful demeanor. After several minutes, feeling sufficiently prepared, he finally condensed a spherical explosive projectile in his palm. Chapter 013. Power. The explosive projectile, about the size of an adult's fist, was composed of a hard material covered with sharp spikes. These spikes were embedded deep within the projectile's core. Upon being launched and striking a target, the gas within would detonate suddenly, creating a shock wave, while the spikes would scatter in all directions. It could be likened to a hand grenade in terms of its destructive capability. This moment, the two stood over 50 meters from the thick concrete wall. This distance, nearly all soldiers with even minimal training would not miss their target. For Shen Zheng, even if the distance were stretched to the projectile's maximum range of 100 meters, he would never miss, as the battle memories ingrained in his genes by the explosion bug had taken deep root in his mind. At this moment, he resembled a fully aware explosion bug, intimately familiar with the characteristics of his own power. Taking a deep breath and stabilizing his strength, Shen Zheng finally launched the explosive projectile. After a brief whistling sound, the projectile struck the concrete wall squarely, resulting in a sharp explosion. The spikes shot out several meters in all directions, and the wall itself bore a large hole at its center, cracks spreading outwards before collapsing with a resounding crash. Well, using 70% of my strength yielded this level of destruction, Shen Zheng mused. Incredible! Feng Yu exclaimed in awe. That wall is 20 centimeters thick. I initially thought you would merely create a sizable crater. I never anticipated. Can I implant some weaker bug eggs? Shen Zheng inquired tentatively. This one has too wide an attack range. It's not suitable for single target strikes, of course. No problem, Feng Yu replied excitedly. You can choose from all the bug eggs in the military's inventory. As long as you can ingest them, the quantity is limitless. But be cautious. As the saying goes, too much of a good thing is not good. I understand. Shen Zheng nodded. He had learned during military training that it sufficed to have one bug type that suited him best. Having more was not necessarily advantageous. Indeed, Feng Yu agreed, then smiled. But for a super genius like you, perhaps this rule may not apply. Let us test your melee attack power next, he suggested, leading Shen Zheng to a vertical steel plate. The plate stood 3 centimeters thick, appearing impervious. Give it a try, Feng Yu said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. You should be able to leave a fist imprint on it. Let me give it a shot, Shen Zheng replied slowly, raising his fist. The steel armor bug's power coursed from within him, enveloping his entire arm in a black shell. The fundamentals of the steel armor bug's charging technique flashed in his mind. He squinted slightly and controlled his strength to about 70% before delivering a punch. Upon impact with the steel plate, a crisp sound resonated. which quickly morphed into a heavy thud. The 3-centimeter-thick steel plate buckled under Shen Zheng's strike, detaching from its base and flying several meters backward before crashing to the ground. This, Feng Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Shen Zheng was equally taken aback. Though he had launched the explosive projectile, he had merely exerted the force to launch it. The destructive capacity relied primarily on the explosion itself. However, the punch was different. It was entirely powered by his inherent strength. Just moments ago, he had considered himself merely a robust, ordinary person, but in this instant, he suddenly realized he had transformed into something extraordinary. "Is that acceptable?" he asked cautiously. "Acceptable? It's far beyond that," Feng Yu replied, shaking his head with a wry smile. "For someone with a bug power level of 66, your attack power has already surpassed your actual level. I believe you possess immense potential. One's true strength cannot be solely assessed by numerical values, but must also consider the potential for explosive performance in actual combat." "Perhaps," Shen Zheng nodded. "Let us go back and implant more bugs," Feng Yu exclaimed, enthusiasm renewed as he pulled Shen Zheng back. The test results showed no change. The matching value remained at 0. This time, the military doctor seemed unperturbed. Ignoring the values altogether and directly implanting a high-accuracy, long-range, single-target combat bug, the spiked gun bug, into Shen Zheng. Subsequently, they implanted the blade foot bug's eggs as well. The blade foot bug was a small creature just over 1 meter tall, known for its swift movements and blade-like appendages. Upon receiving its power, Shen Zheng would be able to extend 50-centimeter-long curved bone blades from his arm bones, forming a 90-degree angle with his arms, making it an absolute melee weapon. They then implanted the mucus bug, which possessed a pitifully low power level, comparable to that of the foundation bug. However, this bug was a coveted addition for many bug implanters, as it possessed a singular ability, secreting a medicinal mucus that could heal bodily damage. It was essentially a portable medical station. Beyond this, no further bugs were implanted. Firstly, Shen Zheng already had both long-range and melee bugs, along with a medical support option. Adding more would be redundant. Secondly, Wolf Tooth Town was merely a small place with a population of several 100,000, and there were no stronger or better bug eggs available for implantation within the Wolf Tooth core. "A miracle, simply a miracle," the military doctor muttered repeatedly. "To witness such a miracle in my lifetime, I consider it a life well spent. Listen up." Feng Yu suddenly grew serious, addressing the military doctors in the laboratory. "You must keep the details regarding Shen Zheng's situation confidential from everyone. Moreover, if anyone inquires, you must present a unified front and acknowledge one fact. Upon his enlistment, after a mismatch in testing, I secretly brought Shen Zheng here for unauthorized implantation of insects." The military doctors were left speechless. Shen Zheng gazed at Feng Yu, his heart brimming with gratitude. This squad leader not only assisted him in lying before the corps commander, concealing the matter of the unauthorized implantation, but also considered such intricate details. "This is an order," Feng Yu stated. "Shen Zheng is the future hope of our Wolf Fang corps, and our duty is to safeguard him. Do you understand?" "I comprehend." The chief medical officer nodded, assuring him, "Regardless of who inquires, we shall assert that Shen Zheng was privately brought here during the interval between this implantation and the initial test. However, what transpired, we do not know. For you expelled us all precisely." Feng Yu smiled. "Your foresight is commendable indeed. Should we burden these military doctors with this blame, it is likely that some would be reluctant. Yet, if we shift all responsibility onto Feng Yu, leaving these medical personnel unscathed, then persuading them to lie becomes a trivial matter. I must take my leave." Feng Yu patted Shen Zheng's shoulder. "The battlefield still requires my presence. And what about me?" Shen Zheng was taken aback. "You must remain," Feng Yu replied. "You have not undergone systematic combat training, which poses considerable danger. Although you possess formidable strength, it is far from sufficient. Battle experience and combat skills are crucial elements. I would not wish for a genius to perish on the battlefield in such a manner. Please rest assured." Shen Zheng saluted, his serious expression conveying his resolve. Close combat may demand that a warrior possesses sufficient fighting techniques. But for ranged combat, isn't it sufficient to simply aim accurately? Do not forget, I am capable in both ranged and close combat. However, Feng Yu hesitated. "I need to prove myself to others," Shen Zheng declared. "Furthermore, I must ensure that the corps commander believes that although he has lost a recruit who could have become a super soldier, he has gained a bona fide super soldier. I admire your determination." Feng Yu regarded Shen Zheng, nodding slowly. Very well, let us charge into battle and demonstrate what a super soldier truly is. Indeed, confidence sparkled in Shen Zheng's eyes. The motorcycle raced swiftly, departing from the Wolf Fang Corps headquarters and soon returning to the northwestern defensive city. Feng Yu directly escorted Shen Zheng to Liang Long's command center, where he saluted with excitement and, without waiting for Liang Long to inquire, eagerly proclaimed, "Report, Corps Commander, we have tremendous news. Did it succeed?" Although Liang Long had anticipated it, he still asked with some apprehension. "We tested several types of insects, and the compatibility values were all 0. Feng Yu explained, but we disregarded the compatibility values and proceeded with the implantation, resulting in complete success, and immediately after implantation, the compatibility values transformed to 100%. Such a phenomenon exists." The adjutant was astounded. So, it is his unique constitution that prevents the computer from making accurate analyses? Good heavens, we almost buried a genius. Squad leader Feng Yu, you have made a significant contribution this time. Feng Yu had previously focused solely on taking responsibility for Shen Zheng and had not considered this aspect. Hearing the adjutant's words now made his face flush with embarrassment, and he opened his mouth to explain. Actually, it was Shen Zheng indeed. Shen Zheng suddenly nodded, stating that without the squad leader's regard for me and his assistance, I would not have had another opportunity to prove myself. Squad leader, I am eternally grateful for your aid. Those willing to bear the blame for me, and in turn gain honor and benefits. Is there anything wrong with that? This was Shen Zheng's inner thought. Do not say that. Feng Yu genuinely felt embarrassed, yet simultaneously developed a deeper fondness for Shen Zheng. Talents are rare, super talents even more so. But the most exceptional are those who possess integrity, humility, and an understanding of how to repay others. Quickly, tell us, what insects were implanted? Liang Long inquired eagerly. Explosive insects, serrated spear insects, bladefoot insects, and slime insects, Feng Yu replied. So many? Liang Long was astonished as well. Indeed, a genius is truly a genius. Ordinary individuals can only implant a single type of insect, the most formidable being either close or ranged combat insects. Yet you, young man, managed to implant so many at once. Remarkable. Even more astonishing is his insect power. Feng Yu grinned with pride. How much? Liang Long asked anxiously. Chapter 014. Decision to enhance. Guess what? Feng Yu feigned mystery. Spare me the nonsense. Liang Long chided playfully. Hurry and tell me. 66. Feng Yu stated. Such a high value. The adjutant was taken aback. An untrained recruit surpasses even the most outstanding veterans, among the strongest warriors below the squad leader in the corps. Insect power barely reaches 63. There is something even more astonishing. Feng Yu boasted. If you do not hurry and tell me everything, watch out for my boot. Liang Long jested, and the two shared a laugh. Who would not be delighted to have such a powerful warrior emerge from the corps? He should be a special type of warrior. Feng Yu explained, during our test in the training ground, we discovered that he could punch a steel plate 3 centimeters thick into a crumpled mass, sending it several meters away from its base. This level of attack power exceeds the value of 66. I believe he can unleash his potential at any moment to achieve even greater combat strength. Such a type exists? The adjutant was left speechless, of course. Liang Long nodded steadily, his gaze towards Shen Zheng brimming with excitement. Well done, well done. Shen Zheng, you must continue to strive. With your exceptional talent, if you also apply yourself, I believe that not long from now, this position will belong to you. Corps Commander. Shen Zheng was rendered speechless. Not long ago, he was a destitute young man troubled by his sister's tuition fees and rent. Not long ago, he was a worthless individual scorned and ridiculed, and now, the mighty Corps Commander of the Wolf Fang Corps was telling him, this position will one day be yours. From heaven to hell, and then back to heaven. How could such rapid changes occur? Shen Zheng found it hard to accept this roller coaster of emotions. Strive forward. Liang Long advised him, perform well, and when your insect power further increases, I will grant you the position you deserved. I have a request. Shen Zheng gradually regained his composure amid his excitement. Speak. Liang Long nodded. I wish to apply for assistance from the Soldiers' Fund. Shen Zheng's voice trembled slightly. I have a sister. She has cancer, yet I lack the funds for her treatment. You startled me. Feng Yu wiped his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. I thought it was some insurmountable issue. Just treating cancer. Liang Long chuckled. Well, That's manageable. Do you require any further assistance from the Soldiers Fund? I will convene a meeting immediately to promote you to squad leader. That way, your salary will multiply several times over, and such trivial matters will no longer pose a concern for you. Shen Zheng looked at Liang Long, trembling with excitement, his heart overflowing with gratitude. A trivial matter? No, this is not a trivial matter. It pertains to his sister's life and death, the significance of his own happiness. As long as his sister is alive, he still has a concern, a warm home, and he is not alone. However, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Feng Yu frowned. Corps Commander, allow me to advance this sum for him. Early treatment is better than delayed care. Squad leader, Shen Zheng looked at Feng Yu, overwhelmed with emotion and at a loss for words. Seizing the opportunity during the insect tide, let us convene a squad leader meeting at once. Liang Long decisively declared, I want to announce the good news of a genius emerging from our corps and simultaneously promote Shen Zheng to squad leader. Very well, I concur. Feng Yu eagerly nodded. The order was promptly issued, and shortly, the other 3 squad leaders hurriedly arrived. The commander of the first squad, Luo Jia, wore a grim expression that clearly indicated his discontent. Why do you look so troubled? Did we not achieve a great victory? Liang Long inquired. Although there were casualties, I noticed in the adjutant's summary report that the death toll from your first squad seems lower than that of others. Not many, but they were elites. Luo Jia's voice carried a note of regret. During the recruit tests, the adaptability of the future star, Ping Lei, reached 86, yet he perished in battle. Such a pity. Liang Long subtly shook his head. Did anyone witness how he met his end? No one. Luo Jia sighed and shook his head. Examining the wound, it appeared he had been killed by a clawed insect. Who would have thought that such a rising star would fall in the very first battle? I know how he died. Shen Zheng, standing to the side, after deep contemplation, finally made his decision. He raised his voice, capturing everyone's attention. Liang Long watched Shen Zheng with interest, speculating on his thoughts, yet did not stop him from speaking. Neither did Feng Yu dare to interrupt Shen Zheng. You know? Luo Jia looked at Shen Zheng. I was the one who killed him. As Shen Zheng spoke, he raised his hand, the power of the clawed insect surging through him, swiftly transforming his fingers into sharp claws. It was you. Luo Jia's expression changed dramatically as he sprang to his feet. Do you realize the gravity of your crime? Slaughtering your own kind, your comrades. On the battlefield, it was merely self-defense. Shen Zheng met Luo Jia's gaze, his eyes devoid of fear. I killed a clawed insect, obtained some eggs, and he attempted to seize my spoils. Thus he opened fire on me. Captain Luo Jia, if it were you, you would undoubtedly have taken action to eliminate him as well, wouldn't you? What do you say? Ping Lei has targeted you. Luo Jia was taken aback. I can attest to this. Feng Yu said slowly. At that time, Shen Zheng's combat suit shield was completely shattered by Ping Lei's lance bullets. Shen Zheng narrowly escaped death thanks to the strength of the steel beetle armor. And in a moment of desperation, he retaliated and killed Ping Lei. I witnessed the entire process. The last part of that statement was a lie, of course, to better protect Shen Zheng. Luo Jia looked at Feng Yu and slowly sat down again. That damned fellow, I never expected him to be such a person. Luo Jia said resentfully, I had assumed he was merely a controlling brat who enjoyed having others around him, issuing commands, but I never imagined he would resort to such actions. Clearly, Luo Jia had great trust in Feng Yu. Shen Zheng, of course, was unaware of the reasons, but the other 2 team leaders understood that it was because during a previous terrifying insect tide, Feng Yu had suffered severe injuries while rescuing Luo Jia, nearly losing his life. Wait a moment. The 4th team leader, a composed man nearing 40 with golden long hair named Depu, looked at Shen Zheng with a face full of astonishment. Captain Feng Yu, did you just say that Shen Zheng harnessed the power of the steel beetle? Furthermore, the 3rd team leader, the one who first rushed to see Shen Zheng during the new recruit's insect implantation, named Kate Si, fixated on Shen Zheng's hands. What is this power of the stinger insect? Wasn't Shen Zheng only able to implant the foundation insect? The situation is roughly as follows. Liang Long coughed and took over the conversation. This is precisely why I convened everyone for this meeting. First and foremost, I must say that Shen Zheng is indeed a genius. That adaptation value of 98 is not a mere illusion. It is simply that our computers are unable to precisely analyze the results stemming from his unique constitution. In actuality, he can almost be implanted with any insect egg. What? The 3 team leaders were taken aback. Currently, he possesses the powers of 7 insects, Feng Yu stated slowly. The foundation insect, the steel beetle, the stinger insect, the explosive insect, the lance insect, the mucus insect, and the bladefoot insect. If permitted, he could be implanted with even more insect powers. But it is already unnecessary. Multi-insect fusion? Luo Jia uttered this term, startling everyone. Indeed, Feng Yu nodded. This is monumental news, Depu nodded heavily. Following the initial tests, Captain Feng Yu had been reluctant to accept the results. Liang Long explained according to Feng Yu's account. Therefore, he secretly conducted insect implantation experiments on Shen Zheng at the time. The effects did not manifest, but during the recent battle, when he was attacked by Ping Lei, this power suddenly erupted. He was unable to control this newfound strength, and in his moment of peril, he acted with excessive force, resulting in Ping Lei's death. The latter part of that statement was clearly an attempt to shield Shen Zheng. It is no wonder that no military leader would fail to wholeheartedly protect a warrior with infinite potential. Given this perspective, Ping Lei brought his fate upon himself. Luo Jia sighed, with Ping Lei's immediate superior stating such. The other two team leaders naturally had no objections and simply nodded in agreement. Captain Feng Yu has certainly made a significant contribution in this matter, Liang Long said. After the battle concludes, I will commend him accordingly. The purpose of gathering everyone here is to announce a decision. I intend to promote Shen Zheng to the position of squad leader, forming a 100-man squad comprised of new recruits under his command. What are your opinions? Well, Luo Jia and Depu hesitated for a moment before nodding. He just killed his comrade yet is being promoted. Such news would likely not be well received. However, the third team leader, Kate Si, spoke up directly, stating that although Ping Lei acted first, the soldiers may misunderstand the situation. If the new recruits believe that by eliminating a stronger comrade they can gain promotions and wealth, the Wolf Fang Legion will perish without needing an insect tide to strike. If this matter were not acknowledged by Shen Zheng himself, no one would know. Liang Long replied sternly. His willingness to speak of this indicates that he is free of guilt. What is there to fear? Ping Lei attacked a comrade in the battlefield. This not only violates military discipline but also the very essence of humanity. Such a person is not only unworthy of being a soldier but also unworthy of the title of human. Liang Long grew more agitated as he spoke, banging on the table, yet Kate Si seemed unperturbed by the commander's ire as he continued. Nevertheless, there is no justification for promoting him to squad leader. First, although he is a genius, he has yet to demonstrate the capability to fulfill the responsibilities of a squad leader. Second, the current situation is so dire that we are already short-staffed in our own teams. And now we must allocate new recruits to him. It seems rather advantageous to have an extra squad in the second team, does it not? Shen Zheng looked at Kate Si, firmly remembering this person who was the first to seize him and now the first to suppress him. Chapter 015. Assistance and exchange. His insect power level has reached 66. Should he not be promoted to squad leader? Feng Yu interjected at this moment. He initially believed the direct beneficiary of this matter was himself and thus should remain silent. But given Kate Si's aggressive stance, he felt compelled to share the burden with Liang Long. His future development will not be limited to merely that of a squad leader, Feng Yu said solemnly. Becoming a team leader is only a matter of time. Therefore, I would like to express my stance here. Shen Zheng's squad will be entirely under his command, and it will not be merged into my second team in the future. Captain Kate Si, are you satisfied? It is settled then. Without waiting for Kate Si to respond, Liang Long slammed the table. Shen Zheng's strength, coupled with the current wartime situation, necessitates that I take this action. I support this. Feng Yu raised his hand. Luo Jia looked at Feng Yu and also raised his hand. He felt no jealousy towards the strengthening of Feng Yu's team. Rather, there was a hint of relief. Seeing that two people had already raised their hands, the fourth team leader, Depu, also raised his hand in agreement. I reserve my opinion, Kate Si said with a frown. Among the four, 3 approved, and 1 abstained. Liang Long's aide remarked, then it has been approved. Commander, I shall proceed to select soldiers to form Shen Zheng's squad. Go ahead. Liang Long nodded, and his aide immediately left with a smile. I will also go, Kate Si said with a stern face, standing up to pursue, lest your aide select some useless waste for Shen Zheng's squad. You all go, assist in selecting personnel. Liang Long waved his hand, and Depu and Luo Jia left in succession. That Kate Si. After the 3 departed, Liang Long let out a heavy snort, his dissatisfaction evident. Shen Zheng found it somewhat perplexing. After all, Kate Si was merely a team leader. So how dared he openly oppose Commander Liang Long? Feng Yu glanced at Shen Zheng and smiled slightly. You should be cautious when dealing with KTC in the future, for he is not an easy adversary. Does he possess extraordinary strength? Shen Zheng inquired. To some extent, Feng Yu nodded, but it is not solely his personal strength. His insect power is 88, second only to me among the four of us. However, that is not the main reason. The primary factor is the formidable power behind him. The commander is also unable to act against him due to this influence. The formidable power behind him? Shen Zheng was somewhat puzzled. In Wolf Fang town, what force could rival the Wolf Fang Legion? The military district, Liang Long replied solemnly. KTC hails from the 12th military district, an exchange officer sent by the military district to assist the Legion. So that is the case? Shen Zheng understood. Across the entire White Wolf Star, there are nearly 200 nations, yet only 16 military districts exist. These military districts were originally established as armed forces for humanity to combat the insect tide. But over the course of history, they evolved. The military districts, possessing immense power, gradually surpassed all nations, becoming an independent force capable of influencing national destinies. Each military district holds sway over the fate of several nations, and they can intervene in the formulation of national policies and the appointment and dismissal of leaders without hesitation. It can be said that on White Wolf Star, the most powerful entities are not the nations, but the military districts. The nation of Longxing, where Wolf Fang town is located, lies precisely at the intersection of the 12th and 13th military districts. Longxing is a small country with a modest land area, historically subjected to alternating control by the two powerful military districts. Now that the influence of the 12th military district has overshadowed that of the 13th, it is only natural that Longxing has been incorporated into the 12th military district's territory. However, due to its unique geographical position, the 13th military district does not dare to act carelessly, hence the numerous so-called exchange officers stationed within the various legions of Longxing. The primary role of these exchange officers is to report the movements of each legion to the military district's command promptly. Although they do not hold high positions within the legions, their unique status compels the legion commanders to show them respect. Therefore, you must exercise caution, Feng Yu advised Shen Zheng. The Wolf Fang town is an inconspicuous little town, and the Wolf Fang Legion comprises merely over 5,000 personnel, yet, as the saying goes from our ancestors, it is not the absence of good fortune that we fear, but the absence of good people. Our ancestors also said that some people may appear sweet when offering sugar but sour when offering vinegar. Liang Long also cautioned Shen Zheng. Thus, individuals like KTC should be avoided whenever possible. Do not provoke them. Otherwise, if he truly reports to the military district, and someone within the district takes it seriously, it could be quite detrimental to us. Understood. Shen Zheng nodded emphatically. Let us go. We shall select personnel. Feng Yu rose to his feet and suggested, let us first join our formation. I shall provide you with the finest talents among the new recruits. Commander, this might not be appropriate, Shen Zheng replied. A hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. There's no need for concern, Feng Yu chuckled. Wolf Fang town is my home, and all its inhabitants are my kin. I will not allow them to suffer even the slightest threat from the insect race. Thus, bolstering the strength of our legion is of utmost importance to me. Personal gains and losses are insignificant in comparison. Let us proceed. Feng Yu kept his word, guiding Shen Zheng back to the formation and personally selecting 25 of the most exceptional new recruits. Subsequently, he led Shen Zheng to catch up with the officers of other formations who were also selecting new personnel. They eventually arrived at the third squad, where Caters welcomed them personally. I have already selected the individuals for you, Caters stated coldly. Take them away. With a wave of his hand, his aide promptly brought forth the 25 new recruits. Feng Yu examined them closely, his brow furrowing in discontent. Though he was not well acquainted with these new recruits, a few were vaguely familiar to him, primarily because they had exhibited abysmally low adaptability during the initial evaluations, and their insect power post-implantation was dismally meager. In essence, they were the epitome of underachievers. Liang Long's aide also seemed to recognize these individuals, his displeasure evident as he frowned. Caters glanced sideways at them. These individuals are the elite among the new recruits assigned to my squad. Handpicked by me. You wouldn't dare express dissatisfaction, would you? Quite satisfied indeed, Feng Yu retorted with a scoff. Thank you for your efforts, commander of the third squad. Not at all, Caters replied with a smile. Shall we depart? Liang Long's aide, still brimming with indignation, huffed and motioned for the 25 new recruits to follow. The recruits were filled with trepidation as they trailed behind, arriving at the second squad. Feng Yu immediately busied himself with organizing the barracks, arranging accommodations for the 100 newly joined soldiers, distributing weapons, and other matters. Finally, he opened a small conference room and ushered the 100 soldiers inside before pushing Shen Zheng onto the podium. The 100 soldiers looked at Shen Zheng on the stage, exchanging bewildered glances. They had already learned they were assigned to the second squad, and their commander was none other than the so-called genius turned waste, Shen Zheng. They were utterly perplexed by the situation. Among them, some who had previously ridiculed Shen Zheng were either filled with trepidation or stared at him with disdain, calculating how they might dominate this seemingly powerless squad leader in the future. As Shen Zheng surveyed the crowd, memories flooded back. The reverence he once received as a genius, the derision he faced when he fell from grace, and now, the skepticism and confusion emanating from the gathered soldiers. He spotted a familiar face and nodded slightly to it was a new recruit who had once participated in a protection mission alongside him. They had shared a vehicle, and that recruit had mocked Shen Zheng, boasting about his pronged bullet insect abilities, only to be soundly rebuked by Feng He. Recalling this, Shen Zheng scanned the crowd and soon spotted Feng He's figure. Feng He blushed slightly and smiled at him. "Sitting upright, dummy?" the recruit exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, indeed. You," Shen Zheng replied calmly. "What is it?" The recruit furrowed his brow and stood abruptly in his mind. Shen Zheng was merely the waste with foundational insect power. Though this waste had now become his superior, there was little to respect or fear. "I recall your insect ability involves pronged bullets, correct?" Shen Zheng inquired. "Indeed, your memory serves you well," the recruit scoffed. Feng Yu, standing with his hands behind his back, quietly observed with curiosity. What was Shen Zheng planning? Surely he wouldn't seek revenge against those who had bullied him before. "Utilize your pronged bullet and shoot at me," Shen Zheng stated, fixing his gaze on the recruit. "What?" The recruit was taken aback. As were the others. Feng He nearly leapt from his seat, exclaiming loudly, questioning Shen Zheng's sanity. "I shall repeat myself. Use your pronged bullet to shoot at me," Shen Zheng declared firmly. "The duty of a soldier is to obey. I am now your commander, and should you refuse my command, I will enforce military discipline upon you." "Very well." The recruit, stung by anger, sneered. "Commander, this is your command. I shall, of course, comply. However, should anything go awry, do not blame me." With that, he raised his right hand, and with a surge of insect power, a pronged bullet coalesced in his palm, suspended in midair by the delicate strands of his insect power. "Proceed," Shen Zheng urged calmly. "As you wish." The recruit gritted his teeth, unleashing his insect power as he fired the pronged bullet at Shen Zheng. The moment he moved, Shen Zheng's inherited danger perception from the insect race activated. The strength of the steel-armored insect surging within him and swiftly manifesting as a black armored shell encasing his body. The insect's heightened perception allowed him to track the trajectory of the pronged bullet, enabling him to avoid encasing his head. It all transpired in an instant. Onlookers merely saw the recruit raise his hand and fire the pronged bullet, which struck Shen Zheng squarely in the chest. At such a close range, any recruit could achieve this level of accuracy. A resounding crack echoed as Shen Zheng's military uniform tore apart, fabric scattering in all directions, and a black object shot forth with a loud thud, causing several recruits to duck instinctively as it ricocheted off the wall before falling to the ground. Chapter 16. The duel. It's a pronged bullet. In disbelief, a nearby soldier rushed over to retrieve the black object, unable to suppress his exclamation. "Good heavens, the tip has been flattened." All gazes shifted from the soldier's hand back to the podium, where Shen Zheng stood defiantly, expression grave, showing no signs of injury. Beneath the tattered uniform, a black, iron-like shell was revealed. "What kind of armor is that? It's incredibly formidable." Soldiers erupted in astonishment. The soldier who had fired at Shen Zheng turned pale, trembling slightly. He suddenly grasped the truth, that Shen Zheng's rise to squad leader was not a result of the commander's momentary lapse in judgment, nor due to any monetary influence he might have wielded. This was the power of the steel-armored insect. Shen Zheng addressed the crowd, his voice steady. The steel-armored insect, a being with insect power exceeding 60. The noise of soldiers' discussions and exclamations erupted like a bomb detonating in the conference room. each new recruit gazing at Shen Zheng in disbelief, unable to fathom how this once inconsequential waste had suddenly acquired such immense power. Silence! Feng Yu's booming voice cut through the chaos, causing the recruits to shudder into silence. Please take your seats. Shen Zheng smiled gently at the soldier who had fired at him. Rest assured, I will not hold this against you. We are comrades in the same legion and should unite against the insect race to protect our homeland. Would you not agree? Yes, yes. The soldier nodded vigorously, panic evident in his response. Commander, it was my fault earlier. I promise to heed your commands from now on. Take a seat. Shen Zheng replied with a serene smile, and the soldier, visibly relieved, complied. Let bygones be bygones. Shen Zheng addressed all the soldiers. I have forgotten the past and will not hold it against you. Now, I wish for you to understand that your squad leader is not a waste. For a waste could never possess such power. With that, he raised his hand, unleashing the power of the clawed insect. His fingers transforming into sharp, spear-like appendages, drawing forth a new round of astonished gasps from the soldiers. He then proceeded to showcase the abilities of the blade-foot insect, the pronged insect, and the explosive insect. Each demonstration met with waves of a W.E.My heavens. He truly is a genius. Gasps of admiration resonated throughout the room. Commander Shen Zheng possesses a unique constitution, Feng Yu announced loudly. Thus, our systems failed to provide an accurate assessment, mistakenly indicating a compatibility value of 0. Now, all is clarified. Commander Shen Zheng is indeed the most gifted super soldier in history. You should feel honored to have such a warrior as your squad leader. Indeed, a voice rang out. It was Fang He. His excitement evident, he gazed at Shen Zheng and proclaimed, with such a superlative squad leader, I believe our squad will undoubtedly evolve into the most formidable vanguard of the Wolf Fang Legion. Vanguard. Several recruits who had quickly befriended Fang He echoed his sentiment, and soon all the soldiers joined in a resounding chorus. Vanguard. The squad was formed, yet Feng Yu turned to Shen Zheng, stating, however, your task is not to engage in battle but to withdraw and train. Withdraw for training? Shen Zheng was taken aback. With the insect tide approaching, he, the newly appointed squad leader, was to lead the team away, which would undoubtedly provide more ammunition for caterers and others to question Liang Long's appointment. You have not undergone any combat training, Feng Yu asserted seriously. Had you been an ordinary soldier previously? I could have considered keeping you by my side as a long-range attack assistant. However, you have now ascended to the position of squad leader, tasked with overseeing the combat of 100 soldiers, which necessitates your presence on the front lines. Such a role is perilous. We cannot afford the risk of losing a super genius like you. Since you acknowledge my exceptional talents, it is only right that I am allowed to showcase my abilities. Shen Zheng asserted, a super genius lacking combat training and experience in manipulating insect force is hardly superior to an ordinary soldier, Feng Yu countered, shaking his head. Then I demand to duel with any veteran soldier whose insect power exceeds 60. Shen Zheng declared that I will demonstrate my capabilities through action. Foolish boy, I am doing this for your own good. Feng Yu said with a wry smile. I understand. Shen Zheng replied sincerely, and I am deeply grateful. But in this moment, I cannot withdraw. If I do, not only will I lose face, but so will the 100 soldiers under my command. Please believe in me. Very well, Feng Yu hesitated. I will select a soldier from my squad with an insect power of 62 to face you. Should you fail to defeat him, you must lead your team off the battlefield and return to the headquarters for training under the instructors. Agreed. Shen Zheng nodded emphatically. Is a duel about to commence? The soldiers murmured excitedly, their curiosity piqued. How formidable is this true genius in combat? Could he possibly triumph over a seasoned veteran despite his lack of combat training? Soon, they would have their answer. Feng Yu led Shen Zheng and his new team out of the conference room and into the emergency training grounds of the 2nd Battalion, simultaneously instructing his aide to bring over a veteran soldier from the 2nd Battalion. Do you recognize him? Feng Yu asked, patting the veteran on the shoulder and gesturing towards Shen Zheng. Isn't that the newly appointed squad leader among the recruits? The veteran replied honestly, I have a task for you. Feng Yu pointed at Shen Zheng, addressing the 100 subordinates present. Bring him down. What? The veteran was taken aback, clearly misunderstanding Feng Yu's intent. If you fail, you will forfeit a month's pay, Feng Yu said sternly. And you will also face a week's confinement. Understood. The veteran straightened, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness and intensity, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. The new recruits shivered involuntarily at the sight. The fierce energy honed on the battlefield was something they could scarcely withstand. The veteran cast a look of disdain towards Shen Zheng. Shen Zheng had to admit that compared to this battle-hardened warrior, his own resolve felt somewhat lacking. For a fleeting moment, he found himself momentarily dazed under the veteran's gaze. Taking a deep breath, Shen Zheng met the veteran's stare with unwavering determination, surprising the veteran with the conviction in his eyes. It's nothing, truly nothing, Shen Zheng thought to himself. Compared to the menacing visage of a foreman threatening to withhold wages, the scornful gaze of a wealthy mistress, or the cold stare of a thug demanding protection money. I have risen from the depths. I have encountered countless threats to my life and livelihood. I have persevered for my family. My only sister I have endured. Now, I fear nothing. I can face everything. Come now. Let us not waste time. Shen Zheng strode to the center of the training ground. Have you remembered my orders? Feng Yu asked the veteran solemnly. I have. The veteran saluted. Very good. Ensure you bring him down? Yes. The veteran limbered up and moved to the center of the arena. The new recruits stood by, their eyes wide with a mixture of anxiety and excitement, eagerly watching. Don't blame me, Feng Yu thought. Gazing at Shen Zheng with a sigh, I cannot allow you to take risks for the sake of pride. Your future should be bright. I cannot let it be extinguished here. Return, train diligently, and there will be a time for you to shine. The veteran approached Shen Zheng, grinning. New squad leader, although your rank surpasses mine, I am bound by the orders of the battalion commander. So, in this duel, my hands are tied. If I injure you, do not hold it against me. Rest assured, Shen Zheng nodded. I will be mindful. The veteran raised an eyebrow, suddenly serious. You dare to challenge me? I have heard of your remarkable talents, but the truth is you lack combat training. Your insect power cannot be fully harnessed against a seasoned warrior like me. For the sake of the battalion commander's orders, I must bring you down. With a flash of intensity in his eyes, the veteran channeled his insect power, enveloping his fists in layers of hardened armor, forming two massive hammers the size of human heads. With a sharp exhalation, the veteran lunged at Shen Zheng like a gust of wind, his heavy fists flying towards Shen Zheng's shoulders. The combat instincts inherited from the insect race surged within Shen Zheng, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the veteran's eyes, tracking the trajectory of the hammers in his peripheral vision. Rather than retreating, he slowly began to focus his energy, allowing his insect power to coalesce around him. To others, the exchange may have seemed instantaneous, but to Shen Zheng, the veteran's movements unfolded at a pace that allowed him to discern their true paths. Enough. This is more than sufficient. A black, steel-like shell rapidly emerged from his body, shielding him. With a calculated maneuver, he raised his left arm to deflect one of the veteran's hammers while simultaneously striking towards the veteran's chest with his other fist. To strike with a fist or an open palm? In that fleeting moment, two options presented themselves in his mind, and instinctively, he chose the palm. He could not precisely articulate why he opted for this approach. He merely sought to subdue the veteran without inflicting excessive harm. With a dull thud, the veteran staggered back, propelled by the force of the strike. How is this possible? Feng Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. A chorus of astonishment echoed among the 100 soldiers under Shen Zheng's command, who had already witnessed their squad leader's prowess, yet could hardly fathom that he could be this formidable. An insect power of 62. What did that signify? This was the pinnacle of the 2nd Battalion's strength, a force that surpassed even that of the squad leader, and yet, he had been sent flying with barely a chance to retaliate. Feng Yu stared at the fallen veteran, his mouth agape, unable to accept the reality before him. Though this veteran held no official rank, his strength was undeniable. He simply lacked the temperament and intellect suited for an officer, remaining an ordinary soldier. However, his pay was commensurate with that of the squad leaders for his power. An impressive 62, far exceeded that of all the squad leaders in the 2nd Battalion, and his extensive battlefield experience rendered him a formidable opponent. Though Shen Zheng's insect power reached 66, surpassing the veterans, Feng Yu believed that Shen Zheng's lack of combat training and formal education in wielding insect force rendered him unfit to succeed in actual combat. Yet, he had never anticipated that Shen Zheng could dispatch the strongest warrior in their ranks with a single strike. Medical personnel, quickly. Feng Yu finally regained his composure, noting the veteran's unconscious form on the ground, and urgently commanded his aide to summon medical assistance. Is he all right? Shen Zheng asked, concern etching his features. "Fortunately, yes," the medic replied with a smile after examining the veteran. He merely fainted from the impact. His strength was precisely calibrated. A little more force would have harmed him, while a little less would have allowed him to rise and continue fighting. Impressive. The medic's praise elevated Shen Zheng's status in the eyes of his subordinates. "You young man," Feng Yu regarded Shen Zheng, at a loss for words. His mind raced, struggling to comprehend the implications of inherited memories. At that moment, an urgent alarm suddenly blared, causing Feng Yu's expression to shift dramatically. He wasted no time. "Form up immediately, those bearing heavy responsibilities take their positions, prepare to resist the impending insect tide." For reasons unknown, Shen Zheng felt a sense of calm wash over him. Devoid of the nervousness or fear characteristic of his first battle, he surveyed his 100 subordinates and spoke with a commanding voice. "Immediately retrieve your weapons and armor from the armory. For those still unfamiliar with insect force applications, utilize this preparation time to practice and enhance your proficiency." "Yes," the soldiers chorused in unison. Feng Yu watched in astonishment, unable to suppress a smile. Not only was Shen Zheng a superlative warrior, but he also possessed remarkable leadership skills. Such a rarity, truly. Shortly thereafter, all soldiers stationed at the northwest stronghold were fully equipped, taking their positions and gazing intently towards the direction of the insect valley, awaiting the resurgence of the insect tide. However, Shen Zheng's place was no longer on the original defensive platform. He now commanded his own squad, tasked with the defense of a separate stronghold. At that moment, he stood atop the high platform, gazing intently at the distant mouth of the fierce insect valley, his eyes fixed, devoid of any unease, tension, fear, or panic. He could not fathom why he remained so composed. Upon reflection, he found this tranquility rather peculiar. Only a short while ago, he had been an ordinary citizen, a common worker, and although he had experienced brawls in his youth, the thought of taking a life had never crossed his mind. Yet, just before this, he had personally slain Ping Lei, and his heart bore not a trace of turmoil. Why was this so? He pondered deeply, ultimately attributing it all to the consequences of the insect implantation. As he ruminated, he could only ascribe his state to this singular cause. Perhaps, the genetic memories of the insect race had imprinted upon his mind, bestowing him with the semblance of having experienced bloody carnage, rendering him indifferent to slaughter, battle, and death. Realizing this, he felt an unsettling need for vigilance, wary of being ensnared by the genetic memories of the insect race, transforming into a cold-blooded assassin devoid of emotion. At that moment, a warning from the insect sound discriminator operator crackled through his communicator. "The insect tide approaches. All units maintain vigilance and prepare for combat. Everyone, get ready," he commanded loudly. Before long, a terrifying cacophony of insect cries erupted, coalescing into a tide of sound that sent shivers down the spines of the new recruits, their palms slick with sweat as they gripped their weapons tightly, taking deep breaths in an instant. A wave of insect sounds surged forth from the fierce insect valley, the shrieks, howls, and roars merging into a sea of sound that resonated far and wide, instilling dread in the hearts of all who heard it. "Stay calm," Shen Zheng bellowed, steadying the spirits of the new recruits. Only with composure and steadiness could they hope to survive. The tide of insects drew ever closer, and the long-range artillery finally began to roar at them. Each massive creature shattering under the explosive shells, scattering and flying away, their wretched cries echoing across the land. Yet, none of this could halt the advance of the insect tide. That relentless wave of death surged forward, drawing nearer to the fortress. Then came the furious roar of the machine guns, hundreds of them unleashing a torrent of bullets that turned the robust insects into mere sieves, shredding their exoskeletons and severing their limbs. As before, this tide of insects, having sacrificed thousands of their kind to charge forth, finally reached the fortress, their numbers still numbering in the thousands. Utilizing their unique skills, they began to scale the fortress walls, falling one by one under the barrage of human weaponry, each one screaming as they plummeted. Among them were many spiny claw insects, frantically launching their spines at the fortress above, yet the sturdy outer walls of the defense held firm against their onslaught. However, due to the sheer volume of projectiles, several sections of the fortress walls sustained damage, though they remained unbreached. "Behind us lies our homeland, where our loved ones reside," Shen Zheng shouted from the center of the platform. addressing the new recruits who were beginning to feel a twinge of fear in the face of the oncoming tide. Even in death, we shall never allow the insects to step foot into Wolf Fang town. We will not yield an inch to the insects. Fang he leapt up, roaring in agreement, and inspired by his fervor. The soldiers rose in unison, their spirits ignited. Moments later, after losing another 2,000 to 3,000 of their kind under the relentless rain of bullets, the insects finally managed to ascend the defensive platform, their fierce roars echoing as they brandished their sharp limbs and claws, lunging at the human soldiers. Kill! Shen Zheng's expression grew icy as he bellowed. His body encased in a shell as tough as steel, fingers transforming into sharp weapons. 2.5 meter long, gleaming bone blades extended from his forearms, and with a swift motion, several spiny projectiles flew forth, striking down an insect that had just leapt toward him with a wretched scream. He did not falter, racing to the edge of the platform where a spiny claw insect had just ascended, its front limbs piercing the ground as it prepared to launch itself upward. The genetic memories guided Shen Zheng in harnessing his insect powers, and he charged forward, slipping between the insect's forelimbs. With a slight twist of his arm, he unleashed a sweeping strike, opening a gash in the insect's chest. Raising his other hand, he swiftly condensed a burst grenade, which hovered in his palm under the influence of his insect power. With a flick of his wrist, he thrust the grenade into the wound of the spiny claw insect, then spun around, sweeping his blade to sever its front limbs. Stripped of support, the spiny claw insect tumbled down, crushing several of its kin below before it hit the ground. Before it could struggle to rise, the grenade lodged within it detonated, tearing its body apart. The sharp shards from the explosion scattered, piercing the surrounding insects, claiming many more lives. Let us fight to the bitter end. Fang he was the first to respond to Shen Zheng's command. Spreading his arms as 2 bone blades sprouted from each, curving forward like scimitars. Another spiny claw insect climbed up, followed by a horde of others. The insect tide had finally breached the defensive platform, and the soldiers could no longer engage them from a safe distance. Fang he sprinted towards the spiny claw insect, mimicking Shen Zheng's earlier move, and severed one of its forelimbs with a single strike. The spiny claw insect shrieked in pain, using its remaining limb to anchor itself. It bent low and leapt onto the platform, roaring and swinging its solitary forelimb at Fang he quickly rolled away. But the insect's other limb swept across, knocking him to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the insect raised its forelimb again, aiming to smash him with its claws. Get away! A thunderous voice erupted as Shen Zheng charged in like a dark war chariot, bending low and delivering a powerful strike to the insect's chest, sending it flying. Before it even hit the ground, Shen Zheng had already raised his hand, launching several spiny projectiles that riddled the fallen insect's head and chest. Thank you! Fang he scrambled to his feet, beaming at Shen Zheng with a flushed face. No need for thanks. Shen Zheng replied with a light punch. We are friends, indeed. Fang he smiled broadly at Shen Zheng. His spirits lifted. Half an hour later, the third wave of the insect tide arrived. The shrieking swarm of creatures surged forth fearlessly under the shadow of death, while the seasoned human soldiers, hardened by battle, remained largely indifferent to this onslaught. Even the fresh recruits, having endured 2 previous waves, had become considerably more composed. Death did not confine itself merely to the insect horde. During the last wave, human lives had also been lost amidst pools of blood. Their comrades silently gathered their fallen bodies, loaded their firearms, adjusted their insect power to optimal levels, and quietly gazed towards the valley of the ferocious insects, guns raised, awaiting the approach of the tide. After grouping the 25 soldiers of the 3rd Detachment, Shen Zheng organized the rest of his subordinates into teams, each comprising both long-range and close-quarters combatants to ensure mutual support and a balance of offense and defense. This method of grouping proved immediately effective as the 3rd wave of the insect tide struck, with fierce combat erupting atop the defensive platform, yet miraculously, none of the squad members sustained injuries. Of course, this success was intricately linked to Shen Zheng's relentless efforts to provide aid. During the battle, he increasingly realized he possessed a near sixth sense, a heightened perception of danger, allowing him to anticipate where insects might suddenly appear on the platform. As a result, he often reached the most perilous spots ahead of time to mitigate threats to his subordinates. Moreover, he gradually discovered he could discern which insects possessed greater strength and which were weaker. enabling him to prioritize which foes to confront first. Ultimately, his ability to foresee danger and assess strength reached a new pinnacle. He could sense the movements of insects with his eyes closed and could gauge their power levels solely by instinct. This was truly remarkable, leaving him astonished. After the third wave had passed, and 2 more hours had elapsed without any signals from the insect sound detector, Liang Long dispatched scouts to cautiously infiltrate the Valley of Beasts for reconnaissance. As the scouts delved deeper, a stream of good news poured in, culminating in the early hours of the following day when they ventured into the depths of the insect forest and found no trace of the creatures. Liang Long could finally ascertain that this crisis had passed. With a sigh of relief, he settled back into his chair, murmuring, just like before, still 3 waves of the insect tide. Well, we can expect about 3 months of peaceful days ahead. However, the overall outlook was not promising, his aide reminded him. Previously, insect tides occurred annually, with only 1 wave each time. A decade ago, it shifted to biannual occurrences, and now it had escalated to every 3 months. With 3 waves each time. Who knows if this frequency will increase further? My greatest fear is, Liang Long gazed up at the ceiling, contemplating the tragic repetition of Earth's history. Upon hearing this, his aide involuntarily shuddered. Let the scouts continue deeper, Liang Long commanded, closing his eyes until he was certain the insect horde had retreated into their burrows. He then arranged for large insect sound detectors and surveillance instruments to be set up around the burrows and the insect forest. If there were no further disturbances, they would remain stationed for 3 more days, leaving a rotating garrison before returning to headquarters. From that moment on, the Wolf Fang Legion spent 3 days in the northwest fortification, regrouping and repairing the stronghold while also clearing away the insect carcasses. While the insect horde was undoubtedly a calamity while alive, their remains proved to be a valuable resource. For instance, some insects with formidable defensive capabilities could yield rare metallic elements from their shells, suitable for crafting battle armor, while the blade-footed insects could provide materials for weapon manufacturing. The insects' innards could be processed into feed for livestock, fertilizers to enrich the soil for crops, and even medicinal extracts. Furthermore, insect hides, after processing, served as superior raw materials for leather goods compared to conventional animal hides. In summary, while the insect tide represented a catastrophic disaster, it simultaneously offered a significant bounty. Collecting and categorizing the insect carcasses post-victory became an essential task. Shen Zheng's squad emerged unscathed from the battle, fully aware that their safety was due to his timely interventions during dire moments. Consequently, they held a profound respect and gratitude for their new squad leader. Willing to serve him wholeheartedly, during these 3 days, Shen Zheng directed his team alongside other soldiers in gathering the spoils of war, tirelessly collecting, boxing, and transporting the insect remains. After 3 exhausting days of this labor, the Wolf Fang Legion concluded their efforts, leaving behind a garrison to guard the northwest fort before returning to the Legion's headquarters. Upon their return, a debriefing was necessary to review the battle and commend those who had performed exceptionally. However, before that, a high-level meeting with the Legion commander and the detachment leaders was to be convened. Shen Zheng initially believed this matter had no bearing on him, but to his surprise, Liang Long's aide summoned him. Upon entering the meeting room, Liang Long immediately stood up and approached him with a smile. So, how are the members of that little squad responding to your leadership? Not merely compliant, Feng Yu interjected eagerly from the side. They are utterly devoted to following Shen Zheng. Not only does he possess exceptional individual strength, but he is also a remarkable leader. Such talents are rare. Liang Long nodded appreciatively, gesturing towards a seat for Shen Zheng. Please, take a seat here. Yes, sir. Shen Zheng acknowledged with a salute before sitting down. Why does he deserve to sit in on a high-level meeting? Caters frowned immediately. Soon enough, you will see, Liang Long replied curtly as he took his seat at the head of the conference table. In this meeting, I have several announcements to make, one of which pertains to Shen Zheng's military promotion. Promotion? Caters furrowed his brow. He is already a squad leader. What more could he be promoted to? Would it be to a detachment leader? While his insect power is the highest among the soldiers, he is still far from being qualified for that position. Who said I was promoting him to detachment leader? Liang Long scoffed. Then what do you mean? Caters questioned, looking at Liang Long expectantly. I intend to create a new position of honorary detachment leader, Liang Long declared. Honorary detachment leader? Caters stared, momentarily dumbfounded, as did the other 3 detachment leaders. Indeed, Liang Long affirmed, nodding solemnly at the assembly. You have all witnessed Shen Zheng's capabilities. He not only possesses formidable individual strength, but also excels in leadership. Such talent is invaluable and must be given ample room for growth. But that growth space doesn't correlate with such an unusual title. Feng Yu hesitated. This promotion feels abrupt and peculiar, and even I sense something amiss. Shen Zheng, on the other hand, was taken aback. Honorary detachment leader? Though merely a title, it implied an elevation in both rank and salary to that of a detachment leader. Indeed, this doesn't seem reasonable. Caters quickly echoed Feng Yu's sentiments. Providing a genius with room to grow is wise. But what relevance does this peculiar position have? Because I want him to focus entirely on his development. Thus, I must alleviate any concerns he may have regarding his livelihood, Liang Long stated firmly. But Feng Yu began to object. Enough said, Liang Long interjected decisively. This matter is settled. A military assembly will be held shortly to summarize the battle and commend individuals, at which point I will announce this decision. Aide, please take Shen Zheng to prepare. Arrangements for housing, uniforms, and other necessities I may not be well versed in. Yes, sir, the aide saluted before smiling at Shen Zheng. Come along, Commander Shen. Wait. Shen Zheng looked bewildered at the aide and then turned to Liang Long. Don't be daft. You've earned this. Liang Long waved him off with a smile. Thank you, Commander. Shen Zheng, overwhelmed with emotion, straightened and saluted before following the aide. Commander, I believe this decision lacks due consideration. Caters remarked discontentedly once Shen Zheng had left. This could lead to significant discontent among the soldiers. I acknowledge Shen Zheng's outstanding performance in this battle. His squad suffered no casualties. However, they were not the only squad to achieve that. I too find this somewhat inappropriate, Feng Yu conceded, despite his reservations about Caters' perspective. Liang Long may indeed be favoring Shen Zheng excessively. Shen Zheng's talent is so extraordinary that it has led you to overlook a crucial point, Liang Long observed, gazing at them intently. Do you realize why I am so determined to promote him? The group looked at him, awaiting an explanation. Consider this. How could a new recruit, untrained in any form of combat or insect power usage, effortlessly take down formidable insects right from the start, regardless of their innate genius? Liang Long posed. Moreover, his calmness during battle is not something any ordinary recruit could achieve. Are you suggesting? Feng Yu exclaimed, slapping his forehead. The insect race's inherited memories. Luo Jia interjected brightly, her eyes sparkling. Upon hearing this term, Caters and Depp trembled. Is that even possible? Depp stammered, still reeling from the revelation. Is there any other explanation? Liang Long scrutinized the assembly. Caters covertly glanced at Feng Yu, noticing the excitement and pride reflected in his eyes. A frown creased his brow. If such a prodigy could be recommended to higher authorities, it would be a tremendous achievement. However, Liang Long and Feng Yu had already taken action beforehand. If I were to change my mind now, it is likely that Shen Zheng would not heed my words. If he truly ascends to a position of power in the future, given my previous attempts to obstruct Liang Long's promotion of him, he may seek revenge against me. A sense of unease enveloped Carter. Unbeknownst to Shen Zheng, events were unfolding in the conference room. At this moment, he accompanied his aide to the officers' quarters in the military camp, where he received the key to a private courtyard. This type of small courtyard was uniformly styled, designated for brigade leaders, featuring a 3-story building within an independent yard, complete with guards and support staff. The military uniform will be sent over shortly, the aide remarked, gesturing towards the small building. Brigade Leader Shen, you may now inspect the premises and let me know if there are any areas of discontent. I will assist in making adjustments. It is already splendid, Shen Zheng exclaimed with excitement. Gazing at the 3-story building, his heart brimmed with emotion. Just a short while ago, he had been fretting over the rent for a modest apartment. Yet now, he found himself the owner of such a vast courtyard and a 3-story residence. Could this all be a dream? Aide, may I request an advance on my military salary? Shen Zheng suddenly inquired, leaving the aide momentarily stunned. What? My sister has been diagnosed with a terminal illness, Shen Zheng explained. I mentioned this before. Brigade Leader Feng Yu said he would lend me money. However, I was wondering if it would be possible to receive an advance on my military salary. Ah, so that is the matter at hand, the aide chuckled. The Corps commander had already instructed me prior to the meeting. The funds will come from the Corps military budget, and I have dispatched someone to the town to liaise with the best hospital. I am truly grateful to the Corps commander. Shen Zheng let out a sigh of relief. His sister would finally receive help, and he would no longer have to worry about losing his only family member. Their warm home would remain intact, free from separation and sorrowful tears. Shortly thereafter, the corps assembly commenced. On the grand parade ground, over 5,000 soldiers stood in formation. After Liang Long delivered an inspiring speech from the podium and rewarded outstanding soldiers, he announced Shen Zheng's appointment as honorary brigade leader. As soon as the decision was made public, a wave of astonished murmurs rippled through the ranks. Many who were aware of Shen Zheng's battlefield performance were equally surprised. In their view, it was entirely reasonable for Shen Zheng to be appointed as a squad leader, but a brigade leader. Nevertheless, this was a decision made by the higher-ups, and the soldiers could neither express dissent nor harbor any objections. After the assembly concluded, Shen Zheng approached Liang Long directly. Before he could speak, Liang Long, with a smile, said, "Kid, I know what you're here for. You're asking for leave, right, Corps Commander?" "I sincerely thank you," Shen Zheng replied solemnly. Saluting Liang Long. "No need for such formality," Liang Long replied, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. "You are upright, exceptionally capable, and a rare talent. A person like you would be vigorously promoted in any commander's ranks. Now, go on. Return to the town and be with your sister as she undergoes treatment." "Yes." Shen Zheng saluted vigorously. "Take a few trusted soldiers with you. Do not tarnish our corps reputation." Feng Yu approached, smiling as he handed Shen Zheng a card. "Here is your military salary for the year. Buy your sister some nice clothes, perhaps a larger apartment to live in, and even a decent car. This should suffice." "Thank you, brigade leader." "Thank you, corps commander." Shen Zheng saluted once more. "Sister, I shall return at once." In Langya town, the last few white camellia flowers finally fell, and with their departure, the trees lost their vibrant green, gradually turning to the yellows of autumn. The sun shone brightly, warming those areas touched by its light to the point of perspiration, yet stepping into the shadows brought an immediate chill, almost prompting a sneeze. Walking along the leaf-strewn path of the campus, Shen sneezed several times. She rubbed her nose, still slightly sore, and couldn't help but think, "I must not catch a cold. I must not fall ill. Otherwise, it will cost money again. The money my brother left me was earned through his hard work. I cannot waste it. What's the matter? Why are you sneezing?" A handsome young man emerged from the corner of the garden, concern etched on his face. "Be careful. The weather just turned autumn, making it easy to catch a cold." "Thank you for your concern," Shen replied, glancing up to recognize her senior, Guan Xin. This senior had always shown her particular favor, frequently coming around to offer his attentions. While he was quite well off, handsome, and from a good family background, Shen felt no interest in him. Compared to her brother, this dashing young man had no other redeeming qualities. Her brother was a man of responsibility. Was this handsome senior the same? Her brother confronted challenges without fear. Could this handsome senior do the same? Shen smiled at her senior and quickened her pace, while Guan Xin trailed closely behind, occasionally expressing concern. It wasn't until they reached the school gate that a teacher called Guan Xin away, finally bringing an end to his persistent attentions. Phew, Shen exhaled in relief. Luckily, the teacher's interruption spared her from enduring his incessant concern. Upon exiting the school gate and preparing to head home, 5 girls suddenly rushed out from the side, cornering Shen against the gate. "What do you want?" Shen asked with a friendly smile, her tone amiable. "I warn you, do not try to seduce senior Guan Xin again." The lead girl shouted fiercely at her. "What?" Shen was taken aback. "Stop pretending," the girl snorted coldly. "You think you're so special, flaunting your looks to attract senior Guan Xin every day? Have you no shame? Just take a look in the mirror. Who do you think you are compared to him? What are you? Speak respectfully." Shen frowned. "Lin Nan, whatever you have with Guan Xin has nothing to do with me. But please do not harass me." "Oh, look at you being so tough," a girl glared. "You little pauper, if you dare speak so rudely to Sister Lin Nan again, I'll make sure to tear your mouth apart. Let me tell you, Senior Guan Xion's father is one of the richest businessmen in Langya town, while Sister Lin Nan's father is the deputy mayor. They are a match made in heaven. What do you think you are? Living in a dilapidated apartment in the slums. I hear it's rented, and you dare to set your sights on Senior Guan Xion? Of course, she wants to," another girl sneered. "Her family is so poor. Naturally, she wants to cling to someone wealthy. Shen, let me give you some advice. If you're looking to latch onto someone, look for those old men who keep mistresses. They love girls like you." Yes, Another girl chimed in. Then you can show off your charms in bed. Those old men will surely treasure you. The girls erupted into raucous laughter, their mirth unrestrained. A few teachers, hearing the commotion, stepped out from the gate to investigate, only to turn away upon recognizing the group, pretending not to see. Shameless. Shen Zheng trembled with anger, turning to leave, but these girls blocked her path. Trying to leave? Not so fast. The leader, Lin Nan, seized Shen Ying's clothing. You will bow and apologize to me, swearing never to seduce Senior Guan Xian again, and only then will I let you go. Otherwise, I will ruin your pretty face. Let go of me, Shen Zheng shouted in fury, struggling fiercely. The low-quality fabric of her sleeve tore as Lin Nan pulled, causing both of them to fall to the ground. You dare hit me? Lin Nan was helped up by another girl, and as Shen Zheng attempted to rise, she was kicked down again. Beat her. Beat this little wench to death, Lin Nan shouted frantically. No, first strip her naked and parade her through the streets, filming it to post online. Let us see how she dares to seduce men in the future. Okay. The girls surged forward. Chapter 20. A lesson stop. What are you doing? Shen Zheng cried out in despair, struggling with all her might, but as a frail girl, how could she contend against 5? You little pauper, trying to seduce men. One girl yelled, tearing at her clothes. You love to seduce men, right? Today, I'll help you fulfill that desire. Yes, just as Sister Lin Nan said, parade her through the streets so all the men can have a look, another girl shouted. After the parade, we'll find some men to have a good time with her, Lin Nan roared, letting her indulge in her seduction fantasies. Passers-by on the street witnessed the scene, some frowning, others pulling out their phones. Amused at the prospect of recording, some pointed and laughed, while many rushed forward, loudly condemning the girls. Have you lost your minds? One girl shouted at the crowd, sneering. Open your eyes and see. This Lin Nan is the daughter of the deputy mayor. You commoners, get lost? The crowd retreated. Anger was palpable among the people, yet they felt powerless to intervene, fearing the consequences. They sympathized with the besieged girl but had their own families to protect. They could not risk their own safety for an unknown individual. Help! Help! Shen Zheng cried, struggling. This is outrageous. Let her go. The onlookers shouted, yet Lin Nan remained unfazed, hands on her hips as she bellowed at the crowd. Silence. If you don't stop, I will immediately call my father and have him send the police to deal with you. The crowd clenched their fists, seething with anger yet unable to voice it. Many, unable to bear the scene, sighed and turned away. At that moment, Shen Ying's blouse had already been torn, revealing her white undergarment. She cried, struggled, and resisted, but to no avail. Just then, a vehicle, a roaring jeep, screeched to a halt at the school gate. A youth clad in casual attire leaped from the vehicle, frowning as he exclaimed, "What's going on here? Why is it like this in front of the school?" But when he discerned who was being bullied by 5 girls in the crowd, a glint of murderous intent sparked in his eyes. He swiftly parted the throng and strode forward. Stop! With a thunderous roar, Shen Zheng, with reddened eyes, seized the wrist of a girl who was tearing at Shen Ying's undergarment. Brother! Upon recognizing her brother, Shen Zheng cried out in despair and threw herself into his embrace, tears streaming down her face. Let go! Let go! The girl whose wrist had been caught screeched, "Who do you think you are, daring to grab my hand? I am a good friend of Lin Nan." But before she could finish her sentence, a scream replaced her words. Shen Zheng's grip tightened, a layer of steel armor enveloping his hand, the immense force coursing through to the girl's wrist, instantly shattering her fragile bone. Shen Zheng's gaze was fierce. He hadn't intended to exert such force, but seeing his sister's upper half clad only in her undergarment, marred with bruises, made his heart bleed. What gallant man would strike a woman? What of maintaining a soldier's image? Nothing mattered more than his sister's tears. After the girl screamed, she promptly fainted from the pain, while the other girls continued to viciously shout, "Who do you think you are? Daring to hit a girl, have you no shame? Lin Nan's father is the deputy mayor. Do you want to die? Is the deputy mayor so impressive?" A chilling voice interjected. It was Fang He, who had just jumped down from the roaring jeep, accompanied by 2 of Shen Zheng's selected subordinates. The 3 of them cast cold looks at the girls and then at Shen Zheng and Shen Zheng's arms, their hearts brimming with rage. The insult to their beloved leader's sister felt like an affront to their own honor. Someone is stepping up. How splendid! The onlookers cried out, "Deal with them, Punish these scoundrels. They were so vicious just now. Wanting to strip this girl and parade her in the streets, even seeking to humiliate her. We couldn't intervene earlier. That woman's father is the deputy mayor. Did you really say that? Shen Zheng coldly scrutinized the four girls. What are you? Lin Nan shouted, daring to hit someone in front of me. I will call my father right now and have the police come to arrest all of you. What is the deputy mayor to us? Fang He replied coolly. Do you know who stands before you? Who? A girl scoffed. A soldier, Fang He answered. Just a stinky soldier, Lin Nan scoffed. Bastard. One of the subordinates roared in anger. We just defended Wolf Tooth Town from 3 waves of frenzied insectides, preserving peace and tranquility, and you, the very one we protect, dare to insult us? The deputy mayor means nothing, another subordinate sneered. Let me tell you, standing before you is the newly appointed honorary commander of our Wolf Tooth Legion. The crowd gasped, and Lin Nan turned pale. I am White Wolf Star. The military held the greatest power. And across nations and territories, authority rested with the armed forces. This power structure had evolved over 2 millennia of humanity facing relentless insect invasions. Whether local governments or nations, those in power were military personnel, making the commander of the Wolf Tooth Legion, Liang Long, the true authority over the town. Not the mayor. A deputy mayor might exert influence over a squad leader, but before a commander, they could only bow and smile. A commander? Lin Nan's face drained of color as she looked at Shen Zheng, who held Shening, disbelief etched on her features. How could this be? Her brother is just a recruit. How could he possibly be a commander? Shen Zheng removed his outer coat, wrapping it around Shening, his gaze towards Lin Nan. I see why. At that moment, his heart swelled with fury, a fire that could scorch everything. What would have awaited Xiaoing had I arrived a moment later? Shen Zheng dared not imagine. They would pay dearly for this. He turned to Lin Nan and the others, his voice cold. You dare. An ignorant girl continued to shout arrogantly. What are you, stinky soldiers? What's so great about a commander? He.s. not even a legion commander. Lin Nan's father is the deputy mayor. He will send the police to arrest all of you. Fang He, Shen Zheng said coldly. Yes, Fang He stood at attention. I want them to pay for their arrogance, shamelessness, brutality, and rogue behavior. Understood. Fang He's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he signaled the other 2 subordinates. The 3 marched forward in unison, cornering the 4 girls against the wall. You dare! One girl screamed. Deputy Mayor Lin will. Slap! A resounding slap struck her face, distorting half of it, as 5 or 6 teeth flew from her mouth, her visage swelling grotesquely. Another girl gasped. How can you hit a girl? That's so unmanly. Men shouldn't. Slap. Another fierce blow landed on her face, subjecting her to the same fate. But with even more teeth lost, I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me. Another girl cried in terror. Dropping to her knees and pointing at Lin Nan. It's all her fault. She forced us to do this. You? Lin Nan trembled with rage, though more likely out of fear. Slap. Another resounding slap met the kneeling girl, leaving her with a similarly disfigured face. Now you know to admit your mistakes. Where did the arrogance go when you bullied others? Fang He scoffed, shifting his gaze to Lin Nan. Lin Nan retreated in terror, her heart filled solely with dread. Just then, a luxurious car, escorted by 2 police vehicles, arrived at the school gate. A bespectacled man jumped out, respectfully opening the rear door for a balding man with a hefty belly who stepped out. Upon glancing forward, he frowned. What is going on here? Why does it look like a marketplace in front of the school? Someone, disperse this crowd. Yes, the 8 officers who had exited the police cars immediately stood at attention. Daddy? Lin Nan, seeing her savior, jumped and called out to the balding man, Dad, save me. These rogues are trying to bully me. Xiao Nan. The balding man, upon recognizing Lin Nan from afar, was momentarily stunned, then erupted in fury. How dare you bully my precious daughter in broad daylight at the sacred gates of the school? You truly seek death. Someone, execute these ruffians on the spot. Yes, the 8 officers drew their weapons, parting the crowd as they advanced, guns trained on Shen Zheng and his companions. Surrender your weapons, Shen Zheng commanded coldly. Understood. Fang He and the other 2 subordinates exchanged faint smiles before springing into action. The 8 officers, untrained for combat in a peaceful environment, had barely registered what was happening before they saw a flash before them. followed by a gleam of cold light. In an instant, all that remained in their hands were gun grips. 6 smooth, bone-blade knives gleamed in the sunlight on the arms of Fang He and his companions, reflecting a glint of coldness. The 3 soldiers, fresh from the blood-soaked battlefield, regarded the pampered officers with disdain. As if they were mere pet dogs before feral wolves. Insect cultivators? An older officer exclaimed. They are military personnel? Soldiers? The balding Deputy Mayor Lin furrowed his brow deeply, utterly incensed. How dare these stinky soldiers flaunt their power before me? They even dare to attack officers, immediately report to headquarters and request reinforcements. Yes, the officers swiftly used their communication devices to call for help from headquarters. What did you say? Shen Zheng's expression darkened. Stinky soldiers, do you regard us, who have shed blood to protect you, as mere nothing? Chapter 021. All punishment stinky soldiers, what authority do you think you have before me? Deputy Mayor Lin scoffed at Shen Zheng. Who do you think you are? Just a bunch of lowly citizens who can do nothing but fight. Besides going to the battlefield to sacrifice yourselves, do you have any other means of survival? He sneered derisively. True talent is those who can sit at a computer in big companies. They are the elite our society needs. You are merely the sacrifices meant to protect these individuals. And you think you are something? Dying for us is your right and obligation. Tio put it bluntly, you are just guard dogs, and now the dogs dare to bite their masters. This is sheer lawlessness. Indeed, soldiers wield significant power within the state, but this does not imply that they exist outside the governmental framework. The officials wielding governmental power are not subservient to the military. Rather, they share an equal standing with them. For instance, in Wolf Fang town, the highest-ranking official is undoubtedly Liang Long, the commander of the Wolf Fang Legion, with the next rank not belonging to his adjutant, but rather to the formation leader and the town mayor. The adjutants of the formation leaders bear the significant responsibility of commanding troops in the absence of their leaders during wartime, hence their formidable capabilities. In contrast, the adjutant of the Legion commander is merely a secretary at best. These 2 ranks, one serving an external combat role and the other an internal management function, exist on the same hierarchical level. The vice mayor holds a rank equivalent to that of the formation leader's adjutant, surpassing that of a team leader. Vice Mayor Lin is acquainted with the 4 formation leaders of the Wolf Fang Legion. In his eyes, Shen Zheng is merely a team leader within some formation, a rank inferior to his own, which explains his audacity to speak so brazenly here. Did you hear his words? Shen Zheng's visage was icy and fearsome as he turned to Fang He and the others. Speaking slowly, are we to bleed and sacrifice ourselves on the battlefield against the terrifying insect race merely to protect those who regard us as dogs? Absolutely not. Fang He gritted his teeth, glaring at Vice Mayor Lin. Does this person deserve to be an official in charge of this town? Shen Zheng inquired. Undeserving, they replied in unison. They insult our soldiers before our very eyes. What do you think should be done? Shen Zheng asked. This time, there was no response. The 3, already aware of their commander's style of action, surged forward. The 8 officers blocking Vice Mayor Lin were caught off guard, and before they could react, the trio reached Lin's side, with 2 personal guards seizing his arms to restrain him. What are you doing? You dare? Vice Mayor Lin struggled, shouting defiantly. This is lawless. I am the vice. Slap. The resounding sound of a slap echoed as Fang He, with a cold expression, struck Vice Mayor Lin's face, leaving a vivid imprint and sending several teeth flying from his distorted mouth, accompanied by a spatter of blood mixed with saliva. Vice Mayor Lin let out a howl akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Help! Help! These filthy soldiers are assaulting a government official in broad daylight. Slap! Another sharp sound rang out, this time striking the opposite cheek, along with several more teeth. Smack! 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 In a fit of rage, Fang He unleashed a barrage of slaps upon Vice Mayor Lin's face, transforming his round head into a grotesque caricature, nearly devoid of teeth, with blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, unable to utter a single curse. The 8 officers stood dumbfounded, trembling in place. You dare to strike my father? You have crossed the line, Lin shrieked. You've gone too far. I almost forgot about you. Fang He chuckled coldly, dashing over and delivering 2 forceful slaps to Lin Nan's face, distorting her once fair visage and showering the ground with a mixture of blood and teeth. A piercing siren wailed as 4 police cars escorted a luxurious black vehicle racing towards the school gate. Halting abruptly, over a dozen officers leapt from the police cars, brandishing their weapons and directing them at Shen Zheng and his companions. "Don't move," bellowed the leading officer. "Bring your superior out." Fang He regarded the officers with disdain. Responding in a low voice, the door of the black luxury car creaked open, revealing a somewhat imposing middle-aged man who strode towards them, positioning himself behind the officers as he addressed Fang He. "I am Mayor Na Yong of this town. Who are you to dare openly assault a government official? Surrender immediately, or I will order the officers to open fire. Do you truly wish to know who we are?" Fang He and his 2 personal guards, having sheathed their bone blades during the altercation with Vice Mayor Lin, now faced the mayor's inquiry with a slight smile as Fang He raised his arm. The power of the insects surged through his arm, extending outward to manifest as a sharp bone blade. "Soldiers?" Mayor Na Yong was taken aback. "Put down your weapons," Fang He commanded with a booming voice, pointing at Shen Zheng. "Before you stand Shen Zheng, the newly appointed honorary formation leader of the 2nd Formation of the Wolf Fang Legion." The officers trembled. An honorary formation leader. Such a position was equivalent to that of the mayor. "You are the newly appointed honorary formation leader, Shen Zheng?" Na Yong exclaimed, his gaze shifting to the prostrate Vice Mayor Lin and the 5 unconscious girls, his expression one of disbelief. "How did it come to this?" he asked, astonished. "Shen, Commander Shen, upon receiving orders from the Legion, I immediately dispatched Vice Mayor Lin to escort Shenning to the hospital for treatment." How did things end up like this? I am not entirely clear on the specifics of the incident." Shen Zheng replied slowly, looking at Na Yong. "When I arrived here, I witnessed this vice mayor's daughter assaulting my sister alongside these girls, even tearing her clothing. Bystanders informed me that these shameless scions intended to strip my sister and parade her through the streets, intending to allow ruffians to humiliate her. Mayor, I must ask you, regardless of any crime my sister may have committed, is there any law that permits such punishment? Is there?" Na Yong turned to the crowd of onlookers. "Indeed!" Someone mustered the courage to speak. These girls were utterly ruthless, completely disregarding the law. And what of Vice Mayor Lin? Na Yong inquired awkwardly. "My comrades and I have only recently shed blood and sweat defending against the insect tide in the northwest." Shen Zheng stated, "We use our lives to defend Wolf Fang Town, our home, and protect its residents. We do not seek gratitude, for it is our duty. However, if someone dares to insult us while under our protection, declaring us mere soldiers or watchdogs, what punishment should such a person receive?" "Absolutely right," the crowd echoed, rallying behind him. "The vice mayor is a disgrace. How dare he insult our valiant soldiers? He deserves to be punished." "Is that so?" Na Yong's eyes blazed with anger as he loudly questioned the 8 officers accompanying Vice Mayor Lin. The officers lowered their heads in embarrassment, unsure of what to say, with only the leader begrudgingly nodding. "Vice Mayor Lin." His words were indeed excessive. "This is outrageous," Na Yong shouted, his usual minor grievances now overshadowed by this incident. "I had tolerated his minor faults, but I never anticipated he would stoop to such disgrace. Indulging his children to bully military families while daring to publicly insult soldiers. Bring him to me. I want him arrested and stripped of all duties, to face trial. And those girls who participated in bullying military family Shening, arrest them as well?" "Yes." The officer saluted and promptly set to work. Before long, they had taken Vice Mayor Lin Nan, and the 4 girls into custody, dispersing the onlookers as well. "I deeply regret today's events." Na Yong approached Shen Zheng, a look of apology on his face. "Rest assured, Commander Shen, I will follow through on my promise to punish these individuals. Is your sister unhurt?" "How are you?" Shen Zheng inquired with concern. "I'm fine." Shen Ying replied, still trembling, clearly shaken. "Brother, how did you become the formation leader?" "I performed well." Shen Zheng gently patted his sister's back to comfort her, then looked up at Na Yong. "I admit I may have overstepped today, but anyone witnessing their family endure such humiliation, any soldier hearing themselves referred to as mere watchdogs would react similarly. I would have done the same." Na Yong nodded, visibly ashamed. "It was my error to appoint such a person as vice mayor. I will submit a report to the Legion commander. I will personally ensure your sister's well-being, as a token of my apology." "Brother, what does he mean?" Shening asked, her voice laced with worry. "Littling, there is something I have kept from you," Shen Zheng replied, striving for a calm tone. "You?" You have actually been afflicted by a rather serious illness. We lacked the funds for treatment before, but now things are different. I am now the honorary formation leader of the Legion. We can have our own home, no longer worrying about rent, and you can live a better life. Most importantly, we can ensure your complete recovery. I? Ill? Shen looked at her brother, suddenly realizing something, her eyes reddening as tears flowed down her cheeks. Brother, you joined the army to treat my illness, didn't you? Is the condition you care so much about? Cancer? Cancer is not an incurable disease, Na Yong interjected with a smile. Shen, I will take you to the best hospital in our town right now. Within a month, your illness will be completely cured. Brother! Shen clutched Shen Zheng's sleeve, tears streaming like a fountain. She was not oblivious to her health, having sensed her frail condition, but she had not anticipated that she was suffering from cancer. Her brother had enlisted to save her life, to brave the dangers of the battlefield. All for her sake? Silly little Ing. Don't cry. Shen Zheng tenderly wiped the tears from Shen Ying's face. Everything is all right now. The battlefield is no longer a perilous realm of life and death for me. It is a training ground where I can grow stronger. Little Ing, our lives will improve from here on out, and we shall walk the path of happiness together. Chapter 022. Defensive Mission. Shen Ying's treatment was a resounding success. In merely a fortnight's time, the affected organs had returned to their normal state. Under the incessant operation of the comprehensive treatment device, the cancer cells had been significantly diminished, thanks to the infusion of the mucus worm repair liquid, the foundational visceral enhancement essence, and various other insectoid elements designed to heal biological ailments. Observing his sister, peacefully slumbering within the treatment apparatus, and listening to the physician's report on her condition, Shen Zheng finally exhaled a sigh of relief. At this rate, it would not be long before his sister was completely healed. The doctor advised, however, that he recommends she remain hospitalized for further observation for approximately a month. Very well, Shen Zheng nodded. After all, the expenses would be covered by the regiment, and he bore no burden. Allowing his sister to stay without concern. As for his studies, that posed no issue. Shen Ying had always been renowned for her academic excellence, and even if she missed a semester, she could easily catch up. Moreover, his current status had changed. Even if Shen Ying chose not to pursue employment in the future, he could ensure she lived like a princess, rendering academic matters a non-issue. Captain, Fang he gently knocked before entering. Leaning closer to whisper in Shen Zheng's ear, we've received a call from the regiment. They need you to return to duty. It seems there's an urgent situation. You stay here, Shen Zheng nodded. I cannot rest easy without a reliable person to care for Xiaoying. No problem, Fang he replied with a smile, his face slightly flushed, seemingly due to the term reliable person. After leaving the hospital and riding back to the regiment's headquarters in a rapid assault vehicle, Shen Zheng was promptly escorted by his aide, Liang Long, to the highest conference room of the military headquarters. What has transpired? Shen Zheng inquired as they walked. We've received word from the 12th Military District. The aide explained. A strange wave of insects seems to be heading towards our nation, with their projected path closely aligning with our defensive perimeter, necessitating our utmost preparedness. A strange wave of insects? Shen Zheng found the term bewildering. A wave of insects is just a wave. What could be strange about it? Who knows? The aide shrugged. That is how it was conveyed to us. I do not comprehend what constitutes a strange wave of insects. Upon entering the conference room, Shen Zheng noted that the other squad leaders were already seated. He hastily took a seat beside Feng Yu. How is Shen Ying? Liang Long, seated at the head of the table, inquired with concern before the meeting commenced. She is well, Shen Zheng replied with a smile. The invaded organs have recovered, and the number of cancer cells has decreased by nearly 2/3. That's good to hear. Liang Long nodded. Now, let us convene this emergency meeting. I believe you have all heard the situation from my aide, so I shall refrain from elaborating further and move directly to the allocation of tasks. The military district has mandated that we exercise utmost caution, focusing solely on defense, as there are indications that this strange wave of insects may not target us but merely pass through, thus we must not provoke them. Following this, Liang Long proceeded to assign tasks to each squad, reiterating the importance and precautions of this operation. Do we not have a newly appointed squad leader among us? Carter interjected after Liang Long concluded. This operation presents an excellent opportunity for him to demonstrate his capabilities. Many soldiers have voiced dissent regarding Captain Shen Zheng's rapid ascent, and should he perform well, it would silence their criticisms. Commander, I suggest you allocate a task to Captain Shen Zheng as well. But he has no soldiers at his command, Feng Yu immediately countered. Besides, our 4 squads have already secured all necessary locations. There is no need to waste manpower. Waste? Carter shook his head. Moreover, we are not fully prepared. Commander, the military district's order is to ensure complete readiness. What do you mean by that? Liang Long frowned at him. They're not a small defensive post 20 kilometers northeast of our town? Carter continued, we cannot afford to overlook it simply because it is less prone to insect attacks due to its proximity to Stinking Rat Mountain. The paths may be winding, but they lead directly to our town. With only 200 soldiers stationed there and no senior officers, it poses a significant risk. The stinking rat grass emits a peculiar odor that insects detest, which has historically deterred them from approaching. Feng Yu argued, 200 soldiers are sufficient. Why subject a senior officer to such hardship? Hardship? Carter scoffed. It is a soldier's duty to protect their homeland and its people. Suffering is inherent to that duty. Why should Captain Shen Zheng be exempt from that? That is not my intention, Feng Yu replied, somewhat irked. Enough, Liang Long interjected. Let us not squabble over trivial matters. Captain Carter makes a valid point. Since the military district insists on complete preparation, we must take this defensive post seriously. Very well, Captain Shen Zheng. You shall lead your existing soldiers to the northeastern defensive post and command the garrison there. Yes. Shen Zheng stood and saluted. If there are no further matters, let us act immediately. Liang Long announced the meeting's conclusion. Carter glanced at Shen Zheng, a slight smile on his lips. Captain Shen Zheng, this is a splendid opportunity to prove yourself. Do not let it slip away. As he spoke, he rose and departed alongside the other 2 squad leaders. What is he scheming? Feng Yu murmured, frowning at Carter's retreating figure. It is somewhat peculiar, Liang Long replied after watching the 3 leave. Perhaps he has suddenly realized it would be wise to cultivate our talented individual. God knows, Feng Yu muttered. Regardless, he is not wrong about one thing. This is indeed an opportunity for self-validation. The northeastern defensive post is the safest location within the entire perimeter, posing minimal danger and not situated along the path of the oncoming insect wave. As you have just been appointed honorary squad leader, some may harbor dissatisfaction. Failing to participate in an action independently could indeed invite scrutiny. Rest assured, Shen Zheng smiled, and thank you. Take care, Liang Long nodded. Exiting the conference room, Shen Zheng promptly made his way to the barracks of his subordinates, gathering the soldiers, arming them, and directing them towards the northeastern defensive post. He had heard tales of this post and the infamous Stinking Rat Mountain, named for its abundant stinking rat grass, which emitted an odor reminiscent of foul rodents, endearing it to the townsfolk of Wolf Fang. History had repeatedly demonstrated that the insect horde abhorred the scent of stinking rat grass. Consequently, suggestions had been made to plant stinking rat grass as a form of protection in the Valley of Fierce Insects and in front of the northwestern defensive post. However, it had been proven that while insects detested the odor, they were not afraid of it. They would only avoid areas laden with stinking rat grass if there was no imperative to traverse them. When intent on attacking human settlements, even an abundance of stinking rat grass would be of no consequence. Rather, the soldiers stationed there, infused with insect power, were also unable to tolerate the stench, rendering them grimacing and ineffective in battle. Shen Zheng had always been curious. Just how foul could stinking rat grass be? Was it truly unbearable? Upon arriving at the northeastern defensive post, he finally grasped why no senior officer was stationed there. The mountain was entirely overgrown with stinking rat grass, emitting a noxious amalgamation of odors. While the scent was not overwhelmingly pungent, it bore a repugnant quality reminiscent of a stagnant sewer, flatulence, decaying corpses, and a cesspit, inducing a constant urge to retch. The soldiers stationed there felt most relieved when the wind blew from the southwest to the northeast. Conversely, when the breeze shifted from the northeast to the southwest, they experienced an overwhelming desire to block their noses and cease breathing. The 100 soldiers accompanying Shen Zheng were immediately rendered breathless by the stench. What senior officer would willingly endure such torment? Commander, that is the situation, 2 squad leaders within the garrison reported to Shen Zheng with smiles, occasionally glancing at the auxiliary soldiers whose faces were flushed from holding their breath. Although we are not on the path of the insect wave, we must remain vigilant. Shen Zheng, suppressing his discomfort, nodded. Commander, shall we use gas masks? One squad leader half-joked. No need. Shen Zheng shook his head. Aren't you all unmasked as well? We have been stationed here for years and have grown accustomed to it. The other squad leader shrugged, appearing indifferent. Clearly, these two squad leaders harbored little reverence for their elevated officer. After all, they had endured the hardships of this post for years, with little opportunity for combat or glory. Relegated to fending off only the occasional stray insects, resigned to a life of monotonous duty. They were unafraid of punishment. How could they be punished? Demoted? Very well. Let us see who would be willing to take charge of this desolate, forsaken garrison. Understanding their mindset, Shen Zheng bore no ill will. "Show me the weaponry and equipment," he instructed. Under the guidance of the two squad leaders, Shen Zheng toured the entire garrison. The northeastern defensive post was not extensive. It was primarily a small fortress, originally manned by merely 2 squads. With the addition of Shen Zheng's squad, the total barely reached 300 men, insufficient to constitute a formidable force. However, in a location where insects seldom ventured, this strength was more than adequate. Shen Zheng did not dare to be careless. He earnestly instructed the 2 squad leaders to exercise utmost caution. First and foremost, all weapons must be prepared and properly arranged. The 2 squad leaders regarded his warnings with skepticism, believing that this inexperienced recruit was woefully unaware of the realities of their situation. They nodded in feigned compliance, yet in truth, they made no moves at all. The following day, Shen Zheng personally conducted another inspection and, upon observing that the state of the fortifications remained unchanged from his previous assessment, his expression darkened. He summoned the 2 squad leaders. "Do you consider the lives of these 300 soldiers to be of little consequence?" Shen Zheng inquired. "Of course not," one squad leader replied. "Commander, you are unaware of the circumstances here." The other added indifferently, "There won't be any large-scale insect tides. The most significant tide in the past 50 years? You might guess there were just over 100 insects, hardly enough for these brothers to practice their marksmanship." Shen Zheng gazed at the 2 leaders, comprehending their dismissive attitude to some extent. Yet understanding did not equate to support. Ever since he received this assignment, an inexplicable sense of unease had plagued him, as if a dreadful peril lurked within this seemingly stable mission. He took this feeling very seriously, for it had previously enabled him to safeguard his team from casualties during earlier defensive battles. What if this time was different? He looked at the 2 squad leaders and asked, "When the time comes, can you bear the responsibility for the lives of these 300 soldiers?" The 2 squad leaders, upon meeting Shen Zheng's icy gaze, felt a chill run down their spines, and they finally straightened up with a newfound tension. "Do not compel me to repeat this order a 3rd time," Shen Zheng stated firmly, "or someone will face military punishment." "Understood." The 2 squad leaders saluted hastily. Once Shen Zheng turned to leave, they exhaled in relief and exchanged glances. "How do you feel?" one asked. "I'm drenched in cold sweat," came the reply. "Oh, am I?" Under Shen Zheng's supervision, by nightfall on the 2nd day, all weapons within the small fortress were properly positioned, and every soldier had been assigned to their respective posts. The night watch was meticulously arranged, and the entire fortress had entered a state of heightened readiness. In this state, 2 days passed without incident. Just as the soldiers began to feel a sense of relaxation, the insect sound detector abruptly emitted a warning, signaling the approach of a massive swarm of insects from afar. "And why heavens?" one squad leader exclaimed, staring at the detector in shock. "How is this possible? Where did they come from? Did they fall from the sky? Emerge from the ground? They're only a kilometer away, yet the detector just now picked them up. Prepare for emergency combat," Shen Zheng commanded, springing to his feet and striding toward the fortress walls, gazing in the direction from which the insect signals emanated. There lay a range of mountains, overrun by a profusion of foul-smelling grass and towering trees that obscured visibility. Narrowing his eyes, Shen Zheng focused on that area. And suddenly, an ominous premonition surged within him. Pointing to a hillside concealed by the trees, he shouted, "Fire the long-range artillery at that location, quickly." "Yes." As the 2 squad leaders remained stunned, Shen Zheng's personal guards saluted and swiftly contacted the artillery. Relaying the coordinates and orders in an instant, the 3 long-range cannons within the small fortress roared to life, transforming that hillside into a chaotic inferno of flying debris and flames. Amidst the rubble, fragments of the insect exoskeletons mingled with the anguished cries of the creatures. "We hit them! We hit them!" The 2 squad leaders shouted with fervor. "Prepare the machine guns," Shen Zheng decisively commanded. Yes, this time. The 2 squad leaders did not hesitate. swiftly issuing commands to their subordinates operating the machine guns. .11 machine guns swiftly adjusted their angles, targeting the hillside. The long-range cannons continued to roar, and the insect tide finally revealed itself. Surging forth from that location, from the hillside came nearly 3,000 insects, rushing like a tidal wave. Although the cannon fire was fierce, its limited number rendered it inadequate to pose a significant threat to the oncoming swarm. At that moment, the machine guns unleashed a barrage of fire. Thanks to your insistence on our preparedness, or else this would have. One squad leader wiped his brow, shaken. Enough chatter. Get ready for close combat. Shen Zheng observed the approaching insect tide, as black exoskeletons began to emerge from their skin, enshrouding themselves. Blades pierced from both arms, fingers morphed into sharp claws, and explosive projectiles began to coalesce in his palms. The two squad leaders watched in awe, unable to suppress a gulp. My God, how many insects have been implanted? Is this still human? Under the relentless fire of the machine guns, countless insects were torn to shreds. Yet even more advanced under the cover of their fallen comrades, stepping over the corpses to approach the fortress walls, eventually scaling them after sacrificing countless of their own. Close combat became inevitable. As 300 human soldiers faced over 1,000 insects, each soldier confronting 4 to 5 insects on average. Everyone understood the dire peril of this battle and dared not be careless. Shen Zheng's 100 soldiers had already, per his previous instructions, trained in the group combat tactics, forming battle formations to counter the insects, providing mutual support, thus mitigating immediate danger. Shen Zheng raised both hands, launching explosive projectiles that detonated among the climbing insects, followed by a rapid succession of piercing shots that shattered the limbs of several insects. He no longer restrained his power. The insect energy surged forth like a tide, with sharp claws, lethal arm blades, and formidable fists dispatching each ferocious creature into the abyss of oblivion. Everything appeared to progress smoothly. It seemed that if they could just hold on a little longer, this insect tide would be completely subdued. Yet, Shen Zheng inexplicably sensed a chilling danger, akin to walking barefoot on the edge of a precipice, poised to plunge into the abyss at any moment. What was happening? He smashed the head of a clawed insect with a punch and surveyed his surroundings. The area was teeming with insects, encircling the human soldiers, yet they did not pose an existential threat. The danger did not stem from them, not at all. Then who? Where might it be? Why could he not sense it this time? This unsettling feeling gnawed at him, rendering him anxious. Furrowing his brow, he continued to send insect after insect into the depths of hell, but the unease within him remained unresolved. Just then, an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly made the hair on his body stand on end. Causing him to shiver involuntarily, he felt something approaching from beneath him, threatening to engulf him, dragging him into the depths of hell. Get back! In a moment of desperation, he shouted, forcefully shoving one of the squad leaders away, while leaping into the air with all his strength. At that instant, the platform beneath him was violently shattered by a silver shadow, which soared into the air, directly targeting Shen Zheng in that perilous moment. Shen Zheng's vision sharpened remarkably, fixating on the silver shadow hurtling toward him, his heart racing. What was this? The silver shadow was a beast over 3 meters in length, encased in a hard exoskeleton of insectoid origin. It was dubbed a monster because, despite its insect shell, its body was markedly different from that of insects. It possessed a long neck, its form distinctly divided into head, thorax, and abdomen, lacking excessive limbs, instead boasting 4 robust appendages adorned with sharp claws. Its large head bore the red compound eyes of an insect, yet beneath those eyes was a massive mouth reminiscent of a lion's, with a thick tongue and gleaming sharp teeth. Was it an insect or a beast? Shen Zheng, astonished, had no time to ponder, for the creature's gaping maw lunged toward him. Gathering his wits, he quickly bent his body mid-air, then extended himself, executing the agile leap of the clawed insect to evade the monster's bite. As the beast missed its target, a vicious glint flashed in its red eyes, and it pounced, landing with a low growl before lunging toward one of the squad leaders. That squad leader, also a wielder of the blade insect's abilities, brandished elongated bone blades from his arms, glinting in the sunlight. When the beast charged at him, he did not flinch. Instead, he roared and charged forward, swinging his blade toward the monster's head. However, the creature merely tilted its head slightly to evade the strike. Its sharp claws pressed down upon the squad leader's chest, utilizing the momentum of its pounce to pin him to the ground. The razor-sharp claws pierced directly into the squad leader's chest. Regardless of the ferocity of the claw's strike, the sheer force of that pounce shattered the squad leader's ribcage, the tremendous impact fracturing the concrete below into a spiderweb of cracks. Blood erupted from the squad leader's mouth like a fountain as he stared in disbelief. Desperately lifting his head in a final struggle, yet ultimately succumbed to the ground. Bastard! At that moment, Shen Zheng, having just regained his footing from a distance, witnessed this scene and felt a surge of fury, raising his hand to unleash a barrage of piercing shots toward the beast. The monstrous creature suddenly twisted its body, causing the spiked projectiles to ricochet off its armored shell, immediately flattening their pointed tips, rendering them powerless as they fell to the ground. Such formidable defensive capabilities, Shen Zheng was taken aback. It was evident that to achieve such a level of defense, the hardness of this beast's shell must be at least comparable to the steel armor covering his own body. Yet, considering the distance the spiked projectiles were deflected and the extent of the damage, it appeared to be significantly tougher than his own metallic armor. The creature's eyes resembled those of an insect, devoid of eyelids, with a flickering crimson light pulsating beneath its hard red exterior. It slowly raised the claw that had crushed the captain's chest, blood dripping from its talons to the ground in a steady rhythm. Shen Zheng's expression gradually turned frigid, and the tumult within his heart began to settle. The insect power surged within him, permeating every part of his being. While his mind remained tranquil, akin to the eye of a storm, chaos raged outside. Yet here, all was serene. Chapter 024. The dangerous whip. The creature fixed its gaze upon Shen Zheng, seemingly sensing something amiss, its movements becoming increasingly agitated. It aligned its body with Shen Zheng, its four claws pressed against the ground, slightly bending down, resembling a leopard poised to pounce on its prey. Shen Zheng's heart remained as calm as an ancient well, his mind a sanctuary of peace. Every move of the creature, even the minutest detail, was magnified in his perception. He sought the creature's vulnerabilities, searching for subtle signs of its intent. In that moment, all the genetic memories of insects flowed together in his mind, and he finally comprehended that the beast before him was, in fact, an insect. This insect possessed silver blood, giving its body a lustrous sheen. They lacked any extraordinary powers but boasted immense offensive and defensive capabilities, a simplicity that rendered them even more formidable. He could not afford to be careless. Although the genetic memories of the insect race could not precisely inform him of what this insect was called by humans or how powerful its insect strength was according to human analysis, he was acutely aware that this creature was stronger than he. Stronger, indeed? A glimmer sparkled in his eyes. Rather than fear, a thrill coursed through his thoughts, as if the prospect of engaging with such a powerful insect was an intriguing challenge. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a subtle disdain towards it in his mind, akin to an emperor looking down upon a beggar. Why did he harbor this feeling? He could not articulate it, nor did he need to. He would strike it down, avenging his fallen comrades. Anger flickered in his gaze while his mind remained icy. He held the creature in high regard, yet beneath it all lay a hint of contempt. Amidst this contradiction, Shen Zheng readied himself, launching forward like an arrow, initiating the attack. The silver monstrosity emitted a low growl, transforming into a silvery shadow as it lunged forward, its claws raised menacingly to strike Shen Zheng. "I can be faster," he roared in his mind, and with a powerful punch, he struck. The steel shell encasing his hand, imbued with the force of the armored insect, collided with the creature's head, producing a thunderous impact. The two hard shells crashed together, sending the silver monstrosity soaring through the air. Seizing the moment, Shen Zheng swiftly advanced to pursue. The silver creature, after tumbling briefly upon landing, sprang back to its feet and charged at Shen Zheng, colliding forcefully with his chest and sending him flying. Shen Zheng executed a rapid roll upon hitting the ground. Just as two insects leaped towards him, he raised his left hand, and a spiked projectile pierced one insect's head, while with a sweeping motion of his right arm, he cleaved the other in two. However, the silver monstrosity had already closed the distance, its claws sweeping across Shen Zheng's back, leaving several gruesome scratches on his armored shell with a piercing screech. Shen Zheng felt acutely that the claws of the silver creature had breached his armor. the tips even tearing through the soft tissue meant to absorb shock, mere millimeters away from his flesh. Such devastating offensive power, capable of penetrating even the steel armor. Taking advantage of the creature's claw strike, Shen Zheng rolled away, and in the moment of his leap, he fired a bursting projectile. The silver monstrosity, caught off guard, collided with the explosive, resulting in a deafening explosion that sent it crashing backward. Shen Zheng, relentless in his pursuit, leaped into the air, landing squarely on the creature's back, his sharp fingers plunging towards its sturdy shell. Yet, those talons, capable of easily piercing concrete, merely grazed the surface of the creature's armor. Frowning, Shen Zheng continued his assault, unleashing a flurry of punches upon its large head, forcing the creature to bow under the immense impact. Tiny fissures appearing on its hardened shell, the silver monstrosity writhed and thrashed, employing a rolling maneuver to escape Shen Zheng's grasp. Shen Zheng, undeterred, locked his left arm around its neck, rolling along with it. And as soon as it came to a halt, he unleashed a furious barrage upon the cracked shell of its head. The creature howled in agony, yet it was trapped, unable to strategize as Shen Zheng relentlessly pummeled it. His expression remained cold. Each blow was aimed at loosening the shell, readying himself to deliver a fatal strike once the armor was sufficiently compromised. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably until, without warning, Shen Zheng was overtaken by an overwhelming sense of peril, as if one foot had stepped off the precipice into an abyss, and a single misstep would lead him into the depths of hell. This instinctual dread propelled him to leap away from the silver monstrosity just in time. At that moment, a 3-meter-long silver whip suddenly lashed out from the creature's right flank, swiftly striking across its back. Had Shen Zheng remained on its back, he would have been struck squarely by this whip. The silver monstrosity steadied itself, its crimson eyes fixed on Shen Zheng, while the whip along its side danced like a tail. "What is this?" Shen Zheng pondered, the sense of danger intensifying within him. He began to realize that this creature's most formidable weapon was indeed this whip, and the profound sense of crisis that had plagued him stemmed from it. The silver monstrosity's gaze glinted with ferocity as it emitted low growls, seemingly challenging Shen Zheng. Yet, Shen Zheng stood composed at a distance, raising his hand to fire 2 explosive projectiles. The silver monstrosity remained unmoved. But its whip suddenly lashed out, intercepting the 2 projectiles midair. What should have been a devastating explosion was rendered harmless as the projectiles were cleaved in 2, the explosive gases dissipating harmlessly into the air, their fragments falling to the ground. The whip danced through the air, then struck the ground with tremendous force, slicing through the concrete as if it were mere vegetables. With a swift motion, it tore a substantial chunk of the ground free, sending it spiraling through the air towards Shen Zheng. Reacting quickly, he pivoted and leaped aside as the concrete slab crashed down, scattering debris and dust, obscuring his vision. Seizing the opportunity, the silver monstrosity advanced stealthily, delivering a powerful lash towards Shen Zheng. Although he could not see the imminent danger, his instincts warned him, prompting him to drop low to the ground, narrowly evading the whip's successive strikes. When the whip attempted to change direction from a horizontal sweep to a downward slash, he rolled away just in time, springing back to his feet to counter with a slash of his own towards the silver creature. The glinting red in the creature's eyes seemed to convey disdain. The silver whip flicked effortlessly, colliding with Shen Zheng's blade, shattering the once formidable bone blade into 2 segments. How could he possibly win this battle? Shen Zheng furrowed his brow, hastily dodging to the side, as the silver whip narrowly missed where he had just stood. The silver monstrosity remained unhurried, emitting deep growls as it slowly advanced. Shen Zheng retreated gradually, wary of entering the whip's strike range. This stalemate could not continue. He analyzed the situation calmly. He needed to create an opportunity to close the distance. Raising his hand, he unleashed a barrage of spiked projectiles, all aimed at the silver monstrosity. It regarded him with a look of disdain, standing firm as it deflected the incoming projectiles. Yet, Shen Zheng refused to relent, continuing his relentless assault, which seemed to irritate the creature with a shrill cry. It prepared to leap at him. At that moment, a round spike ball collided with its head, and with a thunderous explosion, it was sent spiraling through the air. Success! Shen Zheng smirked, disregarding everything else as he charged full speed towards the silver monstrosity. The spiked projectiles had merely served as a distraction. His true intention was to blend the explosive projectiles into the barrage, striking the creature when it was most vulnerable, and at last, he had triumphed. As the silver monster tumbled to the ground, just beginning to rise, 6 explosive projectiles were launched beside it, detonating almost simultaneously. The immense force of the explosions sent the silver creature soaring through the air. Meanwhile, Shen Zheng sprang into action, his eyes narrowing with focused intensity, locking onto the monster's head. There, he noted the fissures created by his earlier punches. He was determined to unleash his full strength to shatter that shell. Exposing the creature's vulnerable brain to his iron fist, he was on the brink of success. Just as his fist descended toward the silver monster, the creature regained its senses. Although still spinning in midair, it deftly lashed out with its terrifying silver whip. This time, there was no evading Shen Zheng's fate, which seemed destined to be severed in two. Yet he felt no feared eye in that moment. A singular thought consumed him. He must obliterate the monster's head. The overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him, but he remained remarkably calm. A peculiar force surged within his body, spreading like lightning, coursing throughout him. This power intertwined and amplified his insect energy before violently radiating to the steel armor enveloping his form. Under the influence of this force, the layer of steel suddenly vanished, leaving Shen Zheng exposed beneath the shadow of the silver whip, which struck him across the waist. Simultaneously, his unprotected fist collided with the fissured shell of the monster's head. Despite the lack of armor, Shen Zheng felt no pain as he distinctly observed a faint energy layer, comparable in thickness to his armor, forming a shield around his arm, an armor of sorts, yet resembling a weapon for attack. Under the influence of this energy, the resilient shell of the silver monster appeared to soften and become brittle. With a single strike, Shen Zheng's fist shattered the sturdy shell and crushed the creature's massive head into fragments midair. A heavy pressure gripped his waist, followed by excruciating pain, causing Shen Zheng to emit a grunt as he was sent crashing to the ground, shattering a large section of the concrete surface. The agony rendered him motionless, lying sprawled on the ground. Turning his head to inspect his side, he noticed a significant dent in the energy layer there. The protective shield around his waist had disintegrated, revealing raw flesh marred by a large bruise. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to rise, but the searing pain forced him back down. That moment, several insects raced toward him, seemingly eager to tear him apart while he was incapacitated. Raising his hand, he fired a piercing projectile, obliterating the heads of the approaching insects from a distance. Shen Zheng focused his mind to channel the power of the slime insects, directing that portion of insect energy to his waist to heal his wounds. Gradually, the injury began to mend at a slow pace, but it was far from sufficient. Observing the battlefield fraught with casualties, anxiety surged within him. He exerted himself to the utmost, launching piercing projectiles to provide cover for his comrades. Protect the squad leader. His loyal soldiers, upon seeing him downed, were momentarily blinded by rage, fiercely charging toward him to ensure his safety. Yet, many of them sustained injuries in the process, and some even fell. Damn it! Shen Zheng gritted his teeth. This could not continue. As their commander and the pillar of the army, he could not afford to fall here. Suddenly, the energy layer surrounding his body retracted inward. Drawn by an unseen mystical force, concentrating at his waist, he distinctly felt the foundational insect's power manifesting, while the slime insect's energy surged exponentially, allowing his wound to heal at an astonishing speed. Shrinking to a mere speck within a minute, and the pain dissipated entirely. Elated, he disregarded the changes occurring within his body and leaped to his feet, letting out a fierce roar. The energy surged forth from within him once more, forming an energy armor akin to the shell of a steel beetle around his body. At his fingertips, it morphed into the shape of piercing claws, while energy extended outward along his arms. Manifesting as bladed appendages, he was uncertain of the nature of this transformation, but he was acutely aware that he had grown stronger. This layer of energy was now entirely under his control. The armor could shift shape at his will, concentrating all defensive power into a single point or dispersing it freely. The energy spikes on his fingers and the blades on his arms could be shaped and bent according to his desires. Kill, he bellowed, charging into the thickest part of the swarm. The impact of his steel armor unleashed its full force. Without the need for additional weapons, he barreled through, reducing several insects to fragments. His arms whirled as the energy blades harvested life all around him. And as he drew near, the sharp claws at his fingertips effortlessly pierced the hard exoskeletons of the insects. He raised his hand to fire piercing projectiles into the distance. These projectiles had transformed into pure energy forms. Their destructive power magnified beyond measure, rendering the sturdy insect shells as fragile as paper. Shen Zheng felt confident that he could obliterate the head of a steel beetle with a single piercing projectile. The explosive projectiles were even more formidable, their concussive force capable of shattering all insects within a 4-meter radius into pieces, while the energy spikes launched could penetrate the exoskeletons of all insects within 10 meters. Resembling miniature cannons, I have grown stronger. I have become even more powerful. Shen Zheng's eyes gleamed with excitement as he could not help but let out a series of triumphant howls, inspired by his fervor. The morale of the defenders surged, emboldening them to engage fiercely with the swarm. Finally, when Shen Zheng fired a piercing projectile, eliminating the last insect 100 meters away, the battle came to an end. Gazing at the battlefield littered with the remains of the insects, the soldiers were left with lingering apprehension. One of the 2 squad leaders had perished in this conflict, while the other sustained serious injuries. Among the 300 defenders within the fortress, over 60 had fallen, and every survivor bore wounds. Faced with a tide of insects 10 times their number and lacking heavy weaponry, achieving such a result was indeed a remarkable victory. The soldiers had to acknowledge that this triumph was directly linked to the team tactics Shen Zheng had instilled in them. Had they not employed such strategies, the number of those who could still witness victory would have been drastically fewer, perhaps even none. Clear the battlefield, Shen Zheng commanded, surveying the bloody scene. Retrieve the bodies of all fallen comrades, treat the wounded, and gather the insect corpses for proper storage. Yes, the surviving squad leader, filled with a mix of victory and sorrow for lost comrades, solemnly saluted him. Yes, he gazed at the bodies of his fallen friends. Shen Zheng could not suppress a deep sigh. Wasn't this merely a defensive point, not on the route of the insect tide? How could such a swarm appear, let alone one with such formidable monsters? While pondering these questions, he turned his attention to the corpse of the silver monster. At that moment, he was astonished to notice a faint glow emanating from within its body, and something seemed to writhe where its long whip had extended. He hurried over, cautiously raising his hand to conjure a piercing projectile aimed at the monster. Yet, sensing no threat, he retracted the energy projectile. Leaning down, he curiously examined the area, discovering a glowing mass wriggling beneath the creature's ribcage. Strangely, this entity did not evoke any sense of danger. Rather, it instilled within him a faint feeling of hunger. Could it be an insect egg? Intrigued, he quickly extended his hand. The energy claw at his fingertip effortlessly punctured the monster's exoskeleton, reaffirming his significant increase in strength. Ripping apart the shell to expose the underlying muscle tissue, he separated it further, and a brilliant mass leaped forth. It was an amorphous energy entity, radiating a white glow as it writhed incessantly. Shen Zheng stared in astonishment, unable to resist reaching out to grasp it. The moment his palm made contact, the layer of energy enveloping his hand merged with this entity, causing the luminous energy to swiftly spread throughout his body, transforming him into a being of light. What is happening? Shen Zheng stood in shock, examining his body and limbs. The soldiers in the distance paused their work, bewildered by the spectacle unfolding before them. Gradually, the glow began to coalesce, and the energy surrounding Shen Zheng returned to normal. Retracting into his body, he sensed the energy entity entering him, settling at the location of his heart, gradually permeating it, enveloping his heart in a protective embrace and merging with the blood within, becoming an inseparable part of him, as if he had acquired an additional energy heart. A wondrous sensation compelled him to raise his hand. With the vigorous beating of his heart, the energy heart pulsated in unison, transmitting a wave of power through his veins into Shen Zheng's palm. In an instant, a 3-meter-long red whip emerged from his hand. What is this? Shen Zheng grasped the whip's tip, his eyes wide with astonishment as he surveyed it, unable to suppress a gasp in his heart. Could this possibly be the whip of that silver creature? How could it be? The whip softly drooped in his hand, gently resting upon the ground without causing any harm. He examined the whip, clutching it tightly, and immediately felt a profound connection as if he were intimately entwined with it. A sensation akin to inherited memory surged through his mind, and in that fleeting moment, He felt as though he had wielded such a weapon in a distant past. Its techniques, its characteristics, its strengths and weaknesses, all of it. The whip felt like a weapon he had employed for a lifetime. So familiar it was. Unable to resist, he lifted his hand, using his wrist strength to flick the whip. With the motion of his wrist, the crimson whip danced through the air at his command, slicing sharply through the void at times, swirling into a ring at others, and undulating like waves. With a sudden flick of his wrist, he sent the whip flying, ensnaring the corpse of the silver creature on the ground. And with another flick, the whip tightened suddenly like a striking serpent, reducing the creature's remains to a heap of fragments. Holding the whip, he felt an overwhelming joy. Just then, a messenger hurried over. Team Leader. I've received a call from Team Leader Feng Yu of the second squad. He's almost here. Why has he come? Shen Zheng was taken aback, and as his thoughts raced, the crimson whip retracted into his palm, transforming into energy that returned to the core of his power, leaving the messenger momentarily dizzy. I also participated in the battle, the messenger explained, so I missed the earlier call from the second squad. I had just reached the communication room when I received this call. Team Leader Feng Yu wants us to hold the line. He says they are less than 2 kilometers away. However, I informed them that we have already achieved victory, and he seemed a bit incredulous. It's all right now. Shen Zheng smiled at him. You may go about your duties. Yes, sir. The soldier saluted and departed. Moments later, a convoy of military trucks appeared around the corner of the forest road behind the fortress, swiftly arriving at the northeastern stronghold. Shen Zheng hurriedly instructed the soldiers to open the back door of the fortress, allowing the convoy to enter. Chapter 026. Insect Spirit. The first to leap from the vehicle was Feng Yu, who gazed in astonishment and confusion at the soldiers clearing the battlefield and collecting the insect corpses. At that moment, Shen Zheng approached him and saluted. Team Leader, greetings. What s with all the formality? Feng Yu smiled and returned the gesture. You're also a team leader. We hold the same rank. From now on, just call me Brother Feng. Sure, Brother Feng. Shen Zheng chuckled. What brings you here? I was on the verge of losing my mind. Feng Yu replied, observing Shen Zheng's calm demeanor, which contrasted sharply with his own anxious feelings from earlier. I initially thought your assignment was merely a routine task, but suddenly I received word that a formidable wave of insects was heading towards the northeastern stronghold. The corps commander and I were utterly stunned. He quickly dispatched reinforcements to assist you, only to find out the news was false. Not entirely false, Shen Zheng smiled. Although this swarm consisted of only about 3,000 insects, they were truly terrifying. Strangely, it was only when they were about a kilometer away from the fortress that the insect sound detector issued a warning. What sort of powerful insects were involved? Feng Yu inquired. Nothing much else. Shen Zheng indicated the direction ahead, gesturing for Feng Yu to follow him. Feng Yu stepped in line with him toward the insect corpse storage facility. The main one is this? Shen Zheng pointed to the silver creature's corpse, which was stored separately in a metallic box. What is this thing? Feng Yu furrowed his brow, suddenly changing color. Silver-armored leopard insect? Silver-armored leopard insect? Shen Zheng echoed, intrigued by the unusual creature. Did you do this? Feng Yu asked, pointing at the corpse, staring at Shen Zheng in disbelief. Well, Shen Zheng smiled sheepishly. Its remains weren't so fragmented to begin with. It was whole, but then I decided to try out a peculiar new weapon I obtained, and it ended up like this. My heavens! No one would believe this if you told them, Feng Yu exclaimed. What kind of weapon could reduce a silver-armored leopard insect to such tiny pieces? Let me see it. Here it is. As Shen Zheng, filled with curiosity, transmitted energy from his core into his veins. It flowed into his palm. The crimson whip emerged from his hand, grasped firmly. This, Feng Yu's expression fluctuated between red and pale, his feelings a mingling of terror and overwhelming excitement. What's the matter? Shen Zheng noticed his reaction and, feeling a surge of anxiety, quickly retracted the whip back into his body. Oh my heavens! Feng Yu exhaled deeply after a moment. How on earth did you achieve this? What do you mean? Shen Zheng replied, still perplexed. What were the casualties? Feng Yu asked after taking a deep breath. 63 people fell. Shen Zheng's tone was heavy with sorrow. 63? Feng Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. I must have misheard. Facing a swarm of 3,000 led by the silver-armored leopard insect, and you only had 300 men, yet you lost just 63? Isn't that a small number? The rest were all injured as well, Shen Zheng said apologetically. Goodness. Feng Yu marveled, utterly incredulous. This is a silver-armored leopard insect, a powerful entity among insects with a strength level of at least 70. Strength level above 70? Shen Zheng pondered, nodding to, no wonder it could tear through my steel-armored insect armor with a single claw. The strongest among steel-armored insects only reaches a strength level of 70. Feng Yu explained, but the lowest strength level of a silver-armored leopard insect is above 70, and the highest can reach a terrifying 90. They are not on the same level at all. Such a formidable creature? Shen Zheng was astonished. I was puzzled at first. It didn't seem like an insect at all. It seems you need to study more diligently, considering your ignorance, Feng Yu observed. Causing Shen Zheng to feel somewhat embarrassed, he chuckled. I dropped out of high school, so my knowledge of insect species is quite limited. Listen closely. Feng Yu took a couple of deep breaths before beginning his explanation. The insect you killed is called the silver-armored leopard insect, a member of the furry insect category. Its appearance closely resembles that of a leopard among mammals, hence the name. Its most formidable attributes are its attack and defense capabilities, coupled with a unique skill, burrowing. You mentioned that the swarm was only detected when it was a kilometer away. It likely used its powerful burrowing ability to tunnel from deep underground. Burrowing? Shen Zheng was taken aback. An insect can dig a tunnel fast enough to accommodate over 3,000 of its kind. There are even more powerful insects in this world, with abilities that surpass your imagination. Feng Yu chuckled, but enough of that. The fact that you managed to kill it is miraculous. How did you do it? I'm not entirely sure. Shen Zheng shook his head. It was particularly dangerous at the time. A silver whip emerged from its body with incredible power, and I had no choice but to exert all my strength. By the way, at that moment, the insect power within me transformed into an energy state, significantly boosting my strength, and that's how I ultimately managed to slay it. Energy state? Feng Yu gazed at Shen Zheng as if he were a peculiar giant insect, startling Shen Zheng. What's wrong? He felt somewhat lost. Oh my god, are you even human? Feng Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, then he quickly extended his hand, a surge of insect power erupting from within him, forming a gauntlet upon his palm. Yes, just like that. Shen Zheng's eyes lit up as he eagerly nodded. This is the same as my insect power. Saying this, he extended his own hand, releasing his insect power to envelop his fingers, forming energy claws. Congratulations, Feng Yu took another deep breath. Your insect power has received a tremendous boost during battle. This enhancement should be described as a leap. Your current insect power must now be at least 70. At least 70? Shen Zheng could hardly believe it. Only those whose insect power exceeds 70 will experience such a transformation. Feng Yu patiently explained, at this point, your insect power will further align with your body, existing in a pure energy state known as insect breath. When utilized, it won't forcibly alter your bodily form as before. This means that the power you wield from your insect power will be even greater. While the consumption of that power diminishes significantly, transforming insect power into insect breath is a critical dividing line between true warriors and ordinary soldiers. Many spend their whole lives training without achieving this. You read truly impressive. You managed to transform it just from a battle. And what about this? Shen Zheng realized his lack of knowledge was rather embarrassing, prompting an urgent desire for more information. He extended his palm, allowing the crimson whip to emerge once again. This thing, I've never seen before, but I've heard of it. Feng Yu's expression turned serious as he spoke gravely to it is called Insect Spirit, a super weapon coveted by every insect cultivator. Insect Spirit? Shen Zheng repeated the term. Insects that reach a certain level of power become beings that transcend the laws of nature. Feng Yu elucidated that these creatures, through a prolonged absorption of cosmic energy, generate a substance known as the Chong-He within their bodies, which embodies the essence of their existence. When this Chong-He further evolves, it may transcend its material form to become an energy entity endowed with life. Referred to as Chong-Ling, the Chong-Ling harbors the formidable combat memory and abilities of its kind, serving as a potent weapon in possession of a Chong-Ling. A creature's power is instantly magnified, elevating it to a regal level of strength. At this juncture, he inhaled deeply, as if only by doing so could he assuage the shock within. I truly cannot comprehend how you could experience such a sudden leap in power. Moreover, creatures of this caliber should not be capable of evolving into a Chong-Ling, to my knowledge. Only those whose power exceeds 100 among the Chongwang have the chance to give rise to a Chongling. I too am perplexed. Shen Zheng shrugged, offering an awkward smile. Frankly speaking, I do not understand anything at all. It is not your fault. Feng Yu shook his head. Who could have anticipated that a rookie would mature so swiftly? It is not your failing that education cannot keep pace with your growth. Regarding this Chongling, Shen Zheng inquired of Feng Yu. Does it pose any threat to humanity? None at all. Feng Yu shook his head. I am not well versed in the specifics, as this phenomenon is merely a legend to me. I have heard that upon entering the human body, it merges with the organs, becoming part of the individual's own strength. Not only does it actively protect your organs, but it can also be summoned as a weapon when necessary. Furthermore, its power is proportional to the strength of its master. The stronger you become through training, the greater its power will be. If it is a Chongling generated by a particularly advanced creature, due to the immense combat memories accumulated, if the master continuously hones their control skills, there exists the possibility of its power evolving, giving rise to various formidable fighting techniques. So that is how it is, Shen Zheng exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. No wonder I felt it enveloping my heart. Forming a second overlapping energy heart to a heart. Feng Yu gazed at him enviously. How remarkable that it has fused with your heart. This means your vital area is now fortified with powerful armor. Could this be taken by someone else? Shen Zheng asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. It is impossible. Feng Yu shook his head. I cannot explain the exact mechanism, but once this entity merges with the human, it cannot be separated again. Should the human host perish, it will vanish alongside them. In that case, it seems the Chongling was deliberately created by the insect race to cater to humanity. Shen Zheng expressed curiosity. I cannot clarify that either. Feng Yu chuckled and shook his head. I only know that you, a super genius, have experienced extraordinary fortune this time, and your strength has likely surged to a terrifying height. By the way, is there a power testing device here? Let us ascertain your current power level. Chapter 027. Guaranteed admission. It appears there is none in this place. Shen Zheng shook his head, summoning a local soldier to inquire, and indeed, there was none. Once we complete our tasks here, our first priority will be to test your power level. Feng Yu rubbed his hands together, displaying impatience. You arrived so leisurely to assist me. What about the area under your charge? Shen Zheng questioned. The insect tide has already passed. Feng Yu replied. The news of this insect tide was relayed directly from the military district. I was initially puzzled as to why it was labeled as a strange insect tide, but now I truly understand. Goodness! So many insects appeared as if rushing to see a movie star, not even glancing at us, defending the city, suddenly appearing and just as suddenly vanishing, ultimately disappearing into who knows where. The military district has lifted the state of emergency. We are safe now. That is indeed strange. Shen Zheng shared his bewilderment. What exactly is this insect tide? Why did this wave of insects attack here? Do you know what is most infuriating? Feng Yu suddenly whispered. What? Shen Zheng asked. The regiment commander received a message from a friend in the military district. Feng Yu glanced around, then lowered his voice. Prior to the issuance of this mission, the officer responsible for relaying orders in the military district had sent a supplementary notice to Caters, indicating that an insect tide might pass through Stinky Rat Mountain. Due to the main communication channel being occupied, he had to use a private phone to alert him, so that he could notify us to be vigilant. However, Caters not only failed to inform us but also insisted on recommending you to guard this location. He did this on purpose to harm me? Shen Zheng's gaze turned cold. Yes. Feng Yu nodded, anger evident in his eyes. If it were not for the officer who notified us that the insect tide crisis had been averted, and inquired whether the tide had truly attacked us, we would have remained oblivious. The regiment commander furiously questioned Caters, but he completely denied it. When contacting the military district again, the officer responsible for relaying orders also denied ever sending a supplementary notice. Clearly protecting Caters' interests, I will find an opportunity to repay him. Shen Zheng's voice was icy. Do not act impulsively. Feng Yu cautioned. I am telling you this merely to make you wary of Caters in the future. It is not an invitation to seek trouble with him. Your path diverges from ours, extending far beyond. Do not squander your future over such trifles. After all, he is an officer for support communications in the military district. Backed by the military, unless we can catch him in a crime with concrete evidence, we cannot touch him. Rest assured, I am not an impulsive person. Shen Zheng nodded. What you should focus on now is intensifying your strength training. Feng Yu advised, "Do not fret over such minor matters." With the assistance of the soldiers Feng Yu brought, the cleanup efforts at the northeast city gradually concluded. With abundant combat experience, Feng Yu dispatched several squads over the course of 2 days to scout the surroundings, ensuring complete safety before assigning a portion of the personnel to guard the northeast city. He then returned to the regiment headquarters alongside Shen Zheng. Upon reaching headquarters, Feng Yu entrusted the submission of spoils and the organization of troops to several squad leaders. Pulling Shen Zheng directly to Liang Long bursting through the door, he eagerly exclaimed to Liang Long, "Commander, guess what good news I have brought back. I have been anxious for days." Liang Long's eyes lit up upon seeing them, and he sprang to his feet. "Quickly tell me, just how strong was the insect tide that attacked there? How did you manage to fend it off? I suggest we first conduct a power test for Shen Zheng." Feng Yu interjected, "What are we waiting for? Let's go." Liang Long decisively waved his hand. The three of them proceeded to the testing room, where Shen Zheng removed his shirt and stood before the massive testing device, allowing the chief military doctor to affix small circular electrodes all over his body. Incredible! After a flurry of activity, the chief military doctor gasped in astonishment while staring at the holographic screen. Commander Shen Zheng's power has actually reached 79. Not long ago, it was only 66. How could there be such a significant increase? 79? Liang Long was equally astonished, staring at Shen Zheng, at a loss for words. To be honest, despite being mentally prepared, I too am taken aback. Feng Yu took a deep breath. I knew he would exceed 70, but I did not expect him to be so close to 80. No wonder he was able to fend off this insect tide with just 300 soldiers. Liang Long marveled. How did this lad manage it? Perhaps we should dissect him for research. Feng Yu joked, eliciting a startled reaction from Shen Zheng. I think that is a splendid idea. Liang Long laughed heartily. A genius, an absolute genius. Shen Zheng, how many more surprises will you bring us? To evolve one's power in battle and form Chongxi? This is simply astonishing. Come, show the commander your surprise. Feng Yu waved his hand. There really more surprises? Liang Long appeared momentarily stunned. Very well. With the chief military doctor's assistance, Shen Zheng removed the electrodes, donned his shirt, and silently began to channel his power in the open space. The evolved energy emanated from within him, transforming into an energy armor, while the force flowing from his energy heart emerged from his palm, morphing into a 3-meter-long crimson whip. This is... Liang Long's eyes widened again. Chong Ling, Feng Yu declared, during this insect tide, a silver-armored leopard insect appeared. Moreover, this silver-armored leopard insect inexplicably bore a Chong Ling within it. What should have been an extremely perilous and doomed situation turned into a victory due to Shen Zheng's power enhancement in battle. Not only did he slay the silver-armored leopard insect, but he also acquired the Chong Ling. Liang Long regarded Shen Zheng in silence for a long moment before finally nodding solemnly. Feng Yu, I intend to grant him a place in the Longxing Academy. Do you have any objections? None at all. Feng Yu shook his head. That spot was rightfully his. Immediately convene a brigade commander meeting, Liang Long said with excitement. I will announce this decision right away. Shen Zheng looked at the two, puzzled as to what this admission to the Longxing Academy entailed. Silly boy. Feng Yu, seeing him still in a daze, couldn't help but punch him lightly. Aren't you going to thank the commander? Thank you, Commander. Shen Zheng respectfully saluted Liang Long, yet to be frank, he was still unaware of the significance of this so-called quota and academy. The Longxing Academy is the highest-ranking officer academy in our Longxing nation. Upon seeing his bewildered expression, Feng Yu quickly realized and hastened to explain. To gain admission there, one must first have a recommendation from a legion, and second, one's insect power must exceed 80. Is the pinnacle of military education in our Longxing nation. All officers graduating from there immediately acquire high ranks, and most eventually become elite figures within our military hierarchy. It is, in essence, a crucible that gilds officers, a place that every officer yearns to enter. Ordinarily, a small legion like ours would not qualify to recommend candidates, but 2 years ago, we rendered some services to the Longxing Academy, and the institution officially granted us a direct admission quota. Only then did Shen Zheng realize the preciousness of this quota and the importance of entering the academy. He couldn't help but be struck dumb, anxiously looking at Liang Long and saying, Legion Commander, the Legion has only this one quota. It is meant for the deserving. Liang Long spoke with resolute finality. If it is not given to you, then any other recipient would be a waste. Shen Zheng, your insect power is still insufficient to meet the Academy's standards, yet your potential is unparalleled. Moreover, your strength is not merely this. Do not forget that your insect power will enhance while you harness your abilities. Thank you, Legion Commander. Shen Zheng straightened his posture, expressing his gratitude with a firm salute once more. He understood that once he entered this academy, he would elevate to the status of a senior officer, perhaps even become part of the upper echelons of the nation's military. At that moment, his identity and standing would transform dramatically, allowing him to provide for his sister a life akin to that of a princess, alleviating their greatest longing for a life free from worry. The thought filled him with excitement, and he felt a profound gratitude towards Liang Long. This is also a matter of personal interest. Liang Long chuckled. If our Wolf Fang town can produce a national-level military official, our town will undoubtedly benefit. Not to mention the increase in military funding, but wouldn't a senior officer from your hometown work tirelessly for its defense? Feng Yu smiled, patting Shen Zheng on the shoulder, saying nothing more. Everything was understood without words. Shen Zheng looked at Liang Long, nodding solemnly, yet remained silent. Tio, speak. That was easy. The true challenge lay in action. He was not accustomed to verbal expressions, preferring to repay those who had aided him through tangible deeds. Moments later, in the high-level conference room of the Legion, the 5 squad leaders took their seats. The 3, aside from Feng Yu, gazed at Shen Zheng, eager to inquire but unsure how to begin. Caters's expression shifted like the weather, casting a sinister glance at Shen Zheng, pondering. This guy is incredibly fortunate. The military district clearly informed me that the force of that insect tide should be formidable. How could he possibly withstand it? Could it be that the military district's analysis was erroneous? Or perhaps, a sudden unease washed over him, especially when his cold gaze met Shen Zheng's. An involuntary sense of dread compelled him to avert his eyes. Damn. He cursed inwardly. This detestable fellow. If he continues to grow like this, he will undoubtedly become the true backbone of the Legion. What fate awaits me, who once opposed him? No, I must devise another plan, another strategy. I have gathered everyone here to announce a decision, Liang Long stated slowly. Surveying the crowd, the 5 squad leaders focused their attention on him. As you all know, we have previously secured a direct admission quota for the Longxing Academy. This precious quota has been preserved without use. Intended to motivate our Legion members and, when necessary, elevate our most outstanding individual to the highest position. The 3 squad leaders, unaware of the details, listened intently, excitement brewing within them. This quota could only be awarded among squad leaders. Each of them had the chance to become that fortunate individual, naturally stirring their anticipation, especially Caters, whose eyes sparkled with expectation. The insect tide had not been frequent in the past, yet recently, its intensity had been increasing. We do not know how far the insect disaster on this planet will escalate, but we must continuously strengthen ourselves. Now is the time to utilize this quota. Liang Long addressed the assembly. We must possess our own military powerhouse, ensuring that our small town receives substantial support from higher authorities, and that we have a formidable army to aid us in times of peril. The crowd remained silent, their eyes fixed on Liang Long with anticipation. Indeed, allowing this quota to rust unused would be a gross waste. Caters interjected, it is better to put it to use now. Regardless of who receives this honor, they will undoubtedly exert themselves for the Wolf Fang Legion. Everyone in agreement? Liang Long asked, glancing around. All shook their heads in dissent. Very well, Liang Long smiled. The reason I have hesitated to utilize this quota was due to the candidate issue. However, that is no longer a concern. I believe none of you can dispute this. I have decided to award this direct admission quota to Shen Zheng. What? While others were taken aback, Caters exclaimed dramatically, his expression transforming in an instant. Shen Zheng? Deepu echoed in astonishment. Indeed, Liang Long nodded. A prodigy with an adaptability score of 98, capable of multi-insect fusion and possessing the ability to gain genetic memories from the insect race. Who among you believes they are superior to him? The issue is, his insect power is below 80, Luo Jia interjected, furrowing her brow. This is a hard requirement. Without meeting it, the Longxing Academy will not accept him. Exactly? Caters's face darkened, fury radiating from his glare as he fixed it on Shen Zheng. What absurdity is this? To consider someone with an insect power of 66 as an honorary squad leader is already outrageous. Now we are to send such a person to the nation's highest officer academy? If that happens, our Wolf Fang Legion will become the laughingstock of the nation. I vehemently oppose this. The Legion commander has his reasons for this decision. Feng Yu coldly regarded Caters. I stand firmly in support. Feng Yu, Luo Jia cautioned him in a low voice. Insect power is a hard metric. Just moments ago, the Legion commander conducted a test himself. Shen Zheng's insect power has now reached 79. Feng Yu declared loudly. .79. Both Luo Jia and Deep Yu exclaimed in unison, with Luo Jia incredulously stating, "How is that possible? Not long ago, he only had 66. The growth of insect power occurs through gradual training, increasing one value at a time. Deep Yu frowned. Could Shen Zheng's enhancement be exponential? Indeed, Feng Yu affirmed. During the battle defending the northeastern stronghold, in a moment of crisis, his insect power surged, evolving into an insect breath, allowing him to slay the lead silver-armored leopard insect amidst the tide. Did you hear that? Liang Long abruptly interrupted Feng Yu, directing his gaze at the other three. In the face of such an exceptional talent, what more can you say? Do you believe any of the squad leaders here can compare to him? I believe the Legion commander has been exceedingly lenient towards Shen Zheng. Caters said coldly, from rookie to squad leader, then to squad leader, and now a direct admission quota to the Longxing Academy. Hemph, Legion commander, could he possibly be your illegitimate child? How else could you be so biased? What are you saying? Feng Yu slammed the table in anger. The Legion commander's treatment of Shen Zheng had clearly exceeded normal bounds. Caters remained unfazed. I won't comment on his promotions. After all, it benefits Shen Zheng and harms no one else. But a direct admission quota is not a trivial matter. It dictates a person's fate and impacts our Legion's future. I absolutely refuse to allow someone whose insect power is not even 80 to carry this quota into the Longxing Academy. This quota was earned through my efforts, Liang Long stated coldly. But it was secured through the hard work of all the soldiers in the Legion, Caters retorted vehemently. Does anyone else hold a differing opinion? Liang Long surveyed the other three. I have no objection. Feng Yu immediately voiced his support for Liang Long. I also have no objection, Luo Jia finally sighed, standing alongside Feng Yu after observing his unwavering determination. This? Deep Yu hesitated. Given Shen Zheng's rate of improvement, indeed, none of us can compare. Moreover, a genius with an adaptability score of 98 deserves such an opportunity. Yet, Caters' point is valid. If he fails to meet that hard standard, it would bring ridicule. What is Caters' current insect power level? The previously silent Shen Zheng suddenly interjected, directing his question pointedly at Caters. Kid, don't get too cocky, Caters scoffed. Do you think just because you've achieved some miracles, you're a legendary hero? What is Caters' current insect power level? Shen Zheng persisted, seemingly oblivious to Caters' previous remarks. What do you mean? Caters asked coldly. How much? Shen Zheng pressed. Are you afraid to answer? Brat, with a sudden thud. Caters slammed his palm on the table and rose to his feet. Do you think that attaining a bug power value of 79 grants you the audacity to look down upon others? Do you believe that simply becoming a squad leader allows you to stand on equal footing with us? Let me enlighten you. Each of these 4 squad leaders possesses a bug power value exceeding 85. As for me, I rank just below Feng Yu, boasting a formidable 88. Do you comprehend the chasm that lies between us? In the early stages, a mere difference of 10 points may not reveal significant disparities. But once one surpasses 50, even a single point can denote considerable differences in strength. When one reaches the realm of 70 to 90, the gap created by a single point becomes utterly astonishing. I must admit, I find it hard to comprehend. Shen Zheng slowly stood up. However, since you harbor resentment towards my acquisition of this position, let us settle this matter fairly. We shall engage in a battle. And if I emerge victorious, it will demonstrate that I am indeed worthy of this opportunity. Should I fall to you, then it shall be my own folly, serving as a lesson for those who follow. Oh, Caters' eyes brightened. You have said it. Shen Zheng, do not be foolish. Liang Long admonished sharply. I have made up my mind. Shen Zheng replied, fixing his gaze on Caters. Caters has harbored numerous biases against me from the outset. Without a battle that allows for direct confrontation, our differences shall never be resolved. Would you not agree? Indeed, Caters sneered. Commander, is this not an opportune moment? It serves to validate Shen Zheng's worthiness in your eyes, justifying the precious position you so insistently bestowed upon him. Just as you once mentioned, guarding the northeastern stronghold would testify to Shen Zheng's capabilities, correct? Feng Yu regarded him with a frosty glare. Caters offered no reply. Merely casting a cold glance back, "Commander, I implore you to grant me this opportunity." Shen Zheng turned to Liang Long, saluting earnestly. "I do not wish for you to bear the stigma of favoritism. Nor do I desire others to whisper behind my back, claiming my success is solely due to your bias. Have you truly considered this?" Liang Long inquired gravely. "Absolutely." Shen Zheng stood tall. He was well aware of the 9-point difference in bug power between himself and Caters. He understood what that discrepancy represented at this level. Yet he possessed an inexplicable conviction. The individual standing before him, with a bug power exceeding his by 9 points, did not instill fear. His acute perception of formidable foes had saved both him and his comrades on the battlefield countless times. He held unwavering confidence in this innate ability inherited from the bug lineage. Caters did not exude the aura of danger, indicating that he could indeed triumph over this opponent with a power value of 88. Furthermore, he wished to avoid casting Liang Long in a biased light. "Caters, what is your opinion?" Liang Long asked. Turning to Caters, "It would be an honor to spar with a gifted warrior whom you hold in high regard." Caters replied, nodding slowly, "Very well." Liang Long hesitated briefly before finally conceding. "Let us proceed to the training camp's combat arena. I consent to your friendly duel there." "Caters, should Shen Zheng defeat you, what will you say?" "I will wholeheartedly support your decision to award him that sole position," Caters declared vehemently. "Excellent." Liang Long nodded. "What are we waiting for? Let us go." With a commanding voice, he was the first to rise. Striding towards the exit without a moment's hesitation, Shen Zheng followed closely behind, while Feng Yu hastened to his side, whispering, "Are you truly confident? You are 9 points short in bug power. Have no fear, I am certain." Shen Zheng replied, nodding slowly. "Do not underestimate this," Feng Yu warned. His brow furrowed. "Caters' bug ability is not like ours. It is not of a tangible nature, but rather energy-based. He implanted the egg of a blazing fire bug, granting him the power of flames. Be exceedingly cautious." "Flames?" Shen Zheng was momentarily taken aback, but then an inexplicable excitement surged within him. What splendid prowess must one wield in battle with such an ability? He eagerly anticipated witnessing it. A surge of desire inexplicably welled up within him. Soon, the group arrived at the training arena. Upon learning that the two squad leaders were to clash, the squad leaders and numerous soldiers flocked to the arena. Liang Long did not intervene, merely instructing his aide to ensure everyone stood in position, refraining from disrupting the duel. Chapter 029. The might of fire. This contest is merely a friendly sparring match among officers. Let us remember to hold back, Liang Long announced loudly from the center of the arena. "Do you all understand?" "Understood," Caters scoffed, shedding his squad leader's coat and handing it to his aide. "However, with fists and feet being unpredictable, should I inadvertently injure myself during the match, I shall only blame my own incompetence and not hold squad leader Shen Zheng responsible. Likewise." Shen Zheng removed his coat, passing it to a nearby attendant. "Let us commence." Liang Long nodded, turning to exit the combat arena and joining the onlookers. The gathered soldiers gradually quieted. They had never witnessed a duel between squad leader-level officers, with one being a rising legendary talent and the other an established senior officer. This match promised to be a spectacle. Shen Zheng locked eyes with Caters, confronting the individual who had persistently sought to undermine him. He recalled the unscrupulous merchants and bullies he had encountered during his past labor. He remembered the month when his kindness had rendered him weak, resulting in a month's wages being unjustly taken, leaving him and his sister to endure hunger. He thought of the time when pity led him to be deceived by his employer, nearly evicting him and his sister from their home in the winter. He recalled far too much. One cannot afford to be weak or retreat. When one is bullied, mere kindness and forbearance are futile. One must rise to combat the wicked in this world. It is acceptable to be kind and honest, but one must discern whom to extend that kindness to. The virtuous, one must be even kinder. Yet to the wicked, one must transform into a wolf willing to fight tooth and nail for survival, unflinchingly baring its fangs even when battered and bloodied by a vicious beast. For even if one sustains grievous wounds in exchange for a mere scratch on the opponent, it will make others think twice before attempting to harm you again. Otherwise, one risks becoming a sheep, mercilessly torn apart by others. Caters regarded Shen Zheng, his mind racing with thoughts, a tinge of regret mingling within. He lamented why he had felt compelled to suppress this genius. Now witnessing his growth, he found himself unable to relent due to his past actions. The challenge was evidently growing more formidable. Yet, it mattered not. This foolish genius had audaciously proposed a duel. It was an opportune moment. His bug power value surpassed Shen Zheng's by 9 points. A disparity that could be deemed astronomical. With such an advantage, a slight exertion of force could easily bring the young warrior to his end. "Do not blame me for being ruthless," Caters mused. "That position shall not fall into your hands. Otherwise, even with the military district's protection, I fear I would not escape your vengeance. Farewell, little genius." "Are you prepared?" he inquired, a mocking smile on his lips. "Please." Shen Zheng raised his hand. Energy flowing from within him, forming a protective layer of armor around his body. 2 streams of energy coalesced into blades along his forearms, quivering slightly. 10 tendrils of energy manifested as sharp claws at his fingertips, while a projectile-like energy hovered in his palm. "Lowly bug," Caters scoffed derisively, slowly extending his arms. In an instant, a torrent of energy erupted from his form, enveloping him, not materializing into a specific armor but rather swirling around him. Witnessing this, Shen Zheng's eyes widened in realization. His armor had been forged from the egg of a steel bug, materializing into a tangible form. After evolving into energy, it took on this shape during defense. He had previously pondered whether individuals without armor-implanted bugs would possess significantly lower defenses. Now, he understood. Upon evolving into energy, it could be utilized in diverse manners. If one's ability was sufficient, could it not transform into any weapon or armor? As he contemplated these profound possibilities, Caters had already made his move. He slowly raised both hands, the swirling energy converging in his palms, growing denser until it transformed from translucent to a faint crimson, igniting into 2 fireballs the size of fists. "If I do not employ the bug spirit." Shen Zheng's heart raced at the sight of the flames. The youthful spirit of competition surged within him, overpowering all else. "Are you ready?" Caters inquired, his voice low. "Ready?" Shen Zheng opened his mouth to affirm his readiness, but before he could finish, Caters suddenly surged forward, launching a fireball that streaked like a meteor, reaching Shen Zheng in an instant. How swift! A wave of danger washed over Shen Zheng, prompting him to instinctively tilt his head to the side. "Despicable," Feng Yu seethed, grinding his teeth from the spectator's platform. A master with a bug power of 88 stooping so low as to ambush a mere 79. "Just watch quietly." Liang Long spoke slowly, and then, in a voice only Feng Yu could hear, he reassured, "Do not worry. Should Shen Zheng encounter any mishap, I will promptly intervene to halt the match and ensure his safety." Although Caters is detestable, he serves a purpose at this moment, acting as a litmus test to reveal the true potential of our genius. The recent defense battle in the Northeast has profoundly shaken me. I am eager to discover whether he can unleash even greater strength under pressure. Greater strength? Feng Yu was momentarily taken aback. In the arena, Shen Zheng had deftly evaded 4 fireballs hurled by Caters. These fireballs were far from mere flames. They were dense and formidable, resembling molten lava. Upon impact, they would erupt violently, creating craters over a meter wide in the sandy ground of the arena. The searing heat would instantly melt the flying sand, sending scorching particles hurtling in all directions, producing an explosive effect akin to a grenade. Had Shen Zheng not been protected by his exoskeleton, even these scattered grains of sand could have rendered him defenseless. Now, this is the true strength a squad leader should possess. Caters sneered as he swiftly launched another fireball with his left hand. As Shen Zheng leaped to the side, Caters quickly swung his right arm, sending a second fireball soaring towards Shen Zheng, who was still airborne. With a slight bend of his body, Shen Zheng propelled himself away, landing firmly on the ground while simultaneously raising both hands to unleash dozens of energy-laden spikes. "Is this the best you can do?" Caters scoffed, gently waving his hands in front of him, refusing to evade. The fireball in his palm expanded in the air with the motion of his arms, forming a shield of flames. Every spike that struck this shield was instantly incinerated to ash. "Is this the tactic of an advanced fighter?" Shen Zheng pondered as he observed. Once his insect force evolved into an energy state, it became intangible. Thus, he realized. His eyes lit up as he continued to fire spikes with his left hand while the insect force in his right coalesced into explosive projectiles. He swiftly released these explosives, targeting not Cater's, but the space surrounding his body in an instant. A dozen explosives rained down around Cater's, yet did not detonate. Shen Zheng felt a surge of excitement, thinking, it worked. Inspired by Cater's fighting style, he attempted to control the weapons generated by the insect force, and this first trial was to command the explosions of the projectiles, a mere trick. Cater's observed the cluster of explosives nearby without fear. Merely smiling slightly, detonate. With Shen Zheng's commanding shout, the explosives erupted simultaneously, creating a cacophony akin to a barrage of grenades, sending countless energy spikes scattering outward, all directed towards Cater's under Shen Zheng's will. The sand flew apart in the wake of the explosions, rising into a cloud of dust that obscured visibility within the arena. Had he succeeded? Shen Zheng squinted at the spot where Cater's had stood. Suddenly, a vivid crimson light spread through the dust cloud, resembling a small sun rising from the ground, its scorching waves surging outward. The airborne sand sparkled under the intense heat, reminiscent of a gentle rain. Then, the flames surged outward violently before retracting swiftly, as if a burst of red light had exploded, producing a resounding crack, causing the glimmering particles to vanish, replaced by flickering crimson flames. They danced in the air violently before vanishing in an instant. Amid the rising heat, Cater's emerged slowly. Flames swirled around his body, as if he had transformed into a fiery spirit, a deity of fire, walking amongst mortals amidst a wave of intense heat. Wherever he stepped, the swirling dust sparkled like stars before extinguishing. Very impressive. Cater's nodded slightly, acknowledging, I must admit you are a genius. I have yet to encounter anyone capable of wielding insect force with such freedom without systematic training. However, it is unfortunate that you are merely a soldier, a super soldier at best. You are far from deserving the title of squad leader. Allow me to impart a lesson today. Remember it well, in an instant. Flames erupted beneath his feet, creating a massive shockwave that propelled his body forward. The flames enveloping him flowed toward his right arm, forming a fiery fist of strength. Liang Long gradually rose, furrowing his brow. The powerful insect force was about to surge forth from this commander. Chapter 030. Killing Strike. Fiery Wrath Explosive Fist. With a thunderous roar, Cater's fist, imbued with searing flames, carved a trajectory through the air akin to a rocket's trailing light, aimed directly at Shen Zheng. Even before the punch landed, the heat wave surged forth, causing Shen Zheng, shielded by the insect force, to feel the searing pain on his cheeks, if that punch connected. A profound sense of danger compelled Shen Zheng to concentrate all his energy. He recognized the disparity in strength between them and understood that he could no longer afford to conceal anything. He had to unleash his utmost power. In an instant, his energy core throbbed violently, transmitting immense power through his bloodstream, racing to his palms before erupting into a 3-meter-long blood-red whip. Clenching his fist tightly around the whip, he shouted fiercely, his wrist flicking, like a blood-colored spirit serpent. The whip seemed to possess a will of its own, dancing through the air like a streak of crimson lightning, twisting and striking with ferocity. What? Cater stood aghast at this sudden transformation, caught by surprise. Unable to change his attack in time in that fleeting moment, he gritted his teeth and mustered all his strength to counter the crimson whip. The flames on his fist sparkled like shooting stars. Rushing forth with a scorching wave, the red whip gleamed with the hue of blood, shooting through the air like lightning. When the two forces collided in midair, a deafening explosion reverberated, causing the weaker soldiers to instinctively shut their eyes and cover their ears. In that clash, the red whip sliced through the flames as if wielding a blade, parting the energy fire as though it were tangible, while the breathtaking blood-red arc effortlessly grazed Cater's body in a heartbeat. The two separated in midair, each regaining their footing. A gentle breeze swept through the arena, caressing the spectators without even stirring the edge of a garment. Yet in that breeze, Cater's trembled violently, as if unable to withstand its slight force. He quivered, slowly turning to face Shen Zheng, his gaze fixed on the blood-red whip in Shen Zheng's hand. How is this possible? He murmured in disbelief. There is nothing impossible. Shen Zheng slowly turned to face the man who had relentlessly suppressed him. His voice chillingly cold. Allow me to introduce you to the gift I unexpectedly acquired during the insect tide while stationed in the northeast. Insect Spirit. I have named it Blood Spirit Whip. He then stepped closer. Smiling faintly at Cater's, whispering in a tone meant only for them. "You thought you could kill me, yet instead, you bestowed upon me this great gift." Caters, have you heard the phrases to ensnare oneself and to suffer the consequences of one's actions? By the way, our ancestors also had a saying, to lift a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. You? Cater's face flushed crimson as he glared at Shen Zheng, raising his hand as if to deliver a fatal blow. Yet that strike would never come to fruition. His eyes suddenly widened, all his energy seemingly coalescing into that piercing gaze, radiating outward. Then, in an instant, that light dimmed, extinguished like a dying flame snuffed out by a gust of wind. His body trembled once more before collapsing with a thud, as gasps echoed. All the soldiers witnessing the duel stood up in shock. Not only them, but even several squad leaders widened their eyes and jumped to their feet. No one could have anticipated this outcome, not even Feng Yu. Shen Zheng was an extraordinary genius, but the issue was that he faced Caters, a seasoned squad leader with a 9-point advantage in insect force. A wielder of the unique battle power of the Flame Envoy .1 strike. Merely a single attack from the insect spirit, and Caters was downed. No one dared to believe it. Medic. Liang Long stood, yet his expression bore no shock or disbelief. Rather, a glimmer of relief and joy could be discerned in his eyes. He called out loudly, "Medic," immediately attend to squad leader Caters. Unbeknownst to them, medics had quietly arrived at a corner of the arena and, upon receiving the command from the commander, rushed over to provide urgent assistance to Caters. How could this happen? Confused murmurs erupted, especially among the soldiers of Caters' 3rd Squad. In their hearts, they believed that while Shen Zheng was a supernova, he stood no chance against a squad leader as formidable as Caters, the god of fire. However, at present, he not only triumphed but utterly vanquished Carter. At this moment, the military doctors rose and shook their heads at Liang Long. "Silence!" Liang Long bellowed, his voice overpowering the discussions among the soldiers, and the once tumultuous arena fell into a hushed stillness. "What of Commander Carter?" Liang Long inquired loudly of the military doctors. The leading doctor shook his head. Although there are no major external injuries, his internal organs are severely damaged. He has already succumbed. Gasps and murmurs erupted once more, igniting a cacophony within the fighting arena, with expressions of astonishment etched on every face, including the commanders who stood frozen in disbelief. "How could this be?" Commander Deepu exclaimed, his voice choked with incredulity. "Carter was actually slain in one blow by Shen Zheng. Is he truly dead?" Luo Jia trembled slightly, overwhelmed by the enormity of the situation. He found it hard to fathom the reality before him. Feng Yu also trembled, though it was from excitement. He turned his gaze to Liang Long, who wore a calm demeanor and a subtly triumphant expression. In that instant, he suddenly understood why Liang Long had interrupted him during the meeting when he intended to disclose Shen Zheng's acquisition of the insect spirit. This satisfaction marked the success of a plan. In other words, upon learning that Shen Zheng had obtained the insect spirit, Liang Long had resolved to utilize Shen Zheng to eliminate Carter. Carter had become a troublesome element, too conspicuous to ignore. Yet no one had been able to act against him. Liang Long, despite his desire to see him removed, found himself devoid of opportunity. Shen Zheng was a rookie, and a prodigy at that. Employing him to dispose of Carter was the most advantageous choice. A confrontation between a formidable individual with an insect power of 88 and a new warrior with a power of 79, resulting in a fatality during a fair duel. Who could find fault with that? Moreover, this new warrior was a super genius. Even if the higher-ups were enraged, they would have to consider whether it was more crucial to cultivate a budding genius or to protect the reputation of a deceased town-level commander. Silence! Liang Long allowed the crowd's chatter and exclamations to persist for a few minutes before again raising his voice to quell the clamor. The outcome of this duel is indeed heart-wrenching. He spoke loudly, yet he acknowledged that in a contest, injuries are inevitable. Ultimately, Shen Zheng is merely a new recruit, and it is rather excessive for Carter to have employed his most potent techniques in this contest. Under such circumstances, it is entirely reasonable for Shen Zheng to have struck back fiercely in self-defense. Nevertheless, regardless of the rationale, we have lost a commander, which is a tremendous loss for the regiment. Shen Zheng may be excused in principle, but it is difficult to forgive him emotionally. Upon hearing this, Feng Yu was taken aback. "What? Is there to be punishment?" "I have decided," Liang Long proclaimed loudly. Shen Zheng's military pay will be docked for half a year as punishment. Feng Yu exhaled deeply. A deduction of 6 months' pay is not significant. Moreover, when it comes to high-ranking officers, their salaries are directly deposited into personal accounts. Who would know if any deductions were made? Originally, Carter's use of lethal techniques during the duel warranted punishment. Liang Long shifted the topic, but considering that he had already met his demise, the penalty was waived. I also bear some responsibility in this matter. I should not have acceded to their request for a duel. Although they share the same military rank, their strengths differ significantly. I shall also impose upon myself a penalty of 6 months' pay. For the time being, the 3rd Squadron will be overseen by the 2nd Squadron Commander, Feng Yu, while a new commander will be appointed subsequently. Shen Zheng stood quietly, initially fixated on Carter until the military doctor announced his death, at which point he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The audacious thought of slaying an opponent with a higher insect power by 9 points had taken root the moment he challenged Carter to a duel. It could be said that his intent in challenging Carter was to end his life. Yet, before executing that earth-shattering blow with the blood spirit whip, he had harbored no certainty. He had contemplated merely wounding Carter severely and then seeking an opportunity to finish him off. There was no doubt that Carter sought his demise. Shen Zheng had never dared to underestimate anyone, even those he perceived as weaker than himself. He understood the potential devastation that could arise when one directs all their strength against another. This world does not revolve around individual power. People live within a community, and their lives are shaped by that collective. Even a minor adversary, if allowed to lurk in the shadows, could unleash a myriad of forces and employ various schemes to bring about one's downfall, leading to a perplexing demise. Moreover, Carter was not a mere weakling. He was a formidable individual backed by the 12th Military District, boasting an insect power of 88 and holding the rank of commander. For his own sake, for his sister, and for the future, he could not tolerate the existence of such a person. Yet, he truly did not anticipate that he possessed the strength to vanquish such a powerful foe in a single blow. Is this the power of the insect spirit? He found himself gazing down at the blood spirit whip in his hand, gripping it tightly, his heart brimming with excitement. This strike had utilized nearly 90% of his strength. He pondered that if I were to unleash my full power, how formidable of an opponent could I defeat? Chapter 031. The capital's nightfall, the entire Wolf Fang army's camp was enveloped in a state of fervor following Shen Zheng's duel with Carter. Almost no one refrained from discussing the matter. That astonishing blood-red whip had extinguished the flame of Carter's life, igniting the passion within the hearts of all in the camp. The ability to slay a high-ranking foe despite a 9-point disparity in insect power. The shock this event delivered to the soldiers transcended all expectations. Everyone was animatedly discussing Shen Zheng and his miraculous blood-colored whip. Many began to dream, yearning for the day they too could harness the power known as the insect spirit and become the new legends capable of defeating high-ranking adversaries. While the camp was in an uproar, Shen Zheng and several high-ranking officials were already convened in the conference room. The atmosphere within the chamber was eerily silent, the stillness palpable enough to hear a pin drop. Liang Long surveyed the squad commanders, his gaze imposing. The squad commanders appeared somewhat dazed, seemingly lost in thought as they reminisced about the earlier battle. Though brief, the encounter had left an indelible impact on them. They felt that the events could hardly be encapsulated in words. I will submit a report to the military district regarding this incident. Liang Long finally broke the silence. Carter's death was an unfortunate accident. No one is to blame. Should there be any discontent among the upper echelons of the military district, I shall bear the full responsibility. The military district likely won't raise much objection, Feng Yu remarked. After all, it was a fair duel, and Shen Zheng's insect power was significantly lower than Carter's. I believe the military district will downplay the matter, ultimately letting it fade into obscurity, Luo Jia added. Firstly, it would be too embarrassing to handle this matter publicly. How could the military district's officer with an insect power of 88 be defeated by a mere town rookie with a power of 79? Who would dare advocate for the officer then? Secondly, it is evident to all that Shen Zheng possesses great potential. The military district would not genuinely suppress a genius for the sake of a deceased individual. Indeed, Liang Long nodded. However, one must remain wary of exceptions, Deepu interjected, frowning. What if there is an officer within the military district who was close to Carter? That could complicate matters. That is an overreaction, Liang Long replied. The matter of Carter ends here. I intend to send Shen Zheng to the Rongxing Academy for further studies immediately. Does anyone have any objections? None. The three squad commanders replied in unison. Very well. Then it is settled. Liang Long smiled at Shen Zheng. Shen Zheng, you should return and pack your belongings and arrange your squad accordingly. So soon? Shen Zheng was taken aback. Why, sister, still. Everything will be taken care of by me. You need not worry. Liang Long waved his hand. The new officer class at Rongxing Academy has already commenced 3 months ago. If we do not act quickly, you will have to wait until next year's recruitment season. I fear there may be further developments in the meantime. It is best to leave promptly. Then I shall trouble you with Xian Ying's matters, Commander. Shen Zheng stood and respectfully saluted Liang Long. I will arrange for my aide, Lu Ning, to accompany you for the registration. Liang Long smiled and waved him off. You two head out, and I will contact the academy on my end. Hurry and prepare. Understood. Shen Zheng nodded and exited with Liang Long's aide. The military district may not pursue the matter, but after Shen Zheng left, Luo Jia expressed his concerns. I am worried that, as Deepu mentioned, there are some within the military district who were close to Carter. During this recent defense task, Carter concealed such a significant issue, and even the signaling officer in the military district outright denied having issued any supplementary warnings to Carter. This indicates that Carter still had backing within the military district. That is to be expected, Liang Long nodded slowly. However, that does not pose a significant concern. A talent like Shen Zheng will undoubtedly not remain in a small regiment like ours. His future lies, at the very least, at the level of the military district. Are you suggesting? Feng Yu's eyes brightened. Are you saying he could become a bug controller? A bug controller? The other two squad commanders were taken aback. I cannot guarantee that, Liang Long said thoughtfully. But given his current performance, if he cannot become a bug controller, I truly cannot imagine what kind of individual could achieve that. Are we to believe that someone must initially attain a bug adaptation value of 100, and then possess an insect power of 30 or 40 to defeat a master with an insect power of 88? The squad commanders fell into silence. If Shen Zheng truly has the potential to become a bug controller, then everything would change. Liang Long's eyes sparkled with excitement. He would ascend to the highest echelons of our military, even securing a place within the military district at that time. As his hometown and the initial base of his career, our Langya town would flourish under his radiant influence, growing ever stronger. This is precisely what we wish to witness. Feng Yu exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. Then let us strive together to be his steadfast support. Liang Long gazed at the three, and they replied in unison, understood. Shen Zheng, accompanied by his aide Lu Ning, returned to their quarters, quickly packed a few belongings, and set off without delay. He longed to visit his sister, who was still undergoing treatment in the town, but he ultimately chose to embark on his journey. Mindful of Liang Long's admonitions and promises, he understood that his future would directly determine the fate of both himself and Shen Ying. Thus, he resolved to act decisively and avoid any indecision. Adeptly, aide Lu Ning procured a roaring bug jeep from the regiment, transporting Shen Zheng and their luggage away from the Langya Corps along the highway. During the journey, Shen Zheng called Feng He to inquire about Shen Ying's condition, urging him to take good care of her. Rest assured, Feng He assured him over the phone, I will look after her as if she were my own sister. Shen Zheng smiled at this. After a strenuous 8 or 9 hours of travel, passing through several cities, the jeep finally entered the capital of the Longxing Nation, Yunfang City. Aide Lu Ning found a fine hotel and arranged a private suite for Shen Zheng. After enjoying dinner at the hotel, Lu Ning became restless. As he wiped his mouth, he turned to Shen Zheng and said, Let me show you around the capital. The night scenery here is truly magnificent, far beyond what we can compare from our little town. There's no need, Shen Zheng replied, shaking his head. It's better to rest early and be punctual for tomorrow's report. It won't take long, Lu Ning chuckled. Once we enter the academy, we will be bound by its rules. It will be impossible to enjoy the vibrant nightlife of the city again. Come on. It's not every day I get to visit. Let me seize this opportunity for a little adventure. His words amused Shen Zheng. Considering the efforts aide Lu Ning had made to assist him, he felt he couldn't be so inconsiderate and nodded in agreement. Leaving the hotel and stepping onto the street, Shen Zheng was immediately dazzled by the flowing lights of the cars. Although the affluent district of Langya town was prosperous, it paled in comparison to the capital of Yunfang. Not to mention Yunfang, even the wealthy area of Langya town was something Shen Zheng had scarcely experienced. Now, witnessing the capital's vibrant night scene, he felt somewhat spellbound. The streets gleamed brightly as if illuminated by daylight. The twinkling lights, the ever-changing content of the advertising holographic screens, the building's glass reflecting hues of yellow, white, red, blue, and purple, and the towering skyscrapers in the distance. All of these elements conveyed the wealth and splendor of this city. Lu Ning pulled Shen Zheng through the dazzling scenery, darting in and out of large shopping malls and bustling pedestrian streets. "Follow me." After an hour of navigating through the vibrant nightlife, Lu Ning skillfully hailed a taxi, ushering Shen Zheng inside while calling out a name of a place that Shen Zheng did not comprehend. About 10 minutes later, the taxi delivered them in front of an opulent nightclub. Before Shen Zheng could grasp the nature of the establishment, Lu Ning pulled him inside. "What is this place?" Shen Zheng asked, feeling quite out of his element amidst the chaotic lights of the nightclub. "Just follow my lead," Lu Ning replied, dragging him into a private room. As soon as they sat down, a sultry woman entered, greeting Lu Ning with familiarity. "Isn't this Deputy Aide Lu? What brings you here this time?" "Military secrets," Lu Ning laughed heartily. "I brought a friend to chat and enjoy some drinks. Please summon Xiao Jin, Xiao Yin, and Xiao Fei for me, of course." The woman smiled seductively, casting a few glances at Shen Zheng before stepping out. "What is going on?" Shen Zheng furrowed his brows. "Just having some drinks and chatting," Lu Ning explained with a grin. "2 men drinking alone is rather dull. I thought some lovely ladies might liven up the atmosphere." Shen Zheng shook his head in resignation, a smile playing on his lips. "Deputy Aide, it seems you are quite the regular here." "Indeed," Lu Ning nodded. "Having lived over 30 years, alone without family or job, I stumbled into the position of deputy aide after joining the military. I earn a decent salary, but I hardly know what to save it for. I simply indulge in the present, seeking enjoyment." "Why not find someone you care for and start a family?" Shen Zheng inquired, feeling a kinship with Lu Ning's solitary plight. "Never considered it," Lu Ning replied, shaking his head. He poured 2 glasses of wine from a bottle he retrieved and handed one to Shen Zheng, taking a hearty sip from his own. "Being a soldier isn't a stable profession. If I had a promising future like yours, that would be different. But for someone like me, with a bug power value that has never exceeded 40, I am just passing time, assisting the Corps commander with minor tasks. If a conflict arises, could I retreat to safety? Certainly not. In times of danger, I would be the first to charge in. The Corps commander has shown me great kindness. Without him, I would be just another disregarded soldier. He recognized my potential as an assistant, which has granted me my current position. You see, when danger looms, I cannot simply watch the Corps commander face peril. If nothing else, I can still shield him from a few claws of the bugs." Shen Zheng regarded Lu Ning, suddenly at a loss for words. Every individual is like a book, containing chapters that soar beautifully and passages that are steeped in bitterness. Only by approaching to read can one discern that beneath a gilded cover may lie a lamentable tragedy. Just then, 3 beautiful ladies entered the room. Xiao Jin, Xiao Yin, Xiao Fei. Lu Ning's eyes lit up upon seeing the trio. Patting the sofa beside him, "Come, take a seat. Let me introduce you. This is our core team leader, Shen Zheng. He's so young." One girl exclaimed in surprise, settling beside Shen Zheng, while the other 2 positioned themselves on either side of Lu Ning. Sitting beside the girl in a low-cut dress that revealed a generous décolletage, Shen Zheng felt somewhat out of his depth, his brow furrowing slightly. He wished for her to maintain a distance and even considered asking all 3 ladies to leave. Yet he did not wish to embarrass Lu Ning and thus endured the situation. "Let us start with a toast to our acquaintance," Lu Ning suggested, noticing Shen Zheng's discomfort. He filled the ladies' glasses with wine. "Team leader Shen, allow me to introduce you. This lovely lady beside you is Xiao Fei, and these 2 are Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin. Shall we drink together? Come on, come on." Xiao Fei cheerfully raised her glass and extended her arm, attempting to drape it around Shen Zheng's. Just as he was caught between the dilemma of whether to evade or flee, the door swung open, and the sultry woman returned, looking apologetic as she addressed Lu Ning. "Deputy Aide, I sincerely apologize. A local guest arrived and specifically requested Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin. What do you think? Am I not a guest?" Lu Ning's expression darkened immediately. Xiao Fei turned to glance at the woman, her arm retracting, and Shen Zheng let out a sigh of relief. "I truly apologize," the sultry woman implored, her demeanor filled with regret. "You are one of our valued patrons. If it were not for unavoidable circumstances, I would never dare to upset you. Please understand, I truly cannot afford to offend this guest. He is an officer from the capital's garrison." "The capital's garrison?" Lu Ning paused, swiftly regaining his composure and nodding. "Go ahead. Thank you for your understanding," Deputy aide? The sultry woman expressed gratefully, her face still etched with concern. As soon as they finish over there, I promise to send them right back. It's nothing. Lu Ning waved his hand dismissively, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. The two ladies tugged at his hand, rising to leave. You should go as well. Shen Zheng quickly seized the opportunity to speak to Xiao Fei. Aide Lo and I need to discuss some private matters. I would prefer not to be disturbed. All right, Xiao Fei acquiesced, getting up to join her companions. Once the door to the room closed, Lu Ning let out a long sigh, downing his drink in one gulp. What a buzzkill. Do you seem to have a soft spot for those two ladies? Shen Zheng inquired. Not particularly, Lu Ning chuckled self-deprecatingly. I have known all three for 2 years now, witnessing their transition from naive newcomers to skilled professionals. They are all university students from modest backgrounds, unwilling to let their families toil for them, so they attend classes by day and work here at night, aiming to improve their family's financial situation. They are good girls, only providing companionship and not services, so please don't be so resistant towards them. I'm just not accustomed to this lifestyle, Shen Zheng replied, feeling a twinge of empathy for the three women's circumstances. Let us just drink and chat. We need not summon them back. That is precisely the atmosphere I seek, Lu Ning remarked. Lying in bed alone at night, with no companion by my side, is truly the worst feeling imaginable. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he would often step out to converse with them, indulging in affectionate gestures. Upon returning, he would recline on the bed, and the night would simply pass in a pleasurable haze. Enough of this dismal atmosphere. Let us depart and seek a place to sing. Upon hearing the suggestion of leaving, Shen Zheng exhaled in relief and immediately rose to his feet. The two exited the private room, heading towards the front desk to settle the bill. However, before they reached the end of the corridor, the door to another room swung open with a loud bang, followed by a raucous burst of laughter and the sound of a woman pleading for mercy. Upon hearing this, Lu Ning furrowed his brow, abruptly halting and turning back. Captain Su, they truly cannot be taken out. The sultry voice of the earlier woman echoed. Captain Su, I refuse to do this. Lu Ning recognized the voice of Xiao Jin. Indeed, Captain Su, if you are looking for someone, I can help you find a few sisters. It was Xiao Yin's voice. I want only the two of you. Amidst a sinister chuckle, a man in casual attire, appearing to be in his 30s, emerged from the room, grasping Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin's arms and forcibly pulling them out. Trailed by 4 robust men who laughed heartily, Captain Su. The alluring woman chased after them, exclaiming, they truly cannot be taken. One of the burly men turned back, shoving the sultry woman against the wall with a forceful push. Nonsense. What sort of women make money in places like this that can't be taken out? Are you deliberately trying to provoke our captain? Do you still wish to work here? Captain Su. The sultry woman clearly feared for her safety. Though anxious, she no longer dared to raise her voice. The captain, still holding onto the two girls' arms, smiled as he made his way out. Lu Ning observed the two girls, who had also noticed him, casting glances of desperation in his direction. Trembling, Lu Ning gently lifted his foot, seemingly to step back and clear the path. Shen Zheng raised an eyebrow, slightly. A flicker of disappointment and despair shone in the girl's eyes. In that moment, upon witnessing their gaze, Lu Ning stepped forward, blocking the way. Captain Shen, you should go ahead first. What is about to unfold does not concern you. Shen Zheng looked at Lu Ning, reading the unwavering resolve in his eyes. Reminiscent of one prepared to face death, Shen Zheng did not budge, but instead positioned himself beside Lu Ning, completely obstructing the corridor. You? Lu Ning was taken aback, then grew anxious. You must leave. The capital garrison is directly responsible for the defense of the capital. We cannot be compared to your small-town brigade. You have a bright future ahead. You must not. If I stand by and watch these two girls being taken away by these scoundrels right before my eyes, then I will never amount to anything in my life. Shen Zheng replied calmly, I am not the type to turn a blind eye while others suffer at the hands of villains for my own comfort. If I were to do so, even if I retained my wealth and privilege, Xiaoying would not wish to share it with someone like me. You? Lu Ning gazed at Shen Zheng, momentarily at a loss for words. His gaze shifting from colleague to friend. Step aside. Captain Su had approached with the two girls, halting his steps to scrutinize the two obstructing figures. He squinted slightly, speaking in a low tone. They do not go out. They only accompany drinks. Lu Ning, meeting Captain Su's gaze, replied in a deep voice, I am in a good mood tonight. Captain Su chuckled, dismissing the matter. Just step aside and cool off. Consider yourselves lucky, I said. They do not go out. Lin Ning raised his voice. Seeking death, are we? Captain Su's expression darkened as he coldly uttered 2 words. Immediately, the 4 burly men stepped forward to confront Lin Ning, one of them cracking his knuckles. Sizing Lin Ning up as if searching for the perfect spot to strike. Captain Su, how about this? I'll find you a few more girls, all on me. The sultry woman rushed forward. A pleading smile on her face directed at Captain Su. Get lost. Captain Su replied coldly, releasing Xiao Yin and shoving the sultry woman, sending her crashing back into the private room. His hand withdrew like lightning, firmly grasping Xiao Yin's arm, the entire motion executed with blinding speed. Xiao Yin barely had time to react, her arm released only to be seized once more. Here's your chance. Get lost and don't disturb our Captain S mood. The burly man with the knuckles cracked stared at Lin Ning and Shen Zheng, speaking icily. His mood is of no concern to me. Shen Zheng's voice suddenly cut through, cold as a winter wind. Sharp and piercing, sending shivers down their spines. What are you waiting for? I don't have all day, Captain Su grumbled from behind, visibly displeased. You're asking for trouble. The burly man's eyes widened as he swung his fist towards Lin Ning. Lin Ning remained fixed on him, and as the man moved, he lunged forward, not retreating but advancing, plunging into the man's inner circle and landing 3 successive punches to his abdomen, causing the man to stagger back several steps. Have you trained? The man clutched his aching stomach, frowning. What a disgrace! Captain Su cursed from behind, incredulous that they couldn't even handle 2 ordinary civilians. The man's eyes glinted as he raised a hand to halt his 3 companions from advancing, snorting in frustration before lunging at Lin Ning with a swift left punch. Shen Zheng, observing the man's fist, immediately recognized it as a feint. However, Lin Ning lacked the inherited combat discernment from the insect race, and upon seeing the fierce punch, braced himself for defense. The man grinned as his striking fist transformed into a grasp, seizing Lin Ning's arm while the other fist rose high, poised to strike. Not good, Lin Ning reacted quickly. Knowing the situation had turned dire in a moment of urgency, he swiftly turned his free hand, summoning insect energy that surged from his body, rapidly coalescing into a razor projectile in his palm, which he then aimed at the man and fired. As the razor projectile formed, the man sensed Lin Ning's insect energy, startled, causing his punch to halt midair as he rapidly retreated. A bug user? Captain Su narrowed his eyes. Chapter 033. The power to kill. The razor projectile struck the corridor ceiling, embedding itself halfway, suspended above everyone's heads. Where did this bug user come from, daring to attack the military? Captain Su sneered, his face darkening. Killing them on the spot would not be an issue. Indeed. The 4 men glared menacingly, their own insect energy surging through them, swiftly manifesting into razor projectiles. 4 hands extended, aiming their projectiles at Shen Zheng and Lin Ning. Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin screamed in unison. No. Lin Ning's complexion paled, realizing that today's events could not be resolved peacefully. Gritting his teeth, he extended both hands, each targeting a burly man with a razor projectile. Let me handle this. Shen Zheng stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Lin Ning while addressing the 4 men. You are soldiers tasked with protecting the citizens of the capital. He spoke slowly. You are not henchmen of the underworld. Do you truly believe it is appropriate to wield the power granted to you by the military to coerce honorable women? Honorable women? Captain Su behind them chuckled derisively. Where do these 2 fools come from? I asked why you 4 aren't moving. Are you deliberately trying to ruin my mood? Please, I beg you. Xiao Yin trembled as she clutched Captain Su's arm. I'll do anything. Just let them go. Me too. Xiao Jin hastily chimed in, pleading with him. Observing the 2 girls, Lin Ning felt a flicker of gratitude, while Captain Su's fury only intensified. They are good people. Shen Zheng addressed the 2 girls, his heart swelling with emotion. Nonsense. Captain Su laughed triumphantly. You think you can refuse? I assure you, I will enjoy every moment with you. Wax, whips, and all sorts of delights will be indulged in. The atmosphere was charged with tension when suddenly, footsteps echoed, followed by a police officer accompanied by 3 officers entering the vicinity. Upon seeing the scene, the officer's expression darkened. What is going on here? Upon recognizing Captain Su, he smiled. Isn't this Captain Su? Captain Zhang, Captain Su's smirk faded into a friendly facade. What brings you here? This happens to be my jurisdiction, and the owner is a friend of mine. He and his wife are on vacation, so he entrusted me to oversee things here. Captain Zheng smiled, gesturing towards the 4 men with their razor projectiles poised. This, Captain Su, please do me a favor and spare me the trouble with my friend. Next time, I'll treat you to tea. Agreed, agreed. Captain Su forced a smile, releasing the 2 girls' arms with a huff. I was planning to have some fun, but these 2 clowns ruined my mood. Rest assured. I will take them back for questioning. Captain Zhang glanced at Lu Ning, who was also poised with a razor projectile. This one can be overlooked. Captain Su chuckled. Nothing significant has occurred. Let them be. Let us go. How could this fellow be so benevolent? Shen Zheng vaguely sensed that matters were not as simple as they appeared. Based on his experience, such brazen and rude individuals would not easily forgive those who offended them. Captain Su strode outside, and the 4 men slowly lowered their arms, retracting their sharp energy projectiles back into their palms, transforming them into a mere whisper of power, before following Captain Su out the door. Are you all right? After the group had distanced themselves, Captain Zhang finally turned to Lu Ning and Shen Zheng, inquiring how they had offended him and asking who they were. Thank you, Da. Lu Ning let out a sigh of relief. Nodding at Captain Zhang while producing his military identification from his chest, I am also a soldier. This man insisted on forcing my 2 friends into a situation, which led to the standoff. Captain Zhang glanced at Lu Ning's military ID, then at Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin, furrowing his brow slightly. Money is not easily earned in such places. I advise you to seek other endeavors. Otherwise, incidents like tonight will recur, and you will eventually find yourselves in a morally compromised position. If you wish to earn money, do not shy away from the dirty work. If you wish to maintain your innocence, do not venture into such places. If trouble arises once, there may be someone to protect you. But what about twice or thrice? Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin remained trembling, their heads bowed, unsure of how to respond. You may leave. Captain Zhang turned to Lu Ning, adding, also, counsel your friends. If they are truly innocent girls, they should find other work. With a wave of his hand, he departed with several officers. How are you 2? Lu Ning hurried to the 2 girls. We are fine, they replied, still somewhat frightened. What Captain Zhang said is true, Shen Zheng remarked, approaching the 2. Desiring a better life for your family is a noble wish. But before choosing your path, you must consider whether you are truly willing to sacrifice some precious things. Reflect on his words. We cannot remain here to protect you forever. With that, he exchanged a glance with Lu Ning, signaling him to leave. Be careful, Lu Ning sighed, gently patting the shoulders of the 2 girls as he left with Shen Zheng. Upon reaching the front desk to settle the bill, the attendant adamantly refused to accept Lu Ning's money, and thus they departed without paying. Let us head straight back to the hotel. As soon as Lu Ning exited, he attempted to hail a taxi, but Shen Zheng tugged at his arm, leading him down a side road. After walking along another street for a while, they turned onto another small path before finally flagging down a taxi. Lu Ning looked at Shen Zheng in confusion, who merely smiled faintly. It's better to be cautious. Isn't that a bit excessive? Lu Ning replied. The matter has been resolved. Let us hope so, Shen Zheng murmured. As they drove, nearing the hotel, a large jeep suddenly barreled around a corner, squeezing closely against the taxi. The taxi driver, pale with fright, quickly slowed and halted as the jeep came to a stop directly in front of them. The taxi driver was about to shout, but 4 burly men leaped from the jeep and approached menacingly, causing the driver to swallow his words. It was indeed not as simple as it seemed. Shen Zheng scrutinized the 4 men, recognizing them as the same 4 who had been with Captain Su earlier. Damn it, these guys are audacious, he thought. Lu Ning also recognized them, his expression changing as he tossed a bill to the driver and jumped out of the taxi alongside Shen Zheng. The taxi driver, sensing the danger, immediately reversed and sped away. We meet again. Captain Su then leaped from the vehicle, striding forward with a fierce gaze fixed upon the 2. Quite clever. I see you took a long detour to get into the car. Did you think that would allow you to escape my grasp? We are professional soldiers. Tracking is not beyond our capabilities. What do you want? Lu Ning's voice trembled slightly. To oppose me in Yunfang City. To humiliate me, I cannot allow you to die in peace. What face would I have left to walk the streets? Captain Su's expression turned menacing as he gestured, prompting his 4 subordinates to point their energy projectiles at Lu Ning. Bastard! Lu Ning gritted his teeth, summoning his own energy projectile. However, before he could raise his hand, the others had already fired theirs. Instinctively, he shouted and raised his arm to shield his head and face. A series of impacts followed, and to his astonishment, he found himself unharmed. Lowering his arm, he saw Shen Zheng standing protectively in front of him, enveloped in a shroud of energy. Energy? The four men recoiled in terror. Shen Zheng stood resolutely before Lining, his cold gaze fixed upon the assailants. The energy swirled around him, signifying his formidable status. His icy stare swept over the four men, causing each to tremble upon making brief eye contact. Interesting, Captain Su exchanged glances with Shen Zheng but did not flinch. Instead, he let out a sneer and stepped past his subordinates. So, you are indeed a master with energy levels above 70. I never expected that. Who exactly are you? No matter who I am protected by the laws of the Rongxing nation, and I possess the right to dignity, free from infringement, Shen Zheng replied, his gaze unwavering. Laws? Rights? Captain Su chuckled, his smile laced with extreme disdain. You certainly enjoy preaching. Boy, this world may appear calm on the surface, but it is rife with peril. One day, a powerful wave of insects could sweep in and engulf everything. What do ordinary people rely on to maintain their current way of life? It is us, the insect cultivators, the soldiers. Without us, none of this would exist. Laws? Rights? They are all granted by us. So, according to your logic, the strong may plunder the weak at will? Shen Zheng scrutinized Captain Su. Of course. Captain Su held his head high. Those with great power can rise above everyone else, determining the lives and deaths of others. Even if they breach some trivial law, there will always be someone to shield them from any repercussions. As he spoke, he advanced slowly, waves of energy emanating from his body, forming a transparent energy membrane around him. His fingers flexed rhythmically as energy surged and coalesced, ultimately manifesting into sharp energy claws before him. Shen Zheng. Lu Ning's face paled further as he observed the energy surrounding Captain Su. Nervously, he urged Shen Zheng from behind. Let us go. There's no need to engage him here. Once we enter the academy tomorrow, even if he is the captain of the capital's garrison, he cannot touch you. Shen Zheng paid no heed to Lu Ning's words. He simply focused on the advancing Captain Su, sensing the energy pulsating from him. Then, a barely perceptible smile crept onto his lips, one filled with disdain and contempt, akin to a robust wolf observing a snarling mutt. Seal off this street, Captain Su commanded, his eyes glinting. I do not wish to be disturbed while I enjoy killing. Yes. The four burly men immediately dispersed, sprinting to either side of the narrow road. Killing? Shen Zheng regarded Captain Su, slowly raising his hand. Who grants you such authority? My strength. Captain Su replied with a cold laugh. I see. Shen Zheng nodded slowly, gently lifting his hand. Chapter 034. The purpose of becoming strong. An energy projectile coalesced in the palm of Shen Zheng's hand. Its sharp tip aimed directly at Captain Xud. An energy projectile? Captain Su looked at the razor-sharp weapon, laughing derisively. Is this your power? The most common and ordinary ranged weapon among insect cultivators? Shen Zheng remained silent, merely observing him with an intensity akin to a hunter fixating on a trapped prey, flaunting its bravado. Reveal the force behind you, Captain Su said, his smile fading. Out of respect for it, I might spare your life. Shen Zheng continued to remain silent, as if he were a mute beast, fixated on the prey before him. This demeanor unsettled Captain Su, prompting him to scoff. You are not part of any force in the capital. I am well aware of all the masters within and around the capital. You are an outsider. Where do you hail from? Weihe? Tianning? Hukou? Provoking the capital and its garrison is not a wise choice. You are afraid, Shen Zheng scoffed, ambushing someone, intending to kill them over a minor conflict, yet now you hesitate. How laughable, laughable. Captain Su's eyes gleamed with menace. I will make you understand who the truly laughable one is. You come all this way to the capital, foolishly vying for a woman with the garrison's captain, only to die on a secluded path. Such a fate is both ironic and absurd, is it not? If you wish to kill, then come, Shen Zheng replied slowly. Stop wasting time with your words. However, I must warn you, when you extend your claws towards others, be prepared for a coffin. Not a coffin. Captain Su chuckled coldly. I hope your family has already prepared your burial site, but I suspect they may have trouble collecting your remains, as I will shred you and your companions to pieces with these claws." Shen Zheng fell silent, merely locking his gaze onto Captain Su's forehead. Shen Zheng, Lu Ning fidgeted anxiously behind him. Unsure of what to say, he regretted bringing Shen Zheng out tonight. Captain Su's footsteps transitioned from a leisurely pace to a rapid sprint, suddenly transforming his walk into a dash, propelled by a fierce, insect-like aura as he lunged directly at Shen Zheng. The glinting tips of his sharp claws shimmered ominously in the night, resembling 5 shooting stars descending upon Shen Zheng's chest. In that very instant, without a moment's hesitation, Shen Zheng fired the prismatic energy bullet from his palm, which instantaneously pierced through the void of the night and struck Su's forehead, in the moment of impact. A flicker of disdain flashed in Captain Su's eyes, but then, in the blink of an eye, a profound sense of danger seeped into his heart. He felt as though the protective insect aura shielding his forehead had been violently torn apart by an unseen force. A wave of terror surged through his mind, but it vanished just as quickly. The energy bullet had breached his forehead's defenses, penetrating his skull and burrowing into his brain, where it unleashed its full power in a violent explosion. In that fleeting moment, his soft brain tissue was obliterated, disintegrating into a scattered liquid state. All traces of the insect aura vanished, and the claw that had reached toward Shen Zheng reverted to a soft human hand. Captain Su staggered forward and collapsed onto the ground of a secluded path, producing a dull thud. "Shen Zheng!" Lu Ning's voice trembled as he gazed at the lifeless body before him, his face drained of color. "Captain!" The 4 robust men, witnessing the scene, gasped in horror and rushed over, each conjuring a prismatic energy bullet in their palms, aimed directly at Shen Zheng. "Be careful." Shen Zheng swiftly pushed Lu Ning aside, his insect aura morphing into a carapace-like armor that absorbed the incoming prismatic bullets. He fired back with both hands, launching 4 energy bullets that struck true at the foreheads of his assailants. The 4 men shuddered and collapsed on the spot. "We must go," Shen Zheng said, seizing Lu Ning's hand and leaping toward a tall building at the roadside. With his left hand, the insect aura surged, transforming into razor-sharp claws that pierced the wall, allowing him to vault upward with ease. Within moments, they reached the rooftop of the 10-story building, from which Shen Zheng leaped down the other side. Lu Ning stifled a gasp, his face pale with fear. Shen Zheng wrapped one arm around him while the other clawed into the building's wall, halting their descent, and he smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, we are quite safe." Releasing his grip, they descended once more, with Shen Zheng using his claws to slow their fall, safely bringing Lu Ning to the ground. Utilizing his insect-like sensory abilities, Shen Zheng navigated swiftly through the unfamiliar streets cloaked in darkness. Within minutes, they emerged onto a bustling avenue, where he hailed a taxi and, alongside Lu Ning, returned to their hotel. It was not until they settled into Lu Ning's room that he regained his composure. Staring at Shen Zheng with wide eyes and trembling, "We've stirred up a huge mess. Only if someone knows it was us," Shen Zheng replied calmly. "You are far too reckless," Lu Ning murmured, recalling that they were up against the capital's defensive military. "Yet weren't you pointing prismatic bullets at them in the nightclub?" Shen Zheng chuckled. "That was different," Lu Ning gulped. "I was certain they wouldn't dare act there. At least not to the point of murder." "Regardless, they are dead," Shen Zheng stated, fixing his gaze on Lu Ning. "And not in the nightclub where we clashed, but in a remote alley far away. With no witnesses who can implicate us. Your methods are excessively ruthless," Lu Ning remarked, struggling to comprehend the fierce tactics of this prodigious recruit. Could it be the influence of inherited insect memories? "Brother Lu," Shen Zheng began, "before enlisting, I toiled in various jobs to support myself and my sister. Showing that I began working after dropping out of high school and encountered all manner of people, I learned that the more you yield to wicked individuals, the more they will press you until you are backed against the edge of a cliff. In that moment, I realized that while some people and situations can be endured, there are others you must confront with everything you've got, or face certain death." He seemed lost in reminiscence, falling silent for a moment before continuing. "They sought our lives simply because we embarrassed them in the nightclub. Such individuals deserve their fate," that Su fellow stated. "His power granted him the right to kill. Thus, I merely elucidated his life philosophy by following his own logic." "That makes sense," Lu Ning sighed. "I can relate to that sentiment. This world is governed by power. Though we often preach equality and the supremacy of the law, ordinary people have little voice in the face of the strong. This is an undeniable truth. I come from humble beginnings, so I understand." Sometimes, I fantasize about suddenly possessing immense power, looking down upon all the detestable characters and acting according to my own will. Shen Zheng regarded Lu Ning, suddenly at a loss for words. Both Lu Ning and Captain Su held a shared belief in power. It was not their fault. The world operated in such a manner. Shen Zheng suddenly grasped a profound truth. In this world, if one cannot possess greater strength, they will always be subjected to the whims of others regarding their fate. Therefore, one must strive to grow stronger, continually becoming more powerful, until the day one stands at the pinnacle of strength, attaining true freedom and security. With a bug power level of 79, he was among the elite, but in the realm of true warriors, it was not particularly high. Cadres like Carter and others had bug power levels exceeding 80. Yet they were merely leaders within local military units. What lay beyond them? Perhaps the capital's defensive military. Surely, among them, there existed even more formidable warriors. A power level in the 70s only qualified him as a captain. What of their leaders? Their commanders? The Luminary Academy. Shen Zheng silently contemplated these words. I must become the strongest among your students. That night, Shen Zheng found little rest, as he fantasized about the life awaiting him at the academy starting the following day. Lu Ning also struggled to sleep, consumed by worries over the events of the night. The best outcome would be for no one to discover anything, yet he deemed that improbable. Nevertheless, he knew he must report the incident to Liang Long upon his return. Fully expecting severe repercussions, the worst-case scenario, he dared not contemplate. The sun rose the following day amidst their anxieties. It was a clear day, devoid of clouds, with warm sunshine and a gentle breeze. After breakfast, Lu Ning hurriedly ushered Shen Zheng into a car, and they set off toward the eastern district of Yunfang City. An hour later, they arrived at a small town on the outskirts of the suburbs. Here we are. This is Luminary Academy. Lu Ning pointed ahead at the quaint town. Is this the academy? Shen Zheng exclaimed in astonishment. I thought it was a nearby suburb. This is the nation's premier military officer academy. Lu Ning replied. Its scale is indeed impressive. To be honest, its grounds surpass those of our Wolf Fang town. Goodness. Shen Zheng found himself momentarily speechless. As they approached the entrance, several guards immediately raised their hands, signaling for the vehicle to stop. Lu Ning complied, parking the car obediently, and after some discussion with the guards, they were granted passage. Once inside the gates, they drove for a while until reaching a large parking lot, where they parked under the guidance of the guards and boarded a patrol vehicle. The vehicle whisked them deeper into the academy, and Shen Zheng's eyes widened as he admired the surroundings, feeling as though he had stepped into another bustling town. The academy boasted gardens, lakes, sports fields, gyms, shops. It had nearly everything one would find in a small town. Once the gates closed, it could easily function as a self-contained city. The only distinction being that everyone walking about wore military uniforms. Even the janitors and vendors were similarly attired. Soon after, the vehicle brought them to a grand building styled like a castle. And under the escort of the guards, they entered an office with a plaque indicating it belonged to the grade director, where they waited. Chapter 035. Luminary Academy. After a brief wait, the office door swung open, and an elderly man with graying hair, around 50 years of age, entered. Clad in military attire and a cap, his imposing demeanor was further accentuated by his uniform. Director Su, greetings. Lu Ning promptly tugged Shen Zheng to his feet, and they stood at attention, offering a precise military salute to the elder. The elder nodded casually, returning the salute. Take a seat. He walked back to his desk and sat down. How is Brigade Commander Liang Long? He inquired with a deep voice. Quite well, Lu Ning replied with a smile. He often reminisces about you. Recalling his youthful days, I can only imagine he has plenty to say. The elder chuckled lightly. Surely he hasn't been too harsh on me? Lu Ning laughed along. That so. This is the prodigy he mentioned? The elder smiled, gesturing toward Shen Zheng. Shen Zheng stood once more, saluting the elder, new recruit Shen Zheng from the Wolf Fang Brigade reporting for duty. Quite impressive. The elder nodded slightly, introducing himself. I am Su Dong, the grade director of Luminary Academy, overseeing the new first-year students. Luminary Academy consists of 5 levels: first year, second year, intermediate year 1, intermediate year 2, advanced year 1, and advanced year 2, with each level lasting a year. Months have passed since the commencement of the new academic year, and as a transfer student, you must exert yourself diligently. Otherwise, should you fail to pass the year-end examination, No matter how close my relationship with Liang Long may be, I will have no choice but to send you back from whence you came. What knowledge is to be imparted during our studies? And what shall the examinations entail? Shen Zheng inquired. The curriculum is quite varied, encompassing advanced techniques for utilizing insect powers, theories on the development of various insect abilities, military management, battleship control, and the classification of insect species. Essentially, we study everything pertinent to combat and military leadership, Su Dong explained patiently. As for the examinations, they are indeed related, yet they are not the primary focus. The main assessments revolve around one's insect power level and practical combat capabilities. In the graduation examination 5 years hence, if your insect power reaches 90, you will be directly recommended by the Academy to the command headquarters of the Longxing Corps. And what if it exceeds 90? Shen Zheng asked. Exceeding 90? Su Dong looked at Shen Zheng and after a moment, chuckled. Young man, should you truly surpass 90, the Longxing Corps will cherish you as a treasure, grooming you to become the next Corps commander. And the Longxing Academy would gladly reserve a position for you as a grade director. Corps commander? Shen Zheng was taken aback. The Corps commander of the Longxing Corps is not the highest military officer of the Longxing nation. In the civilization of the White Wolf Star, the Corps system has persisted for a millennium, with each locality possessing its own Corps, named directly after their geographical locations, while national-level Corps are designated by the name of the nation. These Corps commanders are of equal standing amongst one another, and the Corps operate with considerable autonomy, thus eliminating any hierarchy of command. The true authority over all Corps, including the national-level Longxing Corps, lies with the supreme commander of the Longxing nation, who is the genuine ruler of this land. This military structure has been deemed the most rational, formulated through 2 millennia of human struggle against the insect race. In this manner, each Corps is responsible for the defense of its respective city. Should they falter, other Corps are under no obligation to assist unless commanded by the supreme commander. This may appear to be a harsh rule, yet it is the most effective means of safeguarding the collective interests of humanity. For not all within the insect race are lowly creatures. There exist those of considerable intelligence. Though humanity has yet to comprehend the nature of their wisdom, none dare deny its existence. Rescue operations may seem straightforward. However, what if your Corps is occupied with rescuing others while your own city faces an onslaught of insects? The most likely outcome would be the simultaneous loss of 2 cities within the human realm. Such occurrences are not unprecedented in history, as the insects, employing forms of intelligence incomprehensible to humanity, have utilized tactics that exploit our humanitarian instincts, resulting in the annihilation of numerous human cities. Thus, this policy of independent governance, often criticized as a ruthless military power structure, was born and has remained unchanged for 2 millennia. People would rather endure the localized pain of losses than suffer the catastrophic defeat of a strategic nature. They would prefer individual cities to vanish from existence rather than risk more lives being lost together. Nevertheless, whether you can be cultivated as the next Corps commander remains contingent upon the disparity in strength between you and your competitors. Therefore, do strive earnestly, Su Dong advised Shen Zheng, interrupting his thoughts. Understood, Shen Zheng nodded. Old Liang told me you are a super genius, and I am quite intrigued by your remarkable insect adaptation value of 98. As well as your perfect compatibility with all insects, Su Dong remarked. However, history has seen many youthful prodigies, most of whom ultimately became ordinary individuals. There are numerous reasons for this, but a common thread is excessive confidence and arrogance. When confidence transcends its bounds, it breeds hubris, and those who are hubristic are prone to downfall. I understand. Shen Zheng nodded, grateful for the director's reminder. Regarding your specific circumstances, old Liang did not elaborate much over the phone. Su Dong stated, hence, I must gather some information about you. First, your insect power stands at a precise 80, which is, my apologies, Shen Zheng chuckled. I am still a little shy of 80. A little shy. Su Dong paused. Then frowned. 79? Yes, Shen Zheng confirmed with a nod. This old Liang, what is he playing at? Su Dong lamented, shaking his head and pressing his temples. An insect power level of 80 is a stringent criterion. You ought to consider his other abilities, Lu Ning interjected swiftly. What other abilities? Su Dong's interest was piqued. He demonstrated exceptional performance during combat against the insect race, Lu Ning eagerly explained. After assuming the role of squad leader, he devised a combat mode where several soldiers formed a cohesive unit, yielding remarkable results. While serving as formation leader, he led 300 soldiers against a tide of several thousand insects, single-handedly slaying a silver-armored leopard insect. Oh, Su Dong's intrigue grew. Most crucially, prior to this, he had not successfully implanted combat-oriented insects, thus he had received no form of combat training or insect power utilization training. Lu Ning spoke with palpable excitement. Are you suggesting he can acquire the genetic memories of the insect race? This time, Su Dong was not merely intrigued. He was profoundly moved. Indeed. Lu Ning clapped his hands in exhilaration. Moreover, after slaying the silver-armored leopard insect, he obtained an insect spirit. An insect spirit? Su Dong gasped in astonishment. How could this be possible? The level of the silver-armored leopard insect is simply insufficient to produce an insect spirit. I cannot fathom how this occurred. Perhaps I was simply fortunate, Shen Zheng admitted shyly. Rising to demonstrate his prowess, he summoned forth the energy surging from his heart, which coursed through his veins, bursting forth from his palm in a vivid display. Transforming into a 3-meter-long blood-red whip, the blood spirit whip. Shen Zheng grasped it lightly, and with a flick of his wrist, the whip danced as if it were alive. Is it truly an insect spirit? Su Dong leaped to his feet, his face alight with excitement and fervor. Why goodness! A youth with an insect power of merely 79 possesses such a treasure. It is indeed miraculous. Regarding your admission to the academy, Lu Ning cautiously probed. This student, I shall claim him, Su Dong exclaimed, slapping the table and striding towards Shen Zheng, grasping his shoulders with both hands. Old Liang was not mistaken. A genius, a super genius, thank you. Director Su, Shen Zheng smiled, retracting the insect spirit into his body. I will arrange for your transfer immediately, Su Dong declared with fervent enthusiasm, rushing to his desk to seize the phone. Hello, Richi? Please come over at once. I have a remarkable addition for your class, Shen Zheng. Shortly after the call, a knock echoed at the door. A tall, elegantly artistic gentleman entered. He appeared to be in his early 30s, possessing a refined demeanor that could be considered handsome. Report. Upon entering, he immediately saluted Su Dong. Come, allow us to introduce one another. Su Dong gestured to the gentleman, addressing Shen Zheng. This is Richi, the instructor for Class 1 of the new level, a formidable expert with an insect power level of 90. Greetings, instructor. Shen Zheng offered a respectful salute, his curiosity piqued. Just how powerful could a being with an insect power level of 90 truly be? This is Shen Zheng, a formation leader from the Wolf Fang Corps in the northern town of Wolf Tooth. Su Dong continued. Pleased to meet you, Richi replied with a subtle smile, exuding the charm of a mature man. Henceforth, he will be your mentor, Shen Zheng. You are to work closely together in order to nurture another true military elite for the Longxing Academy. Su Dong stated with a smile, I shall endeavor to do my utmost. Richi responded with measured propriety. Shen Zheng is a rather exceptional student, Su Dong explained. His insect power level has yet to meet our requirements. Oh? Richi's eyebrows raised slightly. He is merely 1.sh, Su Dong remarked. However, at present, he possesses a perfect compatibility rate with the insect eggs he has implanted. More significantly, he has the ability to acquire the genetic memories of the insect race and wields an insect spirit. What? Richi, who had maintained a calm demeanor, could not help but express his astonishment. Is Shen Zheng truly such an exceptional student? Su Dong chuckled. Gazing at Shen Zheng, Richi's expression gradually resumed its composure, accompanied by a gentle smile. Shen Zheng? It is my honor to have such a gifted student. However, I implore you not to become blinded by the brilliance of your own genius. Rest assured, Shen Zheng nodded. I will demonstrate through my actions that I shall not be a disappointment to you. Very well, let us not waste time. Take Shen Zheng to class, Su Dong instructed, noting that he had already fallen behind in his studies and must make a concerted effort to catch up. Chapter 036. Challenge. I would like to introduce a new classmate to everyone, Shen Zheng, the formation leader from the Wolf Fang Corps in the northern town of Wolf Tooth. Standing at the podium in the tiered classroom of Class 1, Richi solemnly presented Shen Zheng to all the students. Wolf Tooth. Some students whispered among themselves, curious about the origin. What place is that? I have never heard of it. Of course, they wouldn't have. Someone chuckled, dismissing it as merely a small town in the north. The military rank is not low, someone remarked. What good does that do? A bystander scoffed. Merely the formation leader of a town-level corps. His true strength likely pales in comparison to our squad leaders. Indeed, just a bumpkin from a small place. Laughter ensued, and although the whispers were hushed, Shen Zheng caught wind of some of their disparaging remarks. He furrowed his brow slightly, casting a glance over those who mocked him. Such individuals were not unfamiliar to him. Throughout his years of labor, he had often encountered their cold glares. He understood that displaying kindness to such people was futile. Only by demonstrating overwhelming strength could he silence them. Laffy, check the bug power value of this one. A fellow student gently nudged the tall, golden-haired student seated beside him. The golden-haired student, engrossed in a handheld gaming console, looked up at Shen Zheng upon hearing the words, then retrieved a palm-sized device from his pocket, adjusted the holographic screen's readings, and aimed it at Shen Zheng, who stood before him. What nonsense is this? The golden-haired student frowned. What's wrong, Laffy? The student beside him inquired. Instructor! Laffy raised his right hand. What is it? Retcher gestured for him to stand and speak. Laffy stood up without hesitation, raising the device in his hand. My bug power detector shows this new student's reading as 79. What is the meaning of this, 79? The murmurs in the room grew louder. How can it be 79? The Academy's admission standard is a bug power value of 80. How did this guy manage to get in? What a joke. I've worked my fingers to the bone for years just to raise my score from 79 to 80 to enter the Academy. How can someone with a substandard bug power value get into study? What does that make my previous efforts? Indeed, this clearly violates the Academy's regulations. Silence. Retcher's gaze turned icy as he barked, and the classroom immediately fell silent. It was evident that the students held him in great fear. Shen Zheng has already passed Director Su's test, Retcher said slowly. If anyone has further objections, take it up with Director Su. The students exchanged glances, all falling silent. This is not in accordance with the Academy's rules. Only Laffy spoke out loudly. Why is it that he, with a substandard bug power, can enter the Academy? Is there some underhanded operation happening within the Longxing Academy? Laffy, mind your words. Retcher's expression darkened. I'm merely stating the facts. Laffy retorted with a sneer. Bug power value isn't the only standard. Indeed, Retcher replied slowly, if victories were solely determined by bug power values, then there would be no need for martial arts and warfare in this world. Can bug power values explain everything? What our Longxing Academy needs are true talents, geniuses with immense potential for growth. If a person's bug power value exceeds 80, yet after 5 years of study, it has only increased slightly, what use is such an individual? But a standard is a standard, Laffy insisted. I intend to protest this matter, and may even escalate it to the highest military committee. And what is your bug power value, may I ask? Shen Zheng inquired slowly, looking at Laffy. Retcher turned his gaze toward Shen Zheng, not stopping him, but rather waiting with interest to see how Shen Zheng would respond. Do you have the right to ask? Laffy coldly replied. What audacity! A student nearby chuckled. What's Laffy's bug power value? Say it and you'll be scared to death. Laffy is a master with a bug power value of 86. 86? Shen Zheng laughed. This smile made Laffy uncomfortable, prompting him to scoff. Are you asking about my bug power value because you wish to challenge me? Indeed, Shen Zheng nodded. You claim my bug power value is substandard. Yet the instructor has already stated it is not the sole criterion. Clearly, you fail to grasp the instructor's intent, and for that, I intend to give you a lesson on his behalf. What audacity! Laffy's eyes widened. A lesson? Now that's something I eagerly anticipate, instructor. I request to duel with student Laffy, Shen Zheng said, ignoring Laffy and turning to Retcher. Very well, Retcher nodded. This will also allow everyone to gain a deeper understanding of Shen Zheng's capabilities. Let us proceed to the combat arena to assess his strength before we continue the discussion on bug power value standards. Upon hearing this, the students grew excited and quickly stood up. You'll soon understand the distinction between a country bumpkin and true nobility. Laffy glared at Shen Zheng, but Shen Zheng did not even glance at him, turning instead to follow Retcher, which infuriated Laffy further. Laffy, don't stoop to the level of such a country bumpkin, a nearby student consoled. Just wait until you teach him a lesson. Exactly, Laffy snorted. I will break every bone in his body, leaving him wrapped in bandages, regretting ever challenging me. In Class 1 of the new level, there were more than 30 students, a mere trifle for the Longxing Academy's 4th combat arena, which could accommodate 1,000 under Retcher's guidance. All the students settled into the stands closer to the center of the arena, while Retcher himself leaped down to the arena's center, gesturing for Shen Zheng and Laffy to approach. This is merely a friendly duel among students, not a battlefield engagement. I hope you bear this in mind, Retcher stated. You are all exceptional students of the Academy, and I do not wish for any of you to make a mistake. Should anyone deliberately use excessive force during the duel, I will impose the strictest penalties upon them. Understood? Understood, Laffy sneered. As a noble, I understand the boundaries better than some country bumpkin. Shen Zheng remained silent, merely watching Laffy coldly. Now, Retcher began to speak, ready to declare the duel's commencement, when suddenly, the doors of the arena swung open, and a squad of soldiers clad in garrison uniforms marched in. At their center was an officer in a coat, striding forward with a frown, making his way to the center of the arena. I assume that Captain Sarando of the 6th Squad of the capital garrison? A student whispered. What is he doing here? Captain Sarando? Retcher approached him. What brings you here? Instructor Retcher. The esteemed officer's initially haughty demeanor shifted to one of respect upon seeing Retcher, and he promptly straightened up to salute. I was unaware you were here. My apologies. He then noticed Laffy and, surprisingly, smiled warmly at him, to which Laffy merely nodded with a stiff expression. No problem. Retcher waved his hand. Are you here on official business? Indeed, Sarando nodded quickly. It is as follows. Last night, our squad leader Su Li and his 4 subordinates were murdered in the city. What? Retcher was taken aback. Which audacious individual dared to kill a squad leader of the capital garrison in Yunfang City? This matter is indeed very grave, Sarando affirmed. Thus, we garrison troops have been conducting an overnight investigation and have gathered some leads, which is why I brought my men here. Are you implying that this incident is related to someone from our academy? Retcher furrowed his brow slightly. Yes, Sarando nodded. I kindly request your assistance, Instructor Retcher, in this investigation. Very well, Retcher nodded to is there a student named Shen Zheng in your class? Sarando inquired. Shen Zheng? Not only Retcher but also Laffy and the 30-plus students present were taken aback. That's me, Shen Zheng stepped forward, approaching Sarando. Since the moment this group entered, he had sensed something amiss, yet he felt no fear. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. He would face it head-on. All eyes focused on him. Last night, where were you, and what were you doing with the deputy commander of the Wolf Fang Corps, Lo Ning? Sarando asked coldly. We were at a nightclub drinking and had an altercation with a man who claimed to be the squad leader of the capital garrison. Su, Shen Zheng replied calmly. This Su insisted on taking away 2 girls who were merely accompanying us for drinks. We intervened, leading to a conflict. The garrison wouldn't suspect us of killing that Su just because of this disagreement. Would they? You are a significant suspect, Sarando said, glaring at Shen Zheng coldly. You will need to return with me to the garrison headquarters for further investigation. After the shock, Laffy's face broke into a mocking smile as he stood by, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Significant suspect? Shen Zheng smiled faintly. Is it merely because of a conflict that I am suspected? You may inquire with the officer Zhang, who is responsible for maintaining order there. He can attest that it was Su who left first. After they departed, we were questioned by this officer for quite some time before leaving the nightclub. If we were the ones who acted, how would we know where Su went after he left? This matter has already been resolved. Why would we need to pursue him to kill? Sarando's expression shifted. Retcher narrowed his eyes slightly and then smiled. I understand. Captain Sarando, you did not possess a warrant for arrest from the garrison. You merely rushed here to apprehend someone based on a lead you found, correct? Sarando's expression changed once more. Do you take Longxing Academy for what? Retcher's demeanor turned cold and merciless. What do you think of our students? Just because of such an unrelated lead to murder, you dare to come here and attempt to take my students away. What do you take me for? Sarando stared at Retcher in astonishment, not expecting such a vehement reaction from him. What is going on? Isn't Shen Zheng a new recruit who just reported for duty? Why would Retcher treat him with the same regard as a seasoned veteran? Sarando found this perplexing. Chapter 037. The Battle of Young Master Lafitte. Return and report to your superior, Retcher stated coldly. If you believe you can arbitrarily bring a student from the illusory Star Academy to your military without concrete evidence, then issue an arrest warrant. Come back to me then. Sarando broke into a sweat. Instructor, Lafitte stepped forward. Shen Zheng's insect power level does not meet the standards, which is already a significant issue. Now he is embroiled in a murder case. How can such a person be allowed to join our illusory Star Academy? I protest this. Insect power level does not meet the standards. Sarando paused, glancing at Retcher. and suddenly believed he had grasped the situation. No wonder Retcher was so protective of him. It seemed that he and Retcher were not strangers. Perhaps he was a relative or friend of Retcher. This fellow leveraged his position as an instructor to admit someone whose insect power level was inadequate into the illusory Star Academy. This was a serious breach of discipline. With this thought, Solando's face broke into a smile, convinced he had found a weakness in Retcher. Instructor Retcher, since Shen Zheng is not yet a formal student, it wouldn't be an issue for me to take him away. Would it? Who dares to say he isn't a formal student? Retcher's expression turned icy. The insect power level must reach 80. This is the unchanging standard of the illusory Star Academy. Solando replied triumphantly. Accepting such an unqualified officer is a severe breach of discipline. Instructor Retcher, I'm not part of the academy. This matter does not fall under my jurisdiction. However, it would be detrimental to everyone if this were to get out. Right? You'd best allow me to take Shen Zheng away. You do not interfere in our military matters, and we will not meddle in yours. How do you know my insect power level is inadequate? Shen Zheng said coldly. This is the evidence. Lafite produced a palm-sized device and pointed it at Shen Zheng. The holographic screen displayed a series of numbers, and Solando leaned in for a closer look. Sneering, 79? Quite impressive, but still a bit short. Shen Zheng gazed at the device in astonishment. In the Wolf Fang core, the insect power testing apparatus was a massive machine. How could such a compact device exist? The contrast was stark. That little thing of yours might be broken, he said dismissively. Broken? Lafite scoffed. A country bumpkin like you has never seen a micro-insect power analyzer, has he? This is a high-grade product from a world-renowned military-industrial enterprise. Only affordable for nobles like me. Broken? I think it's your mind that's malfunctioning. Are you planning to duel or not? Shen Zheng asked slowly, fixing his gaze on Lafite. Weren't we supposed to duel? Are you trying to evade the opportunity to make a scene at the academy by using this officer? Evasion? Lafite's eyes glinted with malice. Captain Solando, I ask for a moment. After I teach this brat a lesson, I will assist you in apprehending him. Solando glanced at Retcher, then at the tense standoff between the two, smiled slightly, and retreated, waving for his soldiers to follow him to the edge of the fighting arena. Though he said nothing, his intentions were clear. Retcher cast a cold glare at Solando, hesitated for a moment, and then turned to Shen Zheng and Lafite. Regardless, let us finish this duel first, he said in a deep voice. Then looked at Shen Zheng. Shen Zheng, if you disappoint us, then the academy will no longer see the need to protect you. Strength. It all comes down to strength, Shen Zheng mused inwardly. Possessing immense power would ensure the academy's protection. They would not concern themselves with whether Captain Su was killed by him. They would unconditionally defend him. But if he lacked power, the academy would not stand up for an ordinary person. Very well, Shen Zheng nodded slightly, his gaze firmly locked onto Lafite. Retcher stepped back slowly and quietly declared, Begin. My apologies. I would prefer to show mercy, but the thought that you might be the one who murdered the captain in the dead of night sends chills down my spine. Lafite remarked coldly as he lifted his arms, adopting a fighting stance. Insect energy surged forth from him, enveloping his body, a powerful force flowing both within and outside him, exuding a palpable threat. Shen Zheng stood calmly, maintaining his stance while releasing his insect energy to envelop himself. You don't belong here, country bumpkin, Lafite said coldly, suddenly raising his hand. Insect energy coalesced into sharp projectiles in his palm and shot toward Shen Zheng. Quickly ducking and dodging, Shen Zheng evaded the projectiles while swiftly closing the distance to Lafite. With one hand outstretched, he retaliated by shooting a barrage of projectiles back at Lafite. Both moved rapidly in the center of the arena, turning the space into a perilous zone filled with flying projectiles. The audience was protected by reinforced bulletproof glass, thick enough to withstand even more powerful ranged weapons, let alone these projectiles. All the students present had insect power levels above 80. For them, even without the protection of the glass, these projectiles would be harmless. As they exchanged fire, they gradually closed the distance, ultimately transitioning into close combat. Lafite wasted no time. His left hand flipped, and insect energy surged to his fingertips, transforming them into sharp claws aimed at Shen Zheng's neck. Insect energy surged and condensed, instantly mimicking the appearance of a steel-armored insect. As he swiftly moved to evade the claws, Shen Zheng calmly threw a punch forward. his fist carrying the unique impact of the steel-armored insect aimed directly at Lafite's abdomen. If this punch connected, even if Lafite's insect energy formed a similar armor, he would likely be sent flying. Not bad, Lafite grunted, retracting his left hand while simultaneously lifting his left knee to collide with Shen Zheng's fist. With a resounding bang, Lafite was jolted off balance, staggering back 2 steps, while Shen Zheng's fist was deflected by the knee strike, causing him to falter slightly. Feeling the force behind Shen Zheng's punch, Lafite's expression shifted, but he quickly composed himself and charged forward. Insect energy surged around him, rapidly concentrating in his arms in an instant. He lunged forward, his right fist thrown with blinding speed, not targeting Shen Zheng's body, but rather the side of his neck. The arm blade? Shen Zheng discerned Lafite's intent in an instant. Seeing that the punch posed no real threat, he ducked to evade it. Indeed, as the punch swept past his head, a brilliant energy blade extended from the outside of Lafite's forearm. Had Shen Zheng hesitated even slightly, his head would have been severed cleanly. With the blade missing its mark, Lafite's body spun rapidly, his left fist drawing a wide arc as it descended heavily at that moment. A massive surge of insect energy enveloped his fist, simulating the form of a heavy hammer. The hammer appeared capable of splitting mountains and rocks, exuding a heavy pressure that sent chills through the air with its mere movement. Continuing his downward momentum, Shen Zheng performed a swift roll on the ground. Evading the blow, and in the same motion, he retaliated with a claw aimed at Lafite's calf. In that instant, insect energy simulated sharp talons at his fingertips, the razor-sharp claws slicing through the air with a sound reminiscent of a wailing ghost. Carrying the message of death, Lafite did not expect Shen Zheng's reaction to be so swift. As he attempted to retract his hammer strike, Shen Zheng's claws were already upon him in a moment of panic. He leapt into the air, executing a somersault. Yet, he was still a step too late. The sharp claws tore through the air and his protective insect energy, leaving several bloody gashes on his leg. The impact caused him to lose balance, failing to land steadily after the somersault, and instead crashing to the ground in a state of panic. He rolled away quickly, fearing Shen Zheng would pursue him. As he regained his footing, his expression fluctuated between red and white. Although the injury was not severe, the psychological impact of the claw strike was devastating compared to the physical blow. Could it be that he is truly just a guy with an insect power level of 79? Lafite thought in terror. How could this be? My insect power level is a whopping 86. How could someone with a mere 79 tear through my protective insect energy and injure me? Could the insect power testing device be faulty? Damn, I must have been careless. He is formidable, but merely a country bumpkin from the countryside. I am a true noble. I must take this seriously and repay that pain 1,000-fold. Seeing Lafite so quickly brought to a state of disarray by Shen Zheng left the first-year students in shock. Lafite was the strongest among them, while Shen Zheng was merely a country officer with an insufficient insect power level. How could he possibly injure Lafite? Their thoughts descended into confusion. Yet Retcher's eyes sparkled. A smile creeping onto his lips. A genius, indeed. I understand now. He must be one of those rare individuals whose true strength cannot be fully represented by their insect power level. This type of insect planter can unleash even greater power in battle. For them, insect power is merely a reference for measuring their strength. Just a reference. With a fierce glint radiating from his eyes, Lafite charged once more at Shen Zheng. He did not ponder as much as Retcher might have expected. In his view, Shen Zheng was capable of injuring him merely due to the inaccuracies of the insect power testing device, which had led him to underestimate his opponent. When he truly focused, Shen Zheng would find himself with no escape. Master Lafite, that is not how one engages in combat, murmured Sarando from a distance, his brow slightly furrowed. It seems I should lend you a hand. With a glance at Retcher, he offered a faint smile. Once I have him in my grasp, there will be no way for you to intervene. A transgressor, no matter how powerful, cannot instill fear. Chapter 038. The flames of ambush. Lafite's left hand had completely transformed into a claw from the essence of insects, while his right hand was encased in a massive hammer forged from the same material. The outer sides of his arms bore sharp blades. Not only that, but his feet were also enveloped in the heavy essence, with 2 blades emerging from his heels. Upon witnessing Lafite's utilization of insect power, Shen Zheng felt a surge of enlightenment. Why had he not conceived of such an adaptation earlier? The genetic memory of the insect race was not infallible. It was merely a compilation of combat techniques based on their physical traits, distinct from the human form. To truly evolve into a formidable warrior, he must diligently study human combat methods alongside the application of insect power. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Shen Zheng attuned himself to Laffy's movements, deftly evading the razor blades, hammer, and claws. He sensed that he could overpower Laffy at any moment. Thus, a hasty opponent eager to secure a victory was rife with vulnerabilities and posed little threat. Yet, he wished to observe more of Laffy's approach to insect power and combat techniques. As Laffy's movements grew increasingly wild and aggressive, many students began to breathe easier, whispering amongst themselves, "Indeed, that fellow earlier was merely fortunate." Of course, who was Laffy? He was the son of Mr. Field, the strongest commander in the capital's defense forces. A true noble, how could he possibly lose to a mere country bumpkin? I doubt Shen Zheng can hold out much longer. Look, Laffy grows more tenacious with each exchange. It seems that even if he survives, he will be severely injured. An injury is meaningless. Laffy is the only son of Commander Field, while Shen Zheng is a nobody from the countryside. How bizarre that the Academy would admit such an underqualified individual in terms of insect power. Just as they engaged in this discourse, the situation on the field suddenly shifted. Shen Zheng had grown weary of Laffy's combat techniques and application of insect power, which initially intrigued him but now felt repetitive. The novelty had worn off. Laffy's tactics had become predictable, and Shen Zheng realized that continuing this way was futile. Enough was enough. It was time to exhibit sufficient power so that the Academy would recognize him as a prized asset worthy of protection. In a sudden turn, Shen Zheng ceased his defensive posture and easily identified a flaw in Laffy's approach, transitioning from defense to offense. His armored fist, imbued with overwhelming force, struck Laffy's abdomen, sending him staggering backwards. Left with no choice but to defend, unable to retaliate, Laffy, increasingly frustrated, could not contain a roar of anger, leaping into the air with reckless abandon, his feet rapidly spinning, the blades at his heels morphing into a whirling disc aimed at Shen Zheng's head. "Master, how can you be so reckless?" Sarando sighed from afar, feeling the essence within him surge, gathering slowly into the palm of his right hand. He cleverly concealed his hand, preventing anyone from noticing the shift. Shen Zheng did not retreat. His gaze remained fixed on Laffy's feet, his focus razor-sharp. The rapidly spinning feet appeared to slow in his perception, and the tiny flaw transformed into a tremendous opportunity. With a flick of his wrist, his armored fist surged forward, connecting solidly with Laffy's midsection, producing a thunderous impact, an explosion of energy, and a painful groan. Bang! The essence scattered chaotically, and the once formidable Laffy was propelled through the air like a marionette with severed strings, crashing to the ground and rolling uncontrollably. "What just happened?" an astonished student exclaimed. "Impossible! Laffy is a master with an insect power rating of 86. How could he be? Did I see that incorrectly?" As the students gasped in shock, Shen Zheng's expression remained icy as he hunched forward, hastily pursuing Laffy before he could regain his footing, intending to subdue him with the blade at his side. Though Laffy was detestable, he was still a classmate, a member of the Academy, and given his insect power, undoubtedly a focus of the Academy's training. Particularly with his constant insistence on noble status, it was clear he hailed from an influential background. Shen Zheng held no deep-seated vendetta against him, so there was no need to strike with lethal intent. Thus, while his punch was formidable, it was not intended to inflict grave harm. Its force was primarily directed at pushing Laffy back rather than delivering a crushing blow. A lesson needed to be imparted, and subduing him would suffice. Though dazed from the fall, Laffy instinctively rose after halting his roll, adopting a defensive stance in a half-squat to steady himself. Just then, Shen Zheng closed the distance, the sharp edge of his arm poised to strike. There was no time left. Nothing could be done. In that instant, the only thought racing through Laffy's mind was this singular notion. All actions came too late. If Shen Zheng intended to kill, Laffy would undoubtedly meet his end here. The students gasped in unison, none anticipating that this newcomer would display such ferocity, daring to strike down Laffy in the arena. Retcher remained motionless, observing silently. With his prowess, he could easily discern the movements of Shen Zheng and Laffy, recognizing that Shen Zheng would not truly deliver a fatal blow. But then, An unexpected scene unfolded. Sarando, standing at the edge of the arena, suddenly radiated a murderous intent, his right hand raised with urgency. A sharp fireball, glowing with an orange hue, shot forth from his palm, moving with a speed that left no room for interception, directly striking Shen Zheng in the back. Damn it! In that moment, fury flashed in Retcher's eyes, and he surged forth like a streak of lightning, hurtling towards Sarando. Sarando's expression shifted slightly, but he wasted no time. Flames erupted beneath his feet, propelling him towards Shen Zheng, where he swiftly clutched Shen Zheng's neck from behind, his right hand conjuring a blade of fire poised at Shen Zheng's throat. Professor Retcher, I sincerely apologize, he chuckled, using Shen Zheng as a shield against the oncoming Retcher. The death of Su Li is of utmost importance to the upper echelon. I have painstakingly uncovered a valuable lead, and I refuse to let your selfishness jeopardize this opportunity. You see, I have already captured Shen Zheng, so you need not persist. If this escalates and the Academy's upper management learns of it, it will be detrimental to all involved. What a fool, Laffy, now only slightly dazed, murmured under his breath after recovering from his shock. He realized that Shen Zheng's insect power must exceed his own, or he would not have been defeated so severely. He surmised Sarando's intentions, understanding just how misguided they were. A student of such formidable strength could not possibly have been admitted through nepotism. Should he indeed slay a squad leader of the defense forces, the Academy would undoubtedly protect him. Even the higher-ups in the defense forces would likely turn a blind eye to the incident. In a world threatened by a tide of insects, power was the paramount determinant. No one would hinder an aspiring super soldier due to national laws or military regulations. Retcher halted, standing in the arena, regarding Shen Zheng with a slightly agape mouth. He was not intimidated by Sarando's threat, but rather astonished by what lay upon Shen Zheng's chest. There was no charred wound from the fireball. The projectile had become ensnared within Shen Zheng's insect essence armor, the flames being steadily absorbed into his body. He is consuming the flames? Retcher was utterly taken aback. At the moment of impact, Shen Zheng felt a jolt coursing through his body. Why was his instinctual sense of danger not triggered? He was drenched in cold sweat. Had this attack exceeded his capacity to endure? No, that could not be right. While the fireball was potent, it was not beyond his limits. Even weaker than Laffy's assault, it was merely that the assailant was more adept at concealing his presence and timing his strike. Then, suddenly, he froze, as a peculiar sensation emanated from his chest, causing him to lose himself in the perception of this feeling. Neglecting everything outside, allowing Sarando to bind him, he felt a searing warmth in his chest, yet that heat did not harm him. He sensed a wondrous force coursing from his head to his chest. Safeguarding his heart, a peculiar hunger surged within him, akin to a glutton who, having just satisfied his cravings, suddenly encounters a sumptuous feast of roasted meat. This hunger arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, for the power swirling in his mind spread to his chest, drawing that fiery essence into his being. A marvelous sensation enveloped him, as if every cell in his skin, muscles, and blood vessels were ablaze with a comforting flame, causing his blood to turn warm and fervent. This warmth radiated throughout his body, bestowing upon him an indescribable sense of comfort. Retcher halted, his gaze fixated on Shen Zheng's chest. There, a vibrant crimson hue was spreading outward, resembling a wildfire poised to engulf Shen Zheng's form. Initially, the flames expanded slowly, yet soon they surged forth with increasing velocity, their intensity unyielding and even more fervent as they spread. What was happening? Who could elucidate the nature of this phenomenon? Retcher stood in stunned silence, suddenly contemplating a shocking yet exhilarating possibility. Chapter 039. An innate flameborn? A wave of euphoria cascaded from Shen Zheng's chest throughout his entire being, as if every cell within him rejoiced and danced. Sarando remained oblivious to this transformation, mistakenly believing that the fiery projectile had severely wounded Shen Zheng, rendering the novice incapable of resistance. With a smirk, he turned to Retcher. Director Retcher, perhaps you should allow me to take him away. It would be mutually beneficial. For me, it would mean swiftly solving a case that threatens the safety of the guard, thus earning merit, and for you, well, I needn't elaborate, right? I assure you he will receive a fair interrogation. Foolishness. Lafitte glared at Sarando, His jaw clenched as he calculated how to extricate himself from this predicament. Retcher remained silent, his gaze locked onto Shen Zheng, leaving Sarando perplexed and unable to resist the urge to check on Shen Zheng's condition. Could it be that his attack had inadvertently killed him? At that moment, a torrent of scorching air erupted from Shen Zheng's body, the intense heat overwhelming even Sarando, a herald of flames. He felt his body hair singe in an instant, his skin ablaze with pain. And he instinctively recoiled, releasing Shen Zheng, who had transformed into a furnace. Shen Zheng stood resolutely, radiating immense heat. The fiery red hue on his chest had entirely dissipated. No, to be precise, it had been wholly absorbed by his body. He felt every cell brimming with warmth, a sensation that compelled him to unleash a triumphant roar, igniting the power within him. Thus, he did just that. With a jubilant shout, he spread his arms wide, allowing the energy to erupt forth. The heat shifted, as if reaching a critical threshold, ultimately igniting the very air around him. Flames erupted from every part of his being, forming a blazing armor that encased him and converged at his palms, transforming into two indomitable balls of fire. Everyone was rendered speechless by this spectacle, unable to articulate the nature of what had transpired. What was happening? Sarando was drenched in cold sweat, staring at Shen Zheng. His mind in disarray, no one could decipher the events, not even Shen Zheng himself. Yet he understood that after enduring the fiery attack, he had consumed that searing power, triggering a series of transformations within his body, endowing him with the same abilities as Sarando, the power of fire. Moreover, he had unearthed a faint memory deep within his mind, a recollection of manipulating flames, battle memories belonging to a fire-wielding insect race. Though only a fragment surfaced, it was sufficient for him to concentrate the flames in his hands, whether to unleash or retract them. He sensed that this vast memory would eventually be fully unveiled, at which point he would command the flames with unparalleled precision. Observing the two blazing spheres in his palms, he felt the hunger dissipate entirely. He realized that all of this was a gift from the mysterious insect residing within his mind. What exactly was it? How could it enable him to implant the insect without any instruments and absorb such formidable power, transforming it into his own strength, as if he had implanted a flame insect within himself? What was it? Why did it possess such extraordinary power? There was no time for contemplation. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the astonished expressions on the faces of those present, particularly the flicker of fear in Lafitte and Sarando's eyes. With a cold smile, he slowly raised his hand, pointing it at Sarando. "What do you call this behavior?" he inquired icily. "Shall I accuse you of attempted murder?" Sarando remained silent, shock rendering him unable to comprehend Shen Zheng's words. "Sarando," Retcher's voice sliced through the air, icy and authoritative. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? To assault an esteemed student of the academy within its premises. For this alone, I could execute you on the spot." Sarando heard this clearly, shivering as he subconsciously retracted the essence of the flame insects within him. Only then did he realize the magnitude of his blunder. How could this be? Wasn't he supposed to be a subpar student lacking insect power? Sarando looked to Lafitte, confusion swirling in his mind. Lafitte, the spoiled heir, had indeed undergone testing. This imbecile. Seeing Sarando's gaze upon him, Lafitte ground his teeth in frustration. Was this not blatantly suggesting that he had instigated Sarando's actions? Considering his family background, this misunderstanding would be difficult to clarify. Lafitte was seething with rage. At that moment, the door to the combat arena swung open, and Su Dong, clad in military attire and exuding authority, strode in. Upon casting his eyes upon Shen Zheng, who stood with outstretched arms, flames converging in his palms, his expression shifted dramatically, revealing a glimmer of delight. "Report, Director Su." Retcher immediately straightened, saluting with utmost respect. Cadet Lafitte, believing Shen Zheng's insect power to be inadequate, challenged him to a duel. However, during the contest, Captain Sarando of the Guard suddenly intruded and attempted to assassinate Shen Zheng. No, it was not like that. Sarando's face turned pale with fear as he hastily waved his hands in protest. "Our squad leader, Suli, was murdered last night, and I was ordered to investigate. I discovered that Shen Zheng might be connected to this incident, which is why I came to apprehend him." "May be connected." Su Dong's voice turned icy. "Do you possess a warrant from your military command?" Sarando trembled, realizing that he was merely acting on suspicion. I was just here to request his cooperation in our investigation, just because of maybe and suspicion? Su Dong's expression grew increasingly frigid. You dare to cause a ruckus at the academy? Moreover, what was the reason for your ambush on Shen Zheng? At this juncture, it became evident even to the most oblivious observer that Shen Zheng was not a mere underachiever, but rather an exceptional talent destined for rigorous training. Sarando was left speechless, unable to articulate his reasoning, stammering in confusion. Cannot provide a reason? Su Dong's voice turned cold. Then do not blame me for being impolite. In an instant, Su Dong's formidable presence surged forward like a gale, covering the distance to Sarando in the blink of an eye. Before the astonished Sarando could react, Su Dong's hand seized his throat, lifting him effortlessly. Sarando trembled, attempting to struggle, but lacked the strength to resist. Su Dong's grip seemed to possess an otherworldly power, rendering Sarando utterly powerless. Shen Zheng extinguished the flames in his palms, observing the scene with a mix of astonishment. Did Su Dong truly intend to kill a captain of the guard? The soldiers accompanying Sarando turned pale, but none dared to utter a word, standing rigidly at attention, paralyzed by fear. Su Dong's grip tightened, and Sarando's eyes rolled back as he foamed at the mouth. Collapsing into unconsciousness, Su Dong released him, casting him aside as foam dripped onto his sleeve. Return and inform your commanding officer, Su Dong commanded the soldiers, his voice grave. Sarando brazenly disrupted the academy, challenging its dignity, and should have been executed on the spot. However, in consideration of the guard's general Kimoya, I shall spare his life. Yet, he will face 3 months of confinement before being released. Do you understand? Yes, the soldiers replied promptly, their voices filled with respect. Now, be gone. Su Dong snorted coldly, and the soldiers immediately saluted him before turning on their heels and hurriedly exiting the combat arena. The students stood in stunned silence. New Class 1 students, return to your studies. Instructors Recher and Cadet Shen Zheng, follow me. Su Dong's authoritative gaze swept across the arena, his voice resonating with command. He pointed to several new recruits. You few will escort Sarando to the disciplinary facility for trainees. Inform them that I intend to confine him for 3 months. Understood. The recruits immediately saluted and carried the unconscious Sarando away. Su Dong said nothing further and strode out of the combat arena, followed closely by Recher and Shen Zheng. As they passed by Lafi, Shen Zheng deliberately cast a glance in his direction. The once arrogant young master, who had been exuding confidence, now lowered his head in trepidation. Avoiding Shen Zheng's gaze, it was not until the three had exited the arena that Lafi exhaled a sigh of relief, his body swaying slightly. Good heavens, how did I end up provoking such a terrifying individual? Fortunately, Director Su and the instructor did not pursue the matter. After leaving the arena, Shen Zheng returned to the grade director's office alongside Su Dong and Recher. Upon entering the office, Su Dong suddenly spun around, grasping Shen Zheng's shoulders, startling him. I could just kiss you, Su Dong exclaimed, looking at Shen Zheng with excitement. Recher hurriedly closed the office door. Let's not go that far, Shen Zheng said, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. I never expected you to possess an innate flame affinity. Su Dong continued to grip Shen Zheng's shoulders, examining him as if he were a work of art. When Sarando ambushed you earlier, I was utterly taken aback. I nearly rushed in to smash that scoundrel's head, but the subsequent turn of events truly delighted me. Albeit Sarando is detestable, he inadvertently did you a favor. If it weren't for his antics, you might never have awakened your innate flame affinity. Innate flame affinity? Shen Zheng replied, confusion evident on his face. Chapter 040. The first lesson. You don't even realize it yourself, do you? Recher chuckled. It's no surprise. In a small place like Wolf Fang town, there's no way for a legion to possess advanced insectoid combat species like flame-type insects, so naturally, you couldn't gauge your matching value with them. Nor could you discern your own constitution. Heard from old Liang that you have never undergone any formal combat training, insect power education, or related knowledge, Su Dong added. So it's understandable that you wouldn't know. To put it simply, some individuals among humanity are born with the unique constitution that corresponds to the formidable power of insects. For instance, you possess an innate flame affinity, which grants you a special adaptability to fire-based powers. Once you become an insect planter and acquire insect power, Under the right circumstances, it will trigger the flame energy within you without needing to implant flame-type insect eggs. Are you saying that I suddenly awakened my flame power back then? Shen Zheng inquired. Precisely, Su Dong nodded. That's why Sarando's fireball attack couldn't harm you. Your flame affinity countered the force of that attack. How fortunate! Shen Zheng rolled his eyes. But that's not right, is it? I distinctly felt a sense of hunger, and then that power in my mind devoured the fireball, resulting in me possessing the same power. It seems entirely different from what Director Su described regarding flame affinity. Forget it. Let them think what they want. After all, do I need to divulge the mystery of the insect? That wouldn't do. Su Dong's once stern face now radiated joy. Retcher, you personally instruct Shen Zheng and ensure he comprehends everything he needs to know in the shortest time possible. Rest assured, Director, Retcher replied with a smile, will do my utmost to impart all my knowledge to him. And what about Laffy? Considering he is Field's son, a good reprimand will suffice, Su Dong remarked. However, warn him not to cross paths with Shen Zheng again. Otherwise, he risks being expelled from the academy. Turning to Shen Zheng, he added, if he dares to act arrogantly toward you again, discipline him as you see fit. As long as it's not excessive, I will support you. Thank you, Director Su. Shen Zheng felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this. Wasn't he this just encouraging me to bully others? A talent, a genius, a prodigy. Su Dong scrutinized Shen Zheng with delight and excitement. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked, is the matter concerning Su Li that Sarando mentioned related to you? Speak honestly. Don't worry, even if you killed him. I would find a way to help you. Why would I kill him? Shen Zheng quickly thought on his feet and decided to conceal the truth. Consider this. Su Li left first, and after I was questioned by the police. Lun Ning and I departed. How could I possibly find him? Besides, it wouldn't make sense for me to kill him over something so trivial. Well, regardless, there are no issues at hand. Su Dong patted his shoulder. Now go. You've missed quite a bit of class. Let Retcher help you catch up. Yes, Shen Zheng saluted. Let's go. Retcher nodded, and the two left the director's office, led by Retcher into a small conference room. From today onward, this will be our classroom, Retcher stated. In addition to the regular classes, I will provide you with extra sessions here. Today's first lesson will cover strength and rules. Shen Zheng nodded and sat quietly, listening attentively. The Luminary Star Academy is the premier military academy in our country, with instructors and directors being the pinnacle of insect planters. For instance, our director Su has an insect power level of 98. 98? Shen Zheng couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence. And what about you, instructor? Just barely 90, Retcher replied with a smile. 90? Huh. Shen Zheng exclaimed in astonishment. Director Su mentioned that reaching 90 already places one among the elite in the military. That's true, but not everyone is willing to engage in the power struggles that come with it, Retcher chuckled. Given my personality, I find being an instructor more fitting. To be honest, I feel my own abilities have reached their limit. While further enhancement of insect power is not impossible, it would undoubtedly be quite challenging. Rather than struggling in the upper echelons of the military, I prefer to enjoy a leisurely life here while pursuing my own interests. Is it really that difficult to enhance insect power? Shen Zheng questioned, puzzled. His own insect power had developed in leaps and bounds, of course. Retcher nodded. In the early stages, it's not particularly challenging. With effort, one can gradually improve. However, after reaching a certain point, progress slows down significantly. It's akin to running. A greater challenge arises as one advances further. A mere fraction of a second can become an insurmountable chasm throughout a lifetime. That's a vivid analogy, Shen Zheng acknowledged thoughtfully. While an ordinary person might take several years to progress from 79 to 80, the leap from 89 to 90 could require a lifetime of effort without success. Retcher explained, the further one goes, the more difficult it becomes, which is why true masters are exceedingly rare. The disparity often lies in that last crucial value. While someone at 79 might still defeat someone at 80, a confrontation between 89 and 90 would likely result in a swift and crushing defeat. You possess exceptional talent and will initially progress rapidly, making it easy to become arrogant, which is a grave mistake. Always remember to strive diligently and treat yourself as an ordinary person, constantly honing your skills to ensure continued growth. I understand, Shen Zheng nodded. But weren't you going to discuss strength and rules? An instructor at Luminary Star Academy boasts an insect power level of 90. You can imagine how formidable he must be, Retcher smiled. Yet, in the face of such a powerful academy, why would Sarando, a mere captain of the garrison, dare to bring his men in to capture someone? Indeed, Shen Zheng looked to Retcher, awaiting the answer. Because he has someone backing him who emboldens him, Retcher explained. The commander of the capital's garrison, a military powerhouse with an insect power level of 99, is Kimoya, Sarando's distant uncle. Ic. Shen Zheng responded with understanding. And Laffy's father is Field, the strongest of all the commanders in the capital's garrison, boasting an insect power level of 98. Retcher continued. This is why he dares to openly challenge instructors and the academy itself, which is why Director Su did not punish him. Had Sarando not been Kimoya's distant nephew, Director Su would have dealt with him directly. Had Laffy not been Field's son, I would have severely injured him for questioning me in public, I think. I understand now, Shen Zheng said slowly, nodding after a moment of surprise. You're quite perceptive, Retcher said seriously, but I must clarify further, Shen Zheng, in the world of soldiers or, more specifically, in the realm of insect planters, national laws hold little significance. The rule of law is paramount only for ordinary citizens. Insect planters transcend all these regulations. In the world of insect planters, there is but one rule: power. Those with strength command respect and are regarded as significant figures by the elite, even if they arbitrarily kill someone weaker than themselves. As long as that person lacks a stronger backer, no one will pursue the matter. I think I can accept that, Shen Zheng sighed. Coming from a humble background, I dropped out of high school to work and support my family. I've seen all kinds of people, and in my view, the world of ordinary individuals is quite similar. The law is only effective among equals. When the impoverished confront the wealthy, money wields a formidable power akin to that of a pestilence, capable of easily toppling the less fortunate. You understand, I trust? Retcher nodded slightly. However, if one acts excessively and incites public outrage, then even great power becomes futile, unless one's strength surpasses that of the masses. Such as becoming a bug controller? Bug controller? Shen Zheng was taken aback. He had never known such a classification existed. What is it? It is a rank above that of an insect cultivator, Retcher explained. An insect cultivator is one who has implanted insect eggs within their body, thus acquiring insect power, yet they only harness the strength of the insects without fully mastering it. But when an insect cultivator undergoes rigorous training, combined with a modicum of talent and fortune, they can completely master this power, transforming into a bug controller. In terms of insect power value, it signifies breaking through the 100 mark as an insect cultivator. Breaking through 100 leads to becoming a bug controller? Shen Zheng's eyes sparkled, as an infinite future seemed to unfold before him. Yet, bug controllers are not the pinnacle of power. Retcher continued, when insect power exceeds 1,000, it truly becomes one with the bug controller. At that point, insect and human merge, indistinguishable from one another, and human strength is exponentially amplified. This individual is known as a bug melding master. Human as insect? Insect as human? Shen Zheng was somewhat astonished. I will elaborate on this later, Retcher said. For now, let me inform you of all the ranks. Above the bug melding master, there are further ranks. When insect power surpasses 10,000, the bug melding master ascends to star spirit. Upon becoming a star spirit, one can not only rely on the insect power within, but also communicate with all energies existing in the universe, harnessing them for personal use, and can survive in the cosmos without the aid of any instruments. When insect power exceeds 100,000, one enters the next rank, Star-Lord. At that point, human power reaches an astonishing level, becoming the master of a planet capable of rapid movement within a star system and determining the fate of millions with a mere gesture. One could say, a Star-Lord is akin to a divine existence. Star-Lord? Shen Zheng was dumbfounded. He had no idea such beings existed in the world. A divine existence? Observing the excitement gleaming in Shen Zheng's eyes, Retcher couldn't help but smile. Above the Star-Lord, there lie 3 additional ranks. He then continued with words that left Shen Zheng profoundly astonished. 3 ranks above the Star-Lord. Shen Zheng was stunned. My goodness, what could such existences be? The galaxy Star-Lord possesses power great enough to cause the extinction of all life on a planet and can traverse freely between star systems. The cosmic Star-Lord treats the entire universe as their own backyard, wandering without hindrance, capable of obliterating a planet at will. Retcher went on, and above them, the ultimate power is the dimensional Star-Lord. Upon reaching this level, one becomes truly unparalleled in the universe, and according to legends, they have the opportunity to break the shackles of the universe and reach another dimension. However, this is merely a legend. I cannot ascertain its truth. Heaven! Shen Zheng could not help but exclaim. Can human power truly reach such heights? Our ancestors on Earth once built civilizations through metal machinery, augmenting themselves with external forces. Retcher explained, until the insect tide emerged and obliterated Earth's civilization, humanity only then began to recognize insect power, diligently striving to learn and rebuild civilization through biomimicry of insects, ultimately evolving to the present stage. Yet, even in the ancient times of Earth, our ancestors had discovered the power of insects, though it is unclear why it did not develop further. Perhaps there were once various races that had experienced the insect tide guiding us. Or perhaps Earth itself had once endured an insect tide, only for it to mysteriously vanish later. They discovered the power of insects back then? Shen Zheng was utterly astonished. Our white wolf star race is largely descended from the ancient civilization of Earth known as Huaxia civilization. Retcher smiled. In ancient Huaxia civilization, all living beings were referred to as insects, categorized into 5 types: scale insects, feathered insects, furry insects, armored insects, and human insects, with scale insects led by dragons and fish, feathered insects led by phoenixes and birds, furry insects led by tigers, wolves, and bears, armored insects led by turtles and soft-shelled turtles, while human insects refer to humans. Moreover, our ancestors combined these classifications with directions: the center for humans, east for the azure dragon, west for the white tiger, south for the vermilion bird, and north for the black tortoise. Past inhabitants of Earth merely regarded this as an archaic religious belief, a fanciful deification, but it was not until the insect tide emerged that people truly comprehended the wisdom of the ancients. Humans are, in fact, a type of insect? Shen Zheng ventured cautiously, suggesting that the so-called insects are not simply what we understand as such, but a collective term for cosmic beings. Precisely. Retcher nodded, yet it remains a mystery why many beings gradually detached from their original insect nature, losing their innate insect power. This bears resemblance to the fallen angels in Western mythology. Having worshipped the powers of devils, they lost their wings and fell into hell. It seems this may have inspired the myths created by ancient Westerners after experiencing the gains and losses of the insect tide and insect power. So, the legendary dragons, phoenixes, white tigers, and the combined form of turtle and snake known as the black tortoise truly exist as insects? Shen Zheng inquired curiously. They should exist. Retcher nodded, but nearly no one has encountered such powerful insects. Perhaps, once one becomes a star spirit or star lord, they might have the opportunity to see them. However, that is still far beyond our reach. What you must do now is to diligently learn and train, striving to distinguish yourself among the many insect cultivators and become a formidable bug controller. Yes, Shen Zheng solemnly nodded. From this day forth, I will be here every day to provide you with an extra hour of theoretical lessons. Retcher stated, at other times, I will take you to the training grounds for combat training and insect power utilization training. I understand that you can acquire the genetic memories of insects, yet that is specific to their characteristics and may not be entirely suitable for humans. To become a truly powerful warrior, one must also learn the methods of insect power usage unique to humanity. Shen Zheng nodded once more. From this day forth, Shen Zheng's diligent study commenced in earnest. Each day, aside from participating in regular classes with his fellow students, he dedicated the remaining time to receiving Retcher's instruction in theory, combat, and insect power utilization. Having thoroughly grasped the essence of this world, Shen Zheng harbored aspirations for a brighter future for himself and his sister, and a desire to grow stronger, hoping to one day witness the grandeur of such divine existences. He did not dare to dream of becoming such a deity, yet he felt an undeniable sense of anticipation and longing within. In truth, which insect cultivator does not share such hopes and desires? However, not everyone can ascend to the pinnacle of power. Yet Shen Zheng was aware that he was different. The mysterious insect that had entered his mind bestowed upon him enigmatic abilities. He was uncertain how far he could go with it, yet he understood that if he failed to make proper use of this divine gift, he would be nothing short of a fool. No one dared to disturb Shen Zheng any longer. Following his battle with Laffy, Shen Zheng's reputation spread throughout the entire Misty Star Academy. Everyone, whether students or instructors, came to know that within the first class of the new level, there existed a fellow named Shen Zheng, who possessed an astonishing insect cultivation adaptability score of 98 and effortlessly defeated a powerful foe with a score of 86 using his own 79 insect power. even prompting the head of the grade to intervene on his behalf and reprimand the captain of the guard, AS, for the peculiar circumstances surrounding the death of the guard captain Su Li and his connection to Shen Zheng. The academy buzzed with wild speculation. Ultimately, although Shen Zheng never expressed his stance, the students unanimously believed that he had indeed been responsible for Su Li's demise, and the academy continued to protect him. With even the guard forces no longer daring to harass him, Shen Zheng was now a key focus of the academy's training. Indeed, I heard that Shen Zheng possesses a natural fire affinity, a natural physique. What immense accomplishments might he achieve in the future? We cannot compare. However, sharing the same era with such a legendary figure is certainly a boast-worthy experience. I truly wish to meet this Shen Zheng. This was the lament of a female student. Don't be foolish. He is always accompanied by his instructor, with no time to meet girls. This was the sigh of another female student. In fact, Instructor Recher is quite handsome. I would prefer to be personally guided by him. This was the remark of yet another female student. Shen Zheng, of course, remained oblivious to all this. His days were filled with classes, learning, training alongside Recher, and then sleeping. In the brief span of half a month, his theoretical knowledge significantly improved, and his combat skills and insect power utilization advanced tremendously. Recher would often greet him with a knowing smile. For an instructor, having such a talented student was an indescribable joy. One day, Shen Zheng rose early, heading to the training hall for his daily morning practice, yet upon arriving at the empty hall, he found no sign of Recher. Even the esteemed instructor occasionally indulged in a lie-in. Shen Zheng mused with a smile and began his own workout. After breakfast, he arrived in class, taking a seat in the front row under the watchful eyes of his awe-stricken peers. As Shen Zheng entered, Laffy in the middle row lowered his head, fearful of meeting Shen Zheng's gaze. For this individual, recognized throughout the academy as an exemplary student, he no longer dared entertain any notions of challenge. As the hour for class arrived, yet Recher had still not made his appearance, the students could not help but exchange curious glances, murmuring amongst themselves. One student inquired of Lafitte, what do you suppose has happened to our instructor? Don't ask me, Lafitte replied, gesturing towards the front row. If you have questions, you should direct them to Shen Zheng. He spends every day with the instructor. At last, one student, unable to contain their curiosity, approached Shen Zheng, offering a friendly smile before tentatively asking, Shen Zheng, may I inquire why the instructor has yet to arrive? I'm not entirely sure, Shen Zheng admitted, finding the situation peculiar. The instructor didn't come to the training hall this morning either. Perhaps something has come up. Just then, the classroom doors swung open abruptly, and Recher strode in with a serious expression, causing the students' chatter to cease instantly. Hello, everyone, Recher greeted from behind the podium, his habitual salutation to the students. The entire class stood at attention, saluting in unison. Good day, instructor. Please, take your seats, Recher nodded, explaining that he was late due to a meeting. The upper echelons of the academy had decided to enhance everyone's practical combat skills by organizing night patrols starting today. To ensure the safety of the academy, our class will be divided into 2 groups, each responsible for different areas, and I will now outline the grouping for you. Enhancing practical combat skills? Upon hearing this rationale, Shen Zheng furrowed his brow slightly. He sensed that this matter was anything but simple. Otherwise, Recher would not have neglected the training hall earlier or arrived late to class. Moreover, his grave demeanor while discussing this subject was telling. Recher was not one to conceal his thoughts easily. The sudden decision to form patrol teams could only indicate that the academy was facing a significant issue. What could it be? Just then, he heard Recher call out his name, followed closely by Lafitte's. Why are we being placed in the same group? Shen Zheng was taken aback. Lafitte shared the same sentiment, though his surprise was tinged with a hint of agitation and unease. After Recher concluded the group assignments without much elaboration, he resumed his usual teaching. Once the day's lessons were over and after dinner, Shen Zheng made his way to the conference room designated for his special training. It wasn't long before Recher arrived as well. Instructor Recher, what on earth has happened? Shen Zheng asked directly. Don't give me the runaround about mere training. You are not one to lie. Last night, someone infiltrated the academy. Recher confessed candidly, which took Shen Zheng by surprise. Infiltrated the academy? Yes, it appears to be a group of thieves, Recher continued. These individuals possess remarkable skills. Even the instructors who detected their presence were unable to apprehend a single one. They failed last night, but they are likely to return. They dare to come back? Shen Zheng exclaimed, astonished at the audacity of these thieves to attempt a heist at their academy, with sufficient strength. Assassinating a nation's president is hardly a challenge, Recher replied. Have you forgotten my first lesson? But how could a band of thieves possess such formidable strength? Shen Zheng questioned, puzzled. Chapter 042. The men in black, it seems you have yet to fully grasp the essence of my first lesson, Recher remarked, shaking his head. You mean to say that if one's strength is sufficient, they could even operate outside of national frameworks, forming their own factions, even establishing a nation of thieves? Shen Zheng inquired. Astonished that a nation is merely a collective of interests, Recher asserted gravely. The rights that citizens believe they possess are but a set of rules that can be altered and distorted at will by those who truly wield power. When individuals attain genuine strength, they can dominate not only themselves but also others. Thieves, too, can establish their own nations. Thieves establishing their own nations? This notion was far removed from Shen Zheng's understanding of the world. You have yet to shed your mortal perspective, Recher admonished. Remember, when a person's strength reaches a certain threshold, they will no longer concern themselves with national power. Not to mention the Star Lords. Even a bug controller can disregard the law, as no one would dare confront them. For instance, in our Longxing nation, we have only 2 bug controllers, our president and the commander-in-chief. Now, if a band of thieves were to possess 1 or 2 bug controllers, they would pose an equivalent threat to us. This world is utterly insane, Shen Zheng sighed. The world you are familiar with belongs to ancient Earth, Recher explained. That realm of equality, where the global landscape was relatively stable, has ceased to exist. After the emergence of the bug tide, I suspect that all civilizations across the cosmos have undergone transformations, but let us not dwell on that in any case. This band of thieves will not relent. They will undoubtedly return. However, the Academy does not wish to instill fear and anxiety among the students, which is why only the most outstanding among you have been informed of the true nature of this training and tasked with the genuine responsibility of vigilance. Nevertheless, the critical areas will be directly overseen by the instructors. The regions you will patrol are fundamentally secure. Indeed, this was a true practical training exercise, Shen Zheng mused. In half an hour, it will be time for your group to commence duty. Tonight's training will begin, Recher stated. Be cautious. Why was I placed in the same group as Lafite? Shen Zheng asked. You are destined to ascend to high ranks within the military, Recher replied. Thus, it is advisable to cultivate relationships with those who hold significance within the military. Although Lafite may be somewhat irksome, his father is a remarkable figure. I hope to foster a more amicable relationship between you two. While reaching the pinnacle of strength may render one indifferent to such matters, achieving that is no simple feat, thus maintaining necessary interpersonal connections is still important. You just mentioned that our Longxing nation has only 2 bug controllers? Shen Zheng recalled Recher's earlier statement. With a population exceeding 200 million, how is it that we have only produced 2 bug controllers? Do you believe bug controllers are as common as cabbages? Recher chuckled up. If you could become a bug controller, you would instantly be viewed as a future successor of the Academy or the nation. Of course, at that point, both the Academy and the nation would treat you with utmost respect and would not impose any pressure upon you. How difficult it is, Shen Zheng sighed, casting a reproachful glance at Recher. Earlier, you encouraged me to strive to become a bug controller. I had thought it was a simple endeavor, yet it turns out the path to becoming a bug controller is fraught with challenges. Challenges exist, but you possess the talent. It would be a pity not to pursue this realm, Recher asserted. That is why I encourage you to look towards greater horizons. Though it may sound absurd, I have a persistent feeling that you might go even further, becoming more formidable than a bug controller. I respectfully decline, Shen Zheng replied with a smile. Enough of this. It is getting late. Let us rest for a moment before we commence our duty, Recher said as the two exited the conference room. Before the duty time arrived, Shen Zheng reached the assembly point. Recher guided the students in his group to a flat map of the academy, outlining their patrol range, offering brief instructions, and then departing to attend to more critical areas. Shen Zheng understood that Recher, as an instructor, must be attending to more significant zones for patrol and defense. The students, unaware of the gravity of the situation, regarded this merely as a task to fulfill, harboring no concerns or anxieties. As a group of over 10 students proceeded, the more obedient among them diligently scanned left and right as instructed. While the less disciplined treated the patrol as a mere procession, their eyes glazed over in a reverie. The team meandered within their designated area, and the atmosphere of casualness began to permeate their spirits. Nearly all of them maintained an outward appearance of standing tall and marching in step, yet internally, they were quite lackadaisical. An hour later, having completed 3 laps around the patrol area, the entire team had completely relaxed, even neglecting to march properly, instead strolling casually while occasionally engaging in low-spirited banter. Shen Zheng, however, did not join in the relaxation, not only because he had prior knowledge of the impending external threat, but also due to an unsettling feeling that had emerged within him half an hour prior. Shen Zheng was acutely aware of the accuracy of his sixth sense, as it stemmed from the unique powers of the bug tribe. In several battles, this instinct for danger had saved the lives of his comrades and ensured his own safety. Instructor Retcher may have misjudged the situation, he pondered cautiously as he surveyed his surroundings. My sense of unease has intensified, indicating that these thieves might approach this location. What manner of individuals are they? What powers do they possess? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he cast his gaze in all directions, seeking any signs of disturbance and sensing the shifts in the atmosphere around him. The chatter of his companions faded into the background. He concentrated all his faculties on perceiving the direction from which danger might arise. Shen Zheng walked at the forefront of the group, while Lafite lingered at the rear. It was not of his own accord to play the role of the tail. Rather, he was reluctant to face Shen Zheng directly. Suddenly, Shen Zheng's pace slowed as he sensed danger swiftly approaching the patrol team, prompting him to whip around abruptly. In that instant, the feeling of peril grew overwhelmingly potent. At that moment, 3 shadowy figures emerged from the corners where the light could not reach, launching themselves directly at the patrol team. At the rear of the formation, Laffy found himself in immediate peril. Shen Zheng clearly observed 3 dark shadows lunging towards Laffy, their surging insect breath transforming into lethal weapons, striking simultaneously at the unsuspecting student. Be careful! In that instant, Shen Zheng momentarily forgot their earlier discord, unleashing his entire being's insect breath, soaring like lightning above the heads of the patrol team. The power from his energy heart coursed through his veins, melding into a blood-spirit whip that he deftly wielded, striking rapidly 3 times at the unwelcome assailants targeting Laffy. The crimson whip cut through the air, heralding the approach of death. Though the 3 could have slain Laffy in an instant, they would undoubtedly pay a heavy price for it in that fleeting moment. They quickly assessed the situation and raised their hands to parry the blood-spirit whip's strikes. However, this brief hesitation granted Laffy the opportunity to sidestep in shock, affording him a clearer view of his assailants. Intruders! He shouted in panic, his insect breath surging. The students were momentarily stunned. They had perceived the patrol as merely routine training, never anticipating that someone would dare to invade the Luminary Academy. Yet, being elite members of various legions, they swiftly shook off their astonishment and readied themselves for battle, their insect breath surging in preparation. Shen Zheng landed beside Laffy, fixing his gaze on the 3 intruders, and spoke in a low voice. Laffy, with danger imminent, let us set aside personal grievances for now. Thank you for saving my life. Laffy's face flushed slightly. He understood that had it not been for Shen Zheng's timely intervention, he would now be a lifeless corpse. Though he was domineering, he possessed a basic sense of right and wrong, not being a man devoid of conscience. Be careful. Shen Zheng suddenly frowned, sensing yet another wave of danger approaching the patrol team. He swiftly turned his head, spotting 3 more figures silently advancing from another direction towards the patrol team, prompting him to alert them. These 6 intruders, clad in black, form-fitting attire suited for nocturnal movements, displayed an audacious lack of facial concealment, their features clearly visible. It was evident they were unafraid of being recognized. Kill! One of the first trio decisively signaled, and the other 2 charged towards the patrol team alongside him, while the 3 newcomers swiftly joined the fray, turning the scene into chaos. 2 of the black-clad assailants seemed to recognize Shen Zheng's prowess. Seeking a swift kill, they both directed their attacks towards him. I'll take the burden. Remembering Shen Zheng's earlier act of salvation, Laffy rushed forward to intercept one of the assailants. Shen Zheng said little, his blood-spirit whip moving like a ferocious serpent towards one of the black-clad figures. The assailant ducked just in time to evade the whip strike, then quickly lunged forward, hands flipping as his insect breath coiled around them, forming the shape of 2 deadly blades aimed viciously at Shen Zheng's abdomen. Shen Zheng remained motionless, a cold smile gracing his lips as he flicked his wrist, The mist blood spirit whip abruptly halted in midair before reversing direction, striking at the assailant's back. Meanwhile, his other hand effortlessly raised, generating an energy spike bullet that shot forth with a resounding bang towards the black-clad figure ahead. Clearly startled by Shen Zheng's exquisite combat technique, the assailant rolled away in panic. The spiked bullet flew past. But just as it seemed destined for the distance, the blood spirit whip returned, and in that instant, Shen Zheng's focus sharpened on the whip, skillfully directing its tip to collide with the spiked bullet. Originating from the same insect breath, the bullet did not detonate upon impact. Rather, it shot forth like a spinning top in the direction Shen Zheng intended, toward the evading assailant. Chapter 043. The fearsome thief. The moment the black-clad figure regained his footing, the energy spike bullet was already hurtling towards him. Terror gripped him as he witnessed its approach, desperately attempting to evade, but before he could fully react, an overwhelming heaviness settled in his chest. Suddenly, he felt something explode within his ribcage, a wave of sheer dread crashing over him. How could this be? The last thought to cross his mind before consciousness slipped away was one of disbelief. In that brief moment, Shen Zheng had dispatched one black-clad figure with a single strike, a feat he had not anticipated. Only then did he grasp the significance of the training he had undergone over the past fortnight. Turning around, he was startled to find the battle unfolding behind him far from as seamless as his own. Laffy had managed to intercept the remaining black-clad attacker, but in mere exchanges, he was forced back. Struggling against an opponent whose insect power reached an astounding 86, despite Laffy's efforts, he was no match for the black-clad figure and was soon knocked to the ground. The assailant sprang forward, his feet enveloped in a sharpened, conical insect breath, poised to stomp down on Laffy. "Get lost!" Shen Zheng roared, the blood spirit whip flying out and wrapping around the assailant's ankle like a lasso. With a forceful tug, the whip constricted violently, severing the assailant's foot. A scream erupted as the black-clad figure plummeted to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Laffy swiftly swung his arm, a blade of insect breath piercing the assailant's chest. The figure gasped, a series of choking sounds escaping him, before his head lolled to the side, lifeless. "Thank you. You saved me again," Laffy exclaimed, springing up, only to see Shen Zheng already darting towards the fray. In that fleeting moment, the remaining 4 black-clad figures had stained their hands with blood, and 6 students lay dead at their feet. The other students, now aflame with fury amidst their fear, shouted wildly. Charging recklessly towards the 4 attackers, the assailants regarded them with icy indifference, an air of derision evident in their expressions, clearly underestimating the students. Shen Zheng's expression darkened as the blood spirit whip danced. He surged towards the black-clad figure who had just knocked a student to the ground, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. The crimson whip struck, wrapping tightly around the assailant's neck. Shen Zheng's murderous intent surged as he tightened his grip. A head severed from its body, the lifeless form swaying momentarily before collapsing. How has he become so formidable? Laffy gazed at Shen Zheng in astonishment, a chill running down his spine. Just half a month ago, he could have engaged Shen Zheng for an extended battle, yet now, such a terrifying adversary was not even a match for him in a single strike. It was then that Laffy comprehended the true meaning of the term genius. Only then did the remaining 3 black-clad figures notice Shen Zheng. Realizing that 3 of their companions had fallen, they were taken aback but did not retreat in fear. Instead, they charged at Shen Zheng with a collective roar. Fully aware of their capabilities, Shen Zheng felt no trepidation facing their onslaught. With a flick of his right hand, the blood spirit whip swept towards the 2 on his right, while his left hand conjured an explosive projectile that shot forth with a bang towards the black-clad figure on his left. "Watch out!" The students nearby gasped at Shen Zheng's explosive shot, attempting to dodge, but it was too late. Terror gripped their hearts. Such weaponry resembled grenades, indiscriminately wreaking havoc upon friend and foe alike, an utterly lethal threat. The explosive projectile detonated, yet contrary to their expectations, it did not scatter deadly shrapnel in all directions. Rather, the explosive force and the terrifying energy spikes surged forth in a singular direction, towards the black-clad figures. With no opportunity for escape, the overwhelming blast of energy, accompanied by dozens of sharp energy spikes, struck the chest of the black-clad assailant. Though he hastily raised his arms to form a shield of insect breath, it proved futile. The explosive energy shattered his insect breath shield and obliterated his arms, while every spike found its mark, piercing his chest. With a look of shock and disbelief, he was hurled backward. Lifeless by the time he hit the ground. This? Laffy inhaled sharply. How did he achieve this? How could he alter the detonation method of the explosive projectile? Could it be that he has become an insect controller? This is impossible. It cannot be. Yet how could one explain this remarkable manipulation of insect power? The two black-clad figures, momentarily unnerved, cast fearful glances at Shen Zheng. Remarkable skill. Who would have thought that within such an unassuming patrol team there existed a wielder of insect spirits? How intriguing! Just then, a shrill scream pierced the air as a gaunt figure darted out from a shadowy corner, his presence heralded by the sound of his approach before he even appeared. Without allowing anyone a moment to discern his features, he leaped into the air, launching a vicious kick towards Shen Zheng. Two streams of light erupted from his feet, transforming into swirling crescent-shaped blades. Emitting a disquieting hum as they advanced, seemingly capable of slicing through both sky and earth. Long before this figure emerged, Shen Zheng had sensed the impending danger from the shadows. Despite the assailant's lightning-fast approach, he remained utterly unfazed, standing rooted in place like an immovable mountain, impervious to the howling winds and torrential rains that sought to assail him nigh in the midst of a tremor in his wrist. The blood-red whip danced like a serpent, striking through the air and simultaneously colliding with the two spinning crescent blades. Accompanied by a piercing explosion, the energy blades were shattered by the blood spirit whip, transforming into two dazzling bursts of light that swiftly dissipated. However, the emaciated figure in black had seized this opportunity to land steadily before Shen Zheng, launching a series of kicks aimed at his head and face with a mocking laughter. Shen Zheng observed his opponent, a surge of joy swelling within him. He sensed that the strength of this black-clad individual far surpassed that of the previous adversaries he had faced. After half a month of grappling practice, he had longed for a worthy opponent to train against, and now, this man appeared, an enemy yet precisely the challenge he craved for real combat. Remaining motionless, the blood spirit whip coiled back around his arm like a mystical serpent, forming a crimson bracer on his forearm. Shen Zheng did not retreat an inch. He first evaded the initial kick with a sidestep, then raised his right arm to deflect the second. The gaunt figure in black sneered, and after one kick was blocked, another swiftly followed. A relentless barrage of strikes that surged with tremendous force, each kick releasing explosive sounds in the air. Shen Zheng felt neither fear nor panic. At that moment, he was transported back to the training arena, his mind racing with the techniques and tactics taught by Ryder, while his body instinctively practiced these theories in combat. Gradually, he experienced an epiphany, fully grasping the nuances, functionalities, and interrelations of those techniques. Be why this time. The black-clad man had unleashed dozens of kicks, yet none had found their mark. What are you waiting for? Act quickly, in a moment of impatience. He caught a glimpse of the two remaining black-clad figures who were anxiously observing him from the sidelines, and he shouted commandingly, "Yes." The two figures trembled and immediately turned to advance. "Don't even think about escaping." Rafi roared. Though fear gripped his heart, he charged forward, and the other students unleashed their insect aura, collectively blocking the two black-clad figures. Though formidable, the black-clad individuals were still rattled from their previous encounter with Shen Zheng and were now outnumbered, leaving them trapped and unable to escape. The gaunt figure in black grew frantic and glared fiercely at Shen Zheng, screaming, "You shall perish!" A wave of acute danger washed over Shen Zheng, causing him to furrow his brow and take a significant step back. Just then, the lean black-clad man soared into the air, his feet moving like phantoms, creating a flurry of afterimages. These afterimages coalesced into a flower-like formation, with countless glimmering crescent blades shooting forth from its center, raining down upon Shen Zheng like a tempest. Not them! Shen Zheng remained composed, focusing not on the terrifying crescent blades, but on the black-clad man. He distinctly sensed that the intense peril still lurked within the figure, rendering the blades inconsequential by comparison. Instead of unleashing the blood spirit whip from his right arm, he raised his left hand and fired a barrage of explosive rounds towards the blades. Amidst the deafening explosions, the crescent blades and explosive rounds disintegrated into energy fragments. What is that which evokes such a profound sense of danger? Is it a terrifying technique, or some lethal weapon? In the midst of the fierce battle, rather than succumbing to anxiety, curiosity laced with excitement began to stir within him. He resembled a child eagerly awaiting the unveiling of a birthday gift. Unable to contain his anticipation for the mysterious offering, before he could ponder for long, the answer revealed itself. Amidst the chaotic flurry of crescent blades, the emaciated figure discreetly executed a subtle maneuver, of course. Discreet referred to the ordinary students like Rafi. Shen Zheng, however, was not among those oblivious. He had been intently watching the black-clad figure, not the blades, so he immediately noticed the slightest shift in the man's posture. Upon completion, the black figure brandished a crystalline blood-red dagger. It was small, its curved blade exuding a streamlined beauty, the thin edge suggesting unparalleled sharpness. The blood-like hue sent a tremor through Shen Zheng. Insect spirit? Could it truly be an insect spirit? Shen Zheng was taken aback. The strength of these thieves was astonishing. How could such a rare insect spirit be possessed by one among them? It was clear that their patrol team was not stationed in a critical defense area, implying that those present were not the strongest of the thieves. What then of the most powerful among them? Could it be that every high-ranking member possesses an insect spirit? Unbelievable. There was no time to delve into such questions. Shen Zheng's eyes gleamed like stars as he feigned ignorance of the dagger's emergence. Deliberately shifting his gaze towards the approaching crescent blades, amidst the dazzling light show of the colliding blades and explosive rounds, the black-clad figure launched himself towards Shen Zheng, the sharp insect spirit-curved dagger silently aimed at his neck. A brilliant flash of crimson surged towards Shen Zheng's throat, and he sensed that no matter how he evaded, he would inevitably be struck by the arc of blood in the black-clad man's hand. Such precision in targeting? What a formidable insect spirit! Faced with this imminent danger, Shen Zheng's heart remained tranquil. In a sudden burst, he retreated swiftly, simultaneously unleashing a volley of explosive rounds with his left hand. These rounds formed a defensive barrier mid-air, detonating with a resounding blast, sending countless energy spikes hurtling towards the black-clad man. Yet, emboldened by the blood-red glow in his grasp, the black figure pressed through the curtain of explosive rounds as if he were a drill-piercing rock. Maintaining speed as he advanced on Shen Zheng in that instant, all of Shen Zheng's focus crystallized upon the black-clad man. His arm flicked rapidly, and the blood spirit whip spun like lightning, detaching from his forearm to strike forth as a crimson shadow. The two blood-red glows collided mid-air, erupting in a dazzling display of crimson light against the darkened night, the phantom of blood swirling as if a fiery portal from the depths of hell had been thrust open. A wave of deathly aura spilling forth, cascading like a crimson tempest, with a scream of agony. A red glow plummeted from the sky, followed closely by the black figure, who fell rapidly to the ground. Staggering forward a few steps but avoiding a fall, withdraw, retreat swiftly. The gaunt black-clad man shrieked, racing into the darkness, leaving behind a trail of blood and an arm clutching the red curved dagger. Lying silently on the ground, thinking of fleeing, Shen Zheng stood resolutely, his voice cold as if it emanated from a judge in the abyss of hell. Stay. A blood-like light shot forth from his hand. Imbued with an unparalleled ferocity, instantly closing the distance to the black-clad man. The latter realized he could not evade this lethal strike, gritting his teeth in defiance and turning to face Shen Zheng. The insect aura coalesced into a sturdy shield on his remaining left arm, shielding his chest. The moment the blood spirit whip collided with the shield, Shen Zheng felt a resistance blocking his insect aura from erupting. Break through! In that instant, an indomitable will surged forth in his mind, and he concentrated all his insect aura at once, channeling it rapidly through his arm into the blood spirit whip, propelling it forward to collide fiercely with the insect aura shield. Under this force, the shield shattered into countless scintillating energy motes, and the blood spirit whip, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, pierced through the black-clad man's chest, deeply embedding itself within. Shen Zheng's insect aura surged unhindered into the man's body. The instantaneous explosion rendering the internal organs a chaotic mess. The black-clad man gasped, spewing forth a mixture of blood and internal fragments, his eyes losing their luster in an instant before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Shen Zheng remained rooted in place, motionless for a time. It was not a deliberate display of bravado after taking a life. Rather, that strike had rendered him momentarily drained. as if his insect aura had been completely expended, leaving him feeling utterly unwell. This sensation lingered for several seconds before subsiding. Though it seemed brief, in the realm of life and death, a mere few seconds could spell countless demises that was close. I must be cautious in the future, not to employ such techniques lightly, Shen Zheng mused internally. Once his insect aura stabilized, he turned around, only to find the other two black-clad figures had vanished into the darkness. They must not escape, Rafi bellowed, intent on leading a pursuit. Do not pursue, Shen Zheng shouted, adjusting his internal insect aura. Focusing on defense and attending to the injured is paramount. Did you hear me? Quickly, assist the wounded. Rafi nodded, rallying the other students as they began to tend to their injured classmates. Moments later, Shen Zheng's insect aura fully restored, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Just then, a familiar sensation of hunger surged within him, and he looked around in surprise. Guided by that feeling, his gaze fell upon the severed arm of the black-clad man. In its grasp lay the blood-red curved dagger, now beginning to morph, softening as if it were an ice sculpture melting beneath the sun. What could this signify? Shen Zheng felt a twinge of confusion, yet he approached and crouched down before the severed limb. Once a worm spirit has been claimed by a human, it cannot be seized again or absorbed. When the human master of the worm's spirit dies, the worm's spirit vanishes as well. This was knowledge Shen Zheng had long since learned. Yet the insatiable hunger within him unmistakably urged him. You should consume it. You can consume it. Is it truly possible? With a heart full of uncertainty, Shen Zheng finally extended his hand toward the worm spirit that was on the verge of melting away. At that moment, the blood spirit whip in his right hand suddenly twitched. Could it be? Shen Zheng paused momentarily, then with a swift motion of his hand, the blood spirit whip flew forward as if guided by his will. Coiling around the blood-red curved dagger, a miracle unfolded at that instant. The melting speed of the dagger accelerated dramatically, but instead of evaporating, it transformed into a stream of blood that flowed into the blood spirit whip. Shen Zheng distinctly felt that the blood was spreading within the whip, morphing into a pure force that fused seamlessly into it. The power of the blood spirit whip has increased. Upon sensing the change in strength, Shen Zheng couldn't help but display a look of astonishment. This was utterly unexpected. The worm spirit, which could never be reabsorbed, could actually be consumed by my own worm spirit. What could this mean? In that fleeting moment, he yearned to find Lei Che and inquire about everything, but he quickly reprimanded himself inwardly. Do not be reckless, he admonished himself. What if all of this is still connected to that mysterious glowing worm in my forehead? This secret cannot be shared with anyone, unless one day I ascend to the pinnacle of power. But by then, would sharing such a secret still hold any value? Let it be buried deep within. Let this matter remain my solitary secret forever. Just as he pondered, several figures swiftly darted over the walls and into the shadows, quickly arriving at his side. Sensing no danger, he made no reaction, merely raising his head calmly to discover it was a group led by Su Dong, including Lei Che and several other newly promoted mentors. What is going on? Su Dong furrowed his brow, surveying the desolation around him. Someone infiltrated our defense zone. Shen Zheng saluted and replied truthfully. There were 7 individuals in total, all clad in black, tight-fitting attire. 5 were slain by me, while the other 2 managed to escape. My apologies. You have performed admirably, Su Dong nodded. Those damn fellows, I never expected they would employ a feint. They dispatched some individuals to feign an attack on our key defense area, Lei Che elucidated. Hence, we were delayed in our response. We were too careless this time. One of the mentors shook his head while examining the corpse of a black-clad figure. We should have equipped all patrol teams with communication devices. This was indeed a lapse in judgment. Wait! Another mentor suddenly exclaimed in surprise while inspecting another corpse. Shen Zheng, you claim you single-handedly killed all 5? No, Shen Zheng thought for a moment and shook his head. One of them was killed by Lafi. I merely seized the opportunity. It was essentially his kill. Lafi approached, recounting how that individual had nearly slain him, only to be incapacitated by Shen Zheng's whip, allowing him to deliver a finishing blow. Without Shen Zheng, our group would have suffered even greater losses. What is the current casualty count? Lei Che asked anxiously. 6 have fallen, Lafi replied grimly. All were killed by 4 of these black-clad figures before Shen Zheng could lend us assistance. We hardly had the strength to retaliate. These individuals were far too formidable. Of course, they were strong. The mentor who had exclaimed earlier wore a serious expression, looking at Shen Zheng. I can hardly believe it. He pointed at the corpse he was inspecting. This individual fought me last night. Although the encounter was brief, I sensed that had he not been in a hurry to leave, it would have taken me a minute or two to defeat him in a one-on-one fight. I suspect his worm power was at least 88, perhaps even 89, and upon finishing, he turned to Shen Zheng. How long did it take you? Shen Zheng hesitated, unsure how to respond. This person? A student chimed in. Having been killed by Shen Zheng's explosive projectile, I am well aware it was the explosive that killed him, the mentor replied impatiently. What I mean is, it was done with just one explosive projectile. The student quickly explained, it was merely one explosive projectile, without any techniques or maneuvers involved. The individual charged at Shen Zheng, who simply unleashed a single explosive projectile that obliterated him. How did you manage that? The mentor examined the corpse again, his expression shifting to one of greater astonishment. This wound, it does not appear to have been caused by an explosive at all. His explosive projectile can alter the direction of its detonation. Laffy interjected. At that time, the explosive's power and shrapnel were directed towards a single point, resulting in this outcome. Are you joking? Everyone, including Su Dong, stared wide-eyed. The worm controller? Lei Chei's voice trembled slightly. I think it shouldn't be, right? Shen Zheng tentatively suggested. Worm power value analyzer, now, Su Dong exclaimed with excitement, several mentors immediately patting their pockets, but none could produce the small device. I will, Laffy volunteered eagerly, pulling out the miniature analyzer and frantically pressing buttons while staring in disbelief. Worm power value, 89, he shouted, holding up the device triumphantly. 89. Lei Chei and Su Dong exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. No wonder he could easily defeat him. One mentor lamented. Possessing worm power comparable to theirs, combined with a worm's spirit, however, for one individual to single-handedly kill for. This, the mentors regarded Shen Zheng with expressions akin to witnessing an otherworldly being. The students, too, looked at Shen Zheng. Their gazes filled with profound reverence and genuine gratitude, including Laffy. Everyone understood that had it not been for Shen Zheng, their group would undoubtedly have faced a grim fate tonight. However, this ability to control worm power. Lei Chei frowned. It truly resembles that of a worm controller. Could it be? He glanced once more at Su Dong, reading the same unique excitement and exhilaration in the other's eyes. Immediately attend to the injured and properly lay the deceased students to rest. Su Dong commanded in a solemn tone, leaving one mentor behind to continue leading the patrol, remaining vigilant against a potential counterattack. Shen Zheng, Lei Chei, you will accompany me to the office. With that, he turned and led the two away. Chapter 045. The Academy hunt begins. The three arrived at Su Dong's office and took their seats. Su Dong remained silent for a long while, merely gazing at Shen Zheng, making him feel slightly uneasy. Director Su, why do you look at me like that? Shen Zheng finally couldn't hold back. Appreciation, Su Dong replied slowly. Appreciation? Appreciating a work of art. Su Dong smiled, shaking his head in wonder. You are a masterpiece sculpted by the heavens. Beautiful, truly beautiful. How can such a genius exist in this world? I never anticipated that merely half a month of training could elevate a person's worm power by 10 points. Lei Chei regarded Shen Zheng, noting that such remarkable teaching results were unprecedented. I truly believe I am the happiest mentor in the world. It is primarily due to the quality of the student, Su Dong added. Indeed, the student is exceptional. Lei Chei chuckled. Shen Zheng felt a tad embarrassed by the praise and didn't know how to respond, ultimately choosing silence. I have made a decision. Su Dong looked at Shen Zheng with a faint smile. You will represent our new level in the Deep Pit competition at this year's Academy Hunt, which will take place in a week. Academy Hunt? What is that? Shen Zheng inquired, somewhat perplexed. It is an annual grand event at the Academy. Lei Chei explained. The competition involves hunting target worms within the Academy's underground worm pits, and the victorious student will receive a special reward from the Academy, a worm nucleus personally refined by the Dean. Whether for breeding worms or for various combat worms used for student training, one cannot simply wait for the worm tide to capture them. Throughout the 2,000 years of worm technology civilization, humanity on White Wolf Star has learned to cultivate worms, aiming to extract worm eggs for breeding, to study the characteristics of worms to advance biomimetic studies, to acquire worm shells and useful organs, and so forth. The Wolf Fang Legion also possesses its own small underground worm pit, while the Launching Academy, as the highest military academy in the nation, naturally boasts a vast underground worm pit. The so-called deep pit refers to the deepest section of this underground worm pit, where the most potent worms are nurtured, something Shen Zheng had previously heard from Lei Chade. The worm nucleus refined by a master is an incredibly enticing reward. The worm nucleus is the essence of high-level worms, and worm spirits are generated from the evolution of exceedingly high-level worm nuclei. Lei Che had previously informed Shen Zheng that those super-strong individuals could even refine ordinary worm nuclei into worm spirits. The Dean of Launching Academy is one of only 2 worm controllers in the nation, and one can only imagine the capabilities of the worm nuclei he produces. Even if it is not a worm spirit, it will certainly be a treasure capable of significantly enhancing worm power. Undoubtedly, such a prize is the target of contention for everyone. A glimmer of yearning sparkled in Shen Zheng's eyes. Although his worm power was continuously and dramatically increasing, he could not guarantee that this growth would persist indefinitely, nor that he would eventually break through the 90 barrier, or even achieve a perfect score of 100. What if, on a certain day, this growth were to cease? He would remain an exemplary officer, a paragon among the planters, yet he would forever lose the chance to grasp the pinnacle of that power. However, if he were to acquire a core capable of significantly enhancing his insect control abilities, the scenario would be entirely different. Perhaps he could surge past the 90s in his insect power, directly breaking through the 100 mark in one decisive strike. With a stroke of fortune, he might even ascend to the status of an insect controller. The allure is irresistible. Thank you, Director Su. He could not help but rise to his feet, saluting Su Dong with military precision. That core should belong to you, and it must belong to you. Su Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although you are merely a planter with an insect power of 89, you have already mastered the control techniques known only to insect controllers. I believe you possess a great potential to become one. If our country, the Misty Star, could once again witness the emergence of an insect controller, our national strength would experience a substantial boost, elevating our status on the international stage. For the sake of this hope, I must fully support you. Compete with confidence. Lei Che smiled, assuring him that no one would be his rival. Aside from a second-year student whose insect power has reached 90, the strongest among the others barely achieves 89. As long as you do not grow complacent, that core shall undoubtedly be yours. Rest assured. Shen Zheng nodded vigorously. After that night, Su Dong refrained from allowing Shen Zheng to participate in patrols, and following that night, the mysterious band of thieves fell silent, as if the death from that night had instilled fear in them, rendering them too timid to return. Yet, both the students and the instructors were acutely aware that beneath this calm, a greater storm might be brewing, prompting everyone to remain vigilant. A week swiftly passed, during which Shen Zheng continued to train diligently with Lei Che, honing both his theoretical knowledge and practical skills to new heights. On this day, the entire Misty Star Academy bustled with activity, an atmosphere of preparation permeating every level, while the Academy's announcements encouraged students at all levels to perform at their utmost in the upcoming hunting competition, vying for the coveted first place. Amidst this tense atmosphere, the students of Misty Star Academy welcomed the dawn of the second day, marking the official commencement of the Academy's hunting competition. Early in the morning, all students gathered in the Academy's largest parade ground. Over 2,000 students stood in silence, each one standing straight as if they were a spear thrust deep into the earth, showcasing their exceptional military discipline. The sun gradually ascended, illuminating the grand reviewing platform before the imposing structure, where a resolute elder clad in military attire made his way forward. Shen Zheng stood among the ranks, looking up to recognize this man as the highest authority in the academy. Aside from the principal and the strongest warrior, Director Chu Tianran, whose insect power had reached 100, poised to transcend the boundaries of a planter and evolve into an insect controller at any moment. This director, admired and envied by countless students, surveyed the crowd with a commanding gaze before speaking slowly. Fellow students, the annual Academy hunting competition is upon us once more. Are you prepared? Prepared, led by the senior students. Over 2,000 voices responded in unison. The past of humanity has been obliterated by the insect race. Yet, the future of humanity begins anew with the insects. Chu Tianran declared, his resonant voice requiring no amplification to reach every ear present. In the tide of insects, humanity is as fragile as a small boat amidst raging seas. But once we master that tempest, this world shall undoubtedly belong to us. Although we have distanced ourselves from our ancient homeland, the civilization of the White Wolf Star now stands unafraid of the insect tide. However, we must not allow ourselves to grow complacent. We must remember that insects are the strongest race in the universe. And only by exerting our utmost efforts to remain above them can we continue to survive in this cosmos. Do you have confidence? Yes. The chorus of voices reverberated through the skies. I wish you all great success in this competition. Chu Tianran nodded slowly, declaring, I announce the commencement of the Academy hunting competition. As his words fell, the previously solemn students erupted into a thunderous cheer. It was only then that a smile appeared on Chu Tianran's face as he gently waved his hand and descended from the reviewing platform. The 5 grade directors approached their respective groups, directing the instructors to begin the division of teams. The Academy hunting competition of Misty Star Academy is an annual event in which all students participate. However, participation does not equate to the chance of victory. The true champions will emerge from the deep caverns. The Academy's underground arena is divided into shallow and deep sections, where ordinary students compete in the shallow caverns. With no limit on the number of participants and an abundance of awards, only elite students, who receive unanimous recommendations from their instructors and grade directors, qualify to enter the deep caverns for competition. It can be said that the deep cavern competition is the highlight of the Academy's hunting event. Although only 5 participants compete, its significance far surpasses the shallow cavern competition involving thousands. The rewards for the deep cavern competition are enticingly crafted insect cores personally prepared by the principal. Thus, students participating in the shallow cavern competition are aware that they are merely stars surrounding the moon in this grand event. Yet, this does not diminish their competitive spirit, as they understand that the elites competing in the deep caverns exist in a realm beyond their own, rendering comparisons futile, as long as they secure first place among their peers. It remains a tremendous honor. While the atmosphere within Misty Star Academy buzzed with excitement in preparation for the competition, a group of cloaked figures stealthily approached the Academy's vicinity. They lay in wait in the dense woods outside the Academy, casting covetous glances at the fortress-like institution. Are we truly going to strike by daylight? One black-clad individual inquired of the leader. Today marks the annual hunting competition of Misty Star Academy, the leader replied. All students will participate, while the instructors will be involved in organizing the event, leaving their defensive capabilities most vulnerable and weak. If we do not act now, when shall we? Yet, the higher-ups have explicitly instructed us that their principal will return during the competition. The black-clad individual expressed unease. The higher-ups? Are they entirely correct? The leader scoffed. Aside from today, Misty Star Academy will not present another opportunity for us to exploit their defenses. Such a golden chance must not be squandered. Moreover, our infiltrator has already communicated that the principal has yet to return. Has he not? Understood. The black-clad individual nodded. Indeed, it is a grand opportunity. Just then, an elderly voice suddenly echoed behind them, startling them into a shudder. Who goes there? The black-clad figures swiftly turned, their insect auras surging, assuming a posture of imminent confrontation. They soon discovered an amiable-looking elder standing on the grassy ground behind their ranks. The elder was of modest height, approximately 1.65 meters, with a bald head and round face, adorned with a gentle smile, dressed in ordinary casual attire, resembling a typical elderly man returning home after a session of exercise in the park. Yet, all 40 black-clad individuals regarded him as a formidable threat, each one brimming with vigilance as they summoned their insect powers. The elder had appeared too suddenly, and not a single one of the 40 skilled individuals had detected how he had approached. Tell me, who is your infiltrator? The elder inquired with a warm smile. Who are you? One black-clad individual whispered, while the others remained on high alert. Tell me who the infiltrator is, the elder continued to press. Attack at that moment, the leader, having exchanged glances with several of his comrades, suddenly uttered in a low voice. No sooner had the words left his lips than he and the 6 black-clad individuals beside him charged toward the elder. 2 of them leaped into the air, unleashing a barrage of hundreds of razor-sharp projectiles. 2 others flanked from the side, launching dozens of crescent blades toward the elder, while the leader and 2 others surged forward, their insect-infused blades glinting menacingly as they aimed for the elder's head, neck, and torso. The elder stood motionless, as if the onslaught before him were utterly inconsequential. Suddenly, He sprang into action, as the elder began to move. The black-clad individuals could only perceive a blur before their eyes. There were no earth-shattering sounds, no howling winds, no explosions. The black-clad individuals merely witnessed the frenzied spinning of the crescent blades and the whizzing projectiles transforming into mere energy forms, twisting and dancing in the air like faint flames before quietly vanishing. The elder's figure became a fleeting shadow, swiftly traversing the area before returning to his original position. Everything seemed unchanged, including the leader. The 7 black-clad individuals landed back on the ground, their frenzied sprint halted. The leader's face twisted in disbelief, struggling to utter a single question. "Who exactly are you, Lin Liang?" The elder smiled as he revealed his name. "The principal of Misty Star Academy, Lin Liang?" The leader's eyes widened in terror as he gazed at the elder. Maintaining that expression of fear, he slowly began to stagger backward. In that instant, the other 6 black-clad individuals mirrored his actions. Toppling backward in unison, "I shall ask once more, who is the infiltrator?" The elderly man gazed at the remaining figures clad in black, his face still adorned with a benevolent smile. Within the halls of the Luminary Star Academy, none were privy to the events transpiring in the distant thickets beyond the Academy's confines. Each individual was enraptured by the thrill brought forth by the hunting competition. At this moment, the students had been escorted by their instructors to the entrance of the cavern, each unable to suppress their eager anticipation, ready to plunge into the depths and test their mettle. "I must emphasize once more," declared a year-level director in a loud voice, "though the creatures in the shallow pits may be relatively weaker, they are only so in comparison to those dwelling in the deeper recesses. For you, they also pose a considerable danger," he continued. "I implore you to remember one crucial point during this competition. While you may be rivals, you are also peers, classmates, and comrades. Should another find themselves in peril, you must step forward to assist them. Otherwise, even if you achieve victory, you shall face military repercussions." With a wave of his hand, he signaled to the operator controlling the cavern door, who nodded in acknowledgement and pressed a button. Amidst the thunderous roar of machinery, the imposing 15-meter square door to the cavern slowly creaked open, revealing a neatly arranged staircase descending into the underground. Up! A cheer erupted from an unknown source, and soon, all the students, their faces alight with excitement, rushed forward, eager to enter the depths teeming with fearsome creatures. In stark contrast, Shen Zheng, along with 4 other students, stood before a small door within a building, their instructor being none other than the head of education, Chu Tianran, rather than the aforementioned year-level director. "You must remember my words," Chu Tianran said, his expression grave. "You are classmates, and this is a competition, not a battlefield. Even in a battlefield, you are comrades and kin. I will not tolerate any actions that would harm a fellow student in the presence of creatures for the sake of personal gain. Do I make myself clear?" "Understood," the 5 responded in unison. "Allow me to introduce you," said one of the instructors, stepping forward to grasp a dossier. "Let us begin with the senior students." Senior student, Yun Tianfeng, 23 years old, with a bug power level of 90. The 5 participants lined up as the instructor spoke, his gaze fixed on the handsome man at the far right. This young man had long black hair and slender eyes, exuding an undeniable charm. At that moment, a barely perceptible pride flickered in his eyes. "This is the individual the director spoke of, possessing a bug power level of 90. He is indeed quite young." Shen Zheng mused while discreetly sizing him up. "Next, we have the senior student, Dumu, 34 years old, with a bug power level of 89. The instructor then regarded the second individual from the right. This man had a darker complexion and a square face, radiating an air of seriousness. Junior student, Jones, 28 years old, with a bug power level of 88. This was the third individual from the right, a fair-skinned man with golden hair and a slightly elongated face, who cheekily stuck out his tongue upon hearing his bug power level announced. Junior student, Wolf Fang, 32 years old, with a bug power level of 89. The fourth individual from the right was also dark-haired and dark-eyed, with a robust physique, who straightened his chest even more upon hearing his name. New student, Shen Zheng, 19 years old, with a bug power level of 89. The instructor called Shen Zheng's name. The other 4 couldn't help but turn their heads slightly to look at him. This new student had become a household name within the academy, his reputation echoing throughout. Each of the 4 had heard tales of his exploits, yet none had interacted with him directly, harboring a sense of curiosity. Upon learning that he was merely 19 yet boasted a bug power level of 89, they were all taken aback. "Isn't he a little monster?" Jones murmured under his breath. Yun Tianfeng frowned slightly, seemingly sensing a threat emanating from Shen Zheng. His bug power level of 90 had granted him the title of the strongest among the students, ensuring his future ascent into the upper echelons of the military. He had always taken pride in this, but now, the emergence of a 19-year-old with a staggering 89 power level left him astonished and apprehensive. He felt a stirring unease, sensing that his title of the strongest student might soon be usurped. "The Deep Pit competition is a comprehensive test of your abilities," Chu Tianran stated. "Reconnaissance, searching, tracking, environmental analysis, danger perception, and combat skills all must be honed. Any deficiency in these areas will hinder your success in the competition." As he spoke, he gestured for an instructor to activate the holographic display on a portable computer. Instantly, the image of a six-legged beetle materialized before them, slowly rotating to reveal every detail of its anatomy. "This is the ground mouse beetle," the instructor explained. "Though slender, it possesses immense strength. With an exceptionally resilient exoskeleton, it thrives in the darkness of the cavern, moving silently and proficiently executing ambushes with a bug power range of 80 to 90. The objective of this competition is to be the first to hunt and extract one of these creatures from the depths." "Understood," the five nodded in unison. "Let us commence," Chu Tianran said, nodding. A year-level director pressed the button, and the 5-meter-wide door creaked open like the mouth of a giant, revealing a staircase that descended into darkness. "Wishing you smooth sailing," Chu Tianran waved farewell. Yun Tianfeng said little, striding down the staircase, followed by the others as the door slowly closed behind them. The passage was well ventilated, offering no sense of suffocation, and the bright lights dispelled any notion of descending into an abyss of darkness. The five continued down the path in silence, none offering guidance or assistance to the newcomer, neglecting to explain the conditions of the cavern, a rather inhumane approach. After a while, the golden-haired student, Jones, sidled up to Shen Zheng, chuckling softly. "This is part of the test, isn't it?" "Not quite. It's merely to let the newcomers understand how formidable the seniors are," Shen Zheng replied. Jones laughed. "It's a tactic the Academy employs. You see, we are all elites from various legions, each brimming with pride. The Academy aims to use this opportunity to humble us, reminding us that there are always those stronger out there. I was once incredibly proud, only to find myself plunged into the cavern, calling for help in a pitch-black void, utterly lost and unable to showcase any skills. Shen Zheng, should you find it unbearable, just shout. I will certainly come to assist you." "Thank you," Shen Zheng replied with a faint smile. "Don't heed his words," Luo Feng scoffed. "He merely wishes to see you make a fool of yourself." "Shen Zheng, remember, in this academy, only the strong earn respect. Anyone who seeks aid from others is unworthy of being called strong." "Why so serious?" Jones shook his head with a grin. "Regardless, just be cautious," Dumu interjected. "In the cavern, you will realize that bug power levels are not the sole measure of survival on the battlefield." "We have arrived." Yun Tianfeng suddenly halted, revealing a small square chamber beneath his feet, with a door ahead and a control panel for the holographic display beside it. "Allow me to explain to the newcomers," Dumu said. "Beyond this door lies a pitch-black deep pit. The Academy has established a barrier within 500 meters to prevent any creatures from approaching, ensuring safety. The rule is that only one person may enter at a time, with 2 minutes before the next participant can proceed. Who shall enter first?" Yun Tianfeng turned to face Shen Zheng. The others looked at him expectantly, seemingly waiting for him to eagerly raise his hand. Sensing something amiss, Shen Zheng opted for silence. "This batch of newcomers is quite composed," Jones remarked with a chuckle. "Don't be excessively reserved," Luo Feng added with a smile. "I do not comprehend what this implies." Shen Zheng replied candidly. Instantly, the four burst into laughter. Even the usually serious Yun Tianfeng joined in. "This is an old trick of the seniors," Jones explained. "The last entrant will enter 8 minutes after the first. Hence newcomers often vie to be the first. Yet that 8-minute gap serves little purpose, as this is not a sprint. The seniors offer this opportunity, though it is essentially a chance to mock the newcomers' ignorance, allowing the seniors to revel in a sense of superiority. That individual once instilled a strong sense of superiority in us, which is why he now grumbles so much," Dumu remarked. "It's so hard to refrain from taking advantage." Jones rolled his eyes. "Look at Shen Zheng. He is far superior to you. not rushing to enter the moment he heard the rules. Indeed, he surpasses you by quite a margin, Jones nodded. Shen Zheng chuckled along with the others. The tension of the competition easing considerably. I am indifferent, Shen Zheng replied. I have no preference regarding the order of entry. Then I shall go first, Jones shrugged. Let you all have a good laugh at my expense. With that, he approached the control panel and pressed the button. The door creaked open, revealing an impenetrable darkness, and without a backward glance, he stepped inside. The door slowly closing behind him. 2 minutes later, Wolf Fang entered. Followed by Dimu 2 minutes after that. As the door gradually closed, Yun Tianfeng turned to Shen Zheng, speaking slowly. Do not be deceived by their superficial friendliness. What do you mean? Shen Zheng asked, taken aback. This is merely a competition, not a battlefield slaughter. That much is true, Yun Tianfeng replied. However, is it not true that a competition can be as fierce as a battlefield? Do not forget what the prize for this competition is, the bug core personally concocted by the Academy's head. That is an invaluable treasure that could exponentially enhance the power of the insect controllers, perhaps serving as the golden key to alter our destinies. Do you truly believe that the participants will maintain a calm demeanor during the competition? Are you suggesting that the contest will be fiercely brutal? Shen Zheng inquired. The rules merely state that the objective is to extract the target from the cavern. Yun Tianfeng turned to gaze at the door, never implying that one could not take action against others. In the face of immense profit, anyone would become estranged from their closest ties. Chapter 047. Water Arrow Insect. Shen Zheng chose to be the last to enter the deep pit. Yun Tianfeng said no more. He felt no further words were necessary. As the door opened, he strode directly inside, vanishing into the darkness. Shen Zheng stood alone before the door, waiting for the moment to arrive. I comprehend everything you have said. He stared at the door, the image of Yun Tianfeng's silhouette lingering in his mind. Having struggled from the very bottom of society, he had witnessed all manner of despicable tactics and arrogant brutality. He had been deceived, oppressed, and toyed with. Each sacrifice he made was paid for in blood and tears. If he could not learn anything from this, then perhaps it would be better for him to perish outright. 2 minutes passed swiftly, and when the control panel emitted a beep, signaling that operations could resume, Shen Zheng opened the door. Darkness unfurled before him. He could discern the starting point, yet the destination remained obscured. The profound blackness seemed boundless, enveloping the world within the door. It was an unknown, mysterious realm, fraught with countless perils, and no matter how formidable a warrior, all would inevitably tremble at the initial confrontation with it. Yet, Shen Zheng did not quiver. He stepped forward slowly, standing in the light before the door. However, this glimmer soon faded as the door gradually closed behind him, plunging him entirely into darkness. The enveloping darkness bore a chilling sensation, as if death were intimately close, sending shivers from his very core. Yet, Shen Zheng felt no fear. On the contrary, an inexplicable warmth surged within him, as though this infinite darkness were his most familiar sanctuary. His cherished world. At that moment, he felt as if he had been born from this very darkness. An illusion? No, he shook his head and smiled. How could it be an illusion? Is there anyone who does not emerge from the shadows? That warm, maternal space within the womb is not merely a void. Even the entire world emerged from darkness. He gradually opened his eyes, having slowly adapted to the dark, and what he beheld was a blurred expanse within 100 meters. Akin to the vision of a nearsighted person surveying the world. Is this the habitat favored by the insect race? Shen Zheng surveyed his surroundings, a vague sensation spreading throughout him, instilling a strange familiarity with this visually impenetrable space. Such a contradictory feeling. There is no danger here. He examined the area, not with his eyes but with that indescribable feeling within his heart. I should proceed in that direction. Before long, he followed his instinct and discovered a path, resolutely moving forward. The terrain was twisted and uneven, yet he navigated swiftly, utilizing the inherent abilities of the strong, and that feeling allowed him to evade all pitfalls and sharp stones along the way. He sensed countless insect swarms, some numbering in the hundreds, others merely a dozen or so, of various types, but all possessing a degree of peril. Guided by his intuition, he circumvented them, avoiding unnecessary conflict. While following his instincts, he did not neglect to mark the path he had traversed. Curiously, when he consciously attempted to memorize this route, a marvelous line began to emerge in his mind, sketching a map unlike any conventional one. As long as he turned around and followed the course laid out in his mind, he could surely return to the exit. He felt entirely at ease, single-mindedly pursuing the direction his instincts indicated. The other four had not ventured too far, pausing about a kilometer from the exit, where they stood still, quietly releasing insect pheromones, leaving a trace behind before continuing their exploration. Though their positions and paths differed, they all engaged in the same action. This was their method of remembering the route, a practical skill honed from their previous disorientation within the cavern. Yun Tianfeng walked in the darkness, emitting insect pheromones. Striving to feel every subtle movement around him, he recalled his initial participation in the competition, where excitement and fear intertwined, leading to disorientation, a collision with insect swarms, and a near brush with death in the deep pit. That experience imparted a profound lesson. Upon his return, he became exceedingly silent yet diligent, emerging as the most hard-working student of his grade. Fortune favored him. His efforts yielded 2 championships in the academy hunts. 2 insect cores capable of enhancing insect power allowed him to ascend to the 2nd tier, finally becoming the strongest student in the academy, his insect power reaching a remarkable level equivalent to that of his mentor. At 90, I must obtain that insect core. This is the last academy hunt I can participate in. Thereafter, I will graduate, losing my chance to acquire the cores refined by the insect controllers. I cannot stagnate at this stage of 90. I must grow stronger, aiming for 100, challenging the impossible, striving to become an insect controller. Beneath his outward calm, his heart raced with excitement as he paused in a patch of darkness. He sensed a swarm of insects ahead. The pheromones emitted by this swarm were not particularly potent, suggesting that each insect's power ranged merely between 20 and 30, collectively not posing much threat. However, he did not wish to waste his energy on them. Opting to bypass the swarm in search of greater challenges, drawing upon the experience of his 2 victories, he knew where to seek the stronger insects. Finally, upon reaching a certain location, he was pleasantly surprised to discover traces of the gopher insect. The championship is still mine. Elated, he followed the traces further. Suddenly, he felt his pheromones disrupted by an unseen force. In a moment of alarm, he swiftly turned, releasing his pheromones in full at that instant. A massive, slender 6-legged beetle silently lunged at him, its razor-sharp appendage aimed directly at Yun Tianfeng. Indeed, I am fortunate. Following his moment of fear, a wave of exhilaration surged within Yun Tianfeng. Meanwhile, Shen Zheng continued to run, guided solely by that feeling, propelling him forward, turning, weaving. He was not like the other 4, relying on experience. Rather, he followed his instincts, the distance traveled becoming incalculable. He could not articulate the nature of this feeling, but his intuition assured him that adhering to it would yield the greatest benefits. Much like on the battlefield, this sensation continually alerted him to imminent dangers, allowing for swift evasion. After a considerable time, he abruptly halted, sensing a skirmish not far away. The battle was unfolding along the path he intended to take. He hesitated briefly but ultimately hastened towards it. Minutes later, he arrived at the scene of intense conflict. One of the combatants was a slender 6-legged beetle, the gopher insect displayed on the holographic screen, while the other was Yun Tianfeng. The clash between these 2 was evenly matched. Yun Tianfeng possessed overwhelming strength, while the gopher insect excelled in adapting to the darkness, moving silently like a skilled assassin, evading and then launching new attacks under the cover of shadows and terrain. Yun Tianfeng maintained a composed demeanor as he battled the gopher insect. Suddenly spotting Shen Zheng approaching, his heart sank. This is bad. How could he find this place? Was it mere coincidence? Recalling the words he had just spoken to Shen Zheng, Yun Tianfeng felt a surge of anxiety. In the face of immense profit, anyone becomes estranged from their closest ties. Those words had been intended to illuminate Shen Zheng's understanding of the other's psyche, so he wouldn't ally with them amicably. Yet now they seemed to lead directly to his own downfall. In his moment of distraction and urgency, the gopher insect seized the advantage, placing him in peril. Shen Zheng observed him, then glanced at the gopher insect. That was the target of this hunt. If he dashed forward to slay it and subsequently defeated Yun Tianfeng to carry the gopher insect's carcass out, he could win the competition and claim the power-enhancing insect core. Yet, that inexplicable feeling continued to guide him towards a more distant destination. Why? He felt astonished, a sense of surprise washing over him. Could there be something more significant than capturing this gopher insect? As he hesitated, a peculiar hunger surged from the depths of his mind, rapidly spreading throughout his body. This sensation tormented him, instilling a sense of restlessness. There was nothing more vital than alleviating this hunger. Shen Zheng cast aside all hesitation, darting past the battlefield towards the direction indicated by that peculiar feeling. What is he doing? Assuming Shen Zheng's sudden acceleration was an attempt to contest the gopher insect, Yun Tianfeng stood momentarily stunned, gazing at Shen Zheng's retreating figure, perplexed by this new-level prodigy's actions. At that moment, the gopher insect capitalized on his distraction, delivering a punishing blow. When he was hurled through the air, leaving a trail of blood as he crashed against a protruding rock face, he finally snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth and lunging once more at the gopher insect. The gnawing sensation of hunger compelled Shen Zheng to sprint relentlessly, oblivious to the distance he had traversed. All that mattered was his urgent need to reach the place that his instincts directed him towards. He rounded a corner of the cavern, leapt down a modest 20-meter precipice, and glided down a slope for over 100 meters into the depths below. He suddenly stumbled upon a faint aura of energy shimmering against the hard stone wall ahead. He was momentarily taken aback, unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch it. However, the moment his hand made contact with the energy layer, it recoiled as though struck by an electric shock. What could this be? He stood there, momentarily dazed, scanning his surroundings, only to discover that this layer of energy spread outward, ultimately fading into the encompassing darkness. He closed his eyes, striving to sense it with his insect breath. Yet he could not trace the energy's endpoint. At that moment, a rock to his left shifted slightly, revealing a small fissure. Initially no wider than a pinky finger, the crack rapidly expanded as several jets of water erupted from within, culminating in a resounding explosion that shattered the rock into a sizable opening over a meter wide, from which a colossal, lizard-like creature emerged. In that instant, Shen Zheng felt his hunger intensify profoundly, as if the creature's emergence served as a reminder of his ultimate objective. This is the water arrow bug. A surge of knowledge from his studies with Leiche flashed through his mind, particularly regarding the classification of insectoid species. The creature, with its sleek, water-glossed skin, rose from the breach and lifted its head slowly. Its oval-shaped cranium boasted a pair of jet-black eyes glistening with moisture, while its gaping maw was flanked by a pair of terrifying mandibles. Its body, measuring 2 meters in length, was complemented by a tail of equal length, tapering to a sharp point. Indeed, it was the water arrow bug. As Shen Zheng scrutinized the creature before him, he confirmed his assessment. The water arrow bug, with its skin as smooth as oil, could deflect nearly all physical attacks within its capacity, rendering energy-based assaults, particularly those utilizing insect breath, the only effective means of combat. Moreover, its lengthy tail could unleash high-pressure water jets with such force that it could pierce through heavy armored vehicles. Its power index ranged from 90 to 100, Chapter 048. The devouring power of water. The water arrow bug crouched low, its claws gripping the rocky ground as its long tail swayed slightly. Its gaze fixated on Shen Zheng. He remained utterly focused, his eyes locked onto the creature. The two stood in tense opposition beside the gaping hole. Had it not been for their subtle movements, one might have mistaken them for statues. Time seemed to freeze, yet this stillness was not eternal. In the midst of their standoff, the water arrow bug finally sprang into action, unleashing a roar as it opened its formidable jaws. Swinging its tail violently toward Shen Zheng, the 2-meter-long tail, akin to an elongated arm, swept toward him, shimmering with water. With a powerful leap, Shen Zheng launched himself into the air, executing a flip mid-flight, landing on the right wall of the cavern. His feet, enhanced by his insect breath, transformed into sharp claws that dug into the stone, anchoring him in place. With a swift motion, he unleashed a barrage of spikes, each one firing toward the water arrow bug. Despite its seemingly cumbersome form, the water arrow bug moved with the speed of lightning, gliding swiftly along the ground as if on a skateboard, its tail arching upward to release a water jet with a sharp whoosh. Shen Zheng pressed against the wall, propelling himself sideways as the water jet struck the stone, producing a piercing sound as it penetrated the rock, creating a hole. Raising his left hand, he readied an explosive round, a flicker of crimson flame igniting in his eyes. His insect breath shifted slightly, transforming what Su Dong and Lei Che had mistakenly believed to be innate fire energy into a fiery explosive projectile. With a resounding bang, the power of the flames erupted from his palm, launching the explosive round with unprecedented speed, far exceeding his usual rate of fire, with the explosive's fiery detonation serving as propulsion. His rate of fire surged dramatically as the flaming projectile neared the water arrow bug. This cunning and agile creature raised its tail once more, releasing another water jet. The two collided midair, sending up a spray of water that extinguished the flames, causing the explosive to disintegrate into a flurry of energy particles. Water extinguishes fire? Shen Zheng furrowed his brow and, upon landing, unleashed a volley of spikes. The water arrow bug, resorting to its previous tactics, swiftly maneuvered away. Thus, in the depths of the dark cavern, a fierce battle ensued, with each combatant exchanging long-range assaults, neither gaining the upper hand. As they clashed, the cavern endured the wrath of their confrontation. With debris scattered in all directions from the onslaught of water jets, spikes, and explosive rounds, however, the stone walls protected by the energy layer remained unscathed. Neither Shen Zheng's spikes nor explosives, nor the water arrow bug's water jets could breach that seemingly inconspicuous barrier, leaving the walls unharmed. Shen Zheng noted this with astonishment, yet there was no time for contemplation. The water arrow bug matched his strength, and any distraction could lead to his defeat. Perhaps due to the prolonged conflict, the water arrow bug grew restless, abruptly shifting tactics. It ceased its ground-hugging maneuvers, letting out a ferocious roar as it propelled itself backward, landing atop a large rock with a swift flick of its tail. It thickened at the base, while tapering at the tip. A surge of danger coursed through Shen Zheng, prompting him to channel the power within his energy heart without hesitation, releasing the blood spirit whip from his palm. The potent insect breath surged through his arm into the whip, transforming it into a vibrant crimson, emanating a faint red glow. Shen Zheng sensed the whip absorbing and accumulating his insect breath, brewing it into a force capable of earth-shattering impact. Suddenly, the water arrow bug's eyes ignited with a sinister intent, and its tail lashed out, unleashing a slender jet of water that surged forth like a beam of light, sweeping toward Shen Zheng. Though slender, this water jet possessed terrifying power, slicing through rocks as effortlessly as a knife through soft tofu, cleaving massive boulders in its wake. Shen Zheng focused intently on the approaching water jet. In that fleeting moment, all his insect breath erupted forth, forcefully merging with the vast reserves within the blood spirit whip. The 3-meter-long whip surged forth like a crimson lightning bolt, cleaving through the formidable rocks as if they were mere tofu. The two lines, one red and one white, clashed within the dark expanse, producing a cacophony of frictional sound. Their once lightning-quick speeds began to decelerate, ultimately ceasing mid-air as if two warriors were locked in a contest of strength. Their energies trembling against one another, points of insect breath and droplets of water scattered in all directions, painting a vivid yet perilous tableau. Shen Zheng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, an after-effect of unleashing the full might of his insect breath through the blood spirit whip. Panic surged within him. If this continued, he would succumb to a state of weakness akin to his previous experience, leaving him vulnerable to the very rocks that had been cleaved in two by the water jet. Was he truly destined to falter here? No, absolutely not. In an instant, a surge of strength emanated from his forehead, and that intense hunger resurfaced, compelling his insect breath to break through its limits in a heartbeat. It converged upon the blood spirit whip. A miracle unfolded once more. The whip, now brimming with insect breath, transformed into an energy-absorbing black hole, gradually drawing in the overwhelming water jet as though it were siphoning Shen Zheng's very essence. Once filled, the water's power converted into energy, radiating through Shen Zheng's arm and expanding within him. He felt the energy flow like a cool stream, invigorating his arm with refreshing sensations. A membrane resembling rippling water spread from his arm throughout his body, reminiscent of the time he had been engulfed in flames after being struck by a fireball. In a way, in disbelief, he found himself entirely enveloped by this aqueous membrane. A refreshing power surged through him, filling every inch of his skin and every cell within him, birthing an unprecedented new ability that he could wield at will. A distant yet familiar memory emerged within his mind, as if he had once possessed this water-like power centuries ago. only to have forgotten it until now. Suddenly, he let out a jubilant cheer. With a slight flick of the blood spirit whip, he leapt into the air, the water jet opposing him immediately losing its advantage. Sweeping forward to level a swath of massive boulders, the water arrow bug roared in defiance, swiftly adjusting its tail's angle as the water jet, like a blade, surged toward Shen Zheng once more. Come now, let us see whose water blade is more formidable. A glint of brilliance flickered in Shen Zheng's eyes. Even while still airborne, he let out a resounding shout, brandishing the blood spirit whip. A watery force coursed from Shen Zheng's palm into the whip, enveloping it in a flowing film of water. The blood spirit whip collided with the water column of the water arrow insect. Countless droplets erupted from the column, as if it had encountered a formidable adversary, ultimately being shattered into pieces. The standoff lasted but a fleeting moment. In the blink of an eye, the blood spirit whip effortlessly shattered the forefront of the water column, advancing in a straight line and smashing through it, piercing into the tail of the water arrow insect. Instantly, a sound of cracking exoskeleton reverberated, as the sturdy tail of the water arrow insect was directly shattered by the blood spirit whip. The swollen portion at its base exploded, sending a torrent of water splashing in all directions, causing the entire tail to burst under the sudden outpouring of water. The water arrow insect let out a piercing wail. Its body writhing in pain, die, with a fierce shout, Shen Zheng, as he landed, flicked his wrist once more, and the blood spirit whip, imbued with powerful water energy, lashed through the air, transforming the water film into a razor of water that sliced deeply into the body of the water arrow insect. The insect's body convulsed violently, its eyes widening in shock as it stared at Shen Zheng. After a prolonged moment, its head suddenly fell from its neck, and its body staggered before crashing down. Purple insect blood spread across the ground, and the eyes atop its triangular head gradually dimmed. Shen Zheng inhaled deeply, feeling the surging new power within him, unable to resist a smile as he rubbed his forehead. "O mysterious insect, what exactly are you? Why do you bestow upon me such miraculous powers?" The feeling of hunger had dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of exhilaration that tempted Shen Zheng to cheer. Yet he understood that this was not the time or place for such exuberance. The power range of the ground mole insect is between 80 and 90, while that of the water arrow insect is between 90 and 100. Even the weakest water arrow insect here is on par with the strongest ground mole insect. To hunt it down should be a greater feat than capturing a ground mole insect. He mused, then let out a bitter smile. The competition's objective is to see who can capture the target and bring it out first, rather than who captures the stronger insect. Nevertheless, the opportunity to gradually enhance his insect power through such unique means is rare. That said, Shen Zheng still felt a lingering regret over missing the chance to obtain the insect core. If only he had known that the sensation guiding him here was to acquire the water arrow insect's hydrous power. He would have forcibly halted his steps, prioritized the hunt for the ground mole insect, and secured the core to bolster his powers. Yet, there is no remedy for regret, since that mysterious sensation had previously saved both his and his comrades' lives multiple times. Granting him the right to grow stronger, it is a burden he must bear for being swayed by it just once and losing the opportunity for the core. Moreover, he sensed that with the assistance of the mysterious insect merging into his forehead, his insect power would undoubtedly continue to rise, rendering the absence of the core relatively inconsequential. After all, one can only scoff at unattainable grapes. He chuckled at himself, flicked the blood spirit whip to ensnare the massive insect carcass, and hoisted it onto his shoulder, following the peculiar map that had formed in his mind, retracing his steps. Chapter 049. The champion's claim in the hall outside the entrance to the deep cavity. Chu Tianran sat composedly in a grand chair, quietly observing the tightly shut door. Among those present in the hall were 4 grade directors, besides the director responsible for overseeing the shallow cavity competition. The other 4 were here as well. Su Dong also focused on the door, feeling a twinge of anxiety and unease. He held high expectations for Shen Zheng, yet he had no certainty whether Shen Zheng could complete the competition successfully. The academy's rules were stringent. To prevent newly participating students from becoming overly arrogant, no one would divulge information about the circumstances in the deep cavity, how to seek out and capture targets, or how to avoid getting lost within the subterranean maze. Shen Zheng was formidable, but that was limited to his martial prowess. Would he be unable to find his way independently? Could he rely on his acquired knowledge of insects to trace the target's tracks? Would he fall into the traps set by the senior students, relinquishing his hard-earned gains? These were the concerns that plagued Su Dong. Director Su seems quite anxious, teased the junior grade director. What is there to be anxious about? Su Dong smiled. After all, it is Shen Zheng's first competition. What achievements can a first-time participant realistically expect? Indeed, chimed in the senior grade director, I, for one, am not worried at all. I know that this time, the champion will most likely be that brat Yun Tianfeng. I, however, will wait for him to graduate. Next year, the champion will surely be from our doom. Such confidence? The junior grade director scoffed. I reckon it will be from our Jones. Your Jones? The senior grade director chuckled, shaking his head, implying that everyone understood what he meant without him having to elaborate. What of Jones? The junior grade director was unfazed, joining in the laughter. Don't be deceived by his seemingly unserious demeanor. When he gets serious, few can compare. Moreover, his greatest strength lies in his lack of pretentiousness. He won't abandon effective means for the sake of some so-called dignity of the strong, so it's all about tricks and schemes. Then, the senior grade director remarked with a hint of disdain. Someone is about to emerge. At that moment, Chu Tianran interjected, halting the director's banter. The group turned their gaze to the door, where they noticed a small red light flashing on the holographic control panel beside the door, indicating that someone had entered the safety zone. Shortly after, the red light extinguished, and the door slowly opened. A handsome man with black hair stepped out, cradling the carcass of a ground mole insect. Upon reaching the threshold, he discarded the insect's body to one side and saluted the directors. Senior grade student Yun Tianfeng, mission accomplished. Indeed, it is Yun Tianfeng. The senior grade director sighed, shaking his head. I must admit, I am quite impressed by this lad. Observing the young man standing tall like a spear, Su Dong couldn't help but lament. Although Shen Zheng is powerful, he is still somewhat inexperienced. Well, with this lesson learned, he should perform admirably in the next academy hunt. Setbacks are necessary. They allow one to recognize their own limitations and strive for improvement. Congratulations, congratulations. Chu Tianran stood, gently applauding, then turned to his aide. Inform the other participants via their communicators that the competition has concluded, and they should return immediately. Yes. The aide activated the portable computer and moments later, retrieved a communicator to announce loudly, all participating students, please return immediately. The competition has ended. After over 10 minutes, Luo Feng, Jones, and Doom returned in succession. Upon entering the hall, they first nodded at Yun Tianfeng, with Jones even making a face. Yun Tianfeng, you're too domineering. Couldn't you let us savor the taste of the insect core too? Apologies, but that truly cannot be shared. Yun Tianfeng offered a rare smile. Where is Shen Zheng? Hasn't he returned yet? Su Dong began to fidget, wondering if he might have gotten lost. Yun Tianfeng recalled the fleeting figure of Shen Zheng as he battled the ground mole insect. Feeling both puzzled and curious, what was that kid thinking at that moment? What was he trying to accomplish? After hesitating, he chose not to voice his thoughts. Activate the tracker, commanded Chu Tianran to his aide. The aide promptly opened a radar-like software on the computer, displaying a red. Moving swiftly. He hasn't gotten lost, the aide reported. He is quite far but is making his way back. It appears he is on the correct route. This kid, managing to navigate without getting lost on his first competition, is commendable. The junior grade director nodded. Better than some fools. The junior grade director shot a disappointed glance at his student, Jones, who merely stuck out his tongue. The group waited for a considerable time until the small red light on the control panel beside the door finally illuminated again. Su Dong genuinely exhaled in relief, mentally calculating how best to encourage Shen Zheng, igniting his fighting spirit without disheartening him over his failure. As he pondered, the door gradually opened, and Shen Zheng entered with measured steps. I'm back, he stated calmly, glancing at the already present Yun Tianfeng and the carcass of the ground mole insect at Yun Tianfeng's feet, shaking his head with a wry smile. Congratulations to you, as he spoke. To the astonishment of those present, he flicked his wrist to drop the carcass of the water arrow insect onto the ground. This is, as Shen Zheng appeared. The directors stared at the insect carcass he bore with puzzled expressions. And when he set it down for them to see clearly, including Chu Tianran, the directors immediately stood up, their eyes wide in disbelief. The water arrow insect? Su Dong exclaimed in shock. Indeed, Shen Zheng nodded with a smile. While searching for my target in the deep cavity, I stumbled upon this creature. I recall Minter Retcher mentioning that insects of this caliber are practically treasure troves. Having slain it, I figured it would be wasteful not to bring it out. This? The directors gaped in astonishment, speechless. To my heavens! Jones was the first to exclaim in astonishment. Is there really such a formidable creature lurking in the depths? How was I unaware of this? My heavens, this is perilously dangerous. Director, the power range of the water arrow worm lies between 90 and 100. Is the Academy treating our lives as mere trifles? There are no water arrow worms in the depths, Chu Tianran asserted emphatically. Then, with a hint of anxiety, turned to Shen Zheng and inquired, Shen Zheng, where did you discover it? On a stone wall enshrouded by a peculiar energy membrane. Shen Zheng replied candidly that it burrowed in from beyond that wall. The energy membrane is quite intriguing. I couldn't breach it from within, yet this creature penetrated it effortlessly from the outside. Chu Tianran's expression grew grave as he nodded slightly. Can you lead us there? Certainly, Shen Zheng affirmed with a nod. All department heads, please follow me. Chu Tianran gestured to the others and then turned back to Shen Zheng. Please, guide us. Very well, Shen Zheng nodded and turned towards the control panel. Chu Tianran's aide hurried over, pressed several buttons on the panel, and utilized a certain software on his laptop. The door slowly opened and did not close thereafter. Without hesitation, Shen Zheng was the first to dash inside, with Chu Tianran and the 4 department heads closely following. Once they had all entered, the aide secured the door behind them. My heavens, a water arrow worm with a power range of 90 to 100. After they had departed, several students approached to scrutinize the corpse of the water arrow worm, with Jones being the first to gasp in astonishment. Look at its tail, Luo Feng pointed to the worm's rear, where the entire tail had been obliterated. How could this happen? The tail is the strongest part of the water arrow worm. It relies on its robust tail to shoot water arrows with immense force. And the tail itself is a formidable weapon capable of shattering colossal rocks. It must have exploded from within. Yun Tianfeng interjected at that moment. Exploded from within? Dumu exclaimed. What kind of force could cause the tail of a water arrow worm to erupt internally? I do not know. Yun Tianfeng shook his head, lost in thought. This Shen Zheng is simply a monster, Jones muttered, glancing from the groundhog worm to the water arrow worm. Inside I say, Yun Tianfeng, although you secured the championship this time, to be frank, the spotlight has been entirely stolen by Shen Zheng. Your title of champion is somewhat hollow. Yun Tianfeng looked up at him, his eyes flashing with intensity, but after a moment, they dimmed. True, he had completed the competition and eliminated the target, while Shen Zheng had not. Yet, in light of Shen Zheng's accomplishments, what did his title of champion truly signify? How would the students perceive his championship after learning that Shen Zheng had slain the water arrow worm? Yun Tianfeng sighed deeply within, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Everyone, I initially believed I would graduate with the Academy's top results, but now it seems that was merely a fantasy. I can only hope that one of you will surpass this newcomer and preserve the dignity of us seniors. In the depths, Shen Zheng raced towards the location where he had discovered the water arrow worm, guided by the mental map etched in his mind. Following him were the highest authorities of the Illusory Star Academy. Excluding the Dean Dai in his haste, Shen Zheng skillfully navigated around various swarms of insects, utilizing his extraordinary perceptive abilities to avoid unnecessary battles, allowing the group to traverse the cave as if it were an ordinary passage. Initially, Chu Tianran and the department heads considered it mere coincidence, but as they bypassed swarm after swarm, astonishment filled their eyes, leading them to regard this miraculous young man with newfound respect. This is the spot, Shen Zheng announced as he leaped down a small cliff, slid down a long slope, and stood before the stone wall. He turned back to address the directors. The wall showed significant damage. The energy layer that once enveloped it was now breached. Yet the surrounding energy layers remained unaffected, and Shen Zheng observed them slowly converging towards the breach, as if attempting to self-repair it. Seems I need to discuss this with the dean and request that he reinforce this protective barrier. Chu Tianran nodded, speaking to himself. Are you saying this defensive energy was created by the dean? Shen Zheng asked, quite astonished. Indeed, Chu Tianran confirmed. Our academy's cave was not originally this expansive. The dean spent considerable time developing, extending, and maintaining it with the insect scent shield. However, We previously focused solely on preventing insects from escaping to the outside. Neglecting the possibility of outside insects invading within it appears we must also ask the Dean to fortify the outer layer. My heavens, Shen Zheng whispered, unable to resist another appraisal of the energy layer. Both his own power and that of the water arrow worm were insufficient to breach this energy. Astonishingly, it was merely a remnant of the insect scent laid down by the Dean. How formidable must the controller of insects be? Shen Zheng's imagination soared. Chapter 050. The Dean at dusk. The award ceremony for the Academy's hunting competition was officially held. Over 2,000 students stood in formation in the parade ground, gazing up at the commanding figure of Director Chu Tianran. He surveyed the crowd of students and proclaimed loudly, "The Academy hunting competition for this year is officially concluded." Subsequently, a mentor announced the champions and runners-up of the shallow pit competition. As these students proudly ascended the stage to receive their respective prizes amidst a grand musical accompaniment. While these prizes paled in comparison to the true championship rewards, they still symbolized a form of honor. And the recipients were filled with joy. Next, the final champion of this hunting competition, the victor of the deep pit contest, was to be announced. The mentor's voice rang out, and the crowd fell silent. Students whispered amongst themselves, many speculating who the champion might be. Yun Tianfeng had remained undefeated in the academy for over 3 years, and everyone believed no one else could claim the coveted insect core. Yet, some wondered if a miracle might occur, for the newcomer Shen Zheng was undeniably brilliant. Chu Tianran scanned the assembly and declared with conviction, "The final champion of this competition is none other than our academy's top-ranked student in terms of insect power." Yun Tianfeng, as expected, the student silently acknowledged. Though this newcomer Shen Zheng was impressive, he could not possibly overshadow the established senior. Some students murmured quietly to their companions, "Indeed, he is just a newcomer," came the reply. "Although he has made quite a splash, it pales in comparison to Yun Tianfeng." Such hushed discussions echoed in various corners of the parade ground. Yun Tianfeng stood among the ranks, listening to the comments around him. Feeling a flush of warmth spread across his face. True, he had secured the championship, but how substantial was the value of this title? "Don't be disheartened. New students have never won the hunting competition," remarked Laffy, who stood behind Shen Zheng in the new first class. "Next year, when this guy graduates, you'll be well acquainted with the deep pit circumstances and will undoubtedly claim first place." Shen Zheng smiled but said nothing. "Now, I shall announce the recipient of the special prize," Chu Tianran suddenly interjected, leaving all the students in the academy momentarily stunned. "A special prize? When did the academy hunting competition introduce a special prize?" "Here's what happened," Chu Tianran addressed the bewildered students below. "During the deep pit contest, an unexpected incident occurred. A water arrow worm managed to breach our defenses and infiltrated the depths." "A water arrow worm?" Some students could not help but exclaim. "That is a super insect with a power range of 90 to 100. If it had entered the shallow pit." Many students turned pale, clearly shaken, as they recalled the potential disaster. Even in the deep pit, it is still terrifying. With the home field advantage, the insect's senses and strength would be maximized, while humans would be limited in their capabilities. If Yun Tianfeng were to encounter a water arrow worm, it would surely be perilous. Is this special prize somehow related to the water arrow worm? Some students speculated. Fortunately, a contestant managed to slay the water arrow worm before it could wreak havoc. Chu Tianran announced, "You killed the water arrow worm?" The students were awestruck. "Who possesses such incredible prowess? Do we even need to ask?" "It must be Yun Tianfeng," the crowd murmured. This time, Yun Tianfeng has struck it rich, securing a substantial gain before graduation. "Yun Tianfeng, you killed the water arrow worm, right?" A student beside Yun Tianfeng couldn't help but inquired. "No." Yun Tianfeng's face flushed slightly. "Huh?" A chorus of astonished gasps filled the air. Due to this participant's efforts in safeguarding the safety of other competitors and eliminating a significant security threat for the academy, the dean has specially approved this special prize, Chu Tianran declared loudly. "I announce that the recipient of the special prize is..." The students ceased their chatter, their attention fully fixed on Chu Tianran, the contestant from the new first class, Shen Zheng. A roar erupted among the student body. Their disciplined demeanor momentarily shattered as they stared wide-eyed, unable to contain their surprise. "Shen Zheng? It's actually Shen Zheng? Good heavens, this newcomer is astonishingly powerful. He has overshadowed Yun Tianfeng's brilliance. What kind of monster is this Shen Zheng?" He is merely a newly enrolled transfer student. How could he possibly become so formidable so quickly? Various discussions and speculations could not be stifled. Yu, Lafi, standing behind Shen Zheng, stared wide-eyed at the back of Shen Zheng's head, unsure of what to say. Shen Zheng's performance completely exceeded his expectations. I hereby declare the hunting competition officially concluded. All classes are dismissed. Yun Tianfeng and Shen Zheng, please accompany me to the dean's office for a personal audience, where the dean will present your awards. Chu Tianran proclaimed loudly, as the dismissal order was issued. The murmurs erupted into a frenzy, and had it not been for the open air, the roof would surely have been blown off. Yun Tianfeng sighed, parting ways with the other classmates as he made his way to the podium. Shen Zheng arrived just behind him and flashed a smile and a nod in his direction. Congratulations. Likewise, Yun Tianfeng replied with a forced smile. Come on, you two have earned the same honor. Chu Tianran looked at the two young men and smiled slightly, gesturing for them to follow. Under his lead, they departed from the parade ground, traversing the serene pathways of the campus garden, ultimately arriving at the imposing dean's office building. The guard at the entrance, recognizing Chu Tianran, naturally did not obstruct their passage, and the trio entered the building, taking the elevator directly to the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by an expansive laboratory occupying the entire floor. A rather diminutive, elderly gentleman, only slightly over 1.60 meters tall, was bustling about the lab, waving his hand without turning around. Sit over there and wait for me a moment? Yes. Chu Tianran respectfully saluted and led the two young men to a corner where they sat down. The old man remained preoccupied, completely ignoring the trio, while Chu Tianran sat upright, motionless as if he were a statue. The director, Shen Zheng, remarked quietly, gazing at the old man's back, unable to suppress his curiosity. Is this the dean? Sure. Yun Tianfeng quickly gestured for silence, speaking in a hushed tone. The dean despises being disturbed while working at it. Shen Zheng nodded hurriedly, his curiosity piqued as he observed the old man. In his imagination, a formidable insect controller should at least resemble someone as tall and imposing as Su Dong or Chu Tianran. Yet this little old man seemed far removed from such expectations. After nearly an hour, the old man finally paused, carefully placing something into a box, then contentedly patting the box. What a fine treasure, what a fine treasure. I truly hate to part with you. He then turned around, prompting Chu Tianran to quickly signal the two young men, who stood up straight as arrows. Yun Tianfeng's reaction was equally swift, standing rigidly as well. Shen Zheng, however, lagged slightly behind, watching the old man with a gaze filled with more curiosity than reverence. The old man was bald, sporting a round face devoid of a beard, with few wrinkles, exuding a kind and amiable demeanor, dressed casually as if he were a grandfather exercising in the park, which seemed utterly incongruous with the titles of Dean, Insect Controller, and Powerhouse. Good day, Dean. Yun Tianfeng greeted the old man with a resounding voice. Young man, you have claimed the championship again. Impressive. The old man gave Yun Tianfeng a thumbs up, causing him to blush. It's nothing much. It's mostly Shen's merit. Yun Tianfeng spoke softly. Do not belittle yourself. The old man chuckled. The competition's objective was to capture the target, and you succeeded. This championship and the prizes are well-deserved. Shen Zheng certainly played a part, but merits come with their own rewards. One cannot have both fish and bears POW in life. Sometimes one must make choices, gaining some things while losing others. Yun Tianfeng nodded slightly, though he appeared somewhat unconvinced. In contrast, Shen Zheng found the old man's words profoundly philosophical, nodding in agreement. Come now, this is yours. The old man smiled as he handed a box from his pocket to Yun Tianfeng. Although somewhat embarrassed, Yun Tianfeng's eyes sparkled upon seeing the contents of the box, and he quickly accepted it with both hands, saluting the old man with a formal military gesture. Thank you. Dean, now, it's your turn. The old man waved his hand towards Yun Tianfeng and turned to Shen Zheng, chuckling. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the dean of this academy, Lin Liang. Lin as in the forest, and Liang as in benevolent. Greetings, Dean Lin, Shen Zheng saluted. Young man, I have heard much about you. You have great potential, Lin Liang smiled. Had it not been for previous matters, even if you had slain the water arrow worm today, eliminating a safety hazard, I would not have been able to reward you with such a substantial gift. Here, take this, just like Yun Tianfeng, a bug core that can enhance your insect power. As he spoke, he handed Shen Zheng the box he had been holding. Thank you, Dean Lin. Shen Zheng received it with both hands, smiling as he saluted. Old Chu, you take Yin Tianfeng back. Shen Zheng, stay behind. I have a few words for you. Lin Liang smiled. Yes. Chu Tianran and Yun Tianfeng both saluted and departed together. As Yun Tianfeng reached the door, he couldn't help but glance back at Shen Zheng's figure, filled with envy. Come, let me show you my workshop. Lin Liang said, smiling as he turned towards the room filled with instruments, desks, and various test tubes. Shen Zheng surveyed his surroundings, feeling as though everything was distantly removed from him, unsure of how these scientific instruments could assist an insect controller. Yet he followed along nonetheless. In the past, human technology aimed to enhance collective power, Lin Liang explained as they walked. But now, insect technology focuses on augmenting individual strength. Humanity learned from past lessons of insectides that individual organisms can grow increasingly powerful, even becoming the ultimate rulers. Shen Zheng responded casually. A powerful insect controller will earn the respect of the masses, Lin Liang continued, stopping to point at a massive machine. And if this controller also masters the advanced skill of formulating bug cores, he will gain the reverence of all insect controllers. Do you understand my point? Shen Zheng gazed at the machine Lin Liang indicated, which had several flexible insect-like arms and resembled an experimental platform, equipped with high-powered microscopes and various precision instruments. He recalled that the old man had been busy at this very machine, ultimately placing something into the box he now held. Unable to resist, he opened the box to take a look inside. Chapter 051. The unpleasant bug core within the exquisitely crafted metallic box, lined with green velvet, lay a round bug core, its surface adorned with various intricate patterns. The bug core was the size of a sheep's eye, and within the depths of its patterns, wisps of insect energy flowed subtly, proclaiming its immense power to all who beheld it. The enhancement of insect power becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. Lin Liang remarked, sometimes, a mere increment in bug power can consume decades of time. This holds true for both plant insectors and insect controllers. If an insect controller can formulate a bug core that enhances the bug power of plant insectors, he will become an object of admiration for countless plant insectors and earn the friendship of the insect controllers who lead them. But if an insect controller can create a bug core that enhances the bug power of other insect controllers, what status would he then attain? Shen Zheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. A teachable child, Lin Liang chuckled. Indeed, mastering the sophisticated art of bug core formulation equates to wielding formidable power. May I learn this technique? Shen Zheng asked, filled with longing. Not yet. The time is not right. Lin Liang shook his head. Once you become an insect controller, I will personally teach you. Can I truly become an insect controller? Shen Zheng inquired, his heart racing with excitement. Although he possessed a form of confidence, hearing such words from another, especially from an insect controller, was undeniably exhilarating. If someone as talented as you cannot become an insect controller, who then could? Lin Liang smiled. Young man, you may visit me anytime, even when I am not here. You have free access to all the equipment in this building, and you may peruse the library at your leisure. As long as you do not reduce this place to ashes, you may do as you wish. Really? Shen Zheng was taken aback, his expression turning to one of surprise. He could only imagine the advanced training equipment and high-end books that an insect controller's residence would possess. Do I seem like someone who enjoys joking? Lin Liang's face turned serious, yet his amiable demeanor remained unthreatening. Amusing Shen Zheng nonetheless. In our Longxing nation, there are only 2 insect controllers, the commander-in-chief and myself. If we could add one more, our military strength would significantly increase. Lin Liang gazed at Shen Zheng earnestly. Child, for the sake of Longxing nation, for our academy, and for your own future, strive diligently. Thank you. Dean. Shen Zheng solemnly saluted, then smiled and asked, may I make a request? What request? Lin Liang inquired. As I said, as long as you do not burn this place to the ground, you may do as you please. I wish to obtain the right to access the deep cave at any time, Shen Zheng stated. Lin Liang was caught off guard by this request. Is that not possible? Shen Zheng asked, a hint of urgency creeping into his voice. In the depths of the cavern, teeming with formidable combat insects, Shen Zheng sensed that he might encounter powerful creatures capable of granting him another form of strength. He was unwilling to accept merely one opportunity each year to delve into such depths. It's not impossible, Lin Liang mused, stroking his bald head, though it might be somewhat perilous. Are there creatures more terrifying than the water arrow insect lurking there? Shen Zheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. You rascal. Lin Liang scoffed. Why are you getting so worked up? Allow me to disappoint you. There are none. Then what danger lies ahead? Shen Zheng shrugged. In such darkness, being surrounded by swarms of insects can be quite hazardous. Lin Liang stated gravely, oh, not underestimate those insects. While they may seem insignificant on the ground, their power multiplies in their own territory. In that oppressive darkness, your own strength will diminish considerably when you consider it all. Look, I entered the cavern today for the first time and remained unscathed. Shen Zheng hastily defended himself. Not only did I avoid danger, but I also neutralized a threat. Well, that is true. Lin Liang pondered before breaking into a smile. All right, I shall inform them that you can enter the cavern at any time for exploration. Feel free to indulge in whatever mischief you desire. What if I fail to become an insect controller? You would be the one at a loss. Shen Zheng jested. Lin Liang's expression turned awkward. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? You must not entertain such chaotic thoughts. Focus solely on your progress and strive to surpass this old man. Is it really that simple? Shen Zheng stuck out his tongue. I heard you possess an innate affinity for flames. Lin Liang changed the subject. Do not squander it. You must develop this aspect further. You have already learned a considerable amount regarding the theory of insect power application, so intensify your studies. During this period, I will not be going out. Starting tomorrow, you shall come here daily for lessons with me. Yes, Shen Zheng saluted. After leaving the dean's office building, Shen Zheng sought out Su Dong and Lei Che, relaying Lin Liang's words to them. The director and mentor immediately became animated. Su Dong clapped Shen Zheng on the shoulder, exclaiming, well done, lad. You have brought great honor to our new class. To receive personal guidance from the dean is a monumental blessing. Go forth with confidence. Lei, what do you think of this? Shen Zheng glanced at Lei Che. Feeling a bit sheepish, do not burden yourself. Lei Che chuckled. It fills me with pride that a student of mine has garnered the dean's favor. Shen Zheng, I must thank you. Follow the dean's teachings without worry. Your future will far exceed our level. Thank you. Shen Zheng nodded solemnly to both of them. That night, rumors of Shen Zheng spread like wildfire throughout the academy. Every student was aware of the super genius emerging from Class 1 of the new level. This young man from the remote town of Wolf Tooth not only surpassed seasoned veterans in the academy's hunting competition, but also captured the dean's attention, becoming his personal disciple. Shen Zheng remained oblivious to all of this and cared little, as Su Dong had arranged for him a private dormitory that night, allowing him to study undisturbed and rest peacefully. The single-room dormitory was solitary and situated in the mentor's residential area, so Shen Zheng was unaware of the students' chatter surrounding him. Upon entering his dormitory and lying on the bed, Shen Zheng took out the insect core, examining it under the light. The patterns on the core pulsed with a lingering insect aura, seemingly everlasting, reminiscent of the energy layers upon the cavern walls. Could such a small object truly enhance one's insect power? Shen Zheng mused, gradually releasing his own insect aura to gently interact with the core's patterns. If he could envelop it entirely with his aura, merging the energies, he could ultimately absorb the core's essence into himself, thereby augmenting his own power. Should he absorb it directly? As the thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but release even more of his insect aura. Yet, at that moment, an overwhelming sense of disgust surged through him, making the insect core feel utterly repugnant, as if he wanted to cast it far away. What was happening? Shen Zheng froze, quickly retracting his aura. The feeling of disgust vanished instantly, and the core returned to being an ordinary object, devoid of any particular sensation. Out of curiosity, Shen Zheng tried again, releasing his insect aura to touch the core. In an instant, the revulsion returned, even more intense than before, compelling him to toss the core aside as if it were a lump of bird droppings. Once separated from his aura, the core no longer seemed so distasteful. Shen Zheng gazed in astonishment at the core resting in the corner, puzzled. Was it the power of that mysterious insect in his mind repelling the core's essence? Did it resist his attempt to absorb it, fearing for its own existence? Countless thoughts swirled in his mind, yet none could be confirmed. The reality was clear. His desire to absorb the core was utterly unfeasible. Akin to a normal person casually consuming excrement. Carefully stowing the core away, Shen Zheng let out a long sigh. So be it, he mused. Just as I gained the power of water, I have lost the championship. One must accept the duality of gain and loss. The dean was right. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. One must not be overly greedy. Life is about choices. When you choose one privilege, you must relinquish another. Good fortune cannot be monopolized by a single individual. Thinking of the water's power, he stood up, slowly releasing his insect aura to channel the refreshing energy he had acquired that day. Immediately, a shimmering membrane of water-like energy enveloped his body, akin to flowing waves, bringing him a sense of coolness and comfort. He gently waved his arm, and the wave-like layer moved in synchrony with his movements. A method of control rooted in inherited memory blossoming in his mind. He slightly closed his eyes to absorb the sensation, then combined it with the control techniques he had learned, abruptly opening his eyes. Clenching his right fist and flicking his wrist to propel his index finger forward, a water arrow shot forth from the wave layer enveloping his fingertip, silently slicing through the air and piercing a hole in the ceiling. The sound of bricks shattering echoed several times, and Shen Zheng stood in astonishment, hurrying outside to the rooftop, only to discover that the water arrow had not only penetrated the ceiling but also breached the rooftop, vanishing into the unknown. "What tremendous power!" he exclaimed, sticking out his tongue. "Who goes there?" A booming voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see a patrol team passing outside. "It's me, Shen Zheng." He waved frantically. Is it really Shen Zheng? Someone in the patrol called out, excitement evident in their voice. "We have seen him alive." Another exclaimed with fervor. "What do you mean, seen him alive? Am I really that famous?" Shen Zheng was taken aback. "It truly is Shen Zheng." A few beams of light illuminated him, momentarily blinding him. He quickly shielded his eyes with his insect aura until he adjusted. "Yes, it's me," he awkwardly waved. "Shen, fellow student, why are you up on the roof at this hour?" The person addressed him with a tone of respect. Well, Shen Zheng pondered how to respond, but before he could, another person flicked the first one on the head, saying, "Fool! A genius like Shen Zheng surely trains differently than us. Perhaps he is honing some ability." "Yes." The flicked individual quickly waved at Shen Zheng. "My apologies, Shen Zheng. Please continue. We will ensure your peace. No, your tranquility, and prevent any interruptions during your training." "Fool, aren't you interrupting him right now?" Another chimed in, flicking the first one again. "Continue your practice. We will resume our patrol." They waved goodbye to Shen Zheng, leaving with a sense of excitement. "Today we learned a new skill. Shall we practice on the rooftop when we return?" "Do you even know what to practice?" "Perhaps we'll discover that once we get there." In the stillness of the night, their whispered conversations reached Shen Zheng's ears, leaving him both amused and bewildered. Chapter 052. The Harmony of Water and Fire. The following morning, Shen Zheng made his way directly to the entrance of the cavern. The soldiers guarding the entrance had already been informed the day prior that the dean had granted Shen Zheng full access to the cave, and thus they did not hinder him, simply opening the entrance for him. Stepping into the cavern, Shen Zheng took a deep breath and closed his eyes to attune himself to the sensations in his mind. However, this time, that wondrous sixth sense did not manifest. It seemed the power of the mysterious insect within him regarded the insects of the cavern with indifference, lacking any desire to consume or absorb them. He would have to search slowly. Shen Zheng sighed and opened his eyes, venturing deeper into the cavern. Along the way, he encountered a swarm of spiked lance insects, several clawed insects, as well as explosive insects, blade-footed insects, and drum insects among other common varieties. He found little interest in these creatures. Although he had never obtained the abilities of the drum insect, he felt no need for the power that simulated a hammer through its insect aura. Due to the formidable steel armor and impact force of the steel beetle, which belonged to the same category of strength as this heavy hammer and indeed surpassed it entirely, Shen Zheng found no necessity to acquire such a redundant ability. After traversing several locations, a sudden epiphany struck him as he noticed some unfamiliar insects around the corner not far ahead. He quietly approached and discovered 5 clawed insects. These creatures, though not particularly large, measuring just over a meter in length, possessed a power level ranging from 50 to 60, rendering them trivial for Shen Zheng at present. This species is equipped with a remarkable ambush tactic. Each of their sharp claws can extend 5-fold in an instant, proving to be quite effective in combat. Previously, he had relied on devouring insect eggs to gain insect powers, but in these recent encounters, he had directly fought against both humans and insects to acquire the powers of flame and water. Could it be that henceforth he need not depend on insect eggs, but rather simply engage in combat with insects to obtain strength. He decided to test this hypothesis. With that thought in mind, Shen Zheng dashed forward, a powerful aura of insect energy surging around him, unhesitatingly launching himself at the swarm. The 5-clawed insects immediately sensed the threat, emitting piercing cries. Two of them, reacting swiftly, raised their rear pairs of legs and thrust their front claws forward. Shen Zheng remained steadfast, his insect aura instantly morphing into steel armor. The sharp claws of the clawed insects clanged against his defense, failing to penetrate even a fraction. With a swift punch enveloped in the steel armor, he shattered the front limbs of the clawed insects with overwhelming force. As he advanced, he swung his arms, transforming the insect energy into deadly blades that swiftly dismembered 2 of the creatures. The remaining 3, shrieking in fear, seemed to sense Shen Zheng's might and fled in all directions. He raised his hand and shot 2 razor projectiles, eliminating 2 of them, and pursued the last one. This last insect ran frantically but was easily overtaken by Shen Zheng, who, as it reared up and attacked with its front claws, focused on those claws. Taking a deep breath, he allowed the claws to pierce through the insect energy, restoring it to a normal state. Although it had reverted to a standard form, the clawed insect's power still struggled to break through. The sharp claws only penetrated a few millimeters before halting. Shen Zheng concentrated, sensing the force of the claw that had entered his insect energy, but to his disappointment, he found that, unlike before, he could not absorb the power from the clawed insect's assault. Was it only effective against energy-based attacks? Pondering this with some frustration, he dispatched the clawed insect with a single projectile. Were there any insects capable of energy attacks in this subterranean realm? Shen Zheng surveyed his surroundings, harboring little hope. With time still on his side, he resumed his exploration of the underground, mentally mapping his route as he went, thus alleviating any fears of getting lost. As he delved deeper, he encountered other insects, but regrettably, they were all of the physical attack variety. He attempted to engage with a moonblade insect, yet again found himself at a loss. Reluctantly, he exited the underground. After a modest breakfast, he still had some time left, so he stood in the courtyard and practiced the water abilities he had scarcely explored the previous night. As the insect energy surged around him, a layer of water film rapidly enveloped his entire being. Immediately, he felt as though the air he inhaled had been filtered through the water film, becoming fresher and more humid. Next, he decided to experiment with the fiery powers. Gradually, he shifted his internal insect energy to the fire attribute, and abruptly, the water film released from his body ignited like oil, transforming into a blazing inferno that encompassed him. The air he breathed became imbued with an intense heat, yet remained within tolerable limits. Fascinating power. Observing the flames engulfing him, he couldn't help but smile. If he were to walk down the street and suddenly unleash this force, he would likely send everyone into a frenzy. Desperately dialing emergency services, suddenly, an intriguing idea struck him. Water and fire are opposing forces, but what if they were to be utilized together? He slowly attuned to the insect energy within him, experiencing the genetic memories generated by the interplay of the 2 powers in his mind. Resolutely, he decided to maintain the fiery power on his left side while channeling the watery power on his right. In an instant, a marvelous spectacle unfolded. His left side was engulfed in roaring flames, resembling a fire spirit, while his right side was cloaked in a flowing water film, the center of his body. A nebulous boundary of insect energy emerged, shrouded in mist, creating an indistinct line dividing the 2 elements. Shen Zheng marveled at the insect energy boundary at the center of his being and suddenly retracted both the water and fire powers. Slowly raising his hand, the energies of water and fire emanated simultaneously from his palm, and in that fleeting moment, they melded together to form something entirely new. Mist. He gazed with delight at the swirling mist in his hand and began to wave his arm. The mist moved in tandem with his gestures, expanding as it flowed, soon enveloping his entire form. With a mere thought, he began to roam, and the mist followed suit, gradually shrouding the entire courtyard. What an astonishing power! He mused while immersed in the mist. However, it seemed to serve little practical purpose. He felt a twinge of disappointment. While the mist obscured his presence from others, it also hindered his vision of them. Wait a moment. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he realized that when he concentrated, he could distinctly sense everything enveloped within the mist. The flowers and plants in the courtyard, the surrounding walls, his dormitory, all coalesced into a clear, three-dimensional image in his mind. As he delved deeper, he discovered that these objects seemed to be entirely within his grasp, allowing him to perceive their subtle changes. Insect energy. Clarity dawned upon him. This mist was a manifestation of his own insect energy, akin to an extension of his body. As long as he focused, he could undoubtedly sense everything encased within it. With this revelation, excitement surged within him. What a formidable ability this would be in battle. Just imagine, while others cannot see him, he could perceive their locations, states, and movements with crystal clarity. It was akin to the advantages the insect race holds in subterranean realms. Elated, he quickly retracted the insect energy, causing the encompassing mist to swiftly return to his body, leaving the courtyard clear and bright. Next time, he mused, he must not be so careless. What if someone were to witness this? How could he explain it? At that moment, an inexplicable sensation washed over him, one he could not quite articulate, yet it felt as though his body had become more substantial. Upon introspection, he realized that his internal insect energy seemed stronger than before. An enhancement of insect energy? He could hardly believe his own perception. How could it be so easy to attain such an increase? Doubt lingered in his mind, but he resolved to test it. He exited the courtyard and made his way to the dormitory area of the new Level 1 class, where he sought out Lafayette. "Is there anything you need my assistance with?" Lafayette approached, his demeanor markedly different from their previous encounters, exuding warmth. "May I borrow your insect energy analyzer?" Shen Zheng inquired. "Of course." Lafayette eagerly nodded, retrieving the small device from his cabinet. Lafayette had his own dormitory, albeit not as lavish as Shen Zheng's solitary abode. "Where can one acquire such a device?" Shen Zheng asked, eyeing the analyzer. "If you need it, consider it a gift," Lafayette offered, pressing the analyzer into Shen Zheng's hands. "This is imported, significantly superior to the domestic products from the luminary military, and quite difficult to procure." "That seems rather generous," Shen Zheng hesitated. "You saved my life." "It's no trouble at all," Lafayette replied with a smile. "Just don't hold a grudge against my previous actions. We are all human and classmates. There's nothing to resent." Shen Zheng offered a faint smile, no longer declining. After confirming the analyzer's usage, he pocketed it and bid farewell to Lafayette before returning to his dormitory. Lafayette felt a hint of disappointment. He had hoped to witness Shen Zheng's test results. Yet, he understood that Shen Zheng's reluctance to test in front of him stemmed from a desire to keep his capabilities under wraps, and he wisely refrained from prying. Upon returning to his dormitory and closing the door, Shen Zheng utilized the most precise self-testing method available. Grasping the insect energy analyzer, he channeled his insect energy into the designated area for absorbing insect essence. Before long, the analyzer's luminous screen illuminated, displaying various functional images that Shen Zheng could not decipher. However, the most prominent area showcased two numbers rapidly ascending from 00, surging past 90, over 90. Shen Zheng's heart raced with exhilaration, but that excitement was swiftly tempered by a new wave of anticipation as the numbers stabilized at 95.95. Shen Zheng trembled with excitement, nearly dropping the analyzer. He took several deep breaths, striving for composure. "Careful, careful. Perhaps I misread it? Or maybe the analyzer is faulty. Let's try again." Following Lafayette's instructions for testing, he pressed several buttons and placed the analyzer on the table, pointing it at himself. Moments later, the analyzer's screen flickered, and he rushed over to find the number still at 95. In other words, as a newly admitted freshman, I have already surpassed the most outstanding senior, Yun Tianfeng, who is about to graduate. Not only have I outstripped him, but I have also eclipsed all the mentors in the academy. According to Director Su, I am now qualified to become the head of my year at the academy and can even be recommended for admission into the Longxing Legion, where I will be groomed as the next Legion commander. Contemplating this, he suddenly felt as though everything was surreal. Just a short while ago, he was merely a poor laborer, and now he possesses the qualifications to become the director of the academy and the next commander of the Longxing Legion. Perhaps it is better to remain low-key, he mused. With such a smooth ascent, what if it arouses suspicion among others? For safety's sake, it is best to keep a low profile. Chapter 053. Interview selection. After the initial excitement, he could not help but pick up the phone to call Fang He. The call was quickly connected, and Fang He's excited voice came through. "Shen Zheng, how are things at the academy? Are you doing well? Is it truly a place of hidden talents?" "Not too bad," Shen Zheng replied with a smile, the sound of his old friend's voice always uplifting his spirits. How about you? I am doing well, but I can't compare to you in terms of combat prowess. Fang He chuckled. You must be calling to inquire about Xiaoying, right? Should I have her speak with you? Is she all right now? Shen Zheng asked, his heart filled with joy. She has been discharged from the hospital, Fang He said, just last week. The Legion attached great importance to her care, sending a 10-man team to act as her bodyguards, which I led. She's here. After a moment of silence, Shen Zheng's voice broke through, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Brother, are you well? Of course, Shen Zheng laughed, imagining the tearful expression on Shen Zheng's face. Silly girl, why are you crying? You should be happy now that you've recovered. Thank you, brother. Stop it with the nonsense. I'm your brother, Shen Zheng replied. The doctors said you are completely healed, right? Commander Liang specially invited experts from a major hospital to examine me. Shen Zheng said, the treatment was very effective, and I am fully recovered now. I am completely healthy and will have no further issues. But what? Shen Zheng inquired, feeling a twinge of concern. But Commander Liang insists on sending a team to follow me around every day? And I'm not quite used to it and why classmates at school are too afraid to approach me now, Shen Zheng whispered, seemingly worried Fang he would overhear. So it's that kind of situation? Shen Zheng chuckled. Just tell them to wait for you outside of school. That it's really awkward, Shen Zheng sighed. How are things on your end? Tell me all about it. Everything is going splendidly, Shen Zheng smiled, recounting his experiences since enrolling, glossing over the more complex matters that Xiaoning might not understand. As Xiaoning listened, her eyes wide with astonishment, she could not help but feel elated, especially when Shen Zheng assured her in a low voice that he would definitely enter the upper echelons of the military after graduation. Causing her to tear up with excitement. That's wonderful, brother, she exclaimed joyfully. The two chatted for quite a while, and as class time approached, Shen Zheng finally ended the call. Before hanging up, he reminded Fang He of a few matters and then hurried to the dean's office building. From that day on, he attended daily sessions with Dean Lin Liang, who personally guided him, significantly enhancing both his theoretical and practical abilities. However, he refrained from disclosing that his insect power had already reached 95. And Lin Liang did not conduct any checks on him, which puzzled him somewhat. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. One morning, Shen Zheng arrived at the dean's office building but found Lin Liang absent. He discovered a note in his laboratory stating that Lin had gone out for an unspecified matter and instructed Shen Zheng to study diligently and consult any director or mentor at the academy if he had questions. This was a perfect opportunity for Shen Zheng to thoroughly digest the knowledge he had acquired over the past month. About a week later, one morning, after completing his training in the dedicated training area of the dean's office, Shen Zheng returned home for breakfast and intended to ask Lei Che a few questions. However, upon reaching the teaching area, he was astonished to find it eerily quiet, while the adjacent large training ground buzzed with activity and excitement. What is happening here? Driven by curiosity, he quickly walked over to the training ground. The area was filled with spectators, and Shen Zheng estimated that nearly all the students of the academy were present. In the center of the arena, several groups of students were engaged in martial arts practice or showcasing their insect abilities, while officers in military uniforms surrounded them, observing and taking notes. Shen Zheng? Over here, from the stands, Laffy stood up, waving his arm enthusiastically. Shen Zheng strode over, and the students beside Laffy readily made way for him. What is going on? Shen Zheng asked as he sat down beside Laffy. Watching the activities in the center. An interview? Yes, Laffy nodded. Every year around this time, the military comes to the academy for interviews and selections. Since the graduates have only half a year of study here, there's not much room for improvement, so the military conducts early selections to prevent talent loss. This interview can determine the future status and achievements of the graduates, making it quite significant for them. So you're just here to watch? Shen Zheng inquired. Of course, Laffy laughed. For someone like you, it might not seem worth watching, but for us, it's an incredibly thrilling spectacle. By the way, the highlight of the show is the elite students challenging active military officers. Each year, the top students give their all to secure the best positions, and it's quite exhilarating. This year's top student is Yun Tianfeng, isn't it? Shen Zheng nodded, observing his performance to be quite impressive. Studying and training all the time, he has become a bit dull, Laffy remarked. When you have the chance, it's better to witness skilled fighters in action. That's where you truly gain insight. To be honest, it's not just me claiming to be skilled. Many who watched us spar later remarked on how much they learned. That's a fair point, Shen Zheng slowly nodded, directing his gaze back to the training ground. After about an hour of performances, Yun Tianfeng finally took the stage. He walked slowly to the center, glanced around at the other students displaying their skills, and shook his head with a slight smile. Disdain evident in his demeanor. "I have no interest in participating in such meaningless displays," he said to the two officers taking notes before him. True strength is not showcased through performance. It seemed the real show was about to begin. The two officers exchanged glances, and one gestured to a shaded area at the highest point of the stands. Shen Zheng looked up and saw a large table set up there, behind which sat several officers, while further back, a commanding officer lounged in a large chair. After the officer below signaled, one of the officers at the table turned and spoke to the commanding officer in the chair. Moments later, one of the seated officers stood up, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Yun Tianfeng, who also raised his head to meet the officer's stare. "He's a fine young man." The officer chuckled, and suddenly, he leapt directly from the high stands, gracefully descending the sloped seating to land with a thud at the edge of the training ground. He crouched slightly to absorb the impact before standing tall, an overwhelming aura of power radiating from him as he strode slowly towards Yun Tianfeng at the center. At that moment, everyone knew the highlight of the interview selection was about to unfold. Shen Zheng could not help but focus intently on the officer, eagerly anticipating a thrilling showdown. The officer had short golden hair, a towering and formidable physique. As he approached Yun Tianfeng, Laffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. The other demonstrations on the training grounds ceased, as if the students had coordinated beforehand, retreating to the edges of the arena. The officers responsible for recording also stepped back, arms crossed behind their backs, ready to witness this clash of titans. Yun Tianfeng regarded the officer, feeling the weight of his powerful presence, and suddenly, he thrust his arms outward. A surge of potent insect energy erupted forth, instantly matching the officer's imposing aura. He stood there, a mountain unmoving, awaiting the officer's approach. "Elite student of the second year, Yun Tianfeng?" The officer halted 4 meters in front of him. "That's me." Yun Tianfeng nodded. "How should I address you?" "Field, Commander of the Capital Defense Army, 4th Brigade," the officer replied, a confident smile upon his face. Stern yet commanding, "I look forward to your guidance." Yun Tianfeng's expression grew serious as he gradually assumed a fighting stance. "Field?" Shen Zheng gasped, unable to suppress his urge to glance at Laffy. At that moment, Laffy was staring at the two figures in the training ground with unrestrained excitement. "I say that just Field." "My father," proclaimed as the mightiest commander of the capital's garrison, a formidable warrior with a bug power level of 98. This battle promises to be captivating. Shifting his gaze to the center of the training ground, Shen Zheng's eyes shimmered with excitement as he focused intently on the two combatants. The pair stood in silent opposition, each exerting their aura to pressure the other, yet it was evident that neither side gained a distinct advantage. However, Yun Tianfeng understood that this was merely a display, a modest demeanor maintained during a sparring match between masters and their juniors. "I want you to recognize my worth." A glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes as he made the first move. The insect energy coalesced around his arms, forming two disc-like shields, their edges sharp as blades, while the center exuded a remarkable solidity. Slowly, he raised both arms, causing the shield blades to rotate languidly around his limbs. "The ability of the shield bug," thought Field, nodding slightly as he observed the shield blades on his opponent's arms. "Seems you prefer to initiate combat at close quarters. Allow me to test your mettle." With that, he lifted his right arm, the insect energy swiftly flowing along his forearm, morphing into an elongated sword blade that enveloped his arm. "Come forth," he extended his right arm, directing the blade towards Yun Tianfeng. "Let me witness the prowess of this year's top student." "As you wish." Yun Tianfeng's demeanor shifted, his body bending forward as if preparing to charge, but before he could launch himself, his left arm lashed out with lightning speed, the shield blade accelerating in rotation and hurtling towards Field. Unmoved, Field observed the sharp shield blade with a cold gaze, his right arm responding fluidly as he executed a sweeping strike, sending the imposing shield blade flying far away. However, at that moment, Yun Tianfeng seized the opportunity to close the distance, the shield blade on his right arm spinning wildly like a chainsaw, emitting a deadly sound that tore through the air as it aimed for Field's neck. Simultaneously, with a swift motion of his left hand, the previously deflected shield blade, spinning in the air, arced back towards Field's nape. Is this a pincer attack? In an instant, Field sprang into action, the insect energy beneath his feet erupting slightly, granting him explosive speed as he zipped past Yun Tianfeng's side, leaving behind a taunting remark whispered into his ear. If your opponent dodges like this, wouldn't you be effectively striking yourself? Chapter 054. Field's challenge, not necessarily. After brushing past Field, Yun Tianfeng found himself confronted by the returning shield blade. What was once aimed at Field now posed a threat to him. Yet, he smiled faintly, extending his left arm and deftly intercepting the shield blade with the outer side of his arm. As if the rotating blade had suddenly found an axis and embedded itself into his left arm, coming to a steady halt while continuing to spin rapidly. His proficiency in skill application and power control is quite remarkable. Field noted, nodding slowly. Now, let me gauge your offensive capabilities. Without uttering a word, Yun Tianfeng propelled himself towards Field, the rotating shield blades on both arms striking in succession towards Field's body. Field, with his left hand resting behind his back, stood tall, using only his right arm's sword to defend. The shield blades clashed incessantly with the sword in midair, producing a series of metallic clangs. Aware of the disparity in their strengths, Yun Tianfeng held nothing back, unleashing every technique at his disposal. Nonetheless, no matter how fervently he fought, Field remained steadfast, relying solely on his right arm without taking a single step back. Shen Zheng observed quietly. Unlike the other students, whose eyes sparkled with fervor, his gaze remained calm. Whether it was Yun Tianfeng's assault or Field's defense, the visual stimuli were rapidly processed in his brain, merging with all the combat theories and insect energy applications he had learned. Confirming each principle in tandem, much of what Lin Liang had imparted to him, knowledge he had previously found elusive, suddenly clicked into place. So that's how it is. I understand now. A surge of exhilaration welled from within him as he watched, enraptured, longing for the duel to prolong. Yet, disappointment soon set in as he realized Yun Tianfeng's tactics had grown stale, repeating merely a handful of maneuvers. The more he scrutinized, the more evident the flaws in Yun Tianfeng's actions became. Continuing to observe with a mindset geared towards study would be akin to playing chess against a novice, only leading him astray. If only I could spar with Field, then I could truly experience everything and gain deeper insights. Allow me to witness your defensive prowess now, Field said indifferently. Suddenly, he moved forward with a leisurely gait, his left hand still behind his back, while his right arm trembled slightly, the sword thrusting forth, effortlessly piercing through the shield blades and aiming straight for Yun Tianfeng. With a single maneuver, he neutralized Yun Tianfeng's relentless onslaught, forcing Yun Tianfeng into a position of complete defense, retreating step by step. One moved as if strolling through a garden, relaxed and unfazed, while the other fought desperately for survival, this stark contrast igniting the spectators' bloodlust, their admiration for strength bursting forth uncontrollably. Rafi watched his father with pride gleaming in his eyes. "The strongest commander of the capital's garrison," exclaimed one student. "It is evident that none of us can measure up. Our journey is still long. Let us strive forward," another student suggested. "I fear I may never catch up to Commander Field," lamented yet another, lacking confidence. Such sentiments reached Rafi's ears, swelling his pride even further, nearly compelling him to rise and cheer for his father. Fortunately, he restrained himself. Despite being in his 20s, he knew that returning home might still result in a reprimanding from Field. Meanwhile, Yun Tianfeng found himself overwhelmed by Field's aggression, feeling as though a single misstep could lead to his demise at the hands of the long sword. Under the duress of crisis, he finally unleashed his utmost strength, suddenly letting out a roar as the insect energy surged outward, doubling the size of the shield blades on his arms, spinning with an even greater ferocity that seemed capable of tearing through all. The whirlwind generated by the rotating blades compelled even Field to halt his advance, refraining from further attacks. At that moment, Yun Tianfeng summoned all his might, thrusting both arms forward simultaneously. The two shield blades collided in a rapid spin, producing a deafening screech as they generated a multitude of energy sparks that shot forward, forming a luminous barrier before Field and obscuring his vision. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Tianfeng propelled the blades forward, hurtling towards Field. Rafi could not contain himself and leapt to his feet, clearly anxious for his father's response to this onslaught. This illustrates the tremendous power of Yun Tianfeng's maneuver. Field's expression remained unchanged. As the dual blades rushed towards him, his left hand, which had been resting behind his back, finally moved to the front, the insect energy swirling to form an elongated sword. He swung both arms, merging the two blades into a single luminous arc that collided with the shield blades. Amidst the thunderous clash of energy, sparks and light erupted, resembling fireworks that detonated before takeoff, scattering a myriad of colors across the training ground. Nearby recording officers swiftly retreated, shielding their faces with their arms. After a considerable time, the scattered energy points and illusory remnants gradually faded, revealing a 2-meter-wide crater formed by the energy shockwave. On one side of the pit stood Field, arms folded, quietly observing Yun Tianfeng, who stood at a distance, his face pale. Yun Tianfeng gazed at Field, exhaling deeply. "I thank you, Commander Field, for your guidance. I concede defeat. Losing to me is nothing to be ashamed of." Field replied slowly, "I had heard that your insect power level is 90. Mine is 98. Thank you for your leniency." Yun Tianfeng saluted. "This was merely a test," Field remarked with a faint smile. "Now, go to the recording officer and fill out your registration form. Once you graduate, you can report directly to the capital's garrison headquarters. After serving 2 years of military duty, you may choose whether to enter the Illusory Star Corps for further training or remain at the garrison headquarters as a senior officer." "Yes," Yun Tianfeng responded, a hint of excitement in his voice, standing tall. Incredible. Witnessing this scene, the students could not help but murmur amongst themselves. "Did you see that?" Senior Yun Tianfeng's powerful strike was effortlessly neutralized by Commander Field with just his bare hands. "That is truly impressive. Of course, he possesses a bug power level of 98. When will I ever become that strong?" Remarks of this nature buzzed around, and Rafi soaked it all in, his face beaming with pride and excitement. Such expressions elicited envy from Shen Zheng, who mused on the beauty of having a father to be proud of. "No, even if he cannot instill pride in me, as long as he is alive. Even as an ordinary person, it is still a profoundly beautiful thing, isn't it?" Reflecting on the memory of his late father, Shen Zheng found himself enveloped in a somber mood. Yet, he resolved to strive for improvement, to become a brother whom Xiao Ying could take pride in. With this thought, Shen Zheng's gaze transformed, brimming with determination and confidence. Yun Tianfeng, infused with excitement, dashed to the side to request a registration form from the recording officer. However, Field, who had already concluded his assessment of Yun Tianfeng, showed no intention of departing. He stood in the center of the training ground, turning to survey his surroundings, his eyes swiftly scanning the stands filled with trainees before abruptly settling on his son. Rafi immediately waved at him and then turned to Shen Zheng, exclaiming with a smile, "This is my dad." Shen Zheng offered a polite nod and a smile in return, only to suddenly notice Field's gaze shifting from Rafi to himself. He reciprocated with a courteous nod towards Field. To Shen Zheng's astonishment, Field fixed his eyes upon him and unexpectedly shouted with a stern expression, "I have heard that you are the strongest trainee of this cohort. Do you have the courage to come down and spar with me?" His booming voice resonated clearly, leaving the onlookers astonished, exchanging bewildered glances between each other and Shen Zheng, utterly perplexed by the senior officer's unexpected behavior. "Surely he doesn't intend to avenge Rafi?" Some trainees whispered furtively to "It's quite possible. Shen Zheng might be in trouble now. In a way, he has the principal backing him," another replied. "Let us not forget, the principal has been away for several days. He, as the commander of the capital's garrison, a figure of significance, wouldn't he bully a novice in such a public setting? Would he?" The trainees engaged in animated discussions. What is this fellow trying to accomplish? Su Dong, who was with other grade directors, furrowed his brow. "We must intervene," Lacher exclaimed anxiously, attempting to rush forward, only to be restrained by other instructors. "Have you lost your mind?" That is Field, the strongest commander of the capitalist garrison. "You'd be courting death." "I'll ask Director Su." Lacher gritted his teeth and turned to race towards the upper stands. Shen Zheng, meanwhile, was met with Rafi's awkward gaze, unsure of what to say. Rafi wished to rise and vocally dissuade his father, yet he clearly lacked the courage, fidgeting uncomfortably. "It's all right. Thank you." Contrary to the imagined anger and shock others believed he should display, Shen Zheng's eyes sparkled with excitement, startling Rafi, who assumed Shen Zheng had lost his mind upon hearing his expression of gratitude. "Shen Zheng, you?" Before Rafi could finish, Shen Zheng stood tall, locking eyes with Field, his gaze radiating brilliance. With a powerful leap reminiscent of Field's earlier descent, he vaulted over the long steps of the stands, landing in the training arena. "I'm here." He strode confidently towards Field, speaking calmly. For a moment, the stands fell silent, all trainees rendered speechless. Later, just a few steps away from the director's stand, froze, then scrambled up, shouting, "Director Su, you must intervene. Don't worry just yet." Hearing the commotion, Su Dong rose and gestured towards him. On the training ground, Shen Zheng had already approached Field. His decisive stride seemed to proclaim to everyone that he, Shen Zheng, harbored no fear of such a powerful adversary, nor would he shy away from a challenge issued by a strong man. In that instant, all present could not help but feel an illusion arise, as though the two figures standing opposite each other were not merely a superpower and a novice trainee, but two seasoned warriors, each having emerged victorious from countless battles. "I'm here," Shen Zheng reiterated, his voice steady as he gazed at Field. "Very well." Field regarded him with a frosty demeanor, devoid of any semblance of a smile. "I've heard that you previously gave my son a sound thrashing. Just a friendly spar, I presume?" Shen Zheng responded, maintaining his composure. "Asa, father, I cannot simply stand by while my son is harmed," Field declared. "And what do you intend to do?" Shen Zheng inquired. Chapter 055. Slightly superior. "I merely wish to inform you that my intention in calling you down here is to thoroughly defeat you, rather than engage in a mere test as you did with Yun Tianfeng." A glimmer of cold light flickered in Field's eyes. "Moreover, it seems you might have some connection to the death of one of our squad leaders and have brought shame upon us here. So considering these two matters combined, Shen Zheng, what do you think my response will be?" Director Su. Later was now frantic. Look again. Su Dong gestured for him to calm down. But Later was increasingly agitated. "Do not rush," Su Dong whispered. "Field is not the type to act without reason. I believe he wouldn't trouble Shen Zheng over such matters. Perhaps," he suddenly smiled, "I understand his intent now." "What?" Later was utterly bewildered. "So, I must give it my all?" Shen Zheng's gaze turned equally frigid as he regarded Field. However, this chill did not signify hatred or animosity. Rather, it was a reflection of a mind completely composed, the spirit evident in his eyes. Noticing this look, Field felt a slight tremor in his heart. What a formidable young man! His expression, too, became icy, devoid of emotion, simply calm. "I will ensure you learn your lesson in front of everyone in your academy. I will show you that there are always greater powers beyond your own, and that you cannot afford to offend anyone based on mere minor skills." As Field spoke, the previously withdrawn aura surged forth around him. Two elongated blades of energy manifesting on his forearms. Is he really planning to use both hands right from the start? A trainee gasped, sensing the gravity of the situation. Is he going all out? Does he mean to kill Shen Zheng? After all, Shen Zheng is merely a military officer from a remote town. Another lamented, "Field is the strongest commander of the capital's garrison. Does he truly hold Shen Zheng in such high regard?" Meanwhile, Yun Tianfeng, having just completed his registration, wore a grim expression. Although he acknowledged that Shen Zheng might be slightly stronger than himself, he could not believe that Shen Zheng's power vastly exceeded his own. Yet, it was clear that Field was prepared to exert his full strength from the outset, indicating that he regarded Shen Zheng's abilities far above those of Yun Tianfeng. Is he truly that formidable? As he observed the surging energy around Field, Shen Zheng's fighting spirit surged as well. Finally, he had the opportunity to confront such a powerful adversary face to face. All theories and conjectures could be validated through actual combat. "This is wonderful." Excitement flickered in Shen Zheng's eyes as a similar torrent of energy erupted from him. He recognized that concealing his strength in the presence of a formidable opponent like Field was not only imprudent, but utterly futile. Therefore, he resolved to unleash all his power without reservation. As Shen Zheng's energy surged forth, Field's expression shifted noticeably. He distinctly sensed that the individual standing before him was not a mere junior like his son, but a formidable peer. In that moment of astonishment, he realized that if he were too arrogant in their confrontation, he could very well be the one to suffer humiliation. How can there be such a remarkable newcomer? He mused, furrowing his brow as he released even more energy. On the high platform, the other trainees had yet to discern the unfolding events, and even the instructors remained oblivious to the magnitude of the confrontation. However, all the grade directors exchanged glances, their expressions altering as they were taken aback by Shen Zheng's escalating power. Even the teaching director, Chu Tianran, nearly rose from his seat in astonishment, in the heat of battle. Seizing the initiative is paramount. As the tension reached its zenith, Shen Zheng suddenly made his move. At that moment, he felt no trepidation towards the senior officer or the superpower. His mind was solely focused on strategies for battle. With a swift motion, he closed the distance between them, extending his hand as his energy coalesced into the form of a blade, striking towards Field. Field, with an icy demeanor, swiftly raised an arm, countering the blow with an energy-formed sword. In that instant, energy particles scattered like fireflies in the night. Such formidable strength! Field exclaimed inwardly as he barely managed to parry the strike, feeling a tingle of numbness coursing through him. Contrary to his expectations, he had anticipated countering effortlessly after blocking, but the unexpected numbness robbed him of that opportunity. Did he truly manage to block that? Shen Zheng was equally astonished. This strike had been his utmost effort. Yet the opponent stood firm, unyielding as a mountain, which left him utterly amazed. By his estimation, Field should have at least staggered back a step, allowing him to unleash a relentless onslaught. Yet now, he could only stabilize his stance against the rebound of power. Following their initial clash, both remained poised, neither making a move. What is happening? The trainees in the stands appeared bewildered, while seasoned experts felt a sinking sensation. Shen Zheng had managed to contest Field in a single exchange? Why aren't you continuing your assault? Field inquired. Why don't you retaliate? Shen Zheng countered. The two fixed their gazes upon each other, and simultaneously unleashed their energies once more, charging towards one another. The clash of blade against sword resonated in the air, producing a clear sound and erupting into a dazzling display of light. At this moment, the two individuals appeared to transform into raging storms, colliding fiercely upon the flat ground, entwined and tearing at one another, each striving to utterly shatter, rip apart, and consume the other, yet neither could gain the upper hand. How could this be? Laffy stood up. His eyes wide open as if they might pop from their sockets. He gazed at the two battling on the field, his complexion turning an ashen hue. No one understood his father's prowess better than he did. He had once engaged in combat with Shen Zheng himself. In his perception, although Shen Zheng surpassed him by a considerable margin, he was in no way on the same level as his father. Yet, why was it that such an incredibly powerful father, after exerting all his strength, could only achieve a stalemate with Shen Zheng? Yun Tianfeng's face also turned pallid. Just moments ago, he struggled to accept that Field placed greater importance on Shen Zheng. But now the truth dawned upon him. He suddenly realized the vast chasm that lay between him and Shen Zheng, and he felt a chill of dread about the earlier deep pit match. If Shen Zheng were to emerge as a ferocious contender, then when he appeared at the battlefield between himself and the gopher bug, he would undoubtedly strike without hesitation. At that moment, whether it be the gopher bug or himself, there would only be one outcome. Even if the gopher bug were to suddenly act irrationally and assist him against Shen Zheng, the result would remain unchanged. How could he be so formidable? With such power, why would he even attend the academy? Any legion would surely welcome him with open arms. Yun Tianfeng felt as if he had lost the ability to ponder the situation. He was utterly dumbfounded by Shen Zheng's might. He was not alone. Everyone present, including the director, Chu Tianran, was equally astonished by Shen Zheng's capabilities. It was beyond belief that the individual engaged in combat with Field was a mere freshman from the new level, let alone a student of the illusory Star Academy. At this juncture, those who had harbored doubts, envy, jealousy, or even feelings of injustice finally understood why Shen Zheng had garnered the dean's favor and why he was personally instructed by the dean. Confronted by the formidable Shen Zheng, they could only feel a sense of inadequacy. The battle on the field continued, unfolding under the astonished gazes of all present. Both Shen Zheng and Field gradually unleashed their full potential, their movements growing increasingly ferocious, their techniques ever more varied, as they savored each other's power through offense and defense. Finally, in a rare opportunity, Field's longsword broke through Shen Zheng's hand and struck heavily against his chest. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the insect aura on Shen Zheng's chest swiftly coalesced into a thick layer of steel armor, effectively fending off the blade's strike. Amidst a cacophony of violent friction and sparks, the simulated armor bore a terrifying gash, yet Shen Zheng emerged unscathed. However, the force of the strike sent him hurtling sideways. With a muffled grunt, Shen Zheng raised his right hand, and a burst grenade was shot forth. Exploding under his control, the flames transforming countless spikes into fiery projectiles that slammed into Field's chest. A low groan escaped Field's lips. The commanding officer of the capital's defense force was sent sprawling by the overwhelming power of the fiery detonation. The two combatants fell simultaneously to the ground. The training field fell silent, with everyone anxiously watching the two who lay on the ground. After a brief moment, Field was the first to rise. His neatly tailored military uniform now tattered, though not to the extent of revealing his muscular chest. He took a deep breath, stood tall, and looked towards the fallen Shen Zheng in the stands. The students were on edge. Unable to refrain from glancing at Shen Zheng, "Oh heavens, please let him be all right." Retcher was trembling with anxiety. "If anything were to happen, Director, we would regret it too late." "It won't happen, it won't happen." Su Dong was also somewhat anxious. "Don't tell me you were gravely injured. That strike barely touched you." That moment, Field called out to Shen Zheng. "I merely thought it was a good opportunity to rest." The fallen Shen Zheng suddenly smiled, then sprang up with a swift motion, standing firmly on the ground. His chest, where he had been struck, bore no sign of damage. "Well done." Retcher could not contain his excitement. "It seems that one cannot afford to hold back when facing you. Otherwise, one would only invite humiliation." Field glanced at Shen Zheng's chest before looking at his own, shaking his head slightly. "Shen Zheng, my power is not limited to this, nor is yours. Then let us unleash it all. Power not limited to this. What does that mean? Could it be?" As Shen Zheng pondered, Field slowly raised his hand. A formidable force that sent chills through the body coalescing in his palm, and then a beam of red light burst forth, stretching and morphing. Moments later, a blood-red spear materialized in Field's grasp. Just as expected, it is the insect spirit. What is he planning? Initially elated by Shen Zheng's advantage, Retcher was now struck dumb with fear, hastily turning to Su Dong. "Director Su, we must stop him." The use of an insect spirit would escalate the battle to an uncontrollable level. "If anything were to happen, remain calm," Yu Dong spoke in a low voice. "Old Su, can you truly remain calm?" questioned the second-level grade director beside him. "I certainly cannot stay calm." The senior grade director shook his head in exasperation. "This is utterly unbelievable, Old Su. What kind of monster have you taken in at the new level?" "Stay calm," Su Dong reiterated, as if attempting to reassure himself. Chapter 056. It appears to be a stalemate. The strongest commander of the defense forces, facing a freshman from Illusory Star Academy, has actually resorted to using an insect spirit. Who would believe such a thing if it were told? Observing the scene, some students could not help but mutter to themselves, "I think this situation should be considered unprecedented. Shen Zheng will undoubtedly leave an indelible mark in the academy." Others echoed similar sentiments. Insect spirit. I have named it Earth's Rift." Field held the spear with one hand. The sharp blood-red tip aimed at Shen Zheng, signifying its ability to pierce the earth and create rifts. Such a name is self-explanatory. Does it require further elaboration? At this moment, Shen Zheng felt no tension. Instead, he chuckled at Field within. But despite the amusement, he would not dare to relax in the face of such a formidable opponent. With a gentle lift of his hand, the power of his energy heart surged through his veins, pouring into his palm and erupting forth, instantly transforming into a blood-red whip. Insect spirit. I have named it Blood Spirit Whip, Shen Zheng declared. It carries no particular significance, just a name I chose at random. Is that meant to mock me? Field furrowed his brow. "Why, cultural level is not high, and I truly cannot come up with a name as meaningful as yours for that insect spirit." Shen Zheng wore a sincere expression, yet this sincerity was infuriating, leaving Field momentarily speechless, his face a mix of amusement and exasperation. What matters is not the name but the power. Field took a deep breath. Calming his mindset to a tranquil state, his gaze locked onto Shen Zheng. "There is no need for elaborate or complex combat," Field stated. "I have discovered that our combat abilities are nearly equal. Let us determine the victor based solely on raw strength." "Very well." Shen Zheng nodded, raising his right hand slightly as the insect power concentrated within the blood spirit whip. Within seconds, the whip radiated a brilliant red light, causing Field's brow to furrow even deeper. He retracted his outstretched arm, gripping the spear with both hands, pouring a torrent of insect power into Earth's rift, causing it to emit a dazzling red glow as well. Is this truly all right? Are you sure there are no issues? In the stands, Retcher stared wide-eyed at Su Dong. Remain calm. I don't know. Beads of sweat formed on Su Dong's forehead. At this moment, he too could not ascertain whether to allow the two to continue their duel. The director remained silent. The senior grade director then spoke softly, and look over there. The senior grade director pointed towards the pavilion from which Field had emerged. Kumoya remained silent. This should indicate that they all deemed it acceptable. Is it truly fine? Retcher still could not help but murmur softly on the field. The two spheres of red light grew increasingly radiant, and students with lower insect powers dared not look, while those with higher powers could only squint, shielding their eyes with their insect aura to continue watching. So be it. Field suddenly shouted, "We are not engaged in a life-and-death struggle. I feel the same." Shen Zheng responded. Then, as if in perfect synchrony, the two stepped forward, their red lights resembling the bloodstains that flowed forth during a rupture of the heavens, violently colliding with one another. Blood-red light instantly enveloped the entire training field. All the students felt as if a crimson radiance had blinded them. Hastily lowering their heads, too afraid to gaze directly at the brilliance. Even the instructors raised their hands to shield their eyes, while only the grade directors utilized their insect aura to protect their vision. Managing to continue observing, Chu Tianran stood up, his eyes fixed on the source of the red light, his expression complex. In an instant, the red glow rapidly expanded outward, then flickered a few times like a dying bonfire. And the entire world returned to tranquility, as if nothing had ever transpired. The training ground was still and silent, devoid of even a crater where Field had shattered Yun Tianfeng's ultimate move. Shen Zheng and Field remained in their original stances, standing quietly, their hands empty, as if their insect spirits had been retracted back within. How could this happen? Many students stood up in astonishment, gazing at the training ground. Compared to the earlier astonishing clash of energy, the current tranquility felt unreal, almost like an illusion. "Dad," Rafi called out, bounding down from the stands towards the training field. "Stay back," Field shouted, startling Rafi so much that he nearly stumbled. "I never expected it to be like this," Field said, looking at Shen Zheng with a long sigh. "Ever since my disappointing son mentioned you, I've been intrigued, eager to see what such an exceptional young man looks like. Later, I heard more about you, and it truly astonished me. I admire you greatly and wish to understand the extent of your potential, which is why I intentionally provoked you, aiming to ignite your fighting spirit. You certainly succeeded," Shen Zheng replied with a smile. "See, my fighting spirit is still intact, isn't it?" "Quite impressive," Field nodded. "It exceeded my expectations. I never imagined." Before he could finish his sentence, the ground beneath Shen Zheng and Field suddenly trembled, followed by an explosive eruption akin to a volcanic blast. With a deafening boom, earth and stones scattered in all directions, propelling both Shen Zheng and Field into the air. Remarkably, even the two experts lacked the strength to evade, being hurled far away along with the debris, crashing heavily to the ground. The explosion had created a massive pit over 10 meters in diameter at the center of the training ground. "Quick, check on Shen Zheng," Su Dong exclaimed anxiously, shouting at Retcher. But before Retcher could move, Chu Tianran had already soared over the heads of the crowd like a great bird, landing swiftly on the training field and rushing to Shen Zheng's side. "How are you?" He squatted beside Shen Zheng, helping him up with a concerned look. "I'm fine." Shen Zheng chuckled while catching his breath, lying on the ground. "That strike was perilous. If we had gathered a bit more power, it wouldn't have been merely an injury. It could have... I really shouldn't be so reckless next time. I should have intervened sooner," Chu Tianran remarked, glancing disapprovingly at Field, who lay on the other side of the pit. "This guy, an old-timer, can't even control his strength." Just then, a figure leaped from the pavilion, also soaring over the tiered stands and landing on the training field, swiftly rushing to Field's side. It was a middle-aged officer clad in a military coat, his gaze sharp as an eagle, appearing slightly younger than Field, probably just over 40. "It's not that he couldn't control his strength," the officer said as he crouched down to assist Field. "Your student's power is simply too formidable for him to manage." "Commander Kumoya, you can't be so protective of your own," Chu Tianran replied with a smile. Shen Zheng then realized this man was Commander Kumoya of the capital's defense forces, reputed to possess a bug power of 99. The thought of engaging him in a spirited battle stirred a yearning within him. Had Chu Tianran and Kamoya been privy to his thoughts, they would likely have been both shocked and infuriated. "Young man," Kamoya said, his hawk-like gaze fixed on Shen Zheng, "I would love to offer you the position of a squad leader and invite you to report to me directly after graduation to lead your squad. However, I hesitate to extend such an offer because you are still young and possess even greater potential. You should belong to the illusory Star Corps, or perhaps to an even broader world." "Thank you," Shen Zheng replied, standing tall with Chu Tianran's support and offering Kamoya a faint smile. That moment, all the students who overheard their conversation widened their eyes, filled with envy, admiration, and a hint of jealousy. Yet, in the face of such a vast disparity in strength, they could only yearn while lamenting their own inadequacies. "Take care of your injuries," Field said, panting. "I'll come to see you again when I'm free. So we can chat more. It would benefit both of us. I await your esteemed visit at any time." Shen Zheng nodded. Chu Tianran promptly assisted Shen Zheng toward the director's stand, while Kamoya helped Field toward the defense forces. Thus, the day's selection interview came to a close. Following this battle, the interest of the students in subsequent graduation exercises waned, and the defense forces found no further surprises. The academy's directors hurriedly departed, accompanying Chu Tianran and Shen Zheng towards the academy hospital. Shen Zheng, personally supported by Chu Tianran, slowly made his way to the hospital. Along the way, he gradually adjusted the bug power within him. Initially, he felt pain throughout his body, but after a moment, he sensed a familiar strength. This power, the bug ability he had first possessed, had allowed his body to withstand the force when the mysterious glowing bug had burrowed into his forehead. Turning that powerful enigma into his captive, it was the foundational bug's power, capable of transforming one's physique and enhancing all bodily tissues. Now, this power had merged with the healing properties of the medicinal slime bug he had subsequently implanted, causing a remarkable transformation within him. The injuries sustained from his fierce battle with Field began to heal rapidly. Before reaching the hospital, Shen Zheng felt as if he had completely recovered. "I'm fine now." He stopped and told Chu Tianran casually, "Fine? Don't joke around." Chu Tianran admonished him. "Young man, it's not wise to overexert yourself, but I truly am fine." Shen Zheng defended himself. "If you keep insisting, I might get angry." Chu Tianran glared at him. "All right then," Shen Zheng replied with a resigned expression. Upon noticing Chu Tianran's arrival, the hospital staff sprang into action, treating Shen Zheng as if he were a critical case, urgently ushering him into the best emergency room. The hospital director personally conducted a comprehensive examination, ultimately arriving at a remarkable conclusion. "Director, are we undergoing a passive emergency drill?" "What do you mean?" Chu Tianran narrowed his eyes. "This student is healthier than the healthiest individual," the director replied, raising his hands in exasperation. "He exudes vitality, and his bug energy is astonishing. If anything, his only issue is that he is too healthy. To an unbelievable degree. See? I told you I was fine." Shen Zheng sighed in exasperation. Chu Tianran was left speechless, while the other year directors exchanged incredulous glances at Shen Zheng, unable to articulate their thoughts. After a lengthy pause, one of the senior directors finally spoke, directing his words to Su Dong. "Old Su, your student is truly a marvel. Can I get out of bed now?" Shen Zheng, confined to the hospital bed, tentatively inquired. "Bring the bug power analyzer," Chu Tianran suddenly shouted at the hospital director. Chapter 57. Pinnacle 100. Following the military selection interview, the Academy's senior leadership convened an immediate meeting with all the instructors. Apart from the instructors, only one student was present. Shen Zheng. He sat helplessly at the head table, beside Chu Tianran, with 5-year directors flanking them. Shen Zheng felt the collective gaze of all the instructors piercing into him, making him feel somewhat awkward. "Tio, keep it brief," Chu Tianran began. "Everyone has witnessed Shen Zheng's performance today. I want to say that even if the Academy appointed him as a year director now, it would not be unwarranted. I just conducted a test on him, and his current bug power value is 97. And indeed, a wave of discussion erupted among the instructors. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for him to tie with Field. Exactly. I thought his bug power value would be comparable to Field's. Did you not hear that he belongs to the type capable of unleashing potential in battle? A mere bug power value cannot measure such individuals' true strength. This level of power certainly meets the criteria for a year director. I suggest we let him teach us. Perhaps our bug power values would skyrocket as well." Various opinions floated around, some serious, others in jest, but regardless of the topic, The instructors felt a twinge of jealousy towards Shen Zheng. Silence, Chu Tianran commanded, and the discussion ceased. Based solely on his current bug power value, Shen Zheng may not be the most outstanding among all our academy students, but he is undoubtedly the one with the fastest progress. Everyone knows he entered the academy with a bug power value of only 79, yet within such a brief period, he has elevated it to 97. I believe this kind of improvement can only be described as a genius leap. To ensure the development of this talented student, I hereby announce a decision. From now on, all academy facilities will be fully accessible to Shen Zheng. Everyone must prioritize serving him. For instance, if he has any theoretical questions to discuss with anyone, regardless of how critical their current tasks may be, they must pause and prioritize addressing Shen Zheng's inquiries. While Shen Zheng surpasses all instructors in strength, his theoretical knowledge still lags behind yours, and he needs to continue his studies. But wasn't it said that the director would personally teach him? Su Dong whispered to Chu Tianran. The director doesn't spend much time at the academy, Chu Tianran replied. Thus, Shen Zheng will often require our assistance. In summary, esteemed colleagues, we must henceforth pave the way for Shen Zheng, ensuring that no circumstance hinders his studies. Do you all understand? Understood. The mentors replied in unison. Shen Zheng, gazing at the mentors below, felt a genuine sense of embarrassment. After the meeting, Chu Tianran and the directors ushered Shen Zheng into the office, each imparting earnest words of wisdom. The essence of their counsel was singular. At such a young age, possessing such formidable strength and making rapid strides in progress, while also garnering the dean's favor. He is undoubtedly the most promising candidate to surpass the limits of the insect controllers and become a master of pest control. He must remain humble, cautious, and diligently strive for further advancement. Shen Zheng nodded numbly, internally wryly smiling. The weight of attention can sometimes be quite burdensome, and no wonder those celebrities often cloak themselves when stepping out into the world. Once the admonitions concluded, Shen Zheng finally escaped to his dormitory. Alone in his room, he exhaled in relief, allowing himself the time to sit quietly and reflect on all his previous combat experiences. Initially, he could only revisit those fragments through memory. But soon, the experiences replayed in his mind like a film, enabling him to meticulously analyze each gain and loss, discerning the intricacies hidden within Field's every movement. Unbeknownst to him, he gradually became immersed in this cinematic experience. Losing track of his surroundings, he scrutinized carefully, observed earnestly, and researched repeatedly. Many previously perplexing questions suddenly found clarity. Through this analysis, his combat skills rapidly ascended, ultimately reaching a peak at a certain moment. When this limit arrived, he suddenly realized he no longer needed to repeatedly watch those films, as further study could yield no additional progress, akin to a top student in middle school finding no benefit in solving elementary school exercises. Thus, he naturally withdrew from this viewing experience. Then, he startled himself. While he had not consciously registered the transformation occurring within him during this immersive state, the return of his awareness prompted an exclamation. What just happened? What was that? Why does it feel as if my mind has become a hard drive filled with past memories? Taking a deep breath, he attempted to re-enter this cinematic experience, effortlessly slipping back into it. He was astonished to withdraw and, after contemplation, could only attribute it to that mysterious luminescent insect. Never mind, there's no point in investigating further. It's likely something I cannot comprehend, as long as it benefits me. That's sufficient. However, he never anticipated that he would find himself evenly matched against Field today. As he pondered this, he suddenly sensed a change in the insect power within him after the viewing concluded. He hastily stood, retrieving the miniature insect power analyzer that Raffi had gifted him. As he gradually input his insect energy, Shen Zheng felt no anxiety, merely curiosity as he gazed intently at the screen. To be frank, he held little expectation for any changes in his insect power, given the remarkable progress he had already made today. Yet, the analyzer astonished him once more. After a rapid fluctuation, the two digits transformed from a two-digit number to a three-digit one, with the two zeros remaining unchanged while a one suddenly appeared on the far left. This is impossible, was the immediate thought that sprang to Shen Zheng's mind. 100. Has my insect power truly reached 100? The analyzer must be malfunctioning. He quickly adjusted the analyzer to test others, placing it on the table to aim at himself. After the analysis concluded, he rushed over to check. Still 100. Is this real? Feeling a bit dizzy. Placing the insect power analyzer down, Shen Zheng sat back in his chair, quietly staring at the mirror hanging across the room. The reflection revealed a 19-year-old young man, whose features could not be deemed exceptionally handsome, but among ordinary individuals, he was indeed quite pleasing to the eye. His eyes were as dark as the night, his nose straight, and his features harmoniously arranged. A rather decent young man, yet he could not shake the notion that he bore no resemblance to the terms superior powerhouse or extraordinary genius. After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled. His father had once recited an age-old saying, "If heaven bestows a gift and one does not seize it, one shall incur heavenly wrath." Since fate had granted him such extraordinary encounters, bestowing upon him these remarkable abilities, he would accept it with grace. Whether this was mere fortune or destiny, having arrived at this juncture, he would continue forward without the need to comprehend why fate unfolded in such a manner. As long as he could attain power, as long as he could secure a beautiful future for Xiaoying and himself, as long as he could become her pride, would that not suffice? With a hearty laugh, Shen Zheng rose, washed up, and prepared for bed. The following day commenced as usual, yet the ordinary was transformed. The students within the academy, already harboring a sense of awe towards Shen Zheng, now felt an even greater reverence following yesterday's battle. Timid students would steer clear upon spotting him from a distance, while the bolder ones approached with shining eyes, seeking autographs, leaving Shen Zheng smiling wryly, overwhelmed and unable to keep up. He had no choice but to choose less crowded paths, evading others at every encounter. It was indeed challenging to be a celebrity, and even more so to be a renowned figure. This lifestyle continued for 5 days. On this particular day, while Shen Zheng was engrossed in reading within the dean's office building, a guard approached him, saluting. Previously, these guards had not shown such respect towards Shen Zheng, as they were tasked with protecting the dean's office. However, since the directors publicly revealed that Shen Zheng's insect power had reached 97, their deference had notably increased, treating him with the same regard as they would a grade director. Shen Zheng, feeling awkward, declined their greetings several times, but to no avail, ultimately resigning to the situation. "Report," the guard said while saluting. "There is someone downstairs looking for you." "Who is it?" Shen Zheng inquired. "It is Field, the commander of the capital's garrison," the guard reported. "Oh, he did mention wanting to speak with me again." Shen Zheng stood. "I will go down to meet him. The reception room on the first floor has been prepared for you. Would you like to meet him there?" the guard asked. Shen Zheng hesitated, feeling a bit anxious. After all, this was the dean's office. It felt somewhat inappropriate to host a guest here. "The dean has instructed that while he is away, this office is entirely under your management. If you were to meet Commander Field outside, it could be seen as disrespectful," the guard quietly reminded him. "All right then." Shen Zheng nodded. A few minutes later, Shen Zheng met Field in the reception room on the first floor. Tea was already laid out on the table as they sat across from each other. Exchanging smiles. "I heard you were fine the very next day?" Field inquired. Shen Zheng felt a bit awkward admitting this, fearing it might hurt Field's pride. "I suppose I rested for a few days." "Enough of that." Field waved his hand dismissively. "My son told me you were completely fine before even reaching the hospital. I truly don't understand. What kind of physique do you possess?" "I initially implanted a foundation insect," Shen Zheng explained. "Perhaps that has something to do with it that time. I felt the power of the foundation insect influencing my body, and then it combined with the power of the slime insect to heal my wounds. And before long, I was completely recovered." "A foundation insect?" Field's expression turned to one of astonishment. He simply could not fathom how such a genius would begin with such a seemingly useless insect. "Yes," Shen Zheng clarified. "My constitution is somewhat unique. During the initial tests, my insect adaptation value was very high, but the matching value was low, only aligning with the foundation insect, so that was the only one I implanted at the time. However, I later discovered it was due to a machine malfunction." Shen Zheng felt that attributing everything to a machine malfunction could explain a great deal, so he decided to continue with this line of reasoning. "What a machine malfunction?" Field took a deep breath. "How profound. If you had lost the opportunity to implant other insects because of it, the world would have unjustly lost a great genius." "You flatter me." Shen Zheng smiled. "Stop being modest. A genius is a genius." Field waved his hand. "I won't waste time with unnecessary chatter. My schedule is quite tight. I came today to discuss exchanging insect spirits." Exchanging insect spirits? Shen Zheng was taken aback. Indeed, Field nodded. Your insect spirit is quite intriguing. Not to mention I have never seen a whip-type insect spirit. Where did you acquire it? My apologies. Shen Zheng hastily shook his head. I find this insect spirit very comfortable to use. It is already integrated with my body, so if we were to exchange... Field gazed at Shen Zheng in astonishment, interrupting him with a wave. What I mean is... You don't understand what exchanging insect spirits entails? What does it mean? Shen Zheng asked, bewildered. This is quite chaotic, Field exclaimed, smacking his forehead. Such a powerful individual yet. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, chuckling. Look at me. Only thinking of you as a peer of mine, forgetting that you are akin to my son, merely a young man who has just entered the Luminary Academy, and it is normal that you haven't learned such advanced knowledge yet. Then what exactly is exchanging insect spirits? Shen Zheng asked, genuinely intrigued. Allow me to shamelessly take on the role of your mentor for a moment, Field laughed, extending his hand. A formidable power coalesced within his palm, surging forth and transforming into a sanguine radiance, condensing into a sharp spear over 2 meters in length. The rift of the earth. The insect spirit, as it turns out, is indeed a form of life. He stated, thus our strength can seamlessly intertwine with theirs, and they must circulate through our blood to manifest physically, bearing the hue of our own lifeblood. For this manifestation is, in essence, formed through our blood. Ah, how enlightening! Shen Zheng nodded slightly, contemplating. No wonder the blood-spirit whip appeared silver when it resided upon the silver-armored leopard bug. Being a living entity, it can reproduce, Field remarked, as long as we provide them with a suitable environment and induce a bit of power. They can proliferate through the method of binary fission. Are you suggesting that a person possessing an insect spirit can create new insect spirits? Shen Zheng was taken aback. Indeed, Field affirmed with a nod. However, the second-generation insect spirits produced in this manner will possess significantly diminished potency, far inferior to the original insect spirit one possesses. The individual receiving it must continuously nourish it with their own insect breath to enable its gradual growth. Whether it can reach the level of your original insect spirit depends on the capabilities of the individual who acquires it. Is this what you refer to as an exchange? Shen Zheng inquired. Certainly, Field replied. The newly created insect spirit exists in a pure energy state, which anyone can absorb. Individuals like you and me, who already possess insect spirits, can integrate it into our original insect spirits, thus endowing our spirits with the abilities and characteristics of this new insect spirit. For instance, after our exchange, my spear could transform into a whip, while your whip could stand firm and become my spear, greatly enhancing our respective powers, beneficial for both parties, with no drawbacks. Moreover, the closer the weapon forms are, the greater the power. Your whip and my spear are indeed as closely related as can be, which is why I approached you for this exchange without hesitation. However, I do not possess such skills, Shen Zheng expressed with a hint of frustration. Then, if you do not mind, may I take the liberty of acting as your mentor? Field proposed. That would be splendid, Shen Zheng smiled at I in simple terms. It involves utilizing one's insect breath to expand the energy organ into which the insect spirit transforms, gradually inducing it to divide, continuously nourishing it with insect breath to foster its growth, eventually forming a new energy organ that detaches to give rise to a new insect spirit life, Field elaborated. He then began his detailed explanation, while Shen Zheng attentively absorbed the information, experimenting under his guidance. After more than an hour, he had essentially grasped all the essentials. Take your time to practice. Here is my contact information. Field handed Shen Zheng a business card. Given your aptitude, you should be able to master this skill within about a week. Call me when you're ready, and I will return for the exchange. Thank you very much. Shen Zheng stood and escorted him outside at no need for formality. This is beneficial for me as well, Field chuckled as he departed the meeting room. Shen Zheng accompanied him to the entrance, watching as he boarded a military jeep of the rampaging bug before returning indoors. Upon entering, he promptly began experimenting with the method Field had taught him. The thrill of acquiring new knowledge filled him with exhilaration. However, as he truly commenced his attempts, this excitement gradually waned, ultimately leaving him in a state of calm contemplation, akin to a monk in deep meditation. He continually stimulated the insect breath, infusing it into the energy heart, which began to pulsate faster. In contrast, Shen Zheng's actual heart slowed its rhythm, creating a stark contrast that suddenly overwhelmed him with sorrow. He hastily endeavored to harmonize the two, gradually reducing the speed of the energy heart's pulsation, which in turn caused his own heart rate to quicken. Eventually, he discovered a delicate balance, synchronizing the rhythms of the energy heart and his own. He then cautiously injected the insect breath into the energy heart, gradually accelerating its pulsation. Thus, he meticulously adjusted, incrementally increasing the energy heart's rhythm while synchronizing his own heartbeat with this newfound cadence. After an hour, a marvelous sensation emerged. He sensed that the energy heart, having absorbed an excess of insect breath, began to split, developing a small bulge that expanded with the continued infusion of insect breath, slowly evolving into the rudimentary form of a heart. After about another hour, the new energy heart fully matured, nestled beside the original energy heart, pulsating in unison. Shen Zheng felt that with just a little more effort, it would detach and transform into something entirely different. It's done. He joyfully opened his eyes and dialed Field's number. Is there something you do not comprehend that requires my clarification? Field's laughter echoed through the line as soon as the call connected. No. Shen Zheng chuckled as well. I wish to inform you that I have completed the division process, and the new insect spirit is on the verge of fruition. Please hurry over. Wah, what? Field's astonished voice came through the phone. You cannot be joking with me, can you? What just would that be? Shen Zheng queried, puzzled at a monster. An absolute monster. Just wait, I'll be there in a moment. Field exclaimed, hurriedly ending the call. Not long after, the guards returned with a report, and Shen Zheng dashed back to the first-floor meeting room, sitting face-to-face with Field. I can hardly believe it. Field gazed at Shen Zheng, his expression akin to that of a child visiting a zoo for the first time, enchanted by exotic creatures. Did you already possess this ability, merely toying with me by claiming you had not learned it? Please, spare me the jesting, Shen Zheng waved dismissively. I am about to bring forth the new insect spirit, and you should not be idle either. With that, he closed his eyes, commencing the final ripening process for the new energy heart using insect breath. Seeing this, Field also shut his eyes, initiating the division of his own insect spirit. Approximately 10 minutes later, Shen Zheng's new energy heart completely detached from the original and began establishing connections with the blood vessels. At this juncture, Shen Zheng followed Field's prior instructions, gradually severing its connection to his bloodline and guiding it inward. This process was no simple task. Shen Zheng maneuvered as cautiously as a novice driver on the road, until the energy heart entirely separated from his body, releasing into the external world, forming a swirling mass of ever-changing energy light. How marvelous! He felt a surge of excitement and lifted his gaze to Field. At that moment, Field also opened his eyes, and with a wave of his hand, a similarly shifting mass of energy light erupted from his palm, writhing and hovering above his hand. Here, Field gently nudged the mass toward Shen Zheng, who mirrored his actions, sending forth the insect spirit he had created. The two extended their other hands, catching the insect spirits propelled toward them. The light of the insect spirits gradually enveloped both individuals, transforming them into luminous beings, before retracting once more. Field, elated, summoned the rift of the earth, experiencing the newly augmented power with closed eyes. After a few moments, he cautiously reshaped the rift of the earth, and after a full 3 minutes, the 2-meter-long spear morphed into a 2-meter-long whip, hanging limply upon the ground. It's done. Field nodded in delight. That moment, Shen Zheng extended his hand, the power of the energy heart flowing through his veins into his palm. Transforming into a 3-meter-long blood spirit whip, he meticulously explored the power within the blood spirit whip, discovering a significant enhancement, which filled him with joy. Upon further examination, a new characteristic within the blood spirit whip rapidly revealed itself to him. With a sudden flick of his wrist, the whip transformed from supple to rigid, the tip protruding into a sharp spearhead, the entire whip evolving into a 3-meter-long spear. Field observed Shen Zheng's swift mastery of the new attribute of the insect spirit. Left momentarily speechless. What's the matter? Shen Zheng inquired, confused by his reaction. It's nothing, Field sighed, then chuckled. My steadfast spear has been bested by you today. You've indeed struck luck. The formerly flaccid whip has become firm with my assistance, making it advantageous for you. What does that mean? Shen Zheng asked, bewildered. Consider it unspoken. Field coughed awkwardly, embarrassed by his not-so-hilarious innuendo. Shen Zheng regarded Field, pondering the depth of this enigmatic individual, nearly rivaling the mysteriousness of the insect spirit itself. Field reflected, "If only my son possessed such a pure heart, dedicating all his thoughts to becoming stronger." Ultimately, the insect spirit is a weapon. He explained, different weapons possess distinct characteristics. It is feasible for a person to master the usage of all weapons. Yet true proficiency can only be achieved with one or two. To reach the pinnacle of weapon mastery, or even to surpass it, one should ideally delve deeply into the technique of a single weapon. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. Therefore, I advise you, the transformation between whip and spear is best suited for surprise attacks in battle, yet you should focus on mastering the art of the whip. Thank you for your counsel. Shen Zheng nodded. I yearn to immediately experience the might of martial prowess, and also to test the current power of the blood spirit whip, so I shall take my leave. Is this not akin to unloading the millstone to kill the donkey? Field rolled his eyes and let out a wry smile, saying, Then I shall not disturb you further. If time permits, we may engage in sparring again. This, Shen Zheng's expression faltered as he thought to himself. I have meticulously analyzed our battles countless times. Further sparring would be devoid of significance, offering no aid to my advancement. Chapter 059. Aerial assault for a month following Field's departure. Shen Zheng immersed himself in solitary study and research. After thoroughly grasping the new powers of the blood spirit whip, he sought out Chu Tianran, requesting his assistance in locating several mentors highly skilled in weaponry, particularly in the use of long guns. Over the course of a month, through relentless practice, he honed his marksmanship to an extraordinary level while also acquiring knowledge in other subjects. One day, as he practiced in the dedicated training hall of the dean's office building, the doorbell suddenly rang. Upon receiving his consent, the door slowly opened, and Chu Tianran entered with measured steps. Still hard at work? He inquired with a smile. Director Chu, is there something you need? Shen Zheng responded with a military salute. There's no need for such formality. Chu Tianran waved his hand. I wish to discuss a matter with you, and I wonder if you would agree. What is it? Shen Zheng asked, setting aside the blood spirit gun. His interest in marksmanship had grown tremendously of late, and he had begun practicing techniques that involved the interplay between the whip and the gun. Here's the thing, Chu Tianran explained with care. Since you dropped out in your first year of high school, there are certain things you may not be aware of. Our Longsing nation is part of the 12th military district, which encompasses 6 nations. Each nation has its own official military academies, and to foster communication and provide more talent for the military district, an exchange event is organized annually for outstanding graduates. Although termed an exchange, it is essentially a competition of strength, and it largely determines the rankings of the various academies. This year, our best student is Yun Tianfeng. But he pales in comparison to you. Shen Zheng contemplated for a moment, grasping Chu Tianran's intent. Director, you cannot be suggesting that I take Yun Tianfeng's place at this exchange event? Indeed, that is precisely my suggestion. Chu Tianran chuckled. With your insect power, not only would graduation be feasible, but you could even be appointed as a grade director right now. You have mastered all that is essential. What remains is merely theoretical knowledge. Strategies, tactics, and history, these are optional. I seek your opinion. If you agree, I could arrange for you to participate in this year's graduating class. What do you think? Graduate 4 years early? Shen Zheng was taken aback. But graduation is merely a formality, Chu Tianran reassured him. Even after graduation, you can continue your studies here and learn from the dean for as long as you desire. We can classify you as a graduate student. Moreover, with your current insect power level, it would be effortless for you to report directly to the Longsing Legion as a key candidate for future leadership. You need not be constrained by notions of grade or student status. Well, Shen Zheng hesitated. Shen Zheng, Chu Tianran continued, your purpose in coming to the academy was ultimately to enhance your insect power and secure a favorable position in the military. You have already achieved that and even garnered the dean's favor. If he continues to guide you, you might even become an insect controller, so why cling to the formality of being a student? The academy truly needs you. Do you understand? For 4 consecutive years, we have faced humiliation at the exchange event, consistently ranking last. This has led many excellent officers from our nation to leave for other countries' academies. It is truly, sigh. Enough, Director Chu, no need to elaborate further. Shen Zheng interjected, fully comprehending the situation. If that is the case, then I see no reason why I cannot graduate early. Splendid, Chu Tianran exclaimed, clapping his hands. With you on our side, Longsing Academy is bound to secure first place at the exchange event. This time, We shall turn the tide and ensure that those 3 academies dare not look down upon us again." Seeing Chu Tianran's fervent excitement, Shen Zheng could easily imagine the humiliation he had endured in front of those 5 academies over the previous 4 years. He understood the feeling of being looked down upon and ridiculed. In the past, he had often experienced such sentiments, yet now he had transformed into a formidable figure who could empower those who had suffered oppression to stand tall. From the moment he agreed to Chu Tianran's proposal, another month passed. During this time, the weather turned decidedly colder, and the first snowfall blanketed the ground. Shen Zheng frequently called home to chat with Shen Zheng about her school, her studies, and their future together. More than once, he assured her that he would become her pride. "I simply wish to live a tranquil life with you. Pride is of little consequence. Brother, you must take care of your health." Shen Zheng would often remind him over the phone. "Rest assured, I possess a robust constitution, impervious to ailments." Shen Zheng would always respond in this manner. When the second snowfall arrived, Chu Tianran sought out Shen Zheng. "The time for the exchange event has come. Longxing Academy is counting on you," he declared. "Fear not," Shen Zheng replied with a smile, unable to suppress his curiosity. "What of the dean? He has been away for quite some time. Why has he not returned?" "Such occurrences are commonplace," Chu Tianran explained. "It is not just him. Nearly all insect controllers operate this way. Their actions have transcended our understanding. They may delve into insect swarms to obtain something they require. Or perhaps they are tracking a specific insect over vast distances. Alternatively, they might have found a location that inspires them, prompting them to begin their cultivation there." Shen Zheng nodded, grasping a semblance of understanding. "Extraordinary individuals invariably engage in extraordinary endeavors. Director, shall we take to the skies or travel by land?" inquired Chu Tianran's adjutant. "Let us take to the skies," Chu Tianran decided. "We must not allow them to underestimate us." "However, that may pose considerable danger," the adjutant expressed concern. "Do not fret," Chu Tianran reassured him. "I have already made arrangements with the Ministry of Defense. A squadron of fighter jets will provide us with protection. Besides, it is unlikely we shall encounter flying insects at high altitudes." "Understood," the adjutant acknowledged. The following day, Chu Tianran and Shen Zheng arrived at a military airport on the outskirts of the capital in an army vehicle. Unlike ancient Earth, while aircraft are not particularly rare on the White Wolf Star, flying remains an experience reserved for the elite. In a world teeming with insectoid creatures, both the skies and oceans harbor formidable foes for humanity. For flying insects, there is no easier target than an airplane. They outnumber human aircraft significantly, with some species even matching the speed of planes, making them the true rulers of the skies. Although their insect power may seem negligible to human powerhouses, in the air, the threat they pose remains equal regardless of size. Even a powerful insect controller like Lin Liang lacks wings to soar through the skies. When aboard an aircraft, he becomes as vulnerable as an ordinary person. Should something go awry and the plane plummet to the earth, he would face certain doom. In this era, flying is a mode of transportation reserved for dire situations. Aside from crossing vast oceans and lengthy borders, few would willingly choose to fly. Yet when necessary, they would opt for an escort of fighter jets. Conversely, traveling by plane signifies a certain strength. Only nations with formidable air forces dare to navigate the expansive skies. When participating in international events, the choice to fly also reflects one's status and power. Chu Tianran insisted on flying for this very purpose. He sought to surpass all nations in every conceivable aspect and truly stand tall. At the airport, a large military transport aircraft awaited them, surrounded by 6 fighter jets. Upon the arrival of Longxing Academy's military personnel, 6 pilots swiftly boarded the cockpit, connecting the complex neural circuits to their flight suits, allowing their insect essence to sync with the aircraft's control system. Soon, these behemoths became extensions of the pilots' bodies. Shen Zheng had only seen aircraft on television. Now, confronted with the real thing, he could not help but gaze in awe. However, before he could fully appreciate the grace of the fighter jets, Chu Tianran extended his hand, pulling him aboard the transport plane. Inside, the aircraft was divided into numerous functional areas and rooms. They entered one of the largest rooms, where Shen Zheng discovered it was well equipped, featuring everything from sofas and televisions to refrigerators and restrooms. A true testament to practicality in compact form. Seating themselves at a table by the window, a uniformed flight attendant promptly approached to serve them drinks. Chu Tianran ordered a glass of wine, while Shen Zheng opted for juice. Before long, the aircraft roared to life, gradually moving onto the runway, then accelerating before finally soaring into the sky. Shen Zheng, embarking on his maiden flight, found himself ill at ease with the pressure and atmospheric changes that accompanied the aircraft's ascent. However, he soon acclimated to the sensations. As the plane soared above the azure sky and fluffy clouds, Shen Zheng peered out of the window, marveling at the breathtaking scenery below. A magnificent vista. The clouds formed a white expanse beneath the aircraft, resembling a vast continent adorned with towering mountains, rushing rivers, cliffs, and deep valleys. Captivated by the ethereal beauty of the world above, Shen Zheng was utterly enchanted. In contrast, Chu Tianran, feeling somewhat fatigued, glanced out briefly before redirecting his focus to his drink. Shen Zheng, this time it's entirely up to you to uphold our academy's reputation. He sipped his beverage while uttering, "Let those damned academies be silenced. They must learn who reigns as the strongest institution under the 12th military district. It is time to avenge past humiliations." Shen Zheng, however, paid little heed to his words, as his attention was wholly absorbed by the picturesque views outside. Under the escort of a fighter jet squadron, the transport aircraft sped toward the horizon, gradually distancing itself from the capital, Yunfang, and leaving the realm of the Longxing Kingdom, entering foreign airspace. The sky was clear, and the clouds resembled an ocean. Shen Zheng immersed himself in the beauty of the landscape, oblivious to the passage of time. Suddenly, an ominous sensation seized his heart, causing him to startle. Could it be that they were indeed encountering a swarm of flying insects? Chu Director. He hastily rose, calling out to the oblivious Chu Tianran, who was lost in his own musings. "I have an unsettling premonition." "What?" Chu Tianran, momentarily bewildered, inquired. "My intuition has always been remarkably accurate," Shen Zheng replied gravely. "In battle, I could precisely predict the direction of insectoid attacks. This feeling has returned. I suspect an aerial assault by insects is imminent." Just then, a flustered flight attendant in military uniform burst into the cabin, her expression frantic. "Director Chu, the forward lookout has reported a swarm of flying insects. Please prepare for all emergency protocols." "Damn it." Chu Tianran angrily cast aside his glass. Chapter 060. Survival in Aerial Combat from the Transport Aircraft's Insect Detection Radar. Both Chu Tianran and Shen Zheng observed clusters of glowing dots. "What should we do?" The pilot's face had turned pale. "I've witnessed insect attacks before, but this swarm is far too large. You understand that our transport aircraft lacks the agility of a fighter jet. Have the fighter squadron engage first," Chu Tianran instructed, maintaining his composure in this critical moment. "We must use this time to lower our altitude. I recommend you strap on parachutes," the pilot said while activating the communicator. "This is just dreadful." Chu Tianran pulled Shen Zheng to the rear cabin, and with the flight attendant's assistance, they donned parachute harnesses, grumbling as they did so. "I truly wish I could punch myself right now." "Director Chu, we have 6 fully armed fighter jets," the flight attendant remarked while securing her own parachute, her tone more self-reassuring than comforting to Chu Tianran. "Indeed, 6, he nodded, saying no more. Yet, the unease on his face did not escape Shen Zheng's notice. "Everything will be fine," Shen Zheng attempted to reassure him, though he felt uncertain himself. At such heights, even the mightiest of abilities would be futile. Should the aircraft plummet, even a controller of insects would meet his end. Once they had secured their parachute gear, the two returned to the cockpit, anxiously monitoring the insect detection radar. "Rest assured, we will obliterate them," the voice of the fighter squadron leader crackled through the communicator. Following this declaration, the 6 fighter jets surged forward, hurtling toward the swarm, and Shen Zheng gazed out of the cockpit to see them streaking away, leaving long trails of white in their wake. "Maintain formation, ready your weapons," the squadron leader commanded, checking his weapon systems. With a piercing roar, his fighter jet surged ahead, closing in on the swarm. "Once in range, open fire immediately," he bellowed, activating his weapon systems, unleashing a barrage of aerial gunfire that tore through the distant insects, scattering their remains across the vast earth below. "Do not hesitate to use air-to-air missiles," he shouted, launching 2 missiles. They blazed through the sky, and moments later, 2 massive explosions erupted within the swarm, obliterating the insects at the epicenter. While those nearby plummeted like rain, Chu Tianran and Shen Zheng stood in the cockpit, their eyes glued to the insect detection radar. Shen Zheng lifted his gaze to the distant sky, where fiery bursts illuminated the horizon. "Can we descend any faster?" Chu Tianran anxiously inquired of the pilot. Any faster would be perilous, the pilot replied, shaking his head. This is not a nimble fighter jet. This is bad. Suddenly, Chu Tianran's expression shifted dramatically as he pointed at the radar. It displayed not only the location of the insects but also indicated the positions of the 6 fighter jets. However, 2 of the triangular indicators representing the jets abruptly vanished. How could this happen? The pilot exclaimed, his voice filled with alarm. Before he could finish, another triangular indicator disappeared from the screen. Captain Yu! Captain Yu! Respond if you hear me. The pilot activated the communicator, his voice frantically rising. Captain Yu has been lost. We are in imminent danger. It was not the squadron leader who replied, but a frantic voice from one of the team members. We must descend immediately. Before the warning could be completed, a thunderous explosion resonated through the communicator. And yet another triangular indicator faded from the radar. Almost simultaneously, the last 2 indicators vanished. Are they all gone? The pilot's face turned ashen. Prepare for an immediate jump, Chu Tianran said, furrowing his brow, then patting the pilot's shoulder. Descend as rapidly as possible. If I survive this, I vow never to board a plane again, Shen Zheng thought to himself, gazing out at the sky and then down at the indistinct earth below. He felt a wave of vertigo. The aircraft's altitude plummeted from 8,000 meters to 765, for the pilot was descending at a perilously high speed. Yet it was still too late as the aircraft reached 4,000 meters. The insect swarm arrived. Through the window, Shen Zheng caught sight of the horrific creatures, flying insects resembling elongated, winged red lobsters, their menacing jaws lined with knife-like teeth. Among them were larger black insects, moving slowly but encased in thick, ebony shells, suggesting formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. Additionally, a swarm of dark red insects, each just over a meter long, zipped around the formation with incredible speed, clearly hesitant to venture forth alone but growing impatient with the slow-moving convoy. Prepare for combat, Chu Tianran inhaled deeply, turning toward the rear cabin. Open the hatch, he commanded as he walked. Understood. The pilot nodded. Shen Zheng, perplexed, followed him to the rear cabin, where he found Chu Tianran standing before an open hatch. The wind howled inside, tousling Chu Tianran's short black hair, which stood defiantly against the gusts. He turned back to Shen Zheng. I apologize, Shen Zheng. I never anticipated encountering such a situation, he sighed, perhaps influenced by the prolonged peace of life in the capital, leading him to believe that the world was uniformly stable. We are in the airspace of the Chiwei Kingdom. If we survive, let us meet in the capital of Chiwei. If I perish, it will be of no consequence. You must take care, Director Chu. Shen Zheng wished to assuage his fears, but Chu Tianran shook his head. At this altitude, we might still have a chance, he asserted. The key lies in utilizing the insects. I understand. Shen Zheng's mind quickly grasped Chu Tianran's intent. Chu Tianran offered a rueful smile. What a clever young man you are. If it comes to that, I will be a historical villain for the Longxing Academy and perhaps the entire Longxing Kingdom. Take care. With those words, he swiftly leapt from the hatch, using his insect breath to simulate claws that gripped the aircraft's body, propelling himself back onto the plane. Shen Zheng gazed at the sky outside, took a deep breath, and followed suit in that fleeting moment of descent. He unleashed his blood-spirit whip, which viciously pierced the aircraft's frame, allowing him to swing up and land on the plane. The fierce winds of the high altitude battered him, and he conjured his insect breath to shield his eyes, enabling him to fully open them. Chu Tianran had already reached the front of the aircraft. Standing firm amidst the turbulent winds, a crimson light shot forth from his hand, materializing into a blood-colored crossbow, an insect spirit capable of long-range assault. As Shen Zheng observed his silhouette, he felt as though he were gazing at an unwavering mountain, a peak that would never falter. He stood there, motionless, until the swarm of insects drew within 200 meters of the aircraft, at which point he suddenly raised his hand. In an instant, beams of crimson light erupted from the blood crossbow. Striking down the flying insects mid-air, a horde of black-armored insects surged forward, positioning themselves in front of the red insects as if attempting to form a shield. Chu Tianran appeared oblivious to this, continuing to fire. As the red beams shot forth, the black exoskeletons shattered into fragments, scattering in all directions, while the black-armored insects plummeted to the ground like rag dolls. In that moment, Shen Zheng felt a surge of passion. He suddenly believed that a true warrior should embody the essence of Chu Tianran at that moment, capable of making mistakes yet brave enough to admit them and bear the consequences. Standing resolute like a mountain against the fiercest winds during a crisis, I am here, he shouted, charging forward. At that moment, the dark red insects sprang into action, darting like bolts of crimson lightning, akin to missiles finally locking onto their target, emitting piercing shrieks as they hurtled towards the transport aircraft from various angles with relentless speed. Simultaneously, the red insects erupted from their silence, expanding like a vast net in the air, forming a colossal cage that enveloped the aircraft. Just then, several figures leaped from the transport aircraft's doorway, plummeting downward. These were the pilots and crew members. Understanding that survival was no longer an option, they chose to parachute. Witnessing this, Chu Tianran felt a wave of relief wash over him. And with a thunderous roar, he aimed the crossbow at the dark red insects, successfully shooting down several. Yet many more managed to evade the crimson beams and crashed into the transport aircraft. Shen Zheng, you must leave. My presence is sufficient here, he bellowed. If we are to leave, then let us depart together. Shen Zheng, fueled by determination, lashed out with the blood spirit whip, cleaving several approaching red insects in midair. You bear the hopes of the future for Longxing, Chu Tianran shouted anxiously, but at that moment, several dark red insects pierced through the aircraft's engine, causing it to shudder violently as the right wing snapped. Tilting the fuselage dangerously, jump, Chu Tianran cried, leaping into the air and reaching for one of the insects, but it deftly evaded him, soaring several meters higher, leaving Chu Tianran grasping at nothing as he fell back towards the spiraling aircraft. Shen Zheng leaped ahead of him, wielding the blood spirit whip to ensnare a red insect, pulling himself onto its back, then skillfully flicking the whip to ensnare Chu Tianran's wrist just as he was about to fall. Thank you, Chu Tianran nodded, seizing the whip's end and, with a surge of strength, propelled himself into the air, turning to grasp another insect's body, its exhalation transforming into claws that pierced its exoskeleton. Using this leverage, he leaped onto the creature's back. The two insects, now burdened by human riders, began to thrash wildly in the swarm, while their fellow insects, like wolves spotting prey, charged towards them, heedless of their own kind. In an instant, the insect beneath Chu Tianran was brutally struck down by its kin, forcing him to leap onto another. Shen Zheng found himself in a similar predicament, continuously switching mounts as the insects grew wise. Upon sensing a rider on their back, they would instinctively flee to avoid the lethal attention of their comrades. Unbeknownst to them, the distance between the two men slowly widened. Chapter 061. The young lady of the dense forest as Shen Zheng battled the flying insects. He gradually acclimated to their flight patterns, concentrating the insect essence in his feet, simulating claws that sank deeply into the insect's exoskeleton, allowing him to stand firmly on its back while wielding the blood spirit whip to slay any approaching foes. The insect beneath him sensed the imminent threat to its life, screeching as it darted erratically, desperately attempting to escape in one direction. A portion of the swarm pursued it relentlessly, attacking, yet all were deflected under Shen Zheng's protection. As their altitude continued to decrease, Shen Zheng could discern the terrain below. It seemed that soon, he would land safely on the ground atop this insect. However, when several dark red insects charged at him, the situation shifted dramatically. These agile creatures launched a coordinated attack, leaving Shen Zheng overwhelmed. In mere moments, the insect beneath him had lost a considerable portion of its body and began to plummet. With a piercing gaze, Shen Zheng swung his hand, ensnaring a dark red insect's rear leg with the blood spirit whip. The insect screeched as it spun violently in the air, attempting to shake him off. But Shen Zheng clung tenaciously to the whip as if it were an extension of his own being, rendered invulnerable to its struggles. Meanwhile, more insects converged upon it. The not-so-foolish flying insects quickly sensed the impending danger and fled rapidly towards a dense forest nestled within the high mountains. Branches lashed at Shen Zheng like a torrential downpour, momentarily blinding him, forcing him to activate his insect essence armor for protection. Just then, he felt the force pulling him vanish, causing him to begin descending. A hurried glance revealed that the blood spirit whip had severed the insect's leg. The wounded creature shrieked as it fled, leaving Shen Zheng to fall towards the forest below. This altitude posed no challenge for him. With a swift somersault, he landed on a sturdy branch of a colossal tree, Gazing up at the distant sky, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Flying is truly no fun. He quickly ascended to the highest point of the tree. Soon reaching its apex, surveying the surroundings, he saw towering trees and undulating mountain ranges, while in the distance, he noticed a cluster of small black dots, likely the swarm that had been pursuing him. Soon, the black dots enlarged, resembling a small black cloud that swiftly drifted away overhead. Where am I? Shen Zheng pondered, glancing around. Aside from determining cardinal directions based on the sun's position and some survival knowledge of the forest, he lacked any further information. This is troublesome, he frowned, pulling out his phone from a pocket torn by branches. However, the screen was cracked, and the body showed signs of damage, exposing internal components. After attempting to power it on, he realized it was completely inoperable, likely due to the abrupt entry into the forest or the impact sustained during the battle. Remembering that the aircraft had flown southward, he descended from the tree and began walking in that direction. Chu Tianran had mentioned that this was the territory of Qi Nation. Thus, heading south should eventually lead him to a city, from where reaching the capital would be straightforward. For someone of Shen Zheng's caliber, survival in the jungle posed no danger, yet the anxiety of being stranded in an uninhabited area was unbearable. Consequently, he quickened his pace, sprinting southward. Along the way, he encountered numerous wild beasts, both strong and weak, but they fled in terror before he could approach, intimidated by the overwhelming aura he emanated. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation compelled him to halt. This feeling was initially faint but rapidly intensified, a familiar hunger reawakening within him. He couldn't help but turn towards the source of this strong feeling, and after a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards it. After all, aimlessly running like a headless fly was unproductive. It would be wiser to heed his instincts. For perhaps a fortuitous encounter awaited him as he sped through the forest. The trees seemed to blur past him. The sensation grew stronger, indicating he was nearing his destination. He sensed he was close. Ahead, a massive rock, reminiscent of a small hill, blocked his path. In a few quick strides, he scaled it and leaped down, landing in a small hollow strewn with loose stones and grass. However, just then, the sensation vanished without a trace. "What is happening?" he exclaimed in surprise. "Who goes there?" A furious roar echoed, and suddenly, 13 soldiers clad in combat gear burst forth from the surrounding trees, guns drawn and aimed at Shen Zheng. Shen Zheng recognized these weapons. They were immensely powerful, capable of blasting through the thick armor of a beetle. However, for a bug master with an essence value above 90, they posed danger but not fatality, especially when wielded by adversaries whose essence values paled in comparison. For a peak warrior with an essence value of 100, such weapons were utterly inconsequential. Perhaps if 100 of them fired simultaneously, they could threaten a peak warrior, but such circumstances were rare outside of large-scale battles. Seeing fellow humans brought immense joy to Shen Zheng. He had anticipated enduring a series of trials before rejoining the human realm, yet it seemed his instincts had guided him back to his kind. But what of that lingering sensation of hunger? "Everyone, I am human." Shen Zheng slowly raised his hands to signify his goodwill. "We know you are human. The crucial question is, what kind of human are you?" The lead soldier aimed at his head, scrutinizing his tattered uniform. The attire worn is that of the students of Luminary Star Academy, markedly distinct from the standard military uniform of Luminary Star. Lacking epaulets and excessive combat embellishments. Originally, there was an emblem of the academy adorning the left chest, yet now, that spot is marred by a gash inflicted by a branch. "I hail from the Luminary Star Nation." Shen Zheng raised his hand, declaring himself a student of Luminary Star Academy. He was initially set to participate in an inter-academy exchange meeting in the 12th Military District, but encountered an insect attack at high altitude. "High altitude? An insect attack?" The leader furrowed his brow. "Are you jesting? Do you take me for a fool easily led? We have lain in ambush here for a day without sighting a swarm or hearing the sound of a plane crashing. Kid, who are you really, and what do you intend? May I inquire as to who you are?" Shen Zheng retorted. "Answer our captain's questions honestly," a soldier shouted aggressively, gun raised. "Otherwise, I'll blow your brains out. Listen, I have no desire for conflict with you. I have fallen into this desolate place, unfamiliar and uncharted, and I am merely hoping for your assistance to leave." Shen Zheng spoke calmly, having just escaped from an aerial assault by insects. He was pleased to encounter others of his kind, yet he warned them not to misconstrue his delight as an invitation to treat him with disdain. "Captain, let us just eliminate him," a soldier said coldly. "This guy has ruined the entire operation. If the young lady finds out, eliminate him?" Shen Zheng turned to him and asked icily. "Speak not nonsense," the captain admonished the soldier, yet still aimed his gun at Shen Zheng. "Speak plainly. Who sent you to disrupt our mission? Confess, and I shall spare your life. It seems explanations are futile." Shen Zheng sighed and suddenly sprang into action. He moved like a gust of wind, leaving the center of the encirclement before anyone could react, and appeared before the soldier who had threatened him. He did not hold back against this individual. With a swift kick, the soldier's combat suit armor shattered completely, sending him spinning away. Before the soldier could emit a scream, Shen Zheng had already transformed into a phantom, delivering strikes with such speed that one by one, the soldiers fell to the ground without uttering a sound. By the time the captain regained his composure, all of his subordinates lay groaning on the ground. Shen Zheng stood 2 meters away, quietly observing him. "Bastard!" the captain roared, pulling the trigger. A powerful bullet burst from the chamber, striking Shen Zheng in that instant. The insect essence had transformed into sturdy, unyielding steel armor, protecting him. The bullet collided with the armor, failing to penetrate even a fraction. The force of the advance, meeting immense resistance, crumpled the bullet into a flattened mass, which then shattered and scattered in an explosion. Witnessing the insect essence revert from armor back to its original form on Shen Zheng, the captain trembled and began to retreat. However, before he could make any further movements, Shen Zheng had already appeared before him, his fingertips morphing the insect essence into a claw, pressing against his temple. "If I were your enemy, at this moment, none of you would survive." Shen Zheng spoke with calm authority. "I understand." The captain nodded slowly, daring not to make any movements that might be misconstrued. Then, Shen Zheng began to speak, but before he could finish, a sense of danger surged forth, compelling him to retreat swiftly. A bullet whizzed past his nose, striking a nearby tree and creating a sizable hole. "Who dares to disrupt my insect hunting operation?" A clear, melodious voice rang out as a girl, around 17 or 18 years old, with an oval face, dashed from the opposite thicket, firing her weapon continuously at Shen Zheng. He dodged rapidly, and though he avoided several shots, some struck him, which he blocked with his steel armor. That moment, the girl suddenly discarded her weapon, raising her hand as the insect essence coalesced in her palm, rapidly forming an explosive projectile. "Young lady, no!" the captain shouted in alarm, darting behind a large rock just as the explosive was launched. "Are you out of your mind?" Shen Zheng frowned, observing the soldiers sprawled on the ground, pondering. Is she attempting to save her subordinates or eliminate them? What a reckless girl. He moved, not to evade, but to charge towards the explosive, catching it in one hand, the insect essence enveloping it in layers before tossing it skyward. The explosive detonated in midair with a resounding boom, yet the energy spikes were neutralized by Shen Zheng's insect essence, causing no damage to the surroundings. Seeking death, a sharp cry rang out as the girl leaped into the air, her insect essence transforming into claws aimed at Shen Zheng. Him. Her attack lacked both speed and strength, prompting a slight smile as he effortlessly deflected it. However, at that moment, her foot stealthily lifted, targeting the space between Shen Zheng's legs, the insect essence morphing into a blade-like edge. Should that kick land, he would likely find himself pondering which nation still retained the ancient title of eunuch in their official ranks. His expression darkened. He subtly infused his true energy. This time, he did not choose to evade. Rather, his fist, enveloped in the simulated armor of insect essence, unleashed the impact power of the armored insect as it descended. What appeared to be a striking motion was, in truth, a blend of offense and defense. His fist collided with the girl's shin, effortlessly breaching her insect essence protection, yet in that fleeting moment, he restrained his force, merely placing his fist there. The girl's kick could not be halted in time, resulting in a fierce collision with his fist. The overwhelming impact shattered the insect essence around them, followed by the girl's cry of pain. She withdrew her foot, crouching on the ground, anguish etched across her face. Shen Zheng regarded her, unable to suppress a smile. She was a remarkably beautiful girl, strikingly unique. Her facial structure, eyes, and brows did not conform to conventional beauty standards, yet when combined, she was undeniably captivating, a beauty with distinct features. Impossible to forget. Are you all right? Shen Zheng extended his hand to assist her, wishing to convey that it was all a misunderstanding. The girl grasped his hand, using his support to rise, yet as she stood, she swiftly retaliated with a fierce kick aimed at his legs. Shen Zheng's expression darkened, and he retaliated with his other fist, allowing its momentum to strike her shin again, producing a resounding thud. This time, she did not scream but merely squatted down, mouth agape in silence. It was evident that she was genuinely in excruciating pain. You scoundrel! After half a minute, the girl finally managed to vocalize her suffering, followed by a torrent of curses, raising her hand to unleash energy projectiles towards Shen Zheng, all while hurling insults. Shen Zheng furrowed his brow, evading several of her attacks, yet he could not endure her relentless tirade, especially as her insults escalated to include his entire family. You heartless murderer, daring to kill my people and sabotage my mission. I curse your family to meet a wretched end. Enough. Shen Zheng's eyes ignited with murderous intent as he charged through the barrage of bullets. Seizing her wrist, the insect essence transformed into claws, piercing her combat suit and subtly embedding into her flesh. How dare you bully me? My father will annihilate your entire family in vengeance, the girl screamed. Before that, I will tear you to shreds. Shen Zheng replied coldly. You dare? She screamed. You may test me. Shen Zheng's voice grew increasingly frigid. Apologize and retract your earlier curses against my family. I want tea. The girl shouted back. You scoundrel, you audacious villain, you shameless wretch. Shen Zheng frowned, abruptly flipping the girl over and pinning her to the ground, causing her to cry out in alarm. You audacious wretch, what do you intend? Enough! The captain, who had taken cover behind the rock, leaped out, gun aimed at Shen Zheng. Do you know who she is? I care not who she is, Shen Zheng scoffed, raising his hand as energy projectiles coalesced in his palm, then firing them at the girl's rear. You? The captain gasped, about to shoot Shen Zheng, but realized the projectiles were controlled with precision, their force sufficient to breach the girl's insect essence protection without damaging her combat suit. Striking her bottom repeatedly with resounding slaps, that hurts. Tears streamed down the girl's face as she struggled and shouted. Stop, you scoundrel, or I'll call my father to kill you. Apologize. Shen Zheng's expression remained impassive as the frequency and speed of his projectiles increased. You scoundrel, may you meet a wretched end. The girl's screams echoed, ultimately leading her to tremble and weep, and oh more. I admit my wrongs. I was wrong. That is more like it. Shen Zheng huffed, ceasing his fire. At that moment, the young lady lay prostrate on the ground, ceasing her struggles, and with a wide-open mouth, she began to cry loudly. You filthy scoundrel, you dare to kill my kin and humiliate me. I shall surely avenge this grievance. Your kin are unharmed, Shen Zheng replied curtly, releasing his grip. The young lady struggled to sit up, but as soon as her backside touched the ground, pain shot through her, causing her to leap back up, covering her rear and glaring resentfully at Shen Zheng. Miss, my comrades are all fine, the captain said as he approached after inspecting the area. They merely suffered a severe shock and fainted temporarily. Are they truly unscathed? The young lady inquired with concern. Indeed, the captain affirmed with a nod. And what of the armored bug? She asked anxiously, disregarding the pain in her backside. It was nearing this location. The captain glanced at Shen Zheng, his expression troubled. However, this brother's sudden appearance seems to have caused the bug to flee, likely out of fright. At this juncture, Shen Zheng began to comprehend the situation, nodding slightly at the captain. I apologize for interrupting your bug hunt. How about we strike a fair bargain? I shall join your hunting party to assist in capturing that bug, and in return, you shall help me leave this place. What do you say? On what grounds should I agree to a deal with you? The young lady retorted, exasperated, pointing an accusatory finger at Shen Zheng. Do you have any idea how arduous it was for me to obtain the lead on that armored bug? Do you have any inkling of the effort I expended to track its movements? Do you know how much thought I put into laying 4 traps, finally gaining a glimmer of hope to catch it? Wait a moment, did you say armored bug? Shen Zheng suddenly recalled the description he had encountered in a book. The armored bug, resembling a frog, possesses a tongue that can extend up to 5 meters and boasts incredible attack power, covered in a sleek, chitinous shell that can alter its form according to its surroundings or needs. Hence its name. Its power range is between 100 and 300. It is, without a doubt, a fearsome and formidable creature. Shen Zheng surveyed the young lady, then glanced at the warriors he had incapacitated, who were now gradually regaining consciousness under the captain's care, and couldn't help but reveal an expression of bemusement. Do you truly believe that with your current capabilities, you can hunt down an armored bug? He felt it more plausible to suggest they were merely serving as a lavish meal for the creature. Why not? How can that be? She exclaimed, rubbing her sore backside while glaring. It's an injured armored bug. Evidence suggests its power may have diminished below 100. Even so, it is still beyond your group's capacity to handle. Shen Zheng shook his head at her. Forgive my candidness, but among your subordinates, only this captain possesses a power exceeding 70, while your own power is unlikely to surpass 85. With such a configuration, attempting to hunt an armored bug is nothing short of ludicrous. How do you know my power level? The young lady's expression shifted to one of astonishment, gazing at Shen Zheng as if he were an anomaly. The captain's demeanor, however, grew more serious. Unlike this pampered young lady, he might not have a high power level, but it had been earned through bloodshed on the battlefield, making his insight and experience far superior to hers. He suddenly realized that this young man before him might be an extraordinary expert beyond their imagination. Could he possibly be a super powerhouse with a power level exceeding 90? A shiver ran down his spine. What a coincidence to have provoked such a remarkable individual. But could he really have descended from the heavens? This notion was somewhat beyond the captain's comprehension. What is so difficult about it? Shen Zheng smiled faintly. As I said, I will assist you in hunting that armored bug, and in return, you will help me leave this place. Is this deal to be made or not? You frightened away our bug, and you owe us for that. The young lady huffed angrily. If you want to leave, you can walk out on your own. At that moment, a steady voice broke through, followed by a middle-aged man emerging from the thicket, accompanied by several silent soldiers whose sharp gazes and steady strides indicated they were far superior to the young lady's subordinates. Dad. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, the young lady's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly ran over, throwing herself into his arms while crying out, "You've come. Please help me avenge this wretched man who dared to humiliate me." She pointed an accusatory finger at Shen Zheng without a second thought. Shen Zheng frowned, sensing that this man was not ordinary, and instinctively adjusted his power, the previously retracted aura of his strength beginning to resurge. The man paused momentarily before furrowing his brow. I concede that I disrupted her bug hunt. Shen Zheng stated calmly, looking at the middle-aged man. However, to claim that I humiliated her is a stretch. I merely gave her a slight lesson. Had she not been so vociferous in her insults, I would not have acted, and why apologies, the middle-aged man replied, suddenly smiling at Shen Zheng. My daughter lost her mother at a young age and has been spoiled by me. Please do not take offense. It's nothing. Shen Zheng was taken aback by the man's demeanor, though he soon sensed an unusual aura emanating from him, indicative of a power level reaching 100. He was momentarily stunned, realizing that the man likely felt his own strength as well. This was a mutual respect shared among the strong. Dad? The young lady, surprised, pulled away from her father, unable to comprehend why he did not defend her and instead spoke of her in front of an outsider. Silence! The middle-aged man shot her a stern glance, though the concern in his eyes outweighed any reprimand. If you dare to mobilize soldiers for such perilous ventures without my consent again, I shall ensure your backside is thoroughly punished. The captain couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. Someone has already taken care of that for you. The young lady recalled the earlier incident, but having been forcefully pinned down, she had not seen Shen Zheng's actions clearly and assumed he had struck her. Upon hearing her father's words, her face turned crimson, and she instinctively covered her backside, leaving the middle-aged man utterly perplexed. Chapter 063. The armored bug. Shen Zheng nearly burst into laughter, but managed to restrain himself. The middle-aged man sized up Shen Zheng, noting the tattered uniform that was clearly military garb, along with a few leaves still clinging to the fabric, revealing his surprise. May I ask how you are addressed, brother? Your attire resembles that of a student from the Enlisting Academy. You are quite well informed. Shen Zheng replied with a hint of delight. I am indeed a student of Enlisting Academy, here to attend the Inter-Academy exchange in the 12th Military District, but unexpectedly encountered a swarm of flying bugs and fell into this place. May I inquire where exactly this is? An Inter-Academy exchange, a bug attack? The middle-aged man appeared astonished. How did you end up here? I jumped onto the back of a bug. Shen Zheng chuckled, and then that creature dashed into the forest. I momentarily forgot to shield myself with my aura, resulting in my current predicament. Is that so? I should try that someday, the young lady huffed. Don't be foolish. It's not that simple. The middle-aged man admonished her before turning to Shen Zheng. Brother, may I know your name? Shen Zheng, he replied succinctly. And what is your name, and where is this place? This is the territory of the Wanlan Kingdom, the middle-aged man said. My surname is Chai. I am Chai Jingtian, the commander of the Xinwu Corps in the city of Xinwu beyond the mountains. This is my daughter, Chai Feifei, who has been quite unruly since childhood. I ask for your forgiveness if she has offended you in any way. You are too kind, Shen Zheng nodded, though his brow furrowed. Is there something amiss? Is there something wrong? Chai Jingtian asked. I arrived with our academy's director, but we got separated during the aerial combat. We had agreed to meet up in the capital of Chiwei Kingdom if we both survived. Shen Zheng explained candidly, but I didn't expect to end up in Wanlan. Our two nations share a border, Chai Jingtian smiled. You likely crossed over during your flight on the bug. Director Chu is quite powerful. I believe he will be fine. You know our Director Chu? Shen Zheng inquired. A bit of an old acquaintance. Chai Jingtian replied with a faint smile. My father was once the director of Wanlan Academy. Chai Feifei proudly interjected. Of course, we know you're Longxing Academy's director. They have quite a long-standing friendship. Shen Zheng did not feel at ease. He recalled Director Chu's remarks, which indicated that in recent years, their academy had faced considerable bullying from several other institutions. If Chai Jingtian were among them, the atmosphere could become unfriendly. Why bring that up? It was 6 or 7 years ago. Chai Jingtian shook his head somewhat unhappily, then smiled. I've heard that Longxing Academy has been under pressure from several other academies in recent years. Director Chu must be feeling quite displeased about it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deployed aircraft this time. It's just unfortunate that you encountered such a situation. Indeed, the unpredictability of events. Shen Zheng sighed in relief. From this exchange, it seemed Chai Jingtian had long since left the academy, so there should be no issues. Why would Commander Chai abandon a prestigious position as the academy's director to become a commander in a city beyond the mountains? Shen Zheng asked, driven by curiosity. Isn't it the result of being schemed against by petty people? Chai Feifei interjected with a huff. Feifei, let us not dwell on this any longer. Chai Jingtian waved his hand dismissively and smiled at Shen Zheng. The time for the exchange meeting is still early, and old Chu surprisingly plans to arrive a few days in advance, even taking a flight, undoubtedly wishing to flaunt something. Indeed, it was unexpected that Longxing Academy had quietly nurtured such formidable students. How did they accomplish this? Shen Zheng chuckled, unable to provide an answer to that question. Disturbing Miss Chai during her insect hunting was certainly my fault. After some contemplation, Shen Zheng remarked, but to be frank, before your arrival, I did not believe that this setup could successfully capture the demonic armored insect. Was it not this girl who acted on her own accord? Chai Jingtian shot a glare at Chai Feifei. She peeked at my operational plans and took it upon herself to lay an ambush here. Humph. It is fortunate that Brother Shen startled the insects away. Otherwise, with your lot, would you have been sufficient to satiate the demonic armored insect? She merely wished to relieve your worries and let others know you have a capable daughter, Chai Feifei said in a coy manner. Relieve worries? Why not just admit you want to show off? Chai Jingtian scoffed. I rushed here as quickly as I could, just to find you before anything went awry. Feifei, you are my only kin. If anything were to happen to you, I would have no desire to live. Father! Chai Feifei lowered her head, her eyes red with embarrassment. I was wrong, witnessing this scene. Shen Zheng felt a twinge of sadness and developed a fondness for the father-daughter duo. Having lost close family members himself, he silently hoped for a bright fate for this pair who relied on each other, wishing for their happiness in any case. Miss Chai certainly has a knack for setting traps, Shen Zheng remarked. After all, she managed to lure the demonic armored insect here. However, the demonic armored insect is not easily dealt with. I believe since we are fated to meet, we should assist one another. I will help you capture the demonic armored insect. And in return, Commander Chai will assist me in locating Director Chu so that we can smoothly reach the exchange meeting. What do you say? It is only right for me to assist old Chu. Chai Jingtian nodded. But if Brother Shen is willing to help me capture this demonic armored insect, that would be splendid, Theo. Be honest. I cannot claim to have 100% certainty, even if I were to personally handle it. But if Brother Shen is willing to lend a hand, then I would have that confidence. Chai Feifei looked at her father in astonishment, hardly believing her ears. With his assistance, there would be 100% certainty? I must have misheard. My father is a super powerful individual with an insect power level of 100. Could this young man? How is that possible? However, the demonic armored insect had suddenly vanished from the insect sound discriminator, and its whereabouts were unknown. The captain approached, expressing concern. I fear it may have escaped far away. I found 2 of your other ambush spots, Chai Jingtian said to Chai Feifei. Quickly contact those few to see if there is any movement on their end. No need to contact them. At that moment, Shen Zheng suddenly turned his head in a specific direction. That feeling returned, accompanied by a sense of hunger. He was certain that this direction was where the demonic armored insect had appeared. What is it? Chai Jingtian was taken aback. If you trust me, follow me, Shen Zheng instructed, fixing his gaze on that direction before sprinting off. After a brief hesitation, Chai Jingtian instructed the soldiers behind him, stay here and keep an eye on the young lady. He then dashed after Shen Zheng. I'm coming too, Chai Feifei called out, swiftly pursuing him, while several soldiers brought by Chai Jingtian immediately followed suit, urging her to wait in place. Chai Feifei had no intention of heeding their words. But after running just a few dozen meters, she was completely left behind by the 2, ultimately losing sight of them and having no choice but to stop and stamp her feet in frustration. Guided by that sensation, Shen Zheng raced forward at high speed, glancing back occasionally to find Chai Jingtian trailing 3 meters behind him, maintaining that distance whether he accelerated or decelerated. However, beyond that, he could see no one else. The feeling grew stronger and closer, and Shen Zheng's focus intensified, fearing that he might suddenly lose the target again as he had before. Yet this sensation did not dissipate. It led him swiftly onward until, after crossing a small hill, he beheld a bizarre sight. On the snow-dusted grassland at the foot of the hill, a massive rock was moving, its edges shifting shape as if the stone had come to life and was walking on the ground. This was the origin of the demonic armored insect's name. It was one of the abilities of its armor to change form, as described in textbooks. If sensing the commotion, the moving rock suddenly halted, standing silently on the grass, appearing as a genuine stone, and the feeling that had guided Shen Zheng forward vanished abruptly. Although Shen Zheng had studied the knowledge regarding the demonic armored insect, he had never practiced it. Witnessing its remarkable transformation firsthand left him in awe. Just moments ago, the demonic armored insect must have been startled into suddenly changing into another object, quietly moving away. While Shen Zheng's mysterious sensing ability had only now led him back to it after a prolonged search. Now that he had found it, there was no way it could escape. What is the matter? Chai Jingtian quickly caught up, whispering in inquiry. Shen Zheng pointed to the large stone lying motionless on the grassy expanse, and Chai Jingtian immediately understood. Assessing the terrain, he whispered, I will circle around to flank it. We shall ambush from both sides. Good. Shen Zheng nodded. Chai Jingtian crouched low, nimbly leaping aside and silently slipping into the forest, quickly making a wide detour to position himself ahead of the path the demonic armored insect was taking. Seeing that he was in position, Shen Zheng then locked his gaze on the demonic armored insect and descended the small hill, gradually approaching it. Perhaps Shen Zheng's slow approach led the demonic armored insect to believe it had not been detected. For it remained still. Shen Zheng cautiously advanced, finally reaching within 5 meters of the demonic armored insect. Just then, a small crack suddenly appeared in the stubborn stone, and a long, serrated tongue, sharp as a spear tip, shot forth from the fissure, launching an attack at Shen Zheng before he could react. In that instant, Shen Zheng understood that the demonic armored insect was not hiding out of fear. Rather, it regarded him as prey, patiently awaiting his entry into its hunting grounds. Such speed! As a powerhouse with an insect power level of 100, Shen Zheng furrowed his brow at the strike, swiftly dodging while simultaneously simulating an armored defense with his insect energy. The razor-sharp tongue grazed his left rib, leaving a deep gash in his protective armor. Such formidable offensive power. Chapter 064. The gap between strong individuals. After swiftly pivoting to evade, Shen Zheng wasted no time in unleashing a barrage of over a dozen sharp projectiles. All of these struck the hard rock, producing a thunderous impact, yet none managed to penetrate its surface, exploding into a myriad of scintillating fragments. Such remarkable defensive capability. Shen Zheng's eyes glinted coldly as he propelled himself forward. His palm's insect energy morphing into a blade, striking forcefully at the rocked eye. In that fleeting moment, the stone leaped into the air, its surface writhing and changing color, transforming from a stubborn boulder into a large insect resembling a frog. Its powerful legs propelled it high into the air, and it opened its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, launching its purple tongue menacingly toward Shen Zheng. Raising his arm, Shen Zheng's insect energy manifested as a blade on the outer side of his arm. Clashing with the tongue, however, rather than severing it, his strike merely deflected the tongue, which then grazed his shoulder, tearing through his protective armor. Shen Zheng's other hand lunged out, attempting to grasp the tongue. But like a lightning strike, it recoiled just as swiftly, eluding his grasp. With a swift motion, Shen Zheng flipped his palm and aimed upward, firing several explosive projectiles that detonated under his control, unleashing a storm of fiery spikes that shot skyward, crashing into the demonic armored insect. What is this? Seeing this spectacle, Chai Jingtian momentarily felt as though he had turned to stone, his thoughts abruptly frozen in place. This method of controlling insect energy. Could he be an insect controller? No, that's not right. An insect controller would not have such an aura. If he were an insect controller, the difference in the quality of insect energy within him would be immediately apparent. As the storm of fiery spikes rained down, the demonic armored insect suddenly contracted, its armor morphing into a shield shaped like an eggshell. The fiery spikes struck against it, ricocheting off in all directions. As the demonic armored insect landed back on the ground and regained its footing, a crack appeared on the surface of its shielded body, and that terrifying tongue swiftly lashed out at Shen Zheng 4 times in succession. Shen Zheng dodged repeatedly. Although his insect energy armor sustained several deep cuts, his body remained unscathed. It is my turn to retaliate. After narrowly evading the tongue strike, Shen Zheng leaped into the air, pointing his fingers at the demonic armored insect. His insect energy enveloped his fist in a layer of water membrane, and with a rapid flick of his fingers, a barrage of sharp water arrows shot forth, striking the demonic armored insect's body. The power of water and fire? Chai Jingtian was once again taken aback. He had encountered formidable beings endowed with energy-based insect abilities before. He himself was one of them. However, he had seldom seen anyone wielding 2 distinct powers simultaneously, especially someone whose might appeared extraordinarily formidable. Waves of water arrows struck the demon-armored insect, many exploding into sprays of water, yet some left behind a series of ripple-like cracks on its exoskeleton. Although these fissures were not particularly eye-catching, they indicated that the demon-armored insect's defenses were not entirely impervious before Shen Zheng. Upon noticing these cracks, Shen Zheng's eyes gleamed with renewed determination. With a flick of his fingers, countless water arrows surged toward the fissures. After a few shots, he managed to shatter the insect's armor, piercing into its body. The demon-armored insect emitted a shrill cry. Seemingly aware of Shen Zheng's prowess, it instantly contracted its body, transforming into a massive conical shape akin to a spearhead, and violently propelled itself backward. "Captain Chai, intercept it!" Shen Zheng bellowed, hastening his pursuit. "Rest assured." Chai Jingtian waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of insect aura that enveloped his body in a scorching heat. From a distance, the scene around him distorted, reminiscent of a sun-scorched road where the air trembles. Distorting the view, the demon-armored insect had nowhere to flee in this mountainous hollow, propelling itself at full speed toward the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Chai Jingtian lay in wait, steadily accumulating heat around him. Just as the demon-armored insect was about to dash into the forest, he suddenly leaped forward, thrusting both palms outward. A circular area of intense heat, 5 meters in diameter, materialized before him, perfectly encasing the demon-armored insect. The insect's speed diminished abruptly, eventually coming to a standstill within the sphere of high temperature. The immense heat caused beads of moisture to form on its body, reminiscent of an insect tamer skilled in water abilities emanating their aura. Such a remarkable ability, Shen Zheng mused as he sprinted forward. Yet, moments later, the armor on the demon-armored insect began to morph into an irregular shape, and the moisture dissipated almost instantaneously. "Attack!" Chai Jingtian shouted. maintaining his left hand to sustain the massive sphere of heat, while his right hand unleashed a flurry of punches within. Waves of heat surged into the sphere like missiles, crashing against the demon-armored insect. However, these waves failed to inflict any damage, with the exception of those striking the cracks created by the water arrows, which shattered and harmed the insect's body. Seemingly enraged by the pain, the demon-armored insect let out a deafening roar. Suddenly thrusting its long, spiny tongue forward, piercing through the high-temperature sphere and striking Chai Jingtian in the blink of an eye. Chai Jingtian was hit 4 times, but fortunately, he managed to evade critical areas in his frantic dodging. Still, the wounds he sustained were severe, and with a muffled groan, he could no longer maintain the high-temperature sphere, staggering back a few steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. The sphere of heat dissipated instantly. Freed from its constraints, the demon-armored insect shrieked and reverted to its original shape, leaping forward with great force. Trying to escape, Chai Jingtian roared with all his might, a flash of red light illuminating as a double-edged axe appeared in his hand. Gritting through the pain, he swung the axe, raising a brilliant red arc that struck the demon-armored insect. With a resounding crash, the insect screeched as it was knocked to the ground, a white mark appearing where it was struck. Yet not a single crack marred its surface. Chai Jingtian, in a fit of rage, spun the axe in midair and swung down again. However, this time the demon-armored insect, having anticipated the attack, easily evaded it. Although the axe's power seemed formidable, its speed was lacking, proving insufficient against the agile insect. After dodging, the demon-armored insect opened its mouth, its long spiny tongue darting towards Chai Jingtian's neck. That moment, Chai Jingtian's double-edged axe had just cleaved into the ground, leaving him unable to withdraw in time. A streak of red light surged through the air at the critical moment, coiling around the demon-armored insect's neck. A tremendous force transmitted through the red light, sending the insect hurtling into the air. "Are you all right?" As the red light receded, Shen Zheng approached Chai Jingtian, flicking the blood spirit whip toward the airborne demon-armored insect while expressing his concern. "I'm fine, just superficial wounds," Chai Jingtian replied, struggling to steady himself, glancing at his injuries before looking at Shen Zheng, silently lamenting the disparity in their strengths despite both being insect power level 100. Was he truly aging, or was this young man endowed with a special explosive potential? In the air, the demon-armored insect, struck by the blood spirit whip, flailed chaotically, constantly shifting its form yet unable to resist or escape the whip's serpentine agility. It emitted piercing screams, spitting its spiny tongue at Shen Zheng below. As the lightning-fast tongue lunged, Shen Zheng narrowly evaded, but still, the sharp edge scraped against his side. He inwardly mused, "This creature possesses remarkable attack power and speed. Fortunately, it's weakened from its injuries. Otherwise, I would stand no chance against it." With the whip no longer restraining it, the demon-armored insect landed back on the ground, glaring at Shen Zheng, its body bruised and battered. It emitted a series of cries, whether of fury or terror was uncertain, then suddenly turned to flee. "Running away?" Shen Zheng scoffed, swinging the blood spirit whip to block the insect's path, propelling himself forward. He had devised a strategy to confront this foe. Channeling the powers of fire and water simultaneously, he became an amalgamation of both, enveloped in a thick mist that concealed him and the demon-armored insect. How is this possible? Chai Jingtian was astonished, witnessing someone masterfully blend 2 distinct powers into a new force. He realized this young man from the luminary star was far from an ordinary insect tamer. He belonged to a vastly superior echelon. He is indeed an insect tamer, but how? He gazed at the enveloping mist, astonished, then suddenly chuckled at a genius. "This is a true genius. I cannot fathom how such talent is born. But if fortunate, I can witness its growth. Perhaps I should, alas, if only Feifei weren't so wild. I wonder if Shen Zheng would be interested," he sighed, recognizing that while one can plan, the outcome ultimately lies beyond one's control. Within the thick fog, Shen Zheng closed his eyes, sensing everything around him through the dispersed misty insect aura. The demon-armored insect had become disoriented in the fog, unaware of its path or the enemy's location. It randomly chose a direction to flee. Shen Zheng tracked its every movement, relentlessly pursuing it, ensuring it remained enveloped in the mist, continuously wielding the blood spirit whip against the demon-armored insect. The power of water surged within the blood spirit whip, and upon striking the insect's armor, the water-based insect aura, under Shen Zheng's deliberate control, surged like ocean waves, delivering relentless, layered impacts. Under the influence of this force, each lash of the whip sent shards of exoskeleton flying, rendering the demon-armored insect's once formidable armor surprisingly fragile. Drawing from his previous experience of breaching the demon-armored insect's defenses, Shen Zheng discerned the characteristics of both water and fire. The nature of fire was aggressive. Once it touched anything, it would spread endlessly, albeit with limited destructive capability, akin to a prairie fire that required accumulation to obliterate its surroundings. In contrast, water was characterized by its penetrative and continuous properties. When forcefully compressed, it generated immense impact. The combination of impact with water's penetrative and continuous qualities could overwhelm even the demon-armored insect's heavy armor. Thus, he harnessed the power of water. The relentless waves of watery force soon left the demon-armored insect in tatters. At that moment, sensing everything through the misty insect aura, Shen Zheng shifted his focus to fire. The blood spirit whip, now infused with fiery energy, struck the demon-armored insect's flesh, transmitting intense heat into its body, causing flames to spread across its surface. Amidst the acrid scent, the insect's screams were heart-wrenching. Unmoved, Shen Zheng intensified his assault, seizing this opportune moment to experiment with the control and application of the water and fire powers against the resilient insect. The demon-armored insect, its body a canvas of blood and flames, furiously turned to unleash its spiny tongue in retaliation. Yet, Shen Zheng had already repositioned himself, coldly observing as it flailed at the air. The blood spirit whip gathered its final, destructive energy. The demon-armored insect had no defenses left. In this climax, Shen Zheng ceased his experiments with the dual powers and resolved to end it all. Thus, the blood spirit whip, imbued with annihilating force, struck the insect's head, cleaving it in two in that instant. As the whip shattered the demon-armored insect's cranium, a writhing power surged through the whip to Shen Zheng, and the persistent hunger that had lingered within him vanished, replaced by a sensation of comfort. Liberating force enveloped him, gradually permeating his being. At that moment, the colossal creature, having lost its head and command, swayed there, teetering precariously, before suddenly crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Shen Zheng stood amidst the mist. Allowing it to envelop him without dispersing it, he slowly extended his hand, savoring the new power coursing through his body, as techniques for wielding this strength abruptly formed in his mind. The insect essence on his hand began to shift, abruptly morphing into a suit of armor, its colors continuously changing. Within, it transformed into a vibrant green akin to leaves, then shifted to a gray-brown resembling stone, even the texture of the surface fluctuating to mimic tree bark one moment and stone the next. Curiosity piqued, Shen Zheng deftly controlled this power, further altering it in his palm. When he unfurled his fingers, the armor became 5 branches adorned with verdant leaves. When he clenched his fist, it morphed into a stone, embellished with patches of moss. As he expanded this power throughout his entire being, he transformed into a humanoid tree, carefully bringing his hands together, envisioning the true form of a tree, and the layer of armor enveloping him genuinely rendered him akin to a real tree. Then, crouching down, he curled into a ball, and the armor once again transmuted him into a stone. He attempted to adopt the form of a tree in this state, but instead, he became an oddly shaped wooden mass. A smile involuntarily crept across his face. After all, he was not a demon-armored insect. Lacking the internal structure of such a creature, he could not allow his bodily composition to transform in tandem with the armor. Thus, in the future, he must ensure that his physical stance aligns with the external form, lest he make a fool of himself. Upon reflection, he discerned that this suit of armor not only possessed the ability to alter shape, color, and external texture, but also exhibited defensive capabilities akin to those of the demon-armored insect. The resilience that could withstand even the full force of Chai Jingtian's insect spirit, leaving merely a white imprint, left Shen Zheng exceedingly satisfied. As he retracted the mist and the simulated insect essence resembling armor, he turned to Chai Jingtian in the distance and smiled. It has been resolved. Retrieving his large axe, Chai Jingtian strode over. Not all insect planters possess the healing slime insect within them, as not everyone is capable of implanting multiple insects. However, For those adept in insect power exceeding 70, this ability is generally present. At this moment, the healing slime's power within him began to take effect, alleviating his pain, enabling him to walk with such vigor. Approaching closely, he gazed at the fallen demon-armored insect, its head split in two. Then at the unscathed Shen Zheng, and felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. "It appears you dispatched it with ease?" Chai Jingtian inquired, a look of disbelief on his face. Shen Zheng chuckled, uncertain how to respond. Glancing at the battered demon-armored insect, he deftly diverted the topic. "I apologize for inflicting such significant damage. I wonder if this shell can still be refined into armor." "Almost half of the armor remains intact," Chai Jingtian remarked, observing the demon-armored insect, "but the most crucial aspect does not lie in these shells. The insect core?" Shen Zheng's mind stirred. Insects with power values exceeding 100 invariably generate an insect core. Chai Jingtian explained, "Even larvae do so, of course. In the case of larvae, the core's utility diminishes considerably, serving merely as a supplementary consumable in the refinement of insect cores. I have yet to study the knowledge regarding insect cores." Shen Zheng smiled. "The dean said he would teach me later." "Dean Linliang?" Chai Jingtian asked. Shen Zheng nodded. "I should have anticipated this." Chai Jingtian mused. "Only Dean Lin himself could cultivate a student of your caliber. A prodigy like you naturally deserves the direct tutelage of Dean Lin." "You flatter me," Shen Zheng replied. "You single-handedly took down this demon-armored insect," Chai Jingtian asserted, "so it rightfully belongs to you." "I have stated before, I assisted you in hunting this insect," Shen Zheng insisted. "That will not do." Chai Jingtian shook his head. "I can help you process the insect corpse, but both the insect core and the various materials obtained from refining the corpse should rightfully be yours." "I played almost no role in this hunt." "Do not say that," Shen Zheng countered. "Had you not intercepted it, it would have escaped long ago." "Even so, you would have tracked it down, wouldn't you?" Chai Jingtian replied. "That creature just transformed into stone, evading detection by the insect sound discriminator, yet you were able to track it from such a distance. I may not comprehend the nature of this ability, but it is evident that even if it fled, you would eventually catch up." Shen Zheng prepared to speak further. Chai Jingtian waved his hand and chuckled. "No need for more words. After all, I am a commander of a legion and possess a modicum of the pride that comes with such a position. Please, do not be so modest, or it will feel like charity, which would wound my pride." "In that case, I shall graciously accept," Shen Zheng responded with a smile. Chai Jingtian produced his phone, dialed a subordinate, and after providing the general location, Chai Feifei and the soldiers soon arrived. Upon seeing the demon-armored insect with its head cleaved in two, Chai Feifei's face lit up with delight. "You truly are incredible, Dad. One axe swing and the battle was won. Wait, Dad. How did you get injured?" As she spoke, she hurriedly approached, her eyes filled with concern as she examined her father's wounds. "It's nothing, just surface injuries. I'm already feeling better," Chai Jingtian reassured, patting his daughter's head. "However, it was not I who killed this demon-armored insect. It was Brother Shen. Without him, that creature would have claimed my life in an instant." "What?" Chai Feifei exclaimed, disbelief etched across her features. "Commander Chai exaggerates," Shen Zheng interjected, shaking his head. "We are partners. When one partner is in danger, it is only natural to come to their aid. You all, lift the insect corpse. We shall return to the Legion. Also, make a call ahead to the mess hall to prepare food and drinks. I wish to host Brother Shen, our esteemed guest from afar," Chai Jingtian instructed his loyal soldiers. Chai Feifei regarded Shen Zheng with confusion, refraining from speaking further. Her father's demeanor towards Shen Zheng, coupled with Shen Zheng's unscathed victory over the demon-armored insect, led her to believe that this young man was not someone she could easily toy with. After coordinating with several groups of soldiers, Chai Feifei finally gathered in the forest, bringing the insect corpse to a flat area outside the mountain, where several armored vehicles awaited, along with personnel to assist. Once the insect corpse was secured in the armored vehicles, they journeyed for 3 hours, eventually emerging from the mountainous region to catch sight of a bustling city in the distance. After passing through 2 defensive checkpoints, the convoy entered the district of the Legion. The scale of the Xinwu Legion was far beyond that of the small town-level Wolf Fang Legion, and while the Lingxing Academy was the nation's foremost institution, it was not a genuine military base. Thus, this marked Shen Zheng's first encounter with a truly large-scale legion. Here, there were expansive training grounds for armored combat troops, parking facilities, and even a moderately sized military airport. Although there were no fighter jets, a dozen armed helicopters were stationed, which was already enough to leave Shen Zheng in awe. Observing his wide-eyed wonder, Chai Feifei couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Exuding an air of satisfaction regarding her father's legion, Chai Jingtian promptly summoned a military doctor to administer basic treatment and bandaging before leading Shen Zheng to the insect corpse processing plant. There, skilled technicians operated large machines, swiftly disassembling the demon-armored insect's body into components, retaining the useful parts while sending the useless portions to another workshop to be crushed and converted into fertilizer for enriching the soil. As Shen Zheng watched the imposing machine with its numerous mechanical arms of varying thicknesses, each equipped with different tools, he suddenly thought of a spider. He observed those robotic appendages dexterously dismantling the demon-armored insect. And the image evoked a sense of a demon-armored insect ensnared in a giant spider's web, ultimately being disassembled and consumed. After processing and cleaning, the insect cores were placed into metal boxes by several soldiers and presented to Chai Jingtian. Without hesitation, Chai Jingtian handed the insect core to Shen Zheng. "Take this, it is yours." "Give it to him?" Chai Feifei's eyes reflected reluctance. "Of course," Chai Jingtian affirmed with a nod. "The demon-armored insect was slain by Brother Shen, and he also saved my life. Everything from that creature should rightfully belong to him. I shall graciously accept the insect core," Shen Zheng stated, not overly concerned with formality, as for the remaining parts. "Consider them a token of our meeting. I entrust you with the matter of reuniting with Director Chu." "This gift is far too generous," Chai Jingtian quickly protested. Chapter 066, Heaven and Capital. While it is true that the most vital component within the demon-armored insect is the insect core, it does not imply that the other parts lack significance, particularly for a creature as formidable as the demon-armored insect, which even top-tier insect planters struggle to hunt alone. Its value is considerable. Its demon armor can be integrated with combat armor, granting the latter the capability to change size, shape, and color, a coveted material for special forces soldiers. Additionally, its stinger is incredibly hard and possesses immense offensive power, capable of easily breaching even Shen Zheng's insect essence steel armor, recognized as one of the strongest weapon materials among insect planters. Just these two items alone constitute a vast fortune, not to mention the additional valuable components found on the demon-armored insect. "If Commander Chai is willing to accept me as a friend, then please do not decline further," Shen Zheng stated earnestly, gazing at Chai Jingtian. He comprehended that Chai Jingtian's attitude towards him was solely a result of his formidable strength. It was evident that Chai Jingtian was eager to befriend him. He had no qualms about associating with such a powerful individual. After all, he understood that having more friends leads to more opportunities, a sentiment he deeply resonated with from his experiences in society. However, he was also wary of leaving others with the impression of greed. He knew that a true friend is one who is content and willing to benefit others, someone who is genuinely cherished and sought after for companionship. A fleeting desire for gain might yield substantial immediate rewards, but in the long run, it would cost him the sincerity of others. Having lived half a lifetime, he grasped this principle, which is why he was willing to gift the entire demon armor bug to Shen Zheng. Shen Zheng's demeanor made him realize that this was not a reckless youth devoid of understanding, but rather a wise and experienced individual akin to himself. It brings joy to anyone to befriend someone of their own caliber. "I shall not refuse your kindness," Chai Jingtian remarked with a smile. Chai Feifei observed the two men, utterly perplexed by their thoughts. "Do you have a mobile phone? Or perhaps you know Lao Chu's number?" Chai Jingtian inquired of Shen Zheng, as contacting him via phone would be far more convenient. "And my phone is broken, and the number is stored in it. I can't remember it," Shen Zheng replied as he pulled out his phone. "I will promptly arrange for a new one for you," Chai Jingtian said, gesturing for Shen Zheng to follow him outside. "Your attire has seen better days. Let me check your size, and I'll have someone procure you a new outfit." "Thank you," Shen Zheng replied politely. Chai Jingtian was quite considerate, opting not to provide Shen Zheng with the military uniform of the Shenwu Corps, but instead purchasing him a suitable ordinary outfit in the city, along with the latest mobile phone model. Shen Zheng accepted these gifts with grace, dialing Chu Tianran's number, only to be met with a notification that the phone was switched off. Perhaps his phone is out of battery, or it may have been damaged during a struggle. Chai Jingtian reassured him. "It is still early. We can wait for 2 days. If he does not contact us, we shall proceed to Chiwei capital as per your agreement." Thus, Shen Zheng waited in the Shenwu Corps for 2 days, repeatedly attempting to call Chu Tianran, yet the phone remained off, filling him with anxiety. Nevertheless, Chai Jingtian continued to comfort him, asserting that a master with a bug energy level of 100 like Chu Tianran would naturally be fine. Perhaps he had merely wandered into the wilderness and needed some time to navigate back to civilization. Shen Zheng could only adopt this mindset, but he also resolved to adhere to their previous arrangement and head to Chiwei's capital to await Chu Tianran. However, Chai Jingtian expressed his dissent, explaining that while Chiwei was the weakest nation within the 12th military district, its capital was a grand city, and without a specific meeting point, finding an acquaintance there would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After some contemplation, Shen Zheng concurred with this perspective. How about this? I would appreciate it if Commander Chai could arrange for me to go directly to the location of the exchange meeting. I shall wait for Director Chu there, Shen Zheng suggested. In the event that he cannot arrive in time, I will represent the Longxing Academy myself. That sounds reasonable, Chai Jingtian nodded. Otherwise, even if we were to gather in one place, it would be futile if we missed the exchange meeting. Let me think, Chai Jingtian continued, since you are unfamiliar with the route, and I must oversee the defenses here, it would be inconvenient for me to roam about. Therefore, I shall have my daughter Feifei accompany you with a team. She can serve as your guide and provide assistance in case of any unforeseen circumstances. That would be fine. Shen Zheng thought little of it, recognizing that he was indeed quite ignorant about matters abroad, and having someone to help would be beneficial. Although Chai Feifei had initially been quite unreasonable, she had shown much more respect towards him over the past 2 days, displaying a hint of femininity, making it not impossible to forge a friendship. Upon noticing Shen Zheng's lack of objections, Chai Jingtian expressed his delight and promptly made the necessary arrangements. His previous experience had left Shen Zheng somewhat averse to flying, but Chai Jingtian assured him that low-altitude travel by helicopter would not encounter such swarms of bugs, and even if they did, they could land swiftly. Moreover, the speed would surpass any ground transportation, so it was wise to heed his advice. Reluctantly, Shen Zheng boarded the helicopter, but fortunately, their journey was uneventful. After several hours in the sky, the helicopter landed for a break, and they enjoyed their lunch. At that moment, Shen Zheng noticed a series of missed calls on his phone, all from Chu Tianran. Letting out a breath of relief, he hurriedly returned the call, and upon connection, the first thing he asked was, "Director Chu, how are you?" On the other end, Chu Tianran responded, "Shen Zheng, how are you?" Both men, hearing each other's calm voices, exhaled deeply again before breaking into laughter. "Where are you?" Shen Zheng inquired. "In Chiwei," Chu Tianran replied. "I've had a bit of bad luck, having fallen into a primitive forest, and it took me considerable effort to find my way out. I just reached a city and bought a new phone to contact you. As the old one was broken, ended up in one on." Shen Zheng shared. "I too found myself in a forest, but I was more fortunate to encounter humans. You are familiar with Chai Jingtian, aren't you?" "Chai Jingtian?" Chu Tianran paused in surprise. "You actually met him? What a coincidence. He used to be the director of Wanlan Academy, but for reasons unknown, he was dismissed and later established a military corps in some mountainous city. We had some past dealings. He is now arranging for his daughter to guide me as we head towards Tiange where the exchange meeting will be held." Shen Zheng proposed, "Shall we meet directly there?" "That works," Chu Tianran agreed. "Chai Jingtian is a decent man, worth befriending, and his strength is commendable. You should learn from him. Perhaps your bug energy could improve. He is well acquainted with the situation in Tiange and harbors animosity towards Wanlan Academy. So I trust him to guide you." "Improve?" Shen Zheng chuckled. "If I improve further, I shall become a bug controller." It was understandable. After all, since he had elevated his bug energy to 100 in the academy, he had not engaged in combat with anyone nor showcased his power, so Chu Tianran naturally had no opportunity to gauge his bug energy, still believing him to be the same individual with a bug energy of 97 from before. What animosity could there be? Shen Zheng asked curiously. Could his departure from that position have stemmed from some grievance? A scheming villain's machinations, Chu Tianran explained. He fell victim to a trap laid by the current director of Wanlan Academy, Li Ziqing, who framed him, resulting in his dismissal. The head of Wanlan Academy is quite senile, and Li Ziqing is adept at flattery, while Chai Jingtian is too straightforward, which led to this predicament. Thus, not only will he not favor Wanlan Academy, but he will also undoubtedly assist you in dealing with them. That certainly piques my interest, Shen Zheng chuckled. After concluding their conversation and finishing their meal, he boarded the plane again, accompanied by Chai Feifei. After a prolonged flight, The helicopter arrived at the Wanlan border, and after completing the border crossing procedures at the airport, Shen Zheng and the others entered their destination. Tianhe, the most powerful nation within the 12th military district. Neighboring Wanlan. Armed helicopters were evidently not permitted to fly over foreign territories, so Chai Feifei took out the money she had prepared earlier to rent a civilian helicopter in Tianhe, transporting the group towards the capital, Songwan City. After nearly a day of flying, they finally arrived in Songwan City. Shen Zheng gazed down at the city, perceiving it as a vast expanse of towering concrete edifices. Even from the sky, it felt boundless, as though the entire continent were encompassed by this city. After landing at the civilian airport, the customs officials checked their travel documents and promptly allowed them to pass. Why this time? Night had fallen, but Chai Feifei noted that the venue for the exchange meeting was not far from the airport, merely a 2-hour drive away, and suggested they stay there, as the accommodations provided were far superior to ordinary hotels and complimentary. Shen Zheng was indifferent and left the arrangements to Chai Feifei. After hailing 3 taxis and communicating their destination, the drivers wore solemn and respectful expressions. They understood that those who dared to venture to that location were remarkable individuals, not ones they could afford to offend, thus they exercised utmost caution in their service. In less than 2 hours, the 3 vehicles brought the group to the entrance of the International Exchange Center in the central region of the capital, where the meeting was to be held. Stop! Immediately, 2 soldiers clad in advanced combat uniforms approached, raising their hands towards the taxis. What place is this that you dare drive here? The driver was taken aback. And Chai Feifei urged Shen Zheng, let us get out. After paying the fare, they stepped out to face the 2 soldiers. We are here to participate in the exchange meeting, Chai Feifei said, presenting a charming smile to the soldiers. Here for the exchange meeting? The soldiers exchanged glances, one of them frowning. Do not spout nonsense. Representatives from participating academies must present their invitation letters upon entry, and they are always escorted by military vehicles. Who comes by taxi? We had no choice, as we did not bring the invitation letter with us, Chai Feifei replied with a smile. We became separated from our director Chu due to a bug attack. To avoid wasting time, we had to split up. The invitation letter is with him, and he may have just exited Chiwei. Do you expect us to wait outside for him and risk delaying the exchange meeting? We cannot bear that responsibility, can you? One of them hesitated, while the other furrowed his brow and inquired, have you encountered a Zerg attack? What a remarkable coincidence. Even if it were true, you must first return and submit a detailed report to the organizing committee, which must undergo their scrutiny before you can proceed. Just as he spoke, a military vehicle came racing by, barely brushing past the crowd. Chai Feifei's expression shifted dramatically, just as she was about to erupt. She saw someone leap from the vehicle, flashing her a startled smile and exclaiming, "Oh, isn't this Chai Jingtian's daughter? What brings you here? Have you gained the privilege to participate in the Academy exchange meeting?"